Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The bald brute stared dumbfounded at the blue lust mask in front of him, as if trying to confirm the other's identity. Then, maybe because it was too hot in the car, sweat started pouring down his forehead. His expression shifted from fierce to blank, to stiff, then twisted. He felt like his legs were getting weak. Good thing the car was already parked. Otherwise, there definitely would have been an accident. Judging by your face, looks like you recognize me. Lucio glanced at his reaction and immediately felt bored, so he took the initiative to speak. The bald guy was now drenched in sweat and stammered. Are you that guy? Sin. Hearing how the guy still wasn't sure, Lucio asked in surprise. If you don't have the live stream feed over there, then you're not a player? Then you're a game NPC? What are you so scared of? Oh, I get it. It's the disguise, huh? You guys do this a lot. While talking, the gun in Luce's hand hadn't moved an inch, still pointed right at the bald brute. At this point, the guy seemed to unlock a whole new level of survival instinct, speaking quickly. No, I'm not an NPC, I'm a person, a local resident. I was temporarily selected as special personnel. This is my first time being qualified to participate in the game. Actually, I'm not even participating, just here to escort you, the pre-players. Bro, please calm down, let's talk it out. Also, I still have some info I haven't told you. Earlier, all that stuff was just game script. I didn't know it was you. The bald guy forced out a smile uglier than crying, trying to act as friendly as possible. He was originally from the Yamaguchi Gumi, a mafia group. Whether someone was a player or not, he never cared much. Besides, there was supposed to be game protection. But the moment he saw the mask that represented Sin, he chickened out instantly. Under that gaze, there was zero sense of safety. He gulped hard, his face scrunched up like a dried chrysanthemum, eyes locked on Lucio with a flattering look. A total 180 from his earlier persona. Meanwhile, in Luce's live stream room, the comments were flying, can bend and stretch. Thought he'd met a tough guy. Turns out dude's just got bad eyesight. Face switching master. Hee, why so serious? You're sweating a lot. Is it that hot in the car? What you said earlier wasn't bad, no issue there. But right now, I actually have a question for you. The bald guy noticed that Lucio hadn't acted and finally exhaled in relief. As long as they were still talking, it's fine. Everyone knew that among all the players, this Sin was the most unpredictable and unreasonable. Though the game promised safety, he had no idea how it worked. The pressure this man gave off was immense. What is it? If I know, I'll tell you. The bald man quickly replied, afraid something might go wrong. But right after he finished, the problem arrived. That terrifying hell roar in Luce's hand suddenly pushed forward, pressing tightly against his forehead. He could feel the heat of the muzzle. Bald guy. What the hell? You said earlier, the game has a rule that prevents you from getting hurt while picking me up, right? Why yeah. Right. The bald guy's face was dripping with sweat, slick like oil, sheer panic on his face. All that Yakuza bravado was long gone. No mafia thug could outscary this guy. He had all kinds of ideas before, make a strong first impression, maybe get some benefits through cooperation. But now? Not a chance. What the hell is this guy planning? Then what are you afraid of? I couldn't hurt you even if I tried. Lucio held Hell Roar in one hand, looking at him like he genuinely didn't understand. The bald guy's lips trembled, but he said nothing. Like hell you wouldn't feel something with a gun in your face. Then again, maybe you'd even get a thrill from it. That's why people should take responsibility for their words. Don't lie. Let me ask one last time. The game definitely told you I can't hurt you right now, correct? The bald guy nodded frantically and added, let's talk rules first, yeah? No need for this, it doesn't benefit you at all. Boom. A deafening roar blasted through the interior of the cab. In that sealed space, it was like a gas tank had exploded. Hell Roar had just let out its signature howl. The sweat on the bald guy's face instantly evaporated. His mouth hung wide open, eyes filled with unspeakable terror. His pupils were starting to scatter. Lucio didn't listen to a word, he just pulled the trigger. But despite the power to blow the whole car apart, the shot caused no damage at all. The barrel still smoking, its scorching heat pressed against the man's forehead. You. Why you? What the H*LL are you doing? The bald guy screamed like a lunatic, nearly scared *+. Good thing he was physically strong, or he might have literally crapped himself. Who does this kind of thing? What did I even say wrong? Weren't we getting along just fine a second ago? Why shoot me? What are you yelling for? On the blue-green mask, an extremely puzzled expression appeared. Oh, it was just a pleasant little test. The bald guy's lips turned pale, eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand getting shot in the head was supposed to be a pleasant test? You're having fun, sure. Where's the fun part for me? No, bro, I admit I was rude earlier. I'm really sorry. He started sucking up hard. But Lucio ignored him. He pulled out a die, casually rolled it, landed on a 1 and clicked his tongue in amusement. Before the bald guy could react, bang. Another shot to the head. But it missed. Lucio wasn't even sure how that was possible. With his skills, how could he miss? Seems like it's true. I really can't hurt you right now. Lucio nodded solemnly at the bald brute. Congratulations. Bald guy? Congratulations for what? Surviving you? I was just running a simple test to see how this game works, Lucio said, hands spread wide. After all, I'm in a completely unfamiliar place. I don't even know the game rules, I'm terrified, okay? And, just like that, Greed's chatty nature kicked in. Then, on the blue mask, a twisted smile appeared. So, when I don't understand something, I might want to test it out, using some methods normal people might not accept. So, for the sake of your personal safety, from now on, be honest, okay? The bald guy stared at the eerie blue mask right in front of him, almost touching his face, and was already a bit dazed. Right now, all he felt was regret, discomfort, and a strange illusion of wanting to die. He had never been one of the Chosen. As a mafia boss, of course he wanted to join the Chosen's game, and he had confidence in himself. This time, as a local contestant from Japan, he was selected to act as a support player tool, and afterward, he'd have the chance to become a player himself. And then he ran into Sin right at the start. What kind of excellent matchmaking mechanism is this? Why did it have to be hell mode from the get-go? It completely crushed his enthusiasm to join the game. Got shot in the head twice, though he was fine, it felt like he just took a stroll through the gates of hell. And staring at that blue mask now, he didn't feel safe at all. He didn't think the game had any intention of protecting him. This guy, ranked #1 in the world, made him feel like he could get tortured at any moment. Right now, he was like a little bunny, didn't even dare to smoke anymore, nodding obediently, promising to behave. All right, let me ask you something, are you married? Lucio asked. Huh? Not yet. Though he didn't know why that question came up, the bald guy still answered honestly. Who the H*LL cares whether you're married or not? Lucio suddenly shouted. Bald guy? Huh? Totally dumbfounded, he saw the guy patting his own mask and muttering to himself. Better ask something useful. Sigh, what a shame. If I had been able to trigger that system loophole just now, the reward could have been even higher. Regretful? Should I try twisting his head off? It's just that I can't use the gun. The bald guy didn't dare speak. Sitting there like he was on pins and needles, having no clue what kind of fit this boss was throwing. Alright, this is boring. I'll just follow the plot like usual. The way he said it made it sound like he was genuinely disappointed. This whole hunter and prey game thing, so, how many players are in it? As the prey, there should be 100 players, and they're all fairly strong. No weaklings. The bald guy quickly responded, not daring to put on airs, and even added some extra intel for free. That's the effect of Luce's opening 2 shots. Though they didn't hurt, they shattered all of the guy's schemes. 100, huh? Funny. Maybe there's a shrinking zone mechanic or something. Hope there's no copyright issue. Lucio muttered something totally off topic, then sat down grandly in the middle of the back row and said, All right then, I'll be the hunter. No, according to the game's initial settings, you're prey. Nope. I'm gonna be the hunter. Lucio shook his head. Game rules are just for laughs. I'm the hunter. No, but that's how the game starts. You're the prey, not the hunter, the bald guy said. Go talk to the game devs. Tell them I'm the hunter, Lucio replied. Bald guy? He turned his head stiffly, looking utterly confused at the blue mask. He had nothing to say. Is that something you can negotiate? What? Got a problem? Better speak up honestly, Lusa said in a low, creepy voice. It's not about problems, it's just, that's not even possible. The bald guy's eyes were totally vacant. In that moment, he started seriously reconsidering whether he wanted to become a player at all. Those players who met this guy in past games must have been seriously unlucky. Looks like time's almost up. Just let me explain first, the bald guy said, giving up on trying to follow Sin's logic. He could only stick to his own script. A with tilde knew. The 100 selected players will be the prey. Their mission is to survive for 24 hours. Whether they're killed or their beacon is destroyed, both will be treated as death and a mission failure. Anyone who survives the full 24 hours will be considered to have cleared the game. Also, the fewer people remaining at the end, the bigger the reward share for each survivor. And be careful, if your beacon is lost, even if it's not damaged, you won't get any reward at settlement. Once the bald guy finished speaking, Luce's game panel gave a ding and a message popped up. Task: survive 24 hours. Countdown begins. Seeing that, Luce didn't need to test anything else. It looked like that really was the game. But the only question was, Tokyo, is it really that scary? He glanced out the window at the calm, peaceful sky. A hell mode game, and the mission is just to stay alive. For this 24 hours to be a real challenge, it would need at least 2 nuke-level crises, right? As he kept thinking, the smile on the blue mask grew wider and wider. The bald guy sitting in front of him felt completely creeped out. All prey. We're all prey. Then who's the hunter? Luso asked the driver, looking genuinely curious. No idea. The game didn't say. Just as he answered, Luce's hand was already on his neck, tightening slightly. I really don't know. The game really didn't say. The only thing it mentioned was that the hunter's power is overwhelming, and no player should even think about facing the hunter head-on. So it's not a person? Luce thought to himself, then suddenly shook his head hard. No, that's not right. The way it was worded was way too vague, it gave no real answer. And the task only said to survive. Nothing else. Who knows if what this bald guy is saying is even true? A battle royale, and still no sign of who the hunter is. But at the end, the bald guy had said it loud and clear, the fewer people left, the higher the reward. And something about the beacon, that's obviously the point system token, meant for stealing. The greed mask was especially sharp when it came to this stuff. He knew for sure, there was something wrong with this game. No telling who the final hunter really was. But it couldn't possibly be as simple as the bald guy made it sound. And from a maximizing profits perspective, there's no way this game is just about hiding out for 24 hours. No, not right. From under the blue mask, a muttering voice kept leaking out. Heh, a trap, huh? Still, pretty interesting. Alright, from now on, I'm the hunter. As if he'd made up his mind, Luce stretched and laughed out loud. Bald guy? This guy can't understand human speech? The bald guy sat in the driver's seat, blinking repeatedly, but didn't dare say a word. He didn't really care whether this guy was mentally ill or not. He just cared that this guy wouldn't put another bullet in his head. From the look of it earlier, this guy seemed genuinely disappointed that he hadn't killed him. What if he suddenly got a wild idea and figured out a way to deal with him? Though he'd never played the game himself, he'd seen plenty of those videos floating around online. This Sin, his methods were downright ****. Lucio was sitting in the back seat now, shoulders trembling slightly, letting out a low chuckle from his throat, lost in his own world, laughing to himself. Total lunatic. The bald guy had no idea what was going on, and he didn't dare ask, didn't dare speak. He sat there stiffly, eyes wide, so nervous he didn't even dare lean back in the seat. His back was ramrod straight, which had the live stream audience laughing out loud. Haha, poor bald Chong. Classic, grab a random guy and torment him move. Comedy gold, watching a mafia boss get trained into an elementary schooler by Mr. Sin. The way he's blinking and doesn't dare speak, kinda cute, wanna simp. Unreal. While Lucy kept laughing nonstop, he finally slowed down a bit, tilted his head, and glanced over at the bald guy. Why aren't you talking? Bald guy. Maybe I've got a sore throat or something. Lusu waved a hand, not bothering to respond to that clumsy excuse, and lightly tapped his own head with one hand. Do others, I mean people like you, do they also tell the other players the same info? The bald guy stammered a bit and said, They should be, yeah. Anyway, that's what the game says. I definitely didn't make anything up. I'm just repeating what I was told. Lusa thought for a moment. Honestly, it was pretty obvious. Assuming the bald guy wasn't lying, then all 100 players in this game weren't rookies. They should be able to assess the game. Obs. In that case, the line about the fewer survivors, the greater the reward had a pretty clear implication. It basically encouraged these prey-like players to attack each other. Especially those confident in their own strength, they'd have no problem taking out a few other players if the opportunity came up. Because the hint was so blatant, most people with half a brain would see it. That's why Lusu suspected this might be a trap. A setup designed to make players slaughter each other? Or maybe the so-called hunter didn't even exist. That everyone was both hunter and prey? But regardless of whether he was right or wrong, the greed mask was extremely satisfied, and a twisted smile slowly crept across his face. He felt that even if it was a trap, so what? It was fun. I get it. Very good. Lucius sat in the back seat, the mask glowing with an eerie and intimidating light, murmuring to himself. Bald guy, what the H*LL do you get? But of course, he couldn't actually say that. Thanks for the intel, Lucius said, spinning his gun while casually glancing at the bald guy. Sure. As he was finishing his sentence, he suddenly screamed and jerked his head back in terror. Because right after Lucius spoke, his head lunged forward like a teleport, nearly face to face. You're sure you're not lying? Lucius moved incredibly fast, so fast the bald guy could almost feel the cold mask touch him. The sudden shock nearly made him pass out. And no, I'm not. His heartbeat was about to explode, but considering the man in front of him, he had no choice but to answer as calmly as he could. Just answer whatever he asks. Who cares if it makes sense? Oi, alright. Lucius nodded. So, the chest marker you mentioned, what is it? You can just look down, the bald guy said, pointing at Lucius' chest. Lucius? He lowered his head slightly and noticed that there was a pentagram-shaped brooch, about the size of a fist, pinned to his chest. That's the badge assigned to each person. It's part of the game. Make sure you protect it. If it's damaged, you're out. Maybe with your strength, killing you outright would be tough, but that thing's fragile. Also, it can't be stored in your backpack. Seeing that Sin was finally paying attention to the most critical item, the bald guy jumped straight into NPC mode and started explaining. Oh. Lucius fiddled with the metal hanging in front of him, showing no particular reaction. He just pulled out that die again and tossed it. It hit the floor. Still rolled a 1. Lucius glanced up at him with a playful look and said, This stuff doesn't matter. Also, take me to find some other players. Should be possible, right? The bald guy clearly froze for a second, then cautiously said, I don't know where the other players are. I can't find them. But you can contact me anytime. According to the game rules, I might have. You're being dishonest. Lucius cut him off. The smiling face on the blue mask twisted continuously as he picked up the die. You lied. Also, in this game, what matters isn't what the game wants, it's what I want. The bald guy, who had finally calmed down a bit, suddenly felt a chill crawl across his whole body. But before he could even try to argue, Lucius' voice continued. We'll talk about all that later. For now, do you have a knife? The bald guy shuddered. No, it's not that I don't want to help you find other players, it's just. I'd prefer if we could skip all the useless chatter if you do. Bald guy. He didn't dare say another word. That feeling, like being trapped with a beast, told him resistance was pointless. Hands trembling a little, he reached into the glove box and pulled out a dagger. The guy already had a gun. What difference did a knife make? You want a knife, for what? He turned around cautiously, only to see a sight that made his pupils quake. Behind him, Sin had already peeled off his shirt, revealing a pale but muscular chest. The blue mask wore a faint, ambiguous smile, an incredibly bizarre grin as he stared straight at the bald brute. Bald guy? No? You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. What does that even mean? I've never heard that Sin has this kind of kink. How did I even get caught up in this? Mom, I don't want to play this game anymore. The bald guy looked at the bare-chested Sin, tears almost falling from his eyes, thinking how cursed his fate really was. But the spectators watching the show had their attention elsewhere. So White, does the strongest player have such good skin? I wanna suck. Already recording. Can't wait to see what happens. Don't be nervous, it's just a little disguise. Greed was eating away at Lusu. He could hardly wait anymore, seizing any chance to rack up some pain points. I guess by now you must really hate me deep down, huh? Wanna take revenge on me, don't you? The bald guy's shiny head shook like a rattled drum, terrified he'd be too slow. No. Honestly, bro, you've been my idol since I was a kid. Wait, no, I mean I've been your fan since I was a kid. No, anyway, I absolutely have no problem with you. The bald guy babbled incoherently. The other guy's current state was just insane. Cut the CR*P. The blue mask slowly raised his head. A game should be played with the right attitude. Come on, stab me. Bald guy? Huh? He wondered if he'd heard wrong, staring blankly at the big shot in front of him. Hurry up, we're on a schedule. Don't waste time. It's boring if I have to do it myself. Come on, stab me. Then Luso lifted his head a little with disdain, looking at the Japanese yakuza in front of him. You shave your head, get tattoos, think that makes you a gangster? Never even cut someone before? Don't know how to use a knife. The bald guy's head started rattling again. Of course he had cut people before. The problem was, he'd never cut the world #1. His brain was spinning. Wasn't there something in the game rules about if you hurt a player, the player could retaliate or something? But obviously, he didn't know for sure, and there's no way he could understand what Lusu was trying to do here. Hurry up. In the end, under Sin's threat, the bald guy, trembling with unwillingness, picked up the knife and stabbed forward with a horrified face. He aimed for the pecs, not daring to use much force, but Lusu hadn't defended at all. When the bright red blood started flowing, the bald guy felt like even his brain had shriveled up a bit. RBS. Did you not eat? Put some strength into it. Lusu said casually, like the stab hadn't even touched him. At that moment, the bald guy finally looked up and clearly saw the scene in front of him. The knife was in his own hand, stabbed into the other man's left chest, just 5 centimeters ahead, was the heart of the world #1. The heart of the world #1. He didn't know why, but his breathing instantly grew heavier. Hee. Suddenly, a chilling laugh brushed past his ears, like a bell tolling, snapping him awake. How's it feel? You sense it now. From under the blue mask, a suppressed, crazy whisper oozed out. When unprecedented profit is right in front of a person, no matter the cost, everyone wants to take a shot. What if you succeed, right? Sin still stood there defenseless, blood flowing from his chest like he was on the brink of death. But those bewitching words poured over the bald guy like a bucket of cold water, freezing him to the bone. His whole body lost all strength in an instant, and he nearly collapsed to the ground, hands utterly limp. He no longer had the courage to push the knife even a tiny bit deeper. Pathetic. Trash. Lusu grabbed the knife back, feeling bored. This little stunt only earned a tiny bit of pain points, utterly useless. So, he sliced a long, deep wound across his own chest. Then, under the bald guy's terrified gaze, he slowly stuffed the marker into his own body. With this, the safety measure should be enough. This thing's diameter is pretty insane. I wonder if anyone could swallow it whole. Pressing his hand to the horrifying wound on his chest, Lusu looked at his work with satisfaction, then put on his mysterious cloak. After intimidating him over and over, the Yakuza driver in the front seat had grown numb. In his mind, this man was definitely a psychotic lunatic. He prayed desperately for this hellish scene to end soon. All right, that's enough. Time to settle things between us. Lusu spoke, the corners of his mouth on the mask stretching all the way to his ears, and with one hand he broke off the front seat, flattening the space inside the car. Don't. No, wait. After a burst of shrill screams, extremely fitting for the Japanese, echoed through the small alley, the taxi trembled for a moment, and Lusu stepped out. Black Knight. A metal sphere in the air expanded against the wind, and a giant, terrifying black motorcycle appeared out of thin air. Haha, Uncle finally gets to come out and play. Black Knight's voice was sharp and grating. Lusu grabbed the handlebars with one hand. It was like a connection instantly formed between him and the bike. Their bodies twisted and jerked midair before he climbed on in a totally unbalanced posture. Then, like a rocket launch, he shot out of the alley almost instantly, speeding down the streets of Tokyo. He didn't care about keeping a low profile. It didn't matter to him if any hunters spotted him. Behind him, the bald brute sat in the car, staring blankly, looking like he had lost everything. Racing through the streets, Lu Su wasn't even driving himself. Everything was handed over to Black Knight's autopilot. Meanwhile, he was focused on his game panel, where something new had popped up. It was an optical map, showing 100 light dots, not players, but the bald-headed types responsible for transporting the players. Even if the players had already finished their tasks and gotten out of the cars, there would definitely still be player activity nearby. And right now, Lu Su was driving the legendary Black Knight at full speed toward a place where the crowd was thicker. If any of you are a bit smarter, you should be thinking the same thing. Surely none of you got tricked by just a few words from an escort, right? Come on, downtown. Who wants to play hide-and-seek? The hunt begins. What did greed bring to Lu Su? Besides madness and reckless plundering, more importantly, it brought cunning and sharpness. After playing the game for so long, everyone's an old fox. Don't try to trick another fox with ghost stories. In every game, the most specific and crucial game tasks were either prompted directly by the mechanical voice of the game or appeared directly on the player's game panel. Whenever a character was used to read out the rules, there was always some shady business involved. Like Tom from Demon Asylum, or the last game, where the game between the slimes was triggered only at the very end. So this time, selecting players from among ordinary people to act as guides and explain the rules, it was clearly a shady move. Moreover, most likely, they used a montage-style lie. Montage-style lie, every sentence is true, but the real information is hidden through semantic misdirection. Just like what the bald guy said earlier, he really didn't know where the players were, but he did know where the drivers picking up players were. Also, the bald guy said if anything came up, he could be contacted, but Lu Su had already left before hearing him out. Although not 100% certain, he figured it was probably a trap. The game rules weren't fully honest. That escort bald driver wasn't fully honest. But Lu Su himself hadn't been fully honest either. Heh. Black Knight roared with an engine noise like a giant steel dragon, carrying Lu Su through the streets. Speed and the roar of combustion engines, these are the most adrenaline-pumping things. At this moment, Lu Su's blue mask showed an unrestrained smile, savoring the thrill. And besides, this was the real world. Finally, he could go wild in the real world, experiencing his own power and abilities. So he had no intention of exposing the game's conspiracy, quite the opposite, he wanted to fuel it. What a beautiful city. Rushing through the streets, the scenery of this so-called number one city of Asia turned into flowing light, pouring into his eyes. If it were burning, it might be even more beautiful. Greed carried a bit of an antisocial vibe. Well, this definitely wasn't Lu Su's own true intention. Looking at the map he had just plundered from his game panel, he saw over 100 flashing red dots. These 100 red dots were 100 escort cars, their movement trajectories weaving a giant web across Tokyo. Besides, the bald guy had mentioned he could be contacted at any time. Lu Su had ignored that, but seriously, just a phone call? What good would that do? Surely, I'm not the only one searching for others. And surely, I'm not the only one who knows they're holding this map. 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their talents. First real-world game, there better be a few interesting masters for me. Thinking this, he glanced at the dots on the screen and said to Black Knight, "Bro, step on it." Meanwhile, all 100 players had already met their guides, either taxi drivers or other professions, but all arriving with the same line, "Get in." Most players still hadn't adjusted to playing a game in real life and didn't understand what was the point of these missions issued by random people. But just like the bald guy had said earlier, this time's matches were all with well-performing veteran players. Surely there would be experts. Taito Ward, inside a taxi. A cloaked figure held a crystal ball, seemingly sucking the soul out of the driver, who stared blankly ahead. "Tell me, what are hunters exactly, and where are the other players?" Under an overpass in Shinjuku Ward, a car wobbled as it drove. The driver's face was full of terror, while in the back seat sat a man wreathed in flames, looking like he stepped straight out of a fantasy novel. Hurry up, I'm getting excited to see my peers, haha. F asterisk CK all that hunter and prey crap. I'm the hunter. I'll just kill them all. Meanwhile, a flaming fireball floated silently above the passenger seat, ready to explode at any moment. The driver was drenched in sweat, not from fear but pure heat, and now steam was rising as he was forced to find other players. Odo Ward, a relatively remote district, Xia and Tong stepped out of a black car. The driver had fallen asleep, but judging by his breathing, he wasn't dead yet. And on her game panel, a new holographic map had appeared, showing 100 flashing light points. Why? Xia Antung's expression was one of confusion and a bit of numbness. There should only be a few Hell Mode games. Why had she matched into one again? A nameless sense of foreboding welled up inside her. After getting closer to an area dense with light dots, Lu Su casually picked one and locked onto the target, telling Black Knight to sprint full speed toward it. No need for nonsense. Grab one first, break open a path, at least figure out how players were being eliminated. However, among all Lu Su's masks, the greed mask was the most intelligence-oriented. On the way, he noticed something felt very wrong about this city. He hadn't hidden his abnormality at all, practically flaunting himself as a player. But what he saw wasn't surprise at recognizing him. What he saw most was arguments breaking out every few seconds. Shop owners getting into street fights. People tossing things off high-rises. Cars smashing into each other over parking spaces like they were trying to kill each other. It wasn't anything huge, but it was happening way too often. The whole city didn't feel normal anymore, more like a violent, crime-ridden city. If he didn't know he was in Tokyo, he would have thought he was in Los Santos from Grand Theft Auto. And just then, the road ahead was completely jammed. A massive chorus of honking filled the air, making his brain feel like mush. Holy **T. Is the city breaking down? Or are Tokyo streets just always this full of martial virtue? The bizarre situation made the expression on the greed mask even more excited, and he asked Black Knight under him. Hey, got any good ideas? Just crash through. Black Knight's voice was casual and confident. And if I want to be a little gentler? Then hold on tight. The Black Knight's voice suddenly pitched up high, like the battle roar of a Zhang Fei-type character charging into enemy lines in a drama. In his eyes, the most satisfying thing would be to charge straight ahead, smashing everything in his path. As for Lu Su, who was on his back, this guy's physical strength was so high, he wouldn't die easily. The Black Knight seemed like a guy brimming with energy, always ready and eager to unleash his violence. If the pale green mask had been riding him over, the streets would have already been rivers of blood. But although greed wasn't bloodthirsty, he didn't bother suppressing the Black Knight's mental state either. The commotion here just wasn't big enough. It couldn't lure prey or hunters. Greed's true nature was just as mad, with a love for chaos and thrills. Just like he had said before, Tokyo was beautiful, but a burning Tokyo might be even more beautiful. Hold on tight. The Black Knight, out of a bit of responsibility, reminded Lu Su once again. Then, the Black Beast suddenly took off, as if it had some jet propulsion installed, soaring right over many people's heads, leaping past the road signs. The massive black figure sliced over everyone's heads, bringing an overwhelming sense of oppression, finally making every single driver's head whip around. Boom! The motorcycle didn't have wings, what went up had to come down, and it came crashing down fiercely on top of a land navigator. The massive car let out a sharp screech, the roof instantly caving in with a huge dent, and the tires were this close to bursting. Every driver on the street was stunned. Everyone noticed this insane guy, and in no time, they were pointing, shouting, pulling out their phones to take pictures. The street, already deafening from horns blaring back and forth, turned even more chaotic. Oh, everyone, really sorry. The traffic jam here is just way too bad, and I'm kinda in a rush right now. But I can keenly feel it. You all seem kinda off, don't you? Like you're realizing you're inside a game, wanting to unleash yourselves a bit, the usually repressed East Asian culture, slowly letting loose. But from my perspective, it's still clearly not enough. If you can, I suggest you go even crazier. Grab some matches and gasoline. Bring a gun. Just for 24 hours, after all, with the game covering it, whatever happens can be blamed on the game and the players. Greed's talkative nature flared up again, starting to stir people's hearts, tempting the desire and craving for chaos deep inside everyone. The world burns because deep down, everyone wants it to burn. Vroom vroom. The massive Black Knight's wheels began to spin, roaring like a chainsaw above the car roof, iron scraps flying everywhere. Done talking? If you're done, let's go. The Black Knight roared and launched forward, whipping up a fierce wind, leaping and weaving right through the streams of traffic, tearing across the tops of cars. With circumflex nepsilon. No road? Then just go over people's heads. I'm in a rush, so I won't waste time yapping with you all. Don't suppress your anger and desires. Lusa sat on the Black Knight's back, laughing wildly as they stormed off, while the crowd stared at the iron beast trampling over the cars, erupting into chaos. Countless curses and shouts filled the air. It's me, I'm the player, that D*MN player disturbing your normal lives. While riding the Black Knight across the traffic, Lusa kept pulling aggro, stirring up more hatred towards himself. He was also trying to use their voices to spread his name, telling everyone where he was, letting everyone know the strongest player existed in this game. The citizens here were amazing, cursing, fighting, resisting, letting loose under the backdrop of the game. Just like right now. In Luce's brain, it was like some instinct flared up. He suddenly pressed the handlebars, and the Black Knight lifted into a wheelie. Bang! Clang! Amid gunshots and sharp collision noises, the Black Knight cursed loudly. F***CK. Who shot me? Lusu twisted his head and saw a man in a gray jacket, face cold and numb, holding an unknown gun barrel, pointing right at him. He just got shot by an ordinary citizen? Speaking of which, with his current body, getting shot in the head might actually still kill him. If everyone pulled out guns for a volley, even the strongest player could seriously crash and burn. But Lusu wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he laughed and pointed at the man who had fired. Exactly. That's the kind of move you should be making. If you should shoot, shoot. It's game time now. Today in Tokyo, the clocks aren't ticking on Tokyo time, they're ticking on game time. Saying that, he raised his hand and fired right back toward the man. But he wasn't aiming to kill. The energy bullet drilled precisely into the guy's car's gas tank. Boom! With a loud bang, the car jolted and burst into flames. The already chaotic, struggling crowd exploded again into even greater madness, but Luce's eyes swept rapidly across every face. Something wasn't right. There was very little panic on their faces, way more excitement. These people definitely had a problem. Tokyo definitely had a problem. He didn't know if it was because of the game, but it had clearly changed something in the whole city. Everything he had seen and heard along the way, including now, clearly showed that people weren't behaving normally. Was this part of the game's conspiracy? Luce didn't know, but what he did know was, this was great, this was fun. Whatever shady plot the game had, whatever was wrong, Luce's job was to pour gasoline on it all. Leaving behind explosions and fire in his wake, Luce once again rode the Black Knight and sped away. And what echoed through the air was the terrifying declaration he left for the city. I'm Sin, here to play the game, but I don't mind being your scapegoat either. 24 hours. Game time is 24 hours. Anyone with a grudge, settle it. Anyone without a grudge, just enjoy yourself. Everything that happens in this city in the next 24 hours, you can blame it all on me. Everything you're too scared to do, can't accept, or can't let anyone find out about. I did it all. Luce sped away, leaving gunshots, firelight, and chaos behind him. It was as if that was a completely different world. He was like the source of a plague, spreading madness, fueling conflict and strife, and then drifting away. This city had a problem. Maybe everyone's minds had been affected, or maybe the game had released some kind of frenzy current. Either way, it didn't matter. He would just follow the game's lead and make everything worse. Greed loved chaos the most. As long as everything turned into a big pot of madness, he'd have a chance to reap his own benefits from it. Of course, explosive benefits. Riding on the Black Knight, the lights and shadows on both sides changed rapidly. The sun was setting, and it was almost dusk. Night was gradually falling, and as the light dimmed, the veneer of civilization on people's faces also began to peel away. All along the way, it seemed like car crashes were everywhere. The streets were just short of turning into an all-out brawl. The more chaotic it was outside, the weaker Luce's own independent spirit became, and the greed mask seemed like it was wrestling for control, getting more and more excited. Heh, looks like last time there weren't enough people. This mask didn't have enough fun. Luce chuckled softly, and the Black Knight under him roared with excitement. Hey, we're almost there, but I have a feeling something's about to go wrong. Is your body gonna hold up? Just keep driving, your body might not even be as tough as mine. Then it's a deal. If I smash something, you gotta fix me up later, the Black Knight shouted as he sped like a gust of wind. Depends on the price. Chatting like this, Luce already spotted a taxi up ahead accelerating suspiciously. At the same time, the road ahead was jammed full of vehicles, all crammed together. The traffic lights at the intersection changed, and countless cars surged in. Hold on tight, don't fall off. The Black Knight shouted excitedly, blue fire blasting out of his exhaust pipe as he sprinted forward. Weaving through the crowded traffic like a dragon, Luce could clearly feel how many side mirrors his shoulders had snapped off. The crowd's curses and honking gradually faded from his ears. His eyes were locked firmly on that car ahead. The accident's here, just like I thought. The Black Knight's current speed was nearly as fast as a bullet train. Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out, the tone sounding like someone who had already given up. But based on Luce's previous orders, the Black Knight didn't slow down at all. At the last T-junction, from a blind spot in his vision, a heavy pickup truck suddenly charged out without warning. Even with Luce's terrifying reflexes, all he could catch was a blur, a truck charging out, and then, the roar of impact hit. Boom. The deafening crash sounded like two trains colliding. Half of the pickup's body exploded instantly, debris flying everywhere like grenade shrapnel. But at the very last second, the Black Knight twisted slightly, shifting Luce's body just enough to avoid taking the brunt of the impact. Good luck, bro, the Black Knight said. Don't fall apart yourself. Luce laughed back, his gaze never once shifting, locked onto the car ahead. In the horrific crash, Luce's right leg twisted grotesquely, and his whole body was blasted forward by the shockwave, flying toward that taxi. His body drew an arc through the air and slammed squarely onto the taxi's roof. Bang! The taxi roof caved in with a massive dent. The driver inside looked absolutely terrified, flooring the accelerator and swerving like crazy. Crash! The metal roof screeched as it tore apart. The driver twisted his head around, and his eyes nearly popped out. A bloody right hand had punched through the roof. The arm ripped open the metal roof and, with a forceful tug, tore a huge hole in the taxi's top. A blue mask jammed into the hole. Luce, lying on top of the speeding car, grinned at the driver and said, "Hey there, where you running to?" It was like he was telling the guy, run faster. Instantly, the taxi maxed out its speed, swerving wildly in the middle of the road, trying to shake Luce off. And beta. But Luce's strength? The car roof couldn't hold him at all. The whole shell was ripped open, and half his body squeezed inside through the ceiling. It wasn't even nighttime yet, but Luce's appearance was enough to scare the driver like he'd seen a ghost. "Hey, what are you so afraid of?" Luce asked, hanging upside down over the passenger seat, puzzled. Of course he was scared. Who wouldn't be? The driver, completely panicked, suddenly shouted and grabbed a gun hidden under his seat. "Luce." The pistol was shoved straight at Luce's head. Bang. Luce dodged. In the next second, he flipped into the car, crushed the metal gun barrel with his hand, and a mocking smile appeared beneath the blue mask. See me and immediately pull a gun without saying a word. You people definitely have problems. I don't know anything," the driver said in terror, watching his gun crushed to bits. "I never said you knew anything," Luce grinned. "Relax, I know the rules. The game moves forward bit by bit. I'm not even forcing you to confess, hee. Tell me, where's the player you picked up just now?" Saying that, Luce grabbed the guy's shoulder with one hand, gently applying pressure, watching the driver's face twist in pain. "Oh? That face hurts, huh? Wasn't it supposed to be impossible for me to hurt you guys? Or is the protection time about to end? You'd better not refuse me." All of the guy's resistance crumbled like paper in front of the pain. He couldn't hold on, and his eyes darted toward a street corner. Luce twisted his head and locked eyes with a plain-looking Japanese man. The man instantly panicked. The blue mask grinned wickedly, nodded at him, then punched the driver's leg hard. The taxi shot forward under the driver's foot, and Lusu wrestled the steering wheel a few times with his other hand, quickly crashing the car right in front of the target. Lusa kicked the door open, flipped, and jumped out. "Hi there, long time no see." Lusa called out to the confused man across from him, the guy's face clearly saying, "When have I ever seen you before?" That look really breaks my heart." Lusa spoke while taking a step forward, almost tripping and falling. Only then did he lower his head and realize that his right foot seemed twisted 180 degrees. Looking at his knee again, it also seemed twisted 180 degrees. The earlier violent collision and being dragged across the rooftop had still left some impact on him. At least this leg still had some issues. Sorry, looks like this body still needs some improvement. Give me a second." Then, Lusa bent down, as if tying his shoelaces, and in front of the other guy's horrified eyes, twisted his foot and knee back into the correct direction. The cracking sound of bones during the process really didn't need much description. After moving it around a little, realizing it still wasn't working well, he sighed and gulped down a bottle of basic healing potion. "All right, done." The player blocked by Lusa took a slight step back, his gaze flickering with panic. The Shadow of the Tree of Life, the codename Sin, every player had at least heard of it. Looking at the mask and remembering what this man just did to his leg, the other guy basically figured out 70 to 80% of it. As expected, it's that maniac. The rumors were true. Why the H*LL would a lunatic like him target me? And saying stuff like long time no see, really AF** King lunatic. SH*T, no way, I need to leave here fast. No matter what, being targeted by him is definitely not a good thing. While thinking this, his feet kept retreating. No amount of distance could make him feel safe. He was still wearing the in-game identity disguise. To outsiders, he would just look like an ordinary Japanese man. "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" At this moment, he still pretended, trying to act like Lusu hadn't recognized him. Ha. Lusa couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, "Bro, don't you think your acting is just a bit too obvious? Besides, if you were really an ordinary person, facing a situation like this, you wouldn't be reacting like this." The guy, passerby A, felt annoyed, thinking to himself that the strongest player sure lived up to his name. If he's locked onto you, then ting is useless. Badass. "All right, what do you want?" He stiffly took the initiative to ask, while secretly forming a hand seal, clearly preparing to act at any time. Lusa didn't care at all, and said naturally, "Yeah, I'm a hunter. Of course I'm here to harvest you. That's the game rules. How about you just end yourself?" Passerby A's expression didn't change one bit. He calmly said, "Huh? Don't talk nonsense. The game rules are very clear. We're all prey. All players are prey. Hunters aren't players." On the blue mask, the two brows lifted expressively. Did the game rules say that? That hunters can't be players. But just after saying that, Lusa laughed. "Oh, nice move. You're trying to bluff me? Not bad. No wonder they say in this game mode, there are no weaklings. Even a random guy has this level of scheming." He started slowly pressing forward, closing the distance between them. The other guy didn't waste time either and said directly, "But I succeeded, didn't I? You're definitely not a hunter. The fewer people left, the better. As the strongest player, you surely want to survive alone. But it's just 24 hours, and since we're both players, and it's the first game held in the real world, I'd suggest not starting an internal fight right off the bat. We're all prey. The game just started. We should help each other." The guy spoke logically and clearly, and didn't show fear facing Lusu. He was actually pretty impressive. Lusu nodded under the greed mask. If most of the players in this round were at this level, then things would indeed be fun. "Yeah, you're right. But for a game to proceed, for it to quickly reach its climax and get interesting, someone always has to be the sacrifice." Before he even finished the last word, Lusu had already teleported right in front of passerby A and struck out with a palm. This palm truly landed. In the current world, you could count on one hand the number of players who could take a hit from it. Passerby A's face drastically changed. He quickly formed a hand seal, seeming to cast some kind of skill. The next second, Lusa's hand seemed to hit a mirror. It instantly shattered into flying fragments of light, and passerby A, who should have taken the hit, appeared 10 meters away. "Run." Even though he didn't know why Sin was attacking so decisively, once attacked, there was only one choice: run. Until now, everyone who tried to spar with Sin had lost. Even though no true top players had ever fought Sin directly, he himself wasn't a top player either. In the next moment, a giant object suddenly crashed out from the side, smashing through a wall and blocking his retreat. "Don't run, why so anxious?" "Ha ha, isn't that what that guy would say?" Black Knight mimicked Luce's tone and stood in his way. The passerby player was stunned, staring at the huge hunk of black metal, doubting his own sanity. Did the motorcycle just talk? The next second, a strong wind came from behind. With just one palm strike, it completely shredded his external armor, ripping open his clothes like he had been forcibly stripped. On his chest, a 5-pointed star was shining. "You." Luce didn't give him a chance to speak, directly smacking the star with his hand. Blood trickled down from the corner of the guy's mouth, and at the same time, the star shattered. "First kill achieved. The first player has been eliminated." A voice sounded in all players' minds simultaneously, including Luce's, letting him realize that every player's elimination came with an announcement. And it was the first kill. "What are you doing? Don't strip me." Passerby A saw himself eliminated and immediately howled in collapse, but somehow, his yell also got broadcasted through the player voice channel. That shout was sent to all players as part of the broadcast. Lusu instantly realized every player, when eliminated, probably had some last words time. Could be a scream, could be a statement, but anyway, it was a form of information transmission. Lusu immediately spoke toward the shattered star. "I am Sin, I killed him, and I am in this game. Now, I want you all to know where I am." The passerby player stared dumbfounded at the face on his chest, at the guy who suddenly leaned in and started shouting. He still couldn't quite accept it. He was already eliminated? That easily? Until no more sounds came through his ears, Lucifer finally stopped talking and slowly stood up. Looks like the full map voice broadcast time is really limited. Seriously stingy. Congratulations. You're lucky to have met me so early." The passerby's face turned livid with anger. He hadn't done anything and was directly eliminated, and he had to thank him. "Congratulations." "Yeah. Of course congratulations," Lucius said naturally. "You have to understand, this is a hell mode game. Under normal circumstances, if you're eliminated, you're dead. But you were extremely lucky to meet the great and merciful me, so you can stand here alive, safely exiting the game's turmoil at the very start. You just have to wait for the game to end now." Passerby. "So, you see, shouldn't you be thanking me?" Passerby. "Then, thanks." Maybe it was because Luce's words were too self-righteous. The passerby's brain twitched and he subconsciously said it. Facing the eerie, somewhat frightening smile on the blue mask, he didn't know how Sin could even say the words great and merciful with a straight face. "Hey bro, great kindness needs no thanks." Lusu immediately took advantage, replying very shamelessly, even using the phrase great kindness needs no thanks himself. Wasn't that supposed to be the other guy's line? "I think, since I'm being such a good guy, how about you buy an exit token? Then you can leave at any time." Lusu said seriously, then pulled out a golden coin from his backpack. At this point, Lusu had 5 exit tokens already. He was seriously wealthy now, though he still didn't know why every perfect completion awarded him so many exit tokens. Looking at the exit token handed over by Sin, the passerby's expression turned extremely complicated. Only Sin, or rather the Sin behind the greed mask, could think of doing business even in a hell mode game. "I already have an exit token. Seems like there's no need to buy yours." Hearing such an uncooperative reply, Lusu immediately looked displeased and patted the passerby on the shoulder. "Hey, you're a little out of line, bro. The exit token you have and the exit token I have, obviously they're not the same." The passerby hadn't reacted yet, curiously and innocently asked, What's the difference?" At this moment, Lusu was like a drunkard, swaying and muttering. "If you buy my exit token, then you won't need to use it. You can just obediently wait until the end of the game and leave without losing anything. But if you don't buy it, you might soon need to use your own exit token." Passerby player? After thinking for a second, his whole face flushed purple with anger. Was there even such a way to talk? "Ha ha ha. Awesome, pure extortion. I actually thought about it just now, really thought there was some difference with the exit tokens. LOL, This shameless vibe, it's so familiar. This mask must be an old acquaintance. The audience laughed themselves silly. Watching from outside the game, they couldn't feel the psychological devastation of the passerby player. Meanwhile, feeling the increasing pressure on his shoulder, the passerby realized he had no way out. There was no point arguing. He directly started bargaining, no choice, he still had to pay up. Who told him to be so unlucky, encountering this devil right at the start? In the end, after some haggling, Lu Su fairly and reasonably traded with him and got a skill learning scroll. Trying to rob everything wasn't realistic. If he asked for too much, the guy might have just used his exit token and fled. Players now had some skills. Making someone unable to use even an exit token was a bit difficult. Special skill, Bloodhound. Grade, powerful skill, learning requires spirit value 5. Same grade as his scholar's right hand, not bad. And it required a lot of spirit value to learn. Lucid didn't waste time. He flipped himself onto Black Knight. Since he'd made his full map declaration, he naturally needed to act. TCH, by the way, shouldn't a full map first kill come with a reward? While picking where to go next, he muttered under his breath, as if he always felt he wasn't getting enough. 1 hour in, and already the first player had been eliminated. In others' eyes, it was terrifyingly fast. After all, this wasn't some battle royale game. Everyone valued their life heavily. But Lucis still thought 1 hour, way too slow. Looking up, he spotted the most iconic building nearby within his field of vision. Tokyo Tower. This is it. Almost at the same time, Black Knight started sprinting toward the target. Having the mechanical heart seemed to give him a natural tacit understanding with Lu Su. Night was gradually falling, but it didn't bring stillness. A battle royale like this was meant to be played at night. Tokyo's royale face was the night one, with its brightly lit light pollution even more glaring than in the daytime. This city smells like it's about to boil over. Riding Black Knight, Lucis smiled behind his mask, with lights flowing across it. Your nose is amazing. How the H*LL did you smell that? Man, you're really good at talking crap, Black Knight grumbled beneath him. I can't smell anything. All I smell is gasoline. By the way, why are we going to that tower? Gonna tear it down. Lusu didn't respond. In fact, when he made that declaration using the passerby player, it hadn't been planned. He himself didn't even remember what he had said, something about letting everyone know where he was. But he believed. As long as there were masters still in this game, as long as there were players who hadn't been scared off by his reputation, they would definitely come. And at this moment, throughout this giant city, pairs of eyes gleaming with sharp light, powerful presences, all turned toward a single direction. Among masters, there's always a sense. Lucis' judgment was correct. Some people, seeing the first kill, were terrified that the next one might catch up to them, and quickly ducked away and hid. But others, seeing the first kill happen, thought instead this game had finally officially begun. Inside a taxi, the driver's expression was completely numb. He honestly had no idea why he was unlucky enough to encounter someone like this right from the start. Over an hour of game time had passed, and this guy still hadn't gotten out of the car. He was just the escort driver. Even though he couldn't get hurt, he still couldn't abandon the car and leave. The guy simply refused to get off. Plus, the fireball in the front passenger seat was practically roasting him to dehydration. It was pure torture. Hurry up. Why aren't we there yet? A voice from the back roared impatiently, scaring the driver so badly he almost couldn't press down on the gas pedal. But it's a red light. Your red light. Hurry up and get to that area, and don't tell me you don't know where it is. If you're late. Threatened, the driver snapped in anger and slammed the gas pedal down viciously, forced to run the red light, not recommended. And in the back seat, the tall man wearing a black fireproof leather coat clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles cracked, looking extremely excited. The strongest player. Similar scenes were happening all over Tokyo. Many similar figures were rushing at high speed toward one particular area. Trying to gather, Let's go take a look. Crazy bastards. I hope the ones with big reputations are worth the hype. Kill someone first, then put out the info? Reckless, but pretty interesting. Many top players, for all sorts of strange reasons, began seeking out the strongest player. Some purely wanted to see the strength of the strongest player. After all, Park Bu-sung last time was way too useless. Some thought it would just be fun. Since Sin put out that kind of message, a lot of people would probably show up. And some thought a bit deeper, guessing maybe the first player was trying to lure in hunters this way, gathering the strongest players to see if they could resist. A with circumflex B. MHM, the one overthinking things like this was Xia and Tong. Even though they all had different reasons, the final result was the same. Luce's declaration had truly gathered a group of players from this game. Night had fully fallen. Lu Su was currently leaning against the Black Knight, quietly waiting. He stood right under the Tokyo Tower, and by now he was completely surrounded by a crowd. Because of Sin's massive fame, and because he wasn't bothering to hide himself at all, appearing so blatantly in public, he looked just like a global superstar, surrounded so densely not even water could seep through. A whole bunch of police cars had also shown up, not to drive Lu Su away, but to drive away the crowd. Honestly, he really did count as a global superstar. Just the kind whose deeds in-game, if committed in real life, would easily get him life imprisonment in any country. Unless some civilized countries didn't have life imprisonment. So nobody dared to really get too close. A wide open space had formed beneath Tokyo Tower. Lu Su narrowed his eyes as he watched the distant, flashing crowd lights, feeling a bit unreal. This was the real world after all. Since when had he gotten this famous? He even saw some Sakura girls waving glow sticks, just like idol fans cheering for a concert. Lu Su was speechless seeing this. His blue mask showed a ferocious grin as he looked at the crowd that felt more like a lively festival. But then small cheers erupted from within the crowd. Wow, look. He smiled. His mask can smile? That's so cool. So cute. I want his contact info. Lu Su. They seriously have brain problems. Hey, if I wanted to make a big headline right now, should I shoot them in the head? The Black Knight replied. Wild imagination. But that would make you a real B** starred. Still, I support it. Want me to ram into them? Lu Su. This Black Knight, why is he so evil? Wonder who he learned it from. By the way, what if nobody pays attention to you? If no players show up, won't you be super embarrassed? The Black Knight looked at the surrounding crowd and casually chatted. Nope, besides, those players aren't as gentle and polite as me. What if they tear you apart? Then I'll just run, the Black Knight shamelessly said. B** starred. You'd just run? What about me? Lu Su kicked the Black Knight from the side. The Black Knight turned his head. If he had a facial expression, he definitely would have lost control. You. Bro, you don't seriously think you're gentle and polite, do you? Hey, where'd you go? Lu Su's figure had already vanished. Looking up again, he saw Lu Su sprinting up Tokyo Tower at crazy speed, aiming for the top, the kind of motion that would make any parkour champion eat their heart out. That tiny figure climbed up the iron structure, drawing another wave of gasps from the crowd. Some even found it fun and surged forward. Before long, Lu Su reached the tip of the tower, the lightning rod, and then pulled out his hell roar. He aimed at the sky, switched to third gear, and fired 3 shots. 3 fireballs exploded in the sky, dazzling and brilliant, attracting everyone's eyes. The crowd instantly erupted into cheers, no one realizing the danger hidden behind the beauty, or rather, many didn't realize. Wow! So pretty! Is this a fireworks show? I'm filming this for YouTube. Who's that? A game player? Can we have more games like this in real life? The crowd was noisy and joyful, like a holiday celebration. A few minutes later, screams and cries erupted. A flaming taxi crashed straight into the crowd, smashing and injuring who knows how many people, causing utter chaos. The police immediately drew their guns, thinking the car had caught fire on its own, but the next second, the flames slowly extinguished. The back door opened and a tall, muscular, middle-aged man stepped out. His muscles bulged against his fireproof coat. He looked around, grinning ferociously. The strongest player's stash isn't bad. Even has signal flares. Looks like I'm the first one here. Or maybe the rest are just cowards. His whole body radiated an explosive aura, like a volcano, making the crowd too scared to get close. Peak ranking number 7, son. The record holder for the shortest total clearance time. Maybe you're just the most flashy one. In the air, an unceremonious voice sounded, and a silver figure slowly appeared, stepping on something like a skateboard under his feet. It was as if he had been there all along, only now revealing himself. Number 19, Wu Changkong. The peak ranking had very little information about him, only that most of his abilities relied on the skateboard beneath his feet, a growth-type weapon extremely rare. When the peak ranking first came out, he was ranked outside the top 30, but his rise had been rapid. Why did you call us here? Got some kind of plan? The crowd slowly parted, as if making way for a highly respected contestant. Another man strode out. His eye sockets were sunken, his face sharp and stern. From his appearance, you couldn't really tell his age. You could say he looked like he was in his 20s, but you could also believe he was nearing 50, wearing what looked like a combat uniform with a US flag printed on the shoulder. Number 12, Thomas Reno. In many people's eyes, most wouldn't risk their lives in the game. Once they obtained their coveted powers, they would cherish them, afraid of losing them. But Reno clearly wasn't that type. His thirst for war and danger had already been etched into his bones, making him fall in love with the Chosen's paradise the moment he encountered it. He was the kind who would never quit the game, nor give up being a player. The three looked at each other, but didn't say much, scanning the surroundings to see if anyone else would step forward. After all, with Sin, the world's #1 title, and the fact that this was the first kill in the game broadcast to everyone, it should attract plenty of interest. But after looking around, they realized it was just the three of them. Had the others not shown up? Of course not. Some people had blended into the crowd, using the masses as their natural cover, quietly observing. Thanks to her powerful weapon and decent performance in several Hell Mode games, Xia and Tong, while not in the top 100, had made it into the top 1,000. She definitely wouldn't step out at a time like this. It would require tremendous confidence in one's combat strength to dare. And like her, quietly blending into the crowd and observing, there were naturally many others. The invisible all-seeing eye had already spotted quite a few suspicious targets. As expected, most people just wanted to spectate and see the excitement. But right now, what she was most concerned about was, where did that man go? It was Sin who had drawn everyone here, and now he had vanished. Moreover, counting him in, this single 100-player game instance had already gathered 4 of the world's top 30 players. The density was way too high. And who knew if there were more hiding out there? Also, after realizing she had once again entered a Hell Mode game, she had started to suspect, was this probability truly random? When she heard Sin's declaration in the game and realized he was here again, she immediately felt something was off. There was something wrong with the game. After that question-and-answer game between Sin and the slime last time, she had thought a lot about the game's purpose and what Chosen truly meant. R Epsilon. And after being assigned to the same hell difficulty game as Sin multiple times, she believed the player assignment couldn't possibly be entirely random. Based on what criteria were players grouped? Game ranking? Player preference? Or some factor she hadn't yet considered? If this game wasn't just some system, but instead something with its own will, emotions, and preferences, that would be a huge problem. She didn't dare to think further, or rather, no one in this world dared to touch on this topic yet. For now, it was more important to focus on what Sin intended to do. But he seemed to have disappeared. She had already sent the all-seeing eye all over Tokyo Tower and found no suspicious targets. Had he left? Was he just messing with people? Honestly, if it was one of the nastier mask personalities, that wasn't impossible. Or, had he gone inside? If he doesn't show up soon, this is gonna get boring. Sun glanced around. He had come for Sin. As for the other two here, while he didn't mind sending them off, it didn't seem necessary either. The flames flickered. The outer crowd was bustling, but among the few players inside, the atmosphere grew tense. Hey, can you hear me? If you can hear the broadcast, please pay attention. If you can hear the broadcast, please pay attention. Hey, can someone respond? Suddenly, a voice came from overhead. It was the Tokyo Tower's broadcast system, like a village loudspeaker. Tokyo Tower hadn't served that function in who knew how many years. In the empty city, the voice seemed to echo. If you listened closely, it sounded like it came from every corner of the city. This person was speaking to the entire city. Whether others understood it or not, The faces of the underground police officers all changed instantly, looking grim. This voice probably meant one thing: Tokyo Tower had fallen. Or rather, it had been invaded and completely lost control. How could something like this happen right under their noses? As they scrambled to analyze the situation and plan their move, a fireball suddenly rose from the plaza below. The top players clearly didn't intend to let the police interfere. "Let him finish," Reno said to the police. Hey, oh right, I forgot. You guys can hear me but can't respond. Sorry, forgot this isn't a phone call. My name is Sin, the #1 ranked player, and I came here. Bro, move your leg a bit. As he spoke, some static came through the microphone, but it soon returned to normal. I came here mainly to announce something, or rather, to tell everyone something. I was originally planning to only talk to the players, but after thinking a bit, since this is the first time in Tokyo, the first real-world game, I think everyone deserves to know. So I borrowed this. What's it called? Signal Tower? Whatever, you get it. I'll chat a bit about stuff inside the game. Be nice to me, okay? Then, the voice fell silent for a few seconds before continuing. I can't hear it, but I'm sure there's already applause. Alright, no more nonsense. First thing, this Tokyo Battle Royale game, there are no so-called hunters. Although it was already nighttime, the words Lucis spoke at that moment stirred all of Tokyo into an unusual excitement. The Chosen's game, right? It descended upon Tokyo, everyone knew that. But without a hunter, what's the point? What is a hunter? Hey, alright, someone might be asking, what exactly is a hunter? Lucis continued. Actually, it's simple. The game says we players are the prey, and we have to survive the hunt by hunters for 24 hours. Yeah, that's it. But now the situation's changed. In fact, there are no hunters. And the twist is, hunters are prey and prey are hunters. We're being hunted, but we also have to hunt others. This game is essentially a 100-player battle royale to see who survives in the end. That's the real goal of this game. Come on now, give me some applause. This time, after he finished speaking, Sin didn't do anything else. He started clapping by himself, and the entire sky above Tokyo echoed with clap 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 sounds. Crowd. Sun stood under the Tokyo Tower like some brute, looking up at the sound. Then he suddenly cursed. That's it? He called us over here just to explain that. Must be out of his *****ing mind. He could have said this without calling us, couldn't he? Wu Changkong floated in the air on a silver hoverboard, glanced at Sun and said, "He didn't actually call us over, you know." Sun instantly froze, speechless for a moment. After all, the guy really had just said, "You know where I am." Getting a bit flustered and angry, he snapped. So what? How does he make that claim that there are no hunters? Then, from the sky again came a voice. Hey, maybe someone's about to ask again, how can you be sure? What makes you think your judgment is correct? Sun? There are 2 reasons. The lesser one being, some of us, myself included, never hid our identities from the beginning. But not once did any hunter show up. And the main reason is, this is just my deduction. I figured it out, so of course, you've got to believe it. No problem at all. This kind of reasoning clearly didn't sit well with the crowd. Reno's brow furrowed deeply, sensing something was off. So gathering us here was really just for leisure? Sun spat on the ground after seeing the guy seemed done talking, completely lacking manners. Hey, maybe no player's gonna ask, then why did I reveal my location and lure players over earlier? You ******. Sun lost it immediately. This part's the simplest, he. An eerie laugh echoed from the Tokyo Tower. Because I'm the hunter. At the top of the food chain. Gathering up all these guys naturally means throwing them in one pot. Give me a minute, I'll go down there and take care of them all. Then get the ****L down here already. Sun cursed from below. Also, I suggest everyone, now that you know the game's true objective, stop hesitating and start making moves. Because the mission for prey has already been issued, and every one of you is also a hunter. If you can't even hunt a single prey, there'll be a little punishment, haha. It is a hell mode game, after all. And I believe that among the people here, some are aiming for perfect completion. I'm one of them. The condition for perfect completion is likely, kill the other prey and survive as the only one left. Then, wicked laughter drifted across the sky over Tokyo. As those words ended, the broadcast cut off. The 3 people below instantly had their expressions change. Even if what Sin said was questionable, even if they didn't fully believe him. But perfect completion. In any game, only one person can achieve perfect completion. After today, the peak ranking may just get reshuffled. In the crowd, Xia and Tong was briefly dazed after hearing all this. Huh, that doesn't sound right. Why does it feel like this isn't Sin's level? Sin's interpretation of the game was understandable, but Xia and Tong couldn't help but feel that between the lines of the initial rules, wasn't there already guidance hinting at this? Shouldn't we be questioning whether this is a misdirection? Also, why did they get someone to read the rules at the beginning? Why did they pick an ordinary person who hadn't been chosen? Why use a taxi for pickup? These suspicious details still haven't been explained. If we go by Sin's interpretation, then all of that would be meaningless. This time, which mask are you wearing? What's your goal? Just trying to simplify things? Or am I overthinking? Or maybe fraud? She couldn't be sure. But regardless, the objective Sin wanted to achieve had already been achieved. In the center of the plaza, the atmosphere among the three had turned razor-sharp. After Sin's earlier deconstruction, their relationship had shifted from a fleeting, possible alliance to deadly competition. But the outer rings of spectators, several layers deep, didn't share in this tension. They only found it entertaining. This was truly a rare event in human history. Supernatural power and actions had descended upon the world like a festival of chaos. And the people on stage, including the one who spoke, were all top-ranked globally. In an instant, cheers, commotion, people swarming. It was as if they didn't even know what fear was. They just felt the thrill. Reno furrowed his brow, puzzled. Is this what Tokyo citizens are like? Sun's expression grew more and more twisted. He lit a fireball in his hand. They're so ****ing noisy. How about? As he spoke, the fireball in his hand swelled violently in the wind. In seconds, it had become a 10-meter-wide miniature sun. He raised it above his head, radiating searing heat. If I throw this, it's gonna be on international news, ha ha. Sun suddenly burst into wild laughter. His face twisted into madness. Reno and Wu Changkong both froze. They hadn't expected this guy to actually move against ordinary civilians. That was completely unexpected. Just as Sun was about to throw it, a black pool suddenly formed at his feet. Pitch-black tentacles twisted up and entangled him, locking him in place. Bullying the weak? I won't allow you to harm our citizens on this land. A cold, clear voice rang out. A woman in a long black dress stepped forward from the crowd. Number 3 Chioine. Heh, finally came out, huh? Rat from the sewer. Sun lifted his eyes and sneered, every word dripping with disdain. Although he looked like he was completely restrained and unable to move, his mouth still didn't let up, cursing nonstop. Reno stared at Chioine as she stepped out from the crowd, his expression growing more serious, brows furrowed tighter. A top 3 in the world of course players knew someone of that level. But that didn't mean Reno was afraid. Rather, was something wrong with the player lineup in this game instance? Top 30. No, top 20. 5 of the top 20 players were here? You had to know, with millions of players participating at the same time, they had to open many separate games. Statistically, top-ranked experts were usually scattered into different games to avoid overlapping, a kings never meet setup. And now so many were gathered here. What does this mean? At the same time, Wu Changkong was also frowning, but his gaze was fixed on Sun. As fellow Huagua folks, he naturally paid attention, and Sun's Tiandihui had a bit of a notorious reputation. But just now, he saw it clearly. When Sun was about to throw the fireball into the crowd, he only stepped forward with one foot. His upper body barely moved, which meant that action was probably faked. Faked, which meant his real purpose was to force this world number 3 to reveal herself. Wu Changking's expression grew extremely solemn. That previously mindless brute image Sun had shown now seemed completely off. This guy isn't a brute? How did he know she was here? Yes, Sun knew. Because he was born with spirit sense. People like Lusa had an initial spirit of 0, he didn't even know what it was at first. But Sun's starting spirit wasn't empty. He was an outlier among the crowd, born with yin-yang eyes. So, he was the only one who could master the game's current Soul Berserk skill, Merciless Scorching Sun, and was noticeably more sensitive to people with high spirit. To him, Chioine had always stood out like a sore thumb. Your spirit is high. Xiao looked at Sun and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. But you abuse your talent, kill without reason, treat life as nothing in someone else's country. Is that how you Wagwa folks behave? Ha ha. Sun suddenly laughed, face twisting into a ferocious grin as he looked at Xiao. You're quite the little b asterisk tch with words. But when you people acted recklessly in other countries, how come you didn't think about the word innocent, Xiao? Also, Sun's face twisted like a warped door god pasted on a gate. Do you think I'm f asterisk 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 ing scared of you? Next moment, as if completely unrestrained, the 10-meter-wide fireball in his hand slammed straight down. Onto himself. Boom. An explosion rang out, bricks flew everywhere, and the ground nearby melted instantly. The blast wave flipped nearby people like falling wheat stalks. The next second, from within the massive crater and rubble, a figure walked out. Engulfed in raging flames, each step left behind scorched earth footprints. His height surged from 1.9 meters to 2.5 meters. His insides no longer looked human, like molten lava flowing beneath. For a moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The visual impact, it was like a game boss had just stepped out in real life. On the audience feed, after a brief pause, the comment barrage exploded. Is that a human? Is that a human? No way, is that even a player? Where'd this guy come from? I didn't really follow him before. I've always watched Sin's POV in the first game. What is Tiandahui? I want to join Tiandahui. Even Xia and Tong in the crowd was stunned. The all-seeing eye could withstand that heat, but it couldn't extract any useful data. Is this really a person? Huh? Why is he only ranked 7th? Hey, Japanese woman. A hoarse voice, like rusted iron, came from within the flames. Don't you want to say something to me? Xiao remained silent. Sweat formed on her forehead. The pressure from this man was enormous. She was confident in her own strength, but this guy was too extreme. If you've got nothing to say, then I'll say something. With that, the flame giant took a heavy step forward thud. Then, he raised his head, inhaled deeply, and everyone could feel the searing heat in the air. The tension was overwhelming. The world belongs to Tiandahui. His voice boomed like a bell, echoing in all directions. After the echo faded, the flame giant seemed to hesitate, then added gently. Welcome to Tiandahui. Once you're here, you're one of us. Xiao? Wuchangkong. Reno? Lusu up on the Tokyo Tower. Oh, BBBB. Why are you advertising at a time like this? Wuchangkong felt like his brain was about to evolve. The traffic's high right now. Sun replied. In the crowd, Xia and Tong felt dizzy. Was she in the wrong script? But the farce ended the next second. Sun's face turned faster than flipping pages. Another huge fireball exploded in his hand. This fireball was deep red, even more terrifying than the last. Come on, Japanese chick, how about trying that again? As he spoke, Sun wickedly thrust the fireball forward, pretending to throw it at the crowd. The crowd instantly screamed and scattered. Xiao floated backward, slapped a hand onto the ground, and black lines leapt and spread, forming a magic array in an instant. Overhead, an extremely irritating voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Hey, start fighting already. You too, don't just stand there. Ambush. Cheap shots. Do you guys have any battle experience or not? The rest of you, don't sit around either. Hidden players, start backstabbing. Lurking creepers, record everything. Everyone else, film some short videos already. The teasing voice echoed from the sky like a signal, instantly silencing the scene. Battle flames about to erupt were all put on pause. Everyone looked up at once, gazing in that direction. Number 1 Sin. So you've finally shown yourself. Sun raised the fireball and turned to speak. What do you mean finally? I've been here the whole time. Lucy said, even spread his hands, so are you gonna throw it or not? Sun let out a few loud laughs toward the sky, then turned and hurled the fireball, directly at Lusu. He knew, that guy was the real key. From the moment Sin appeared, Sun had barely paid any more attention to Xiao in front of him. From the moment he swaggered into the scene, he had been sizing up everyone's strength around him, drawing the gaze of others. He didn't have something cheat-like Xia Antong's all-seeing eye, but he had his own spiritual intuition, along with the beast instincts honed from countless battles. He could sense who was truly a threat to him. The game's rankings considered many factors and didn't necessarily reflect pure combat strength. Sun had absolute confidence in himself. And honestly, before Lu Su showed up, even though he could sense Chioyin's presence, he still didn't see her as any kind of threat. But the moment Sin appeared, he felt it. This was the key player. Taking care of the Japanese chick could wait. He wanted to test himself against the strongest first. From an outsider's perspective, he looked like a total psycho. One moment he was about to attack civilians, the next he was about to fight Chioyin, and now he turned and hurled his ultimate move at the newly arrived Sin. Luce's brows twitched under his mask too, but he didn't pay it much mind. His body launched off the tower like a spirit cat, diving downward. The fireball's coverage was massive. After a thunderous explosion, Lu Su avoided the blast zone. A large portion of the metallic outer layer was completely melted through. The towering landmark building even began to sway, with liquid metal dripping down and solidifying midair. Head dodging? Coward. Sun mocked, but seeing Lu Su not take it head-on, he did feel a bit more at ease. Lu Su, fired up by the challenge, thought to himself, if this is the level of the challenger, not bad. Then he immediately dialed his hell roar up to 3rd gear. Coward? Then don't dodge yourself. With 30% output power, this blast's force was no less than the previous fireball. And this reckless brute Sun really seemed to fall for the taunt. He wasn't going to dodge. He bent his legs into a horse stance and pushed out a massive flaming shield. Boom. The instant the shield collided with the hell roar, the blinding light it released left nearby civilians momentarily blinded. And that wasn't all. The deafening blast that followed ruptured eardrums, causing blood to flow. This was a literal clash of gods that doomed the bystanders. Xia and Tong shielded her head with her helmet while controlling the all-seeing eye to fly towards Sin. Her personality made her more mindful of consequences. She knew that with something this massive happening in the real world, a global media earthquake was about to erupt. What used to be speculation was now real. Advanced players could no longer be considered human. Every one of them had the potential to pose a massive threat to the world. Crack, crack, crack. As searing flames clashed, the fire shield bore the horrifying impact. The fire giant Sun had become dug deep trenches into the ground with his feet. The ground split apart like toy blocks. The fire giant slid back over a dozen meters before barely stabilizing himself right in front of Chioyin. It wasn't easy, but he did take it head-on. The fire shield and hell roar both dissolved at the same time, turning into streams of flame that replenished the fire giant's body. Chioyin watched the terrifying fight ahead with a heavy expression. She had a strange feeling that her power might not even be able to beat this fire giant. On OES. Out of my way. He casually kicked Chioyin to the side, as if blowing off steam. He stood at 2.5 meters tall now. Chioyin was 1.7 meters. That kick was like punting a thermos. Chioyin's previous magic array activated, shielding her body. Countless black tendrils on the ground writhed like a swamp, disturbing and entangling the fire giant. She was a bit stuck. Unlike Sun, she wasn't the type to brute force her way through. Sun's actions resembled Luce's earlier fury. From the start of the game, he had never thought about destroying the beacon. He just wanted to fight. To kill. After all, the game was a battle royale. Chioyin had, of course, found it easier to just destroy the beacon. But right now, she couldn't even see where the opponent's beacon was. Before anyone could react, just as the flames faded and Sun kicked out, Lu Su moved. He leapt from the Tokyo Tower, driving both legs straight into the ground. His feet buckled, and he nearly stumbled. His dramatic entrance totally flopped. But just as the spectators were about to burst into laughter, the ground beneath Lu Su exploded. Fueled by terrifying power, he shot forward like a dragon, charging straight at Sun. Sun had just gathered his thoughts when the figure of Sin appeared beneath him. What met his gaze was a fearsome blue mask. Am I being too nice to you? The same words Sun had used on Chioyin were now thrown back at him. Beneath the mysterious cloak were muscles as hard as steel. Lu Su didn't use any flashy techniques. He even put away his hell roar. The name Sin was something Sun had heard about almost daily. People talked about him like some mythical being. But truthfully, Sun didn't really know what Sin's ability was. He'd just heard that he was really strong, carried some weapons and sealed artifacts, and maybe had a few screws loose. How could a guy like that be number one? Must be hiding some trump card he hasn't used yet. Nope. Lusa really was just that strong. But maybe Sun hadn't realized how strong. Boom. Like thunder exploding, Lusa swung a full-force punch straight into the fire giant's chest. It was the first time anyone had dared to take his full punch head-on. Throwing it out felt kinda amazing. The fire giant flew back on impact, tracing an arc through the air before slamming into the ground, scorching it black. Flames flickered as they repaired the damage to his chest. He got back up, seemingly unharmed. But unnoticed midair, he had already coughed up blood. A flicker of shock passed through Sun's heart, followed by calm acceptance. World number 1 should be on that level. In the solemn air, the two stared at each other across the distance, like in a Hollywood movie. Sun spoke. That's it. Oh? Pretty tough, huh? The blue mask still wore its smiling face. But why do I smell blood? Skill, bloodhound, successfully learned. Sun wasn't feeling great right now. That punch to the chest, he had already tried his best to block it using the explosion from his flames. In his current form, his defense and self-repair abilities were extremely high. But now, his chest felt like it was burning from the inside out. Keep in mind, he was a flame user. He was fire itself. And now he felt like there were flames burning inside him? Did he just get hit by AF *****ing train? What kind of skill was that? It couldn't have just been raw physical strength, right? In his fire giant form, Sun didn't have a face. Outsiders couldn't tell what expression he wore. But right now, he was deadly serious. This so-called world number 1 was probably the combat type. Still, no matter what, he couldn't let up verbally. Sun let out 2 booming laughs to suppress the churning blood in his chest, then looked at Sin across from him and said, "Oh yeah? Makes sense, I guess. Your hand's torn up like that. Smelling a bit of blood just proves you don't have a sinus infection." Luce's right hand, the one he used to punch, looked like it had been dipped in lava. It was terrifying. Right after he said that, Sun suddenly sensed something off and froze for a split second. TSK. Did I misjudge something? Why did it feel like, in just that brief instant, Sin's spirit had suddenly increased? His own spirit was naturally high and had grown even more in-game. He was confident he didn't misread it. He saw it clearly. This guy's spirit stat was really low before. It still wasn't high now, but somehow it looked like it had almost doubled from before. Huh? You. The fire giant looked genuinely confused. There's a lot you don't understand. Gotta stay humble. It's like that hot pot place in East City giving out OXP *********s soup for free, you feel me? Lusa rambled with a smirk while checking the description of his newly acquired bloodhound skill. Sun wasn't wrong, Lusa's spirit had just temporarily increased. Since his opponent had at least some skill, Lusa didn't want to get too cocky. He had temporarily learned this new ability. The requirement to learn it was 5 spirit points, and he had to temporarily boost his stats to qualify, spending some pain points in the process. Honestly, it made his heart ache. He'd always focused on enhancing his body, not because he thought luck and spirit were useless, but because they were expensive. Luck cost 1:5, spirit was 110. 2 points of spirit cost 20 pain points. That was painful to spend, but he did it anyway for the skill. But how could Sun have known that there was someone in this world who could just boost their own panel stats out of thin air? Looking at Lusa now, whose spirit had increased for seemingly no reason, it felt like his CPU was frying. Reno S. What the hell did you just do? Lusu ignored him. He lifted his head, sniffed the blood in the air, and sensed the power of his newest ability. For someone with low spirit, this was his second real skill. Bloodhound. Effect. Can sense any blood sent within 3 meters and lock onto its source. After locking on, can track the target's location accurately within a 10-kilometer radius. Special effect. Can sense the general physical condition of the locked-on target. As the target's condition worsens, their weak points will also become visible. Not bad. Luso muttered to himself. This skill cost more points than Scholar's right hand, so it felt pretty fair. And after landing that last hit, he could already feel Sun's blood aura. It was still strong, but he was injured. The two had been silent for a few seconds. Even Tokyo's night seemed frozen. Sun took a step forward. He didn't want to waste time. This form of his wouldn't last long. If they were gonna fight, it had to be now. Stop faking it. As he inhaled the scent in the air, The blue mask shimmered on Luce's face, as if seeing right through Sun's tricks. There's no such thing as a true all-rounder in this short amount of time. If there were, it'd be me, not you. Your actual physical attributes, they're not that high, are they? Since entering the game, anyone who didn't want to be a total loser and wanted some combat growth had 3 options. First, training their own physical body. Second, relying on external tools like weapons and sealed artifacts. Third, learning special skills, aka extraordinary powers, through high spirit. No one could cover all bases. Even Luce had to rely on pain points to strengthen his body while picking up outside gear in the game. As for special skills, he was relatively weak in that department. Sun already had powerful fire-based skills. How could he also be physically strong? That punch earlier, even if just a fraction landed, it should have hurt like hell. A giant smile spread across the blue mask. Tisk, if I were in berserk mode, I probably would have just brawled you head-on. Did I accidentally expose your weakness just now? From the beginning, everything about Sun, his tone, his explosive appearance, and his massive, muscular build screamed brute force lunatic. Naturally, people would assume he was a dumb meathead fighter, relying on sheer strength. And with his fire giant's heavy, explosive form, no one would think to suspect that his real body might actually be weak. Heh, who would have guessed that the guy who looks like a berserker is actually a mage? Thud, thud, thud. Heavy drum beats echoed through the ground. Sun began his charge, barreling toward Luce like a raging bull. Despite the massive size difference between the two, Luce didn't bother with hit-and-run tactics. He charged straight in. This fire giant was actually weak in close combat. Their fists clashed with no restraint, sounding like a bell tolling across an empty square. Sparks flew. Luce relied on pure physical strength, while Sun used the explosive impact of fire. Even so, the weight of the punch still came through clearly. Crack. A soft bone-cracking sound came from Sun's body. Luce grinned, even though his own fist now looked halfway cooked. You feel kinda squishy. The two were already going at it this hard. There was no way the others could just sit on the sidelines any longer. No one knew where Chio-Ein had run off to, but now, a massive pitch-black magic array covered the entire square beneath the Tokyo Tower. Countless dark blue tendrils began to writhe wildly. Some swayed like seaweed, pushing civilians away toward the edges. Others struck out like the sharpest ironwood spears, attacking the other players. Wu Changkong stepped on his skateboard, drew a circle in the air, and dove straight into the ground headfirst. It looked just like a suicide, but the moment his body touched the ground, it rippled like water. Then he was gone. Gone. No one knew what that Earthwalker was up to, he just vanished. But then a shark fin appeared on the ground, swimming around, popping up now and then to jab at people, completely unpredictable, like it was testing who in the crowd were still players. In an instant, shrieks broke out among the crowd. People jumped in panic. It was absolute chaos in the plaza. Chio-Ein also noticed that thing underground, but she couldn't lock onto it at all. Her ground-binding array didn't work on it either. Top players from all over really had their own tricks. Ranking didn't always mean everything. Well, except for Park Bu-song, he was actual trash. The shark fin on the ground stirred things up like mad, tripping a whole wave of people. Some players couldn't hold back and started fighting back, instantly exposing themselves. The shark fin seemed to make its own choices. If it was dealing with civilians, it was like a skateboard, just tripping them and causing a scare. But when it came to players, it turned into the sharpest blade in the world, launching ruthless attacks. This was a hell mode game. Everyone here was a veteran player. If you're scared, then give it all up and exit, no big deal. But if you're greedy and not strong enough, then your fate is sealed. Xia Antong was calculating the Fin's appearances, weaving through the panicked crowd like a swimming fish, staying unnoticed while thinking about how to escape. Only Reno, the 12th player, looked utterly useless. He couldn't do a thing and turned to leave, looking embarrassed. But he didn't make it far. Something silver shot up from the ground and slammed hard into his shin bone. Crack. It straight up broke his leg. Reno collapsed in pain, face grim but silent. He gritted his teeth and started crawling forward. Wu Changkong Underground was a bit stunned. What kind of useless guy was this? Still, he didn't plan to hold back. The shark fin shimmered with a cold gleam as it dove straight ahead. If that hit landed, This American guy was going to be split in half for sure. But at the last second, Reno's movements, though not pretty, were agile enough to get him under the Tokyo Tower. He reached out and touched it. The metal surface of the tower instantly liquefied, like it had been hit by a fireball from the sun. But it didn't cool down, it flowed into Reno's body. In a blink, a high-tech exoskeleton wrapped around his whole body, practically turning him into a human mech. Electric energy condensed at his shin, lifting him off the ground. He now looked like a full-on weapon of war. His left hand stayed pressed against Tokyo Tower, metal constantly flowing into him. With a lift of his right hand, it morphed into a massive drill, growling menacingly as he smashed it into the ground. The shark fin vanished instantly, no idea where it went. But the ground wasn't so lucky. That drill was slammed down with fury, and the earth cracked open. Fissures spread outward. The ground nearby even collapsed for no clear reason. Tokyo's civil engineering might need some work. He cracked an American-style joke with a cold face. His left hand never let go. The entire Tokyo Tower was getting sucked into him, turning into armor. Then he casually raised a massive shield with a deep clang, his leg braces stabbing into the ground, keeping him steady. Turns out, it was Lu Su who gave him a shot while brawling with Sun. While fighting, Sun was tossing out fireballs, aiming at Xiaoyan and Wu Changkong on the ground. Sparks flew off his body, even hitting some bystanders. Lu Su pulled out a book from who knows where. Maybe he wanted to show it off? Even during a fight, he couldn't shut up. Feeling good lately? If you're happy, read a book. Guess you're not feeling so happy now. Xiaoyan was unbelievably busy, casting spells like crazy, some for binding, some for shielding, some for attack. She was all over the place. No one was focused solely on their opponent. Everyone was thinking about the big picture, aiming for perfect completion. It was an all-out brawl. Sun gave a cold snort and suddenly stomped the ground. A pillar of fire shot up, blasting Wu Changkong out from underground. Then, the first maniac appeared. Reno, from the U.S. Special Forces, looked at the chaos and carnage around him. Something about it must have triggered his PTSD. His face was lit with madness and excitement. He raised his right hand and dropped a massive Gatling gun. No way that thing existed in the real world. It looked like something born of fantasy, built purely for war. Then, the firepower unleashed. 3,600 rounds per minute, raining bullets like hellfire. The Tokyo Tower behind him served as his ammo depot, and now it was leaning. His main targets were those few, but attacks like that couldn't help hitting others too. Everyone, get out of the way. Xiaoyan shouted, summoning a massive black hand that wrapped around Reno and raised a barrier in front of him. People finally started running in all directions. You'd think their brains were fried. After all this chaos, they were just now trying to escape. Antong blinked a few times and got right behind Xiaoyan, not to backstab, just because it was safer here. She had been popping pills since the chaos began. Never got caught, never got hit. Goddess of self-preservation. Under the terrifying barrage of bullets, what was technically a battle among a few players looked more like a full-blown military assault. Luce's voice rang out, excited. Nice, nice. This is how it should be. Yo, this place is already a hot mess, everyone. Dig in while it's hot. Let me pop a potion first. Hey Fireboy, can you not throw fireballs at me right now? Antong listened to Sin's voice in her ear while controlling the all-seeing eye, watching Xiaoyan form seals, very curious. But she might have gotten too close. Xiaoyan seemed to sense something. She whipped around suddenly, their eyes locked in surprise. It's you. That person called Blink. You're with Sin. You've been hiding here all along. Xiaoyan instantly flared up like a spooked cat, jumping back several meters, eyeing Antong with deep wariness. What? Antong was completely dumbfounded in an instant. She had no idea why this random Japanese woman in front of her said that, but there was no time to think it through. Because under her feet, a puddle of black water had already formed. It was Xiaoyan's spell. The most important thing now was to run. That was the smart move. Her shoes suddenly bounced, launching her body upward and dodging the third-ranked player's binding skill. The moment she landed, the shark fin rammed up again. She quickly pulled out a slip of paper and teleported herself away. What are you talking about? She stared at Xiaoyan in shock, touched her own face, and felt something wrong. That initial appearance from the start of the game, She had always been wearing it on her face. How did she recognize her? She hadn't used any trademark, flashy skill. Huh? But now there was no way to pretend. The escape move just now had already exposed her identity as a player, no way she was just a bystander anymore. This is your hidden ability? Semi-Invincible looked at her, a bit puzzled. Although she kept tabs on Sin, in fact, she had already gone through the top 100 of the peak ranking inside and out. Semi-Invincible had this kind of skill? Never heard of it. If she really could see through disguises, then yeah, the helmet on her head was pretty eye-catching. Maybe if someone watched player info closely, they might know her. After all, she had played 2 games in a row with Sin. That guy got a ton of attention. Heh. Semi-Invincible's expression was tense as she stared at Semi-Invincible. Blink, you're not in the top 100, but your current ranking has already entered the top 1,000. You don't have a perfect completion record, are you hiding your strength? Just like your name, Blink. There's barely any personal info on you in the online player database. Looks like some power erased it, totally Blink. But one slip despite 100 safeguards. Playing 2 games with Sin gave you away. Once as a teammate, once in hell mode gambling where you walked away unscathed, only an idiot would think that's coincidence. Semi-Invincible? But it really was a coincidence. Semi-Invisible's confused expression looked to Semi-Invincible like she had hit the mark, so she doubled down, confidently declaring. Who would have thought the lunatic Sin actually planned ahead like this? Planted you as a sleeper agent. One in the light, one in the dark. Turns out, no one's appearance in the game can be trusted. Can't believe you actually made it behind me. Semi-Invincible spoke with increasing fear, even breaking into a cold sweat. Good thing otherwise she might have been finished. As she spoke, the black water swirled beneath her, wrapping her whole body as protection. Better not be careless. Semi-Invincible? Is it possible you just picked the safest spot to stand? Semi-Invincible didn't understand how, despite keeping such a low profile, she ended up taking the blame. She thought to herself, yep, getting close to that guy only brings bad luck. RNBS. And now she noticed a lot of people were looking over, the crowd, even the big shots. At the center of the field, the fighting fire giant turned his head and said, "So that's how it is. What the H*LL do you know?" Just as she thought she should get out of here ASAP, a cheeky voice rang out from the field. "AI, what a pity you've been exposed. What a smart woman, respect, respect." Of course, it was Sin who said it, grinning at Semi-Invincible with a face full of amusement. Semi-Invincible turned stiffly and gave a formal bow replying, "Thanks for letting me win." Semi-Invincible, what are you even thanking him for? This whole mess just got confirmed by that guy. Sigh, things have come to this, guess this is how it has to be. Lusa looked completely helpless and serious, acting like he had no other choice. Laying it on thick. He suddenly turned towards Semi-Invincible and gave her a big thumbs up. Go on. No need to hide your strength anymore. Take them out. Semi-Invincible instantly went on high alert. Semi-Invincible? She blankly stared at that guy she'd only met twice, but to Semi-Invincible, that was clearly a secret signal. Just follow the original plan. Make your move. Lusa shouted, then jumped back into his fight with Sun. Semi-Invincible, your F***king plan my at #UN%. She had no words left. Totally speechless. She vaguely remembered admiring Sin as an idol before entering the game. Now the illusion was completely shattered. This guy was seriously born just to cause chaos. No time to hesitate. In that instant, she popped a pill and jabbed herself with a hardcore shot. 24 hours. If she took it now, she might not last until the end of the game before going full emo. But no choice, if she didn't take it now, she might not even make it out alive. Was this matching system even working properly? This was supposed to be a high-level match. But the moment the drug hit her system, all fear and panic in her brain vanished. What was left was pure, cold logic and a sense of control. Seeing the sudden shift in her aura and eyes, Semi-Invincible knew she had guessed right. Her expression turned serious, and she attacked immediately. She didn't even bother with the other players. In her eyes, this woman, hidden in the shadows, got behind her, linked to Sin in a conspiracy, had to be taken out first. Semi-Invincible saw her expression, and instantly, a flood of information surged into her mind. The opponent's habits, thoughts, even the softness of the bed she slept in last night, a bunch of useful and useless info all flooded in. She took a step forward. The next second, right where her neck had been, a black ring appeared in midair, compressing the air violently. Seeing her dodge, Xiao Ain's face changed. Countless black spikes shot out from under her feet, not just to bind, but to kill. But her opponent, the woman, moved as if stepping to the rhythm of a drumbeat, each step falling exactly in the blind spot of the attacks. Xia Antong pulled out a stick of incense, whatever that was for, lit it, and it slowly started to burn. The spikes from before began to fade away, one after another. The next round of spikes looked like they'd catch her for sure, but then she paused, took one more step forward. It looked like she was asking to die. But the spike that should have pierced her foot didn't appear. Instead, a giant wall suddenly rose behind her. That totally irrational step just happened to dodge it. You can read minds? Xiao Ein exclaimed in shock. Mind reading, that terrifying ability, definitely isn't something players at this stage of the game can master. Xiao Ein's concern was reasonable, because in her mind, she had imagined the woman before her as something far too terrifying. Like one of those characters that exist in every novel, lurking in the dark, like a hibernating snake. Why was she able, every single time, to step right into the blind spot of her skills, to hit the exact weakest point of her moves? But in reality, Xia Antong was burning through her energy at an alarming rate. Predicting every action of the opponent required a ton of prior intel and control over their psychological weaknesses. Xiao Ein, every piece of data showed she was the definition of cautious and precise. But often, the more precise you are, the more predictable you become. The more cautious, the clearer your weaknesses appear. In every solo fight, her tactics followed roughly the same formula. Probe, pressure, intimidate, look for a weak spot, estimate strength. If all checks out, kill in one blow. So, Xia Antong had rehearsed her combat patterns in her mind 10,000 times. Coupled with real-time reading of her eyes, she could almost predict her moves with 100% accuracy. She used to gather info on top players just out of personal interest, never thought the day would come when it'd actually be useful. The two were in a very delicate stalemate right now. Xiao Ein, how much is this person really hiding? Xia Antong, I've been walking on eggshells for minutes now. She glanced at the burning incense in Xia Antong's hand, then at the tentacles she herself had conjured earlier, now constantly dissolving. Just how much are you hiding? Can you really read minds? Xiao Ein paused her attacks for now, her expression slightly grim. Take a guess. Xia Antong naturally kept up her act, smiling as she replied. No wonder you're one of them. That everything under control look on your face is just like sin. Xiao Ein said coldly, looking extremely annoyed. Xia Antong. Her smile froze, gone was the cheeky grin. Xiao Ein looked downright terrible, her expression stiff and unnatural. If someone really could read minds, they'd know she was mentally chanting like crazy, takoyaki, takoyaki. If the other person really could read minds, then this game would be a serious pain in the *SS, wouldn't it? But now's not the time to explain anything to an enemy. She kept up the relaxed front. She didn't even bother running faster before. She knew this was the time when she absolutely couldn't show any weakness. Could Xiao Ein really not take her down? Of course not. If Qiao opened with her ultimate, summoning a massive black water prison to engulf everything, then even if Xia saw it coming, it'd be useless. But she knew Qiao Ein definitely wouldn't do that. Even though this was their first meeting at this point, Xia and Tong already knew her better than her own parents did. Because Qiao was cautious. She didn't know this hand-picked contestant of Sin, the one he told to go all out, kill them all. That lack of knowledge made her unsure. When you're unsure, you probe. You can't go all in and reveal your cards. Especially since that would cost a lot of energy. And as someone also with high spirit sense, she knew even the sun probably couldn't stay in peak condition for long. With grave newbie. But as long as she was probing, Xia and Tong could handle it. The more she probed and failed, the less info she got. Without info, she couldn't make a move, her probing became pointless. The more she probed, the less she gained. While the two of them were stuck here dragging things out, over on the other side, Reno hadn't stopped. Ha ha ha. He laughed manically and swung the muzzle of his gun. Disguise, undercover, hidden identity. This feels so familiar. He muttered crazily to himself. His body was now abnormally huge, transformed into a steel freak. His mind was clearly starting to go. The machine gun began to fire again. Xiao was really annoyed. This guy's ability wasn't deadly, so not a big deal. But if she had to block everything, even a single missed bullet could mean a gunshot wound. Her body probably couldn't handle that. Her black water armor didn't fully cover her. What if she got hit in the eyes? Just as she summoned her black water again and turned her head, Semi-Invincible was gone. That sly woman had somehow slipped behind her again. Her heart tightened instantly, and she began dodging and weaving. But it felt like she was stuck in some loop, as if the three of them were forming a straight line. Reno was up front, madly spraying bullets. Semi-Invincible was right behind Xiao, sandwiching her in the middle. Xiao? Wonderful. So I'm the only one getting targeted here? But for the moment, she couldn't pull herself out. And strangely, the blank behind her didn't seem like she had any intention of attacking her either. Semi-Invincible stared seriously at the barrage from Reno. With a flick of her hand, she pulled out a gun, obviously an in-game weapon. A grip frame popped out, forming a layer of metal that wrapped around her wrist, serving as a unique kind of shield. She locked eyes on Reno in the distance. Was this the 12th ranked in the world? The all-seeing eye, a powerful legendary gear, had only one simple description: omniscience is omnipotence. But she had never considered using it for combat before. Now that fate, or rather, that bastard, had framed her, forcing her to face one of the world's top experts. She kinda wanted to try it. She raised her gun. The world around her seemed to slow down. Her brain power drained rapidly as the all-seeing eye squeezed every last bit of rationality from her. She even felt like she could see the bullet's trajectory. Bang! She raised her arm, leveled it, and fired one steady shot. Xiao heard the gunshot and felt a sharp whiz right past her ear, a bullet sliding by. The bullet seemed to have auto-tracking, weaving through the storm of bullets. It drilled clean into a tentacle in front of her, then burst out the back. The resistance it met twisted its path slightly, almost like someone had guided it. It cut through the black water in the air, split the turbulence, and when it reached Reno, it collided with a bullet flying out of his own gun. Bang! A second impact, kinetic energy neutralized. The now-slowed bullet curved upward and, with its final burst of power, pierced the armor at Reno's neck. Blood oozed out. Semi-Invincible's legs buckled. This level of calculation had almost drained her dry. Then, she heard those eerie whispers again in her ear. Hee. Are you coming? Come on, Dot. Everything happened in less than a second. From a time perspective, there's no one in this world who could believe that the double curve of that bullet just now was actually calculated. But at that moment, in the central plaza, the loudest gunfire stopped. Reno's continuous barrage of gunfire came to a halt. Everyone froze. After all, the sudden disappearance of what sounded like a full-scale battle was just off. The shark fin skidded across the ground, as if it had noticed something, suddenly leaping out of the earth and staring at Reno. It felt like the battle had hit pause for a split second. All eyes turned to Reno. His body armor, nearly full coverage. From the front, there weren't any visible blind spots at all. Only the junction between helmet and torso, where two plates of metal overlapped, there was the tiniest of gaps. But right now, that exact spot was crimson. Reno's mental state was unstable. Using his powers too intensely always wrecked his mind, but now, he was getting dizzy. He reached up and touched his neck. It was covered in blood. Impossible. The weakness radiating from his body and the blood on his hand instantly snapped him back to clarity. How the H*LL did I get injured? Who did this? No time to think. That spot was way too dangerous. Anyone would guess the carotid artery. A shot to the carotid? That's game over. In an instant, he made the most critical decision: disengage the armor at his neck. The armor on his fingers shifted into spikes. He shoved a hand into his own neck, tearing through flesh, and yanked the bullet out. At the same time, his other hand grabbed a bottle of advanced healing potion and chugged it down. Survival first. This was the weakest moment for him, but no one around attacked, caught off guard in that lightning flash moment. Except Semi-Invincible saw it. Watching Reno in his weakened state, she lifted her gun again. But her hand trembled. After a few shakes, her arm drooped, limp, and even her body wobbled. This ability was just 2F********* ing bugged. For a girl who had never fired a gun before to calculate bullet collisions, kinetic decay, and angle shifts, it had drained nearly all of her stamina. But the effect? Oh, it worked beautifully. Hee, come on, come on. Feeling good. Regret it? Feeling happy? Wanna come over? Wire transfer slip, lighter Michelin. Also, for some reason, those whispers kept echoing in her ear, growing louder, more meaningless. She really wanted to lie down, but her survival instincts wouldn't allow it. Rationally, she knew this was one dangerous battlefield. That strange whispering by her ear, she'd noticed it from the first time she used the all-seeing eye. Every time it ended, a wave of depression would follow. And then a voice would echo in her mind, "You're useless. You're garbage. You're disgusting. No one could ever like you." A withering above. She always thought it was just her own self-talk, her inner negativity. But after the last time after she faced sin, overdosed on meds, she realized something was off. That voice was too real. Like someone was actually whispering in her ear. She should have felt afraid. But the crushing despair and self-loathing drowned out the fear. Looking back later, she began to question, was it a hallucination? But now, as the potion kicked in, those voices returned again. Only this time, the voice was cheerful. Unlike that depressed tone from before. But she could tell it was the same person. What kind of side effect is this? As that thought flashed through her mind, she cracked a smile, almost deranged. Hee, 12th in the world. 12th in the world. Did I just nearly kill the 12th in the world? Just as she was slipping into manic muttering, her expression froze. The chaotic whispers faded from her ear. Her mind returned to normal. Suddenly, she felt like a stranger to herself. What was I just doing? I was trying to kill someone. And I was thrilled that I almost succeeded. Confused, she slowly raised her head, quickly restoring composure, a faint smile returning to her face. At that moment, I no longer needed to fight. She simply turned around and was staring at her. "Thanks for not kicking me while I was down," Antong said with a smile. "You're welcome." Ain's expression was complicated. "That just now was your doing?" Seeing the complex look on her face, Antong didn't answer directly. Instead, she tilted her head curiously. "What are you thinking about?" Ein. As soon as she heard that, she started frantically chanting in her mind again, "Takoyaki, takoyaki." The fear of mind-reading crept back in. Seriously, you don't have to worry. I really don't have mind-reading powers." Watching this overly imaginative woman across from her, Antong couldn't help but find it funny. In the all-seeing eyes amplified brain mode, she was way more laid back, so she spoke bluntly. But Ein suddenly leapt a huge step backward, shouting in shock. "Then how did you know I was worrying you had mind reading? You said it earlier." "But I didn't say it just now." Antong. Why does every high-ranking player feel like they've got a few screws loose? But from Ein's perspective, this woman had teamed up with Sin and somehow made the 12th in the world lose combat ability. And just now, in a few seconds, her face had shifted from despair, to excitement, to joy, to calm, then looked up with a smile. That was 100% a major villain arc. If she really could read minds. "Takoyaki." Ein gritted her teeth and snapped, "Leave." Antong? "Leave now. Honestly, I still have plenty of killer moves I haven't used yet." I know." Antong nodded. "See. She does know." Ein thought bitterly. "Get away from me. Get away from this battlefield. Go hide out in the Tokyo suburbs and pretend none of this ever happened. Otherwise, I'll hold nothing back and kill you." The words were threatening, but her face was filled with unease. Antong wordlessly ran her fingers through her hair, giving her a strange look, then paused for a second. After that last overload, it felt like she'd gotten a little smarter. Some things she hadn't been able to figure out earlier were clearer now. "Hey, do you think there's a chance that you're not a player?" Antong raised a finger and slightly lifted her head, as if pondering something. She seemed to enjoy thinking. The process of turning her brain seemed to bring her a sense of pleasure. But on the surface, Ein remained calm. In reality, she trembled all over, with a storm raging inside her. She calmly said, "If I'm not a player, could I have used the ability I just showed? And you know who I am, number 3, Ein, the real deal. Also, like I said, if you don't leave now, I really will use my killer move on you. Xia Antong pointed speechlessly towards Sin, who was fighting Fireboy, and said, if you really had a killer move, why not use it on him? Why me? Xiaoying frowned. Though the words were simple, she sensed something off. There were clearly two people fighting over there, but she only mentioned one. The connection between them must run deep. Maybe it was a trap. Don't interrupt me. Let me think. Xia Antong waved her hand and resumed her thinking, frantically twisting the strands of hair near her ear. That's not what I meant. I meant that you are a player, but in this game, you're not a player. You should understand what I mean, right? You're changing the subject? Why would you want to change the subject? Xiaoying looked at the woman in front of her. She seemed to have several holes in her logic, but Xiao didn't act recklessly. It must be a trap, she thought. When you think about it this way, it all makes sense. Xia Antong's gaze went blank, muttering to herself. Why could Xiaoying see through her disguise? If it were a skill, then the disguise would be meaningless, because this was the game's starting disguise, and she had already seen it in the game with Sin. The game's rules override all other rules. As long as the game wants it, no outsider should be able to see through this disguise. Which means, this must be something the game allows, or this woman in front of her just can see through it. Why was she so worried about mind reading? That proved she definitely had something to hide, and in this situation, the most likely reason was a different game-related mission. After all, even if she were cheating or having an affair outside, it wouldn't matter if a stranger like Xia Antong found out. Are you a hunter? No. No, your reaction just now confirms it, I guessed right. You really might not be a player in this game. You're not a player, yet you're here, and you attacked without saying a word. So, what if I'm not a player? Xiaoying cut in, actually admitting it, face cold. You outsiders come to my country, wreaking havoc. Shouldn't I step in to stop you and protect my people? I'm number 3. Of course I should bear some responsibility. Xiaoying spoke with righteousness, full of moral authority, but sweat was already forming on her forehead. Even as she spoke, she kept repeating takoyaki in her mind, Omicron-y. I really don't have mind-reading skills. I'm just analyzing. Xia Antong glanced at her, still muttering to herself. Changing the subject again. Talking about protecting the people, some grand national righteousness. Don't you think your flaws are laughable? As a player, you first have to choose whether to enter the game in order to know what's going to happen, not the other way around, where you already know Tokyo will be destroyed, so you just don't enter the game. Number 3, after so many perfect completions, how could you just decide not to join the game? Are you joking? Cold sweat poured down Xiaoying's back. She stiffened her neck and said, well, Tokyo was on the candidate list, so I thought I had a responsibility. Besides, I've already gained good powers and status. There's no need to risk going back into the game. Xia Antong gave her a speechless glance. Xiaoying didn't know why, but she felt like she was being looked at like an idiot. She didn't even refute her, as if the excuse was so lame it wasn't worth the effort. Tough talk. But judging by your reaction, I probably guessed it all correctly. Tisk, even if I did guess right, doesn't seem like it's any use. Xia Antong scratched her head in frustration, wondering if she should inject herself again. You're not a player in this game. And you had a reason not to join the game right from the start. Sin couldn't be that dumb. He must know the reason he gave doesn't hold water. He has some other motive. So the true purpose of the game is... Xia Antong seemed to have entered her own world, muttering nonstop to herself, completely unguarded, like a fragile flower in a storm. Earlier, Xiaoying was too cautious, so the storm hadn't come. But now, the storm was here. Creak creak. Suddenly, Xia Antong felt a sharp pain in her legs. She looked down and saw that her legs were tightly wrapped in dark blue vines. And they hurt. The vines kept tightening. Looking around, she saw that within visible range, the entire plaza had been completely covered by black water. It was terrifying. Then she looked up and saw the culprit, Xiaoying. Her eyes had turned blood red and were now literally bleeding. I can't let you live. The next second, a monstrous wave surged through the entire plaza, crashing towards Xia Antong like it wanted to crush her. Xia Antong. Crap. She's freaking out. The problem is her own combat strength is kinda average. She got distracted just now, busy solving the mystery and thinking. She forgot this woman in front of her is ranked third in the world. Oh? Game over. But in the next instant, another shadow appeared. A massive figure came crashing down over Chioine's head. Chioine staggered to the side, staring in shock at the fireman. She realized he came with enormous force, slamming her and sending her flying. In an instant, the black water formation on the plaza dispersed. Hey now, the game just started. Why are we already playing for keeps? A careless, devil-may-care voice rang out, surveying everyone on the field. Chioine struggled to get up. A tentacle moved her aside, and she looked at the person lying on the ground, Sun, who couldn't even get up for the moment. He was thrown over here. Wasn't he fighting Sin to a draw just now? Hee. In Chioine's eyes, Sin was now walking slowly toward them, stepping on scorched earth ravaged by flames, wearing a twisted smirk on his mask. So you're not a player in this game. Makes sense. Everything makes so much more sense now. He mumbled things the others couldn't understand, then looked toward the dumbfounded Xia and Tong standing off to the side. Rippling lights swirled on his mask as he spoke. The game's only just getting started. Don't get ahead of yourself. Otherwise, what's the fun in that? Xia and Tong looked at him in confusion. She recognized that mask, greed, ruthless in pursuit of maximum profit. But had he just thrown her under the bus earlier, only to save her afterward? Chioine, seeing the two schemers exchanging glances, felt alarmed and immediately stepped forward to confront Sin. Sin, you're the strongest player in the world. Is that strength meant to hurt civilians? When did I hurt civilians? Lucis spread his hands, the expression on his mask puzzled. Omega? Then what about the damage to the buildings here? Wasn't that all done by Sun? Fi. Chioine. Lucis took a step forward, smiling, towering over Chioine. Stop trying to distract from the real issue. I'll tell you a secret. I have mind reading. Xiantong? Like H*LL you do. From the moment I arrived and noticed you, I've known everything you were thinking. He. Chioine's expression barely changed. She said calmly, You're bluffing. Eh? Lusu froze, pointed at Chioine, then turned to Xiantong and said, Isn't this chick supposed to be dumb? How come I lie to her and she doesn't fall for it? Xiantong. Because if that were true, your abilities would overlap, Chioine said coldly. She's the one who is mind-reading, which is why she stays hidden in the dark observing everything. You wouldn't have the same skill. I don't have mind-reading. Xiantong felt completely innocent. Hey! Off to the side, the masked Sin stopped her. No point denying it once you've been figured out. Let's not beat around the bush. We all know your strength isn't as simple as it looks. You're probably at least second in the world, am I right? Xiantong? What kind of B***** is this guy? Did she offend him in a previous game or something? Is that why he's doing this? She groaned inwardly, but quickly recovered in rational mode, looking at Sin with confusion. Up to now, she really wasn't sure whether this guy was hostile or friendly toward her. And why did they always end up in the same game? Was he also investigating the game's true nature? Also, why? Xiantong looked up at him. You should know the things you're saying are wrong, or at least what the game wants us to believe. That's not the game's true purpose. I just want to know what you're doing. Xiantong had now found the best solution for dealing with Luce's unpredictability. Just ask directly. That question actually is pretty simple. Because the game's only just begun, but the death rate is too low and too slow. Hearing such an absurd reason, Xiantong was stunned, but then thought about it, and yeah, it kinda did fit his personality. While Xiantong was lowering her head in thought, she didn't notice the flickering lights on the mask staring at her with a hint of confusion. Because he had more information than Xiantong, since the last game instance, he had already been highly suspicious of why they kept getting matched together. Oh, now that he saw her again in a third game, he felt that suspicion could be upgraded to confirmation. First of all, he didn't think Xiantong had the power to manipulate the game herself, so it had to be a flaw in the game's matching system. While Xiantong was watching him, he had also been watching her, searching for any suspicious clues. Until just now, when she fired that shot, he smelled a fleeting, strange, yet familiar scent. But it disappeared too quickly, leaving him wondering if his bloodhound nose was just being too sensitive. Have you thought about how to end this? Xiantong looked up and asked. She felt like this guy always started gambling before he even knew how things would turn out. Listen. Sin raised a single finger, as if listening for something. Right then, all the players began faintly hearing the system elimination sound. Player eliminated. Clearly, Luce's strategy of stirring things up in the city had worked. Listen to what? Xia and Tong pretended to be confused, then looked toward Xiaoying. Did you hear that? In that split second of distraction, Xia and Tong confirmed her earlier theory. Xiaoying looked conflicted for a while, then suddenly turned to Sin and said, I do have one more ability I haven't used, but it has a big cost. My condition is that you protect me. Guarantee I won't be killed in this game, that I'll survive to the end. In exchange, I'll use that high-cost ability. I can locate the position of all contestant players. Oh. Lucy was slightly surprised, glancing subtly up at the night sky. Those all-seeing eyes, they can really split into hundreds? Is she evolving too? But, hee. Without any warning, the expression on Sin's mask suddenly turned twisted. What he said next was completely incoherent. Normal people say something and then, but, this guy starts with but, and no one knows what kind of crap he's imagining. Rejected, because I already know how to find the other contestants. So your offer is invalid. No way I'm protecting you, and you don't need it either. I know your strength. You can wipe the floor with people in seconds. Just then, Xiaoying finally snapped back to reality, wiped the blood from the corner of her eye, and said coldly, You two clearly planned this from the start, but aren't you treating me a little too lightly? No, it's not about you, Echo Bro. Honestly, I don't take anyone seriously in this game. Lucy turned around, shrugged, and smiled. Is that so? Xiaoying narrowed her eyes. Then how do you explain hurling that fire boy over to interrupt my spell? Weren't you saving her? Oh, that? Total coincidence. He wanted to fly over here. BLSHT. From the ground, Fireboy cursed loudly. Ayo, you're still alive? The blue mask exaggerated a shocked expression and looked at Sun as he spoke. What's wrong, Fireboy? Get up, the ground's soaked. You've already taken a dive, just wait for Waterboy to show up. Then, Lucy turned his head and glanced at Xiaoying. Sigh, never mind, Waterboy's already here. Xiaoying? She couldn't quite understand, but she'd heard that Huagua culture was deep and profound, full of historical allusions and the like. Are you talking about some kind of traditional reference? Something like that, Lucy said seriously. Hey, stop interrupting. Sun shouted furiously from the ground, utterly frustrated. The moment they clashed, Sin had already seen right through his strengths and weaknesses, immediately realizing he hadn't focused on physical body reinforcement. Though his flame form looked intimidating, his real strength in battle came from hurling skills like crazy from a distance. Then he'd set up fire shields around himself, bulldozing forward that way. But once Sin saw he was essentially a mage, he never gave him any chance to fight at range again. He fought like a total madman. Even when grabbing onto the magma armor with his bare hands, his skin roasting, sizzling with grease. He didn't let go. What the H*LL kind of monster is this? With non-stop close combat, Sun could still deal damage, but his defenses were practically non-existent. Even though he hadn't specially enhanced his body, he was tall and strong, but he never imagined Sin would be so damn powerful. Now his whole skeleton felt loose, his limbs were broken, and he couldn't move. Actually, Lucy looked even worse physically, like his house caught fire at 3 a.m., and he didn't wake up till noon. But he was still moving just fine, just walking with a bit of a twisted gait. Just now, he tanked my explosion head-on and clashed with me directly to throw me. Sun didn't hesitate at all. He spilled everything. Those two are definitely connected. Big time. He's seriously injured right now. I suggest you, Japanese chick, take him down now. Though honestly, I don't recommend it. A centipede can still wriggle after it's dead. That guy's no slouch. If you're scared, just kidnap the woman in front of you instead. You'll definitely get some leverage, Arno. Sun lay on the ground, ranting nonstop like he was about to die. What? He has 100 legs. No one could tell if the in-game translation system bugged out or if Xiaoying had low intelligence, but she asked a question no one expected. Sun went silent. Xia and Tong turned and said, At first I thought you were just playing dumb, but now it feels a bit too real. Huh? Xiaoying looked confused, almost like she was genuinely ditzy. Dear damn job, Japanese chick. Oh. Chio-Ein hesitated a moment, then decisively turned her gaze to Sin. I'm not the kind of person who could pull off a kidnapping, but you don't look like you're in great shape right now. As she made her choice, Sun, lying behind her, had a subtle shift in expression, a smug hint of having set a trap. Lusu also felt like this playing with a full game was starting to get boring. He turned to Xia Antong and flashed a broad grin. I'll leave it to you here. Let things take their course, he added in a low voice. Just as she was about to speak again, Sin suddenly vanished from her sight. His overwhelming speed kicked up a terrifying gust of wind, and in a flash, he was right in front of Chio-Ein. No gun drawn, no wasted moves, just raised a leg and whipped out a roundhouse kick. After sparring with Sun for so long, he felt pumped up, so now he went full force, fists and legs blazing. Chio-Ein responded smoothly, stepping back just as a black water tree shot up behind her. She retreated into it. Then, countless vines and tentacles wrapped around her, shielding her while casting a spell outward. To Xia Antong, it looked like she was reading straight from a script. Exactly like her usual combat style. Start with probing, then ramp up the pressure. Clearly, this was just testing the waters, trying to gauge how much strength Sin had left. But the problem was, Xia Antong knew very well Sin doesn't test. Sometimes, understanding your opponent isn't about trial and error, it's about intel. If you try trial and error just once, you might fall into the abyss. Crack. With a deafening crash, the bark-like ancient tree would shattered instantly, not even getting the chance to split apart cleanly. The foot he planted had already cracked the ground beneath it. Layers of protection burst open like they were made of paper. After a series of loud bangs, Chio-Ein's stunned face reappeared from the tree. It had been kicked clean in half. Boom. The remaining force sent Chio-Ein flying. Her feet skated over the black water on the ground like a surfer. Mirror flower, water moon. Her face flushed red, and with no other choice, she shouted and vanished with a pop, like something exploded. A moment later, she emerged from the far end of the plaza. But Lusa didn't stop. After that kick, the ground beneath him exploded. With another massive blast, he blinked across to the other side. He brought his hands together into a hammer fist and swung it down hard like an axe, shattering the ground like brittle tofu and yanking out a hidden skateboard underneath. With a powerful pull, he dragged Wu Changkong out from beneath the floor. Wu Changkong looked completely shocked, too stunned to speak. Seeing his chance, Sun started his next move. His waist twisted even with all four limbs busted. A green drug appeared from his belt. With a flex of his hips, the drug flew toward his mouth. But what confused him was, why did this guy feel even stronger now? Especially faster? Could it be he was holding back earlier? No. In reality, just now, Lusu had allocated more stat points again. During his earlier chat with the others, Lusu had already completed another round of stat upgrades. After pulling up his original personal panel, it was clear he had nearly gone all in on strength. But just now, after clashing with someone like Sun, a rare opponent who pushed his abilities to the limit, he realized that over-specializing in one stat wasn't sustainable. Otherwise, in close combat, it felt like his brain couldn't fully control his limbs. So he didn't hold back on spending pain points either. Crashing into the magma body unprotected earlier was one of his self-growth tactics. In Greed's eyes, everything in the world could be put to work for him. And this time, he mainly invested his points into speed. Pain points, 7. Strength, 60, 5060. Speed, 50, 3050. Coordination, 30, 2030. Luck, 3. Spirit, 7. After elevating his body-based attributes as a whole, the 107 pain points he'd saved up were nearly drained again. But now, the boost in power felt amazing. Even Lusa forgot that he still had some serious injuries. At that moment, Lusa yanked the skateboard from underground with one hand, lifting Wu Changkong into the air with it. Wu hadn't even gotten a word out before a hammer-like fist grew larger and larger before his eyes. A terrifying gust hit him in the face, and his silver skateboard tilted upward, not to block, but to adapt. The next second, the fist passed straight through the skateboard and through Wu's body, like a badly coded game model glitch. He hadn't expected this. Everyone really did have some kind of life-saving trick. The guy actually had a phasing skill? Phasing. Lusa watched Wu Changkong, who had slipped from his grasp and started to flee, and seemed to realize something. Phasing. If you stretch the definition a bit, couldn't it count as a type of spirit form? Thinking for a moment, Lusa didn't hesitate and took out Confessions of the Disillusioned from his backpack. Hey! The moment he opened the book, Wu, who had just leapt back as if preparing to counterattack, instinctively turned around. Lusa had no idea what his name was, but just shouting "hey" still made him reflexively glance back. Then he felt a thin film wrap around his body, making it hard to breathe. His semi-transparent form lost control and started drifting towards Sin. What's going on? Panicking, Wu Changkong noticed the book in Lusa's hand and decided to take a closer look. Big mistake. The moment he did, his spirit form phasing vanished completely, and a wave of deep sorrow welled up from within. Why, so exhausting. Why did I join a game like this? His eyes went blank, but not for long. As a top 20 player, he instantly snapped back, realizing he'd fallen into a trap. But it was already too late. Lu Su was in front of him again, swinging his fist. Hope you can take this one. Boom. With a thunderous bang, Wu Changkong was blasted away. His skateboard barely cushioned him for a second, but it was useless. Though the board itself wasn't broken, it and Wu's body flew straight across the street and crashed into a building, disappearing from sight. Still early. In the school of fish, the catfish can't die yet. Lu Su muttered to himself and flashed over to Sun's side again. Sun had been ruthless earlier too. Even with all his limbs ruined, he'd used his waist to launch a high-grade healing potion, then bit the bottle open with his teeth. Glass shards tore open his gums, blood oozed out, but compared to the potion's insane effects, it was worth it. Lu Su raised one leg high and came down with an overhead axe kick. Boom. The ground caved in on impact. All the surface decor in the plaza had basically been trashed by now. But there was no one at his feet, just scorched earth. No one knew how Sun had escaped. But Lu Su believed the guy had his ways. If not, then he'd die on the spot. Staring at the powerful humanoid imprint on the ground, Lu Su didn't even look back. He just raised Hell Roar in one hand and unloaded all its energy at Tokyo Tower behind him. The target, Reno. Reno had just stabilized his injuries, no longer in danger of a fatal carotid hit, but mentally, he was now wide awake. Who'd have thought that just standing there, doing nothing, looking totally harmless, he'd still get attacked? He desperately absorbed nearby metal to form a metal ball around himself, bracing for impact and hoping nothing would happen. But Hell Roar's energy was massive. Reno's iron ball form became a cannonball with no control, blasting straight into the ground. Then, the shockwave and destruction snapped off a whole corner of Tokyo Tower, which Reno had already drained of metal. The tower tilted over like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, stabbing into the ground. Now that all the top players had been blasted away, Lu Su looked up and exhaled deeply. Every time he allocated stat points and leveled up, it felt addictive, filling him with joy and excitement. Glancing around, he spotted Xiao, the one he'd kicked earlier, now staring back in fear. How the hell are his strength and speed scaling like this? Xiao muttered in disbelief. Is he getting all physical enhancement rewards? Or did he just pop some pills just now? Is that really a human body? She was so scared she wasn't even thinking of attacking anymore, just preparing her full defense. She couldn't imagine what kind of force that man's body held. It was in a different league from everyone else. Sun already fought so hard, not sure if I could even hold out if it were me. But after a few seconds passed, his body didn't charge at her like a bullet train. Seemed like he wasn't interested in her. What's he doing? Talking to himself? Listen. The sound of the player count dropping is speeding up. So, when will the hunter arrive? Xiao couldn't transmit sound, nor did she have any clairaudience. Right now, she felt the safest option was still to quietly observe and not make the first move. But Xia Antong was actually very close at the moment. She heard everything clearly and immediately said, "Oh, so you're also saying that there absolutely is something in this game that acts as the hunter, right? The idea that the prey are the hunters doesn't hold up." Xia Antong had already felt that what Sin said earlier might not reflect his true thoughts. Now that she looked at it, she was basically certain. Oh? Did I? Lu Su chuckled playfully. For greed, denying what he just said at any time was completely reasonable and even moral. Xia Antong. She didn't quite understand his logic, but she only nodded and said nothing more. After all, they weren't teammates. In fact, based on what Sin said earlier, eliminating her now was the most logical move. Seems like what's truly needed to clear the game has always been the literal meaning. All those things he said clearly weren't that important. At this point, instead of going head-to-head, what needed to be dismantled most was still the true objective of the game. Lusa thought the game was progressing too slowly, but she felt it was already fast. The Tokyo Tower was about to get torn down. How's that not fast progress? And it's only been a few hours, and already over 20 people have been eliminated, most of them from killing each other. No idea if they're actually dead. D*MN. What are they talking about again? Off in the distance, Chio-Ein was whispering furiously to herself, gnashing her teeth. She didn't want to get close to the crowd. The earlier scene had been too terrifying, and she didn't want to take the risk. Since she had been entangled in a long battle with Sun, Chio-Ein didn't really think the #1 player was all that scary. But she didn't know why Sun suddenly just dropped dead in one round, and even his body had been used as a weapon and thrown over, ruining the massive array she had just about completed. The other guy's firepower was way too explosive. She was black water, and the influence was too strong. Was all this part of that strongest player Sin's calculations too? And then after defeating Sun, Sin, who appeared to be seriously injured, suddenly exploded into action. While everyone was still caught off guard, he struck out at 4 people on his own. And he heavily injured and knocked all of them back. Judging by the tone he used, it even seemed like not killing them was a deliberate move. Whatever his purpose was, he took down 4 top 20 players in an instant. Sure, those 4 weren't prepared and weren't at their peak, but he insta-killed them. That level of performance made the already cautious Chio-Ein even more hesitant. No idea what they're plotting, TSK. Are they doing something like reading my mind before talking? Trouble. Did I give something away? Tisk, hope nothing goes wrong. The sirens wailed. A large number of police officers started gathering. After thinking briefly, Chio-Ein slipped into the black water to hide. The plaza was relatively empty now. Most of the bullet marks and scorched areas were caused by that war maniac Reno. Even if it was a game, it was still taking place in reality. Something like the Tokyo Tower falling down, there's no way that would be left unchecked. If it draws in the local government and law enforcement to jointly resist, then this game might get even harder. Xia Antong said with a heavy expression. But after speaking, she noticed that Sin didn't seem to be listening. He had his head lifted, as if sniffing something. Xia Antong saw a strange grin rise on his face, then he nodded at her and, without a word, shot off into the air. His speed was so fast that within just a few breaths, it seemed like he had already vanished at the far end of her vision, impossible to track. Xia Antong quickly closed her eyes, focused her mind, and used one of the all-seeing eyes to follow him. She had a feeling that, regardless of whether her deal with Sin had gone through or not, she would probably have to use that extremely draining method. With circumflex BS. She had to split off 100, no, 80 all-seeing eyes would be enough to monitor each person's game status. It's just, he actually said he also found everyone's positions? Naturally, Xia Antong couldn't understand things like coercing the guide or stealing the guide's item. But soon, she didn't have time to think about it anymore. The sound of the sirens in her ears was getting clearer and clearer. Crap. All the people actually causing trouble here, fighting, destroying Tokyo Tower, they had all already fled. That Chio-Ein might already be imagining who knows what about her. If she ended up with some label like Mastermind, she'd be completely screwed. Tokyo Battle Royale, the first game to descend into the real world. Hunter and Prey. If the hunter hadn't even shown up yet and she got arrested by the cops, now that would be hilarious. Thinking this, she reluctantly took out a token. Suddenly, a metallic roar came from behind her. Get on. Xia Antong? She turned around on instinct and saw a huge motorcycle with no driver in sight. Where are you? Xia Antong looked around. Are you invisible or something? Got your eyes on the soles of your feet? Can't see something this big, the Black Knight roared angrily. That's when Xia Antong realized the voice was coming from the motorcycle in front of her. The game had gotten this sci-fi already. Time passed. After Lusa stirred up the largest battle so far, things indeed began to move much faster. Broadcasts came intermittently to the players' ears. Someone exited, someone got eliminated. But the most important part was, Lu pretty much no longer needed to hide. In just a few dozen minutes, he had shaken all of Tokyo. The city at night looked even more dazzling than during the day, full of indulgence and decadence. Under the night sky, everyone partying had only one topic, the Chosen's game, and that man who made a citywide announcement at the very start and started the Tokyo Tower battle, Sin. In the bars, people watched the footage, letting out waves of gasps and tongue clicks, watching those godlike scenes that had happened just minutes earlier right in their city. Some cursed. Some cheered. Some just watched for fun. But after a while, all of them started to look wary and scared. And that fear turned into excitement and desire. Everyone was deep in thought. Even though over 100 million people had already become chosen players, in terms of proportions among the crowd, those selected to qualify as players were still extremely few. And now it seemed like the whole of Tokyo was sleepless, watching this game not just as chosen players, but as the vast majority, ordinary players. Everyone seemed to have a kind of unspoken agreement, focusing intently on the images in front of them that came from who knows where. The world number one in this game can already do this much? If I had a chance, would I also have a shot at a different kind of life? The Tokyo Tower collapsed? So what if it did? So many games have already passed. Why is it that some people can become players from the very beginning, while I still haven't been chosen and am just a normal person? The gap is already this wide. If I'm any later, will it already be too late? Among all the voices of discussion, aside from dread, what was even more prevalent was a kind of anxiety. An anxiety called, if I don't get a chance soon, it'll be too late. This feeling appeared fairly in everyone's hearts, yet very tacitly. No one said it out loud to anyone else. Only among the contestant players, those with sharp intuition felt as if many people were watching them. Who are you? On the Black Knight, Sia Antong asked in confusion and surprise at the motorcycle below her. She felt that the situation was exceeding her expectations. Just now, when she was about to use her precious teleportation token, the roaring, massive motorcycle had pulled her straight onto the bike. The metal exterior shell instantly wrapped around her. Its function wasn't just to block outside attacks, it seemed more like it was just to prevent her from being flung off. If a player's special ability was turning into a motorcycle, that would really be too imaginative. Me? I'm called Black Knight. Black Knight carved a terrifying arc on the road, as if circling along some kind of route, and proudly answered as it did. What the hell was he even proud of? Sia and Tong didn't get it. After getting a completely meaningless name, she frowned slightly and said directly, "Excuse me, are you human? Huh, are your eyes not only on your feet, but also wearing shoes?" Black Knight clearly sounded exasperated. "I'm that masked guy's subordinate, I guess. Here to carry out his orders." Sin. Sia and Tong was instantly shocked. "He told you to take me out of here?" "Nope." Black Knight was very decisive. "Sia and Tong." Sigh, he didn't say anything, but it was convenient, and I'm guessing he's probably okay with it. After all, he didn't specifically say, "Don't go deal with that woman over there, Alfoe." "That's so." Sia and Tong furrowed her brow. She still didn't know when Sin had gotten this kind of top-tier weapon with its own consciousness. It had a will of its own, so it just happened to bring her out? Didn't that reason sound a bit far-fetched? What mission did he give you? Am I even allowed to say that? Forget it, I'm guessing you're not. After a brief thought, Sia and Tong quickly cut herself off. Considering how she'd just gotten completely screwed over, she had every reason to suspect that even knowing might be part of the trap. As she sped through the streets with the Black Knight, Sia Antong's hair stood on end. She suddenly slapped the bike beneath her and shouted, "Watch out." Before the words even finished, a large pickup truck suddenly barreled straight toward them from the corner. Both vehicles braked and swerved simultaneously, making a screeching sound that gave people goosebumps. Screech. "You mthurfing woman driver, don't you even watch the road? Huh? Got a brain disease or something?" UF*ING at hashtag. After narrowly dodging the collision, the other driver immediately rolled down his window and started cursing, totally unreasonable. The F*****? Black Knight didn't let it slide. Its aggressive chassis extended all sorts of weird gadgets, making the whole vehicle look like a hedgehog. I hadn't even started cursing yet, and you're already mouthing off? I think you're. Smack. Black Knight was about to charge, but then suddenly felt a slap on its body and froze. Then it heard Xia voice. Don't stop. Go. Remember the task Sin gave you, go. Black Knight had been about to say it wouldn't delay anything, and that 2 rounds of ramming would be enough to smash that thing to pieces. But hearing Xia voice, it thought for a moment and decided to listen. With a twist of the frame and a roar from the engine, it quickly vanished at the end of the road. After it left, the driver got out and kept cursing behind them for a while. Then, his expression gradually turned cold, and he pressed his Bluetooth earpiece. Found the suspicious vehicle you mentioned. But the person in it seemed to be a woman. Didn't manage to stall them, didn't fall for it. They just suddenly took off. Me? Of course I'm not dead. How the hell would I be talking if I was dead? Sigh, I don't think you understand this old man's skills. If I'd really wanted to, I could have ripped that guy apart in under a few minutes. Black Knight was still bragging as it raced along. From its perspective, it couldn't see the serious look in Xia eyes. Xia said, "You should have self-awareness, right? Don't you feel that something's very off with Tokyo today? The people here all act kind of weird, not like normal folks." From the earlier World Top 20 battle, so many spectators watching, thrilled without a trace of fear. To that sudden traffic accident just now, people's irritability and violence. And even though Tokyo nightlife was said to be decadent, it was this late, and still every street had people walking around. Does everyone in Tokyo live at night? They all sleep by day and roam by night? That's impossible. Sigh, now that you mention it, the damn Japs really have no manners. Black Knight started cursing. During the day, it's all traffic jams and car crashes, people yelling at each other. Oh yeah, earlier today there was another random crash like that. My bro got his leg broken by it. What? Xia was startled. It already happened during the day? Yeah. Then there's no way this was a coincidence. Go somewhere with fewer people. Let me down first. Just as she was about to say something else, suddenly, her player game panel displayed an unusual broadcast. The 34th eliminated player has appeared. Hunter kill. Staring at the message on her game panel, Xia was stunned for a long time. This was the first time since the game started that a Hunter kill announcement had appeared, which meant the explanation Sin gave about the game earlier was clearly flawed. But the problem was, the number of players was already beginning to drop sharply. This game, Tokyo Battle Royale, seemed to carry some sort of violent trigger. Ever since Sin lit the spark, there was no need for any additional steps. Players had already started hunting each other down. They were all seasoned players, nobody wanted to fall behind. Rather than be hunted, they chose to strike first. This was a hell mode game, bloody by nature. What exactly are you doing? Xia suddenly felt a headache coming on. She had overworked her brain in a short time and seriously suspected that this time the side effects were going to kick in early. She had this constant feeling that the entire city of Tokyo was growing more frenzied, and above the Tokyo night sky, it was as if a blue mask was watching over them all with a malicious grin. Hey, babe, didn't you say to head somewhere with fewer people? You bailed. At that moment, the Black Knight's voice yanked her back to reality, helping her steady herself a bit. It's nothing. I'll get off here, I need to handle something. Xia climbed out of the car. She didn't do anything first, just downed a bottle of healing potion. She felt like she was burning herself out. Along the way, she'd already been trying to replicate and split the all-seeing eye. In theory, the all-seeing eye could be copied infinitely. If she succeeded, she could monitor the entire world. But clearly, she couldn't. Each eye was a single perspective, one stream of video data the brain needed to process. Normally, people see the world in front of them and feel it's natural, never realizing that it's the brain doing the processing. That's just because we're used to it. But if you had to process 100 video streams at once? That wasn't something a normal person could handle. Over 70 metallic eyeballs buzzed in the air. Xia kept her eyes shut tight, lips pale. The next second, the faintest of whooshes echoed in the air. All the eyes launched at once, flying off to locate their targets. Xia body swayed. While her brain power wasn't being fully taxed yet, she rushed to analyze the current situation. Tisk, your body doesn't look like it's holding up too well. My big bro broke a leg, and he's still jumping around. You look like you're about to die. The Black Knight commented snidely. I'm not like that guy. Xia Antong smiled wryly. You spent a few hours with him? Did he ever mention the goal of the game? Him? Nah, we had a blast. The Black Knight wiggled the front of his bike. Just racing all over the city, picking fights, spreading chaos. If anything, he just blurred out now and then, seems like things are getting more fun. Yeah, he's right. I always thought this was fun. Xia Antong shook her head in mild exasperation and said, The hunter has already shown up. If we want to get this game back on track, we have to figure it out fast. Xiao Ein, world number 3, but she didn't join this game. She's the type whose rank comes from raw strength, not gear. She wouldn't sit out unless there was an agreement before the game started. But could the hunter be one of these hidden players? Doesn't quite feel right. Anyway, the hunter definitely has their own identity. It's not just players killing each other. There's a lot this game hasn't made clear. That crash earlier, and the one you guys had earlier, there's no way that was just coincidence. The drivers who guided us at the start, no way they were innocent. They might be regular people, but they're connected to the game. And I'm sure they're not on the player's side. As she spoke, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in her mind's game interface. The same voice echoed in every surviving player's head. Attention all players, all prey. The hunter has appeared and player, blank, has begun unraveling the hidden puzzle from the beginning of the game. Hunter puzzle, who is the hunter? Completion, 30%. Elsewhere in the city, Lucy was dragging a player who'd already lost the ability to resist when the message echoed in his mind. TCH, he sniffed, then looked toward a certain part of the city. Didn't I say it already? The game just started. Why are you in such a rush? At the plaza, where Chioine was helping the police with cleanup, her whole body suddenly trembled. Blink. Crap, total disaster. She must have been mind-read earlier, what now? This was supposed to be a guaranteed win. Miss, are you okay? A police officer nearby snapped her out of it. Nothing. Right now, the name, blank, walked straight into the spotlight, catching the eye of every player for the first time. Hey babe, the Black Knight swayed a bit, clearly confused. When you're thinking stuff, you don't actually have to say it out loud, you know. You're making me feel all awkward here. No, I want you to tell your master, Xia Antong replied. Call it paying him back for having you save me. Hey, now that's a bit harsh, the Black Knight protested immediately. What's that got to do with him? I was the one who saved you. Honestly, I've been annoyed with that guy for a while. Always riding me, never letting me ride him. Xia Antong? Actually, my memory's kinda bad. Didn't catch much of what you said just now, not sure what's important. Maybe I won't tell him after all. Xia Antong stared at him, suddenly taking a cautious step back. This guy in front of her was an AI? This game could even produce robots that disobeyed their master's commands? Hey, you know. The Black Knight was cut off as Xia Antong said. Go to your job. Tell him whatever you can. I don't know what issues you two have, but solving this game's puzzle isn't a one-man job, it affects the whole game and every player in it. Just pass it along. I think this game has some conspiracy behind it. He's overlooking something. Alright, got it, the Black Knight said. If he had facial expressions, Xia Antong might have noticed that after saying all that, the Black Knight looked just a little pleased at the engine roaring. Only Xia Antong remained in the pitch-black alley, quietly watching as the Black Knight vanished at the end of her sight. Late at night, a girl walking alone in a dark alley should have been a very dangerous thing. But right now, only places with fewer people gave her a sense of safety. According to what the Black Knight said earlier, this tank-like motorcycle should be a creation of Sin. She didn't know when Sin got this weapon, but even if it had no other function, the self-awareness alone made it legendary tier. So the world number 1 already had a legendary weapon. This kind of widening power gap was suffocating. Why say those things just now? Information came in from the all-seeing eye. The Black Knight had already gone far. Xia Antong began muttering to herself in confusion. Testing me? But there's no need to test me, right? We haven't even formed a partnership. Isn't it normal for me to be scheming? Besides, he told me everything anyway. Did he really need my permission? She thought it over for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what that psycho motorcycle was up to. A wave of dizziness hit, and she nearly couldn't stand straight on the ground. With one hand on the wall, She gritted her teeth and hesitated for a few seconds before deciding to give herself another injection. Even if it was like drinking poison to quench thirst, she needed the ability to control these dozens of eyes. Afterward, she checked her appearance. Her disguise still held. She carefully stepped out of the alley and began strolling along the street, pretending to walk casually. Really? That's what she said. On Lusu's side, he naturally had his own way of communicating with the Black Knight, and he listened with slight surprise to the message coming through. Yeah, I don't even know what use it is. I just relate it to you. Whether it's useful or not is up to you. The Black Knight spoke casually. His attitude was even more relaxed than Lusu's. He didn't care about winning or losing in the game, he was just here to have fun. Alright, TCH, she's already figured out that much? Even brought out the in-game puzzle progress bar. There was some surprise in Luce's voice. What, not happy with that? Does it have to be you who solves everything? The Black Knight bantered. Not really, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. That's not the point. I'm just afraid she's figuring things out too fast. As Luce spoke, he pressed a hand to his mask. At this moment, the blue mask shimmered with rippling light, forming one twisted expression after another. His mask was already overflowing with a hunger for overload. The moment he entered this game, he'd already decided to push one of his masks to overload. Out of all his masks, one had to be tested first. Oh right, that chick, I think she's pretty straightforward too, haha, kind of righteous. I tried testing her, but she didn't even badmouth you. That's so. Luce continued holding his mask, slowly calming himself, reminding himself that now wasn't the time. What, want me to keep an eye on her? That look you gave before, didn't seem like you actually wanted her dead. Luce cut the connection with the Black Knight, lowering his head to look at the player he had in his grasp. So, did you do what I told you? The other guy looked scared to death, limp in Luce's hand, clearly just beaten down moments ago. I did. Bro, please calm down. The guy nodded like a pecking chicken, terrified that Luce might suddenly kill him. Did you see just now? The hunter has already appeared. What you told all the players before about the game theory, it might have some issues, bro. This isn't the time to kill each other. No way. We players should be helping each other instead. He spoke urgently, trying to reason with emotion and logic, hoping the psycho in front of him would change his mind. But Luce didn't respond. He simply gripped the guy's shoulder hard and said, "Cut the crap. Tell me, what did that driver say to you?" Just earlier, after taking this guy down, Luce dragged him to a deserted spot and forced him to contact the original escort. His own bald driver had said they could be contacted if needed, but Luce had already snatched the guy's whole game panel, so contacting them was unlikely. Instead, he forced this player to ask him how many prey were nearby. He said there's no one nearby. Said if I wanted to find people, I should go southeast. The cop player looked terrified. He couldn't understand, he was standing right in front of the world #1. How could there be no one? As expected, my current position must be lost. Luce thought to himself, glancing at the glowing dots on the Tokyo map on his game panel. In the southeast, there were indeed many blinking signals. Those dots clearly represented the locations of the original drivers. Based on the current situation, it seemed those original drivers didn't just vanish after their job was done. They were likely sticking close to their assigned players, disguised as civilians. They said to stay in contact, but in reality, they were just stalking. There was no way these people were meant to help the players. As I thought, the conspiracy was already planted at the very start of this game. Luce chuckled. He knew all along the plot had been there from the beginning. He slowly raised his head, gazing into the black night sky, and said, "If it's really this difficult, then putting me into this game couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Does this mean you're using me to achieve your own goals? Have I been made into your pawn?" The expression on the blue mask suddenly turned vicious and grotesque. Staring at the sky, it was as if some forbidden line had been crossed. As Greed, the mask that wouldn't even pick up a dropped item without regret, realizing he might have been used by the game, made Luce feel like he could no longer contain his hunger for overload. But if he didn't want to be used, he'd have to lose, which was utterly impossible. The player being held by Luce looked at Sin in confusion. He didn't understand what this guy was suddenly yelling about, staring at the sky like a lunatic. His gaze slowly turned cold. Looking at Lu Su, his eyes were like a venomous snake. A dagger appeared in his left hand, and with a savage glint, he violently dislocated his right shoulder that Lu Su was gripping. Regaining freedom of movement, his body exploded into action, the gleam of a blade slicing through the air. He stabbed straight at Lu Su's neck, ka-cha. A very strange, muffled sound. There wouldn't be this much resistance even stabbing into wood. But it still went in. Blood exploded violently, spraying all over his face, and the player froze for a second. He did it. Ha 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 ha. He burst into maniacal laughter like a lunatic. I did it. I, Wanfei, killed Sin. I killed the strongest player. In that instant, he shouted like he'd lost his mind. He truly hadn't expected that this strike would actually land. As long as you stay alert, as long as you're careful enough, when the opportunity comes, even the smallest of people can kill those that seem unreachable like gods in the sky. Wanfei shouted like he was delivering an acceptance speech, cheering for himself. Is that so? Right after, a cold voice came from beside his ear, like a basin of cold water in the depths of winter, chilling him from head to toe. The Sin who'd had his neck pierced, still wearing that blue mask, slowly turned his head, staring into his eyes. What did you just say? As long as you stay alert, even the smallest person can kill those unreachable figures. Right? Wanfei's brain seemed to have stopped functioning. His lips trembled as he stared at the being in front of him, whose throat he had just pierced. At this moment, the wrist holding his blade was already caught by Lu Su. Once caught by Lu Su, it was no different than being welded into an iron wall, completely immobile. You're a, what, monster. Everyone turns into a monster in the end, Lu Su said. But what you just said was good. I agree with you. The next second, a black blur swept by, a high kick exploded out and smashed into the opponent's head. Crack. The scene looked like a sledgehammer smashing a watermelon. Lu Su stood there coldly, watching a headless corpse collapse onto the ground. What a shame. He almost succeeded. If he had, would your plans have failed? As he spoke, he took out the dice of fate and tossed it into the air. When it landed back in his hand, it showed a precise 1. Sigh. Lu Su was still talking to the sky, muttering to himself, possibly having a mental episode. In the end, he pulled out a bottle of advanced healing potion and poured it down, and while doing so, yanked the dagger from his neck. The Chosen's game had already turned the impossible into possible. The neck, a fatal spot, could still be survivable as long as the time window was short, just like with Reno before. Unless your head was chopped off instantly, nothing was certain. Waiting for his body to heal, Lu Su pressed a hand against his mask. The radiance on it seemed to have gone berserk, completely out of control. Calm down, it's not time yet. He spoke softly, as if soothing a child. If we're going to be used, then we'd better maximize our own gains. On the blue mask, the light shimmered dangerously. Blue, Kaido agreed. Can enter overload mode at any time. He'd already experienced the personality effects and functions of this mask, an old acquaintance from his very first game. But the overload standard was extreme. Overload mode, all stats boosted, base abilities shared across all masks, enhanced vitality and self-healing. Overload personality, peak of greed. Enjoys chaos and madness. Order is a restriction on profit, so it despises order. Rationality will be suppressed to its lowest limit. Ono. Overload special ability, chaos trigger. Wherever you walk, madness follows. Fortunate. When you care about nothing, your luck skyrockets. Warning, overload mode is a special kind of energy. If the energy is not fully consumed, exiting overload will be impossible and may result in severe consequences. Extremely dangerous. Absolutely do not attempt lightly. That was the overload description for the greed mask. To be honest, even Lu Su was a little startled when he saw it. To him, these abilities and side effects were just too intense. So intense, he felt lucky he got greed. Masks like Wrath? He'd have to be extremely cautious with those. Since he'd already prepared for overload from the start, he now had to accelerate the game's spiral into chaos to find a release, or else he wouldn't be able to bear the constant overload state. Hey! After calming himself down, Lu Su stepped over the corpse and walked forward, starting to connect with the Black Knight. Hey, it really breaks my heart when you just hang up like that, the Black Knight answered in his usual tone. By the way, Are you confident you already know the real answer to this game? Why aren't you rushing? Not totally sure yet, Lusa replied. But I've more or less figured out the concept of this game. Ha, a real-life game. I'm being used by the game. I just gave someone a small opportunity, but he failed. Didn't kill me. So I guess, for now, we'll have to let ourselves be used. Huh. The Black Knight seemed to not understand at all. You don't need to worry about that. Tell me, done shopping? Almost. Same as usual, though now people's desire to kill each other has gone down a bit. As they chatted, another special message came through in the game feed. The 38th eliminated player has been born. Killer Hunter. Add. What the? Finally, a player's scream rang out. Clearly something had happened at the moment of death. Humph. Lucius snorted coldly and looked down. One of the glowing dots suddenly froze. From past experience, this indicated a player death. His monitor, it seemed, had nothing else to do. This should be the place. Black Knight, you go first. Here's a coordinate, I'll follow. Then he looked up again, glancing at the night sky. I told you I'm a hunter. Did you think I was joking? Lusa checked the condition of his body, confirming that both arms and legs were still intact and usable. Never having felt pain before, he didn't know what pain actually felt like, but the downside was it meant his body lacked a built-in warning system. To avoid the possibility of some bloody hole still existing somewhere on him, he downed another bottle of basic healing potion. I'm pretty sure you gave me several coordinates. On the other end, the Black Knight spoke to Luce somewhat speechlessly. All of them are suspicious locations. You're faster than me, so go first, loop through each one, and let me know if anything seems off. She saw it. Xia Antong was walking alone down the street, her steps slightly unsteady. What is that? Her gaze was a little unfocused, and she uttered the same question as the last eliminated player. Among all the players, she was the first to see it. She clearly saw the appearance of the hunter. It was a roughly 2-meter-tall humanoid-looking thing, entirely blood-red. Its torso was quite small, seemingly existing only as a connector for its limbs, and its head was shaped like a triangle. As for its limbs, they were 4 long, massive spikes, like 4 spears, born for the sole purpose of killing. Just a moment ago, her all-seeing eye had clearly witnessed its appearance. It had suddenly appeared in the middle of the street, startling everyone around. One of the civilians had even stepped up to it, pointing in the direction of a player, and the next instant, it exploded into motion, its spear-like limbs piercing the player clean through. Xia Antong had almost never seen a burst of speed at that level. It was too fast. If ranked by player standards, perhaps only Sin could match that velocity. This thing was a hunter? Then it was clear players really should just run. But then, the all-seeing eye delivered an even more grotesque scene to Xia Antong. After killing, the creature didn't immediately look for a new target. Instead, it let out an excited roar and began brutally mutilating the corpse. Its 4 massive, spear-like limbs stabbed at such speed that the eye couldn't track it. The ground turned blood-red in an instant. It looked like ground meat. Xia Antong felt nauseated at the sight. With a thought, she pulled up the game panel and, after a brief pause, quickly wrote, "The true identity of the hunter is a blood-red creature with spear-like limbs and extremely high speed." Ding! After she finished writing, the newly added game decryption progress bar jumped from 30% to 31%. Player, blank, has advanced the game decryption to 31%. The true identity of the hunter is a blood-red creature with spear-like limbs and extremely high speed. The game announcement appeared again, this time broadcasting Xia Antong's guess to all other players. She immediately perked up, realizing that as long as the progress bar advanced, whatever she wrote down could act as a means of message transmission. After a bit more thought, she continued writing on the game interface. Ding! Player, blank, has advanced the game decryption to 45%. The hunter's appearance condition is likely related to a reduction in prey. Also, the first hunter is currently slaughtering players on Krall Street and may be heading south toward player Xin Dao's location. This time it was a long string of text. The latter part was essentially a warning from blank to the other players. The key issue was she had to find a way to let the top-tier players know the hunter's location. On her own, there was no way she could handle that kind of killing machine. Xin Dao was currently hiding out in an ice cream shop. He hadn't participated in any fights yet. Seeing the sudden warning pop up in-game, his whole mind went blank. What the hell is coming for me? Who the hell is Blink? How do they know where I am? Xin Dao jolted upright in panic and looked toward the north. It still looked calm and peaceful over there. TCH, what the hell? Cursing, he sat up straighter like a guilty thief, pretending nothing was wrong, and started writing in the game interface. Who is Blink? Do you know me? But the answer he wrote flickered for a moment and disappeared without triggering anything. Clearly, he hadn't advanced the game decryption, so there was no player broadcast. Huh. F***K. Realizing what happened, he quickly stood up, finished his drink, and headed outside. What he didn't notice was that behind him, the shopkeeper was watching his back with a pair of cold, dead eyes. And once Xin Dao had left, the man opened his mouth slightly, as if to say something. Xin Dao started to run. He arrived at the bus stop. In the sky, the hunter carved crimson lines, rapidly closing in. Xia Antong, posing as a normal civilian, used her all-seeing eye to track Xin Dao's movements. She knew there were no players or hunters near her, and no one was paying attention to her, but she remained cautious, determined to act like a regular civilian. Otherwise, she had a bad feeling, maybe something the all-seeing eye picked up had seeped into her subconscious. She hadn't fully realized it yet. At that moment, Xin Dao looked into the distance and saw a bus approaching, but it didn't slow down at all, instead speeding past with a roar. What? He froze, about to curse, when he suddenly whipped around and came face to face with the blood-red creature. A sharp roar rang in his ears. His eardrums burst instantly, blood gushing out. It felt like he'd been hit by a sonic weapon. Battle instinct kicked in, and twin sabers appeared in his hands. He slashed hard. Bang! Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The high-grade weapon shattered into fragments in an instant, and Xin Dao flew backward without any footing. He looked like he was barely hanging on to life. Xia Antong's heart sank. She only knew about Xin Dao because he was ranked over 2,000 in the world. And that was 2,000 in the combat category, not like her, a functional-type player, and he couldn't even survive one round. Her heart began to turn cold. Suddenly, she found her all-seeing eye had stopped working. It could no longer follow the battle below. But the next second, the all-seeing eye's perspective began to spin on its own, as if it had been grabbed by something. Then, a menacing blue mask filled her field of vision. Sin had arrived. Looks like my speed's not too bad, huh? Lu Su pinched the invisible metal sphere in his left hand between his thumb and index finger, speaking towards Xia Antong in the distance. This all-seeing eye was definitely the most insane functional item he'd seen so far. Judging by the looks of it, the opponent had actually distributed this thing across the entire city, one per player. You're seriously a peeping freak. Don't know who the hunter is, so you just place one eye next to every player to monitor them, huh? This method is even cruder than mine. On the blue mask, a curious smile appeared as he studied the small metal sphere in his hand. Honestly, I think this is pretty inefficient. Have you never considered that if you control this thing to fly at high speed, it's basically a bullet? That means you've got a bunch of controllable, high-speed bullets. While talking, Lu Su gave the metal ball a strong squeeze, only to find the all-seeing eye was surprisingly sturdy. As expected of a legendary weapon, he couldn't crush it. Xia Antong. She had no idea how this guy discovered her all-seeing eye. The key issue was, why were they chatting so casually? That hunter's strength and speed might not be inferior to yours. Also, let me see what Xin Dao's status is now. Since she had an intel collecting obsession, it felt slightly uncomfortable not being able to access the information she wanted. But the moment she finished speaking, she realized her voice probably wouldn't transmit over to Sin's side. On the other end of the all-seeing eye, Lu Su seemed to realize this just now and said, "Oh, guess there's no point talking to you. You can't talk back, right? You didn't just talk to your own screen just now, did you? Ha 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 ha." The greed mask seemed to recall something funny and burst into wild laughter, leaving Xia Antong speechless on the other side. Xia Antong. Lu Su shifted his body, aiming the all-seeing eye back at the street, where Xin Dao was fighting the hunter. Or rather, being crushed, but since he still had some combat ability, he could at least put up a bit of a fight. At this moment, he held a replica of the green dragon crescent blade in his hands. Though fake, it was still a real weapon and was engaging in large, sweeping attacks to parry the hunter. But for some reason, the hunter didn't seem able to exert full force. He kept turning his head slightly toward Lu Su, as if distracted. Zoning out mid-fight? But just then, Xin Dao also spotted Sin. Seeing the intimidating blue mask in the distance, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hey, Sin, can you give me a hand here? This thing's a hunter. Your previous theory was wrong. A hunter's already shown up. There's no more competition between players now." Lu Su gripped the all-seeing eye in his hand and, instead of refusing, responded, "Sure. So, what are you offering me in return?" Return? Xin Dao's expression turned Spartan at once. Just as he clashed with the hunter again, he coughed up blood. "This thing's out to kill all players. If I go down, it'll come for you too. I'm buying you time right now. Your wrong info already screwed us over. Don't you know that?" A furious expression instantly appeared on Lu Su's blue mask, and he said, "Oh, that's so. Hold on a sec, I need to say a few things. I'll be over there soon to kill both of you." "Xin Dao?" Then Lu Su pointed at the slightly hesitant hunter and said to Xia and Tong, "This thing, it's a divine creation, I think." "What?" Xia and Tong on the other side of the street was shocked and blurted out, "How do you know that?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized her stupidity. Her brain was running on overload from managing so many all-seeing eye locations, and she was feeling a bit scrambled. New Thailand bot. But with her smarts, she immediately caught on to his intent and opened her game panel to begin typing. Player, blank, has advanced the game decryption progress to 50%. The hunter is a divine creation. Its core abilities are speed and strength, completely on par with you. Also, I think its powers may still grow. If you're planning to fight, make sure you find the right approach. Still grow. Lu Su repeated under his breath, nodding slightly. It didn't seem to surprise him. Speed and strength, huh? He understood now. This was just a casual intel exchange between old acquaintances. But the exchange was happening via public chat. That message had been sent to all players, meaning everyone could see it. Aside from Lu Su, the rest of the players were left wide-eyed, not understanding what the hell was going on. What does on par with you mean anyway? F***K. Sun, who realized what was happening, cursed with an annoyed expression. Think you're hot sh**t just cause you've got brains? Using public chat and all. On the other side, Lu Su didn't waste time. Seeing Xin Dao about to drop, he tossed the all-seeing eye aside and launched himself forward. The all-seeing eye spun midair, adjusted its orientation, and began focusing intently on the fight below. Bang! Lu Su landed a foot on the hunter's back. Both of their bodies dipped low, followed by the sound of sizzling corrosion. With direct contact, the hunter was corroding Lu Su, while Lu Su was corroding him right back. Because the Godslayer badge triggered. This was also why he suspected the thing might be a man-made construct. Boom! Lu Su slammed his fist downward with full force. A massive boom echoed, and a crater instantly appeared in the hunter's crimson body. The ground beneath them cracked like a spiderweb. The cars lining the street jolted into the air like bouncing on a trampoline. The hunter let out a wail, limbs twisting 180 degrees as he jabbed back toward Lu Su. But Lu Su's fighting style never involved defense. After shielding his vital organs, he raised his fist and began hammering away with his enhanced superhuman body, one blow after another. The sound was like war drums. At the same time, blood sprayed from his own body. In that moment, the two of them sank deeper and deeper into the ground. Thud. 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 The pounding sounds echoed one after another underground, like the heartbeat of the earth. The street trembled every second, pulling at the nerves of nearly everyone around. Dust filled the air, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Naturally, no one dared to approach the pit to look, but the all-seeing eye did. It flew swiftly, pierced through the dust, and entered the deep pit. What it saw was a shattered ground and splattered blood, but those muffled booms still continued relentlessly. Thud, thud. That amount of blood. The all-seeing eye wobbled as it flew deeper, but halfway through, it was suddenly grabbed by a large hand and clenched within. Cough. What are you staring at? Though it was pitch black, the voice in her ear told Xia and Tong that the man in the mask was still alive. She didn't know why, but her tightly clenched heart seemed to loosen just a little. If Sin had died here, this game might have truly been a death trap. With every venting punch, Lu Su felt as if the madness inside him had slightly been released. and the hunter beneath him could no longer stand. Its pained shrieks were growing weaker, until eventually, they couldn't be heard at all. The oppressive aura it emitted, capable of suppressing all players, was now utterly crushed by Luce's Godslayer badge, unable to activate at all. Though Luce's body was now riddled with holes, like a sieve, if not for his ability to pop a pill, his only path would have been death. But this was a game none of the normal rules applied. As long as Luce outlived his opponent, he won. No time to think, he twisted open a bottle of advanced healing potion and poured it down his throat. He kept a tight grip on the all-seeing eye in his hand, just to avoid leaving the woman with any blackmail-worthy footage of him in this state. Who knew how long she'd keep it for? Maybe he chugged it too fast. Luce choked and started coughing violently. In the distance, Xia and Tong slightly opened her mouth, focusing hard on the completely blackened screen, listening to the coughing sound inside. This is... The next second, a global announcement echoed for all players. Prey-Sin has slain the hunter. First kill achieved. The calm voice echoed in every player's mind, but it rang out like thunder. Every player, whether fleeing, hiding, or fighting someone else, all stopped at the same time, their pupils dilating instantly, followed by disbelief. No way. If the hunter in this game can be killed, then what's the point of the setup? This guy again, making headlines, huh? What? Sin? He's not the hunter, right? Is this guy just screwing around? Why is he killing both hunter and prey? That was the reaction from those still clueless about the situation. NES. Xiaoying, on the other hand, looked worse than ever. She glanced at her watch, and her eyes slowly turned resolute. The strongest player. Sorry, but this time you have to lose. Even if it's for the sake of the bigger picture. Xia and Tong instinctively felt a burst of joy at the sight in front of her. The hunter was dead. Then this game. But logic quickly reminded her there was no such thing as a free lunch. And reality soon proved it. Of the dozens of all-seeing eyes she had deployed earlier, quite a few were now in position, following players or individuals she deemed suspicious. But now, at the edges of the city, her surveillance showed at least 4 more of those same creatures appearing. They were shrieking, lacking visual systems, wobbling their triangular heads. None of them attacked nearby civilians, they exclusively targeted players. Guided by nearby witnesses, they quickly sprinted toward their targets. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but they seemed stronger. In an instant, multiple screens demanded her focus. Her attention was being drained rapidly right now. She was like a multi-threaded CPU, lagging and skipping. She tripped and nearly fell. No, this thing can't be that unsolvable. If that were the case, how many can Sin even take on? Thinking back on everything she'd observed so far, her lips began trembling violently. I get it. I get it. These things aren't traditional life forms. If he's right, divine creations, that means they might not have senses at all. These things can't find players by themselves. They need someone to guide them. And those someone are probably hunters too. But they wouldn't have that kind of combat ability. Which means some of the civilians are hunters. Xia and Tong proposed a bold theory in her mind, even startling herself. But soon, it all began to make sense. Divine hunters had high combat power but couldn't locate players. Civilian hunters could locate players but couldn't fight. That balanced everything out. It also explained why every player had disguised faces, what the purpose of that really was. Thinking back, it seemed like every player killed by a hunter had first been identified by someone. Good thing, she had stayed well hidden the entire time. No one had exposed her except Xiaoying. Wait. Xiaoying? A sudden splitting headache struck Xia and Tong. Every time she felt like her thoughts were aligning, some inexplicable factor would appear. Inserting her theory into the system, the game decryption progress immediately rose to 60%, confirming her suspicion. She could barely move now. Leaning against a wall, she looked through her all-seeing eye. On the other end, the seemingly invincible Sin still hadn't gotten up. Still not recovered. The injuries must be extremely severe. If even he... Xia and Tong bit her lip and took out another syringe, hesitating intensely. She felt so close to the truth now. The urge to discover the end was overwhelming, so strong that she wanted to inject herself right then. But would it really be worth it? She already knew so much now. She could just follow the original Battle Royale instructions, blend into the crowd, don't get noticed, survive for 24 hours. And she had seriously overused her brain this time. She was genuinely worried that the mental backlash would push her to commit suicide. Now that would be dark humor. Tisk. Antong scratched her head with a wry smile. Am I going crazy? Have I played hell mode a few too many times? Or has that guy rubbed off on me? I'm starting to consider reckless strategies way too often. Just as she was about to give up, the steady sound of footsteps echoed down the street in the distance, accompanied by a mocking voice. Yo, isn't this the little missy with hidden strength, full of secrets, who's already cracked most of the puzzles? Why not join the Tiandahui? There's no future rolling with that guy. At the end of the road, a tall man in a wrinkled leather jacket stepped out of the shadows and into the streetlight. The dim yellow light cast his shadow long and narrow, stretching all the way to Xia Antong's feet, making her heart sink. She had been hesitating just a moment ago, but now she made a decision in an instant, raised the syringe in her hand and stabbed it into her own temple. The dark night instantly became clearer, and the haze in her mind was swept away at the same time. This rush, like a stimulant, erased all negative effects. She knew, if she didn't bring out her full power, there was no way she'd be able to pass under the hand of the sun. Taking a shot? What's that for? Everything's fine. Why stab yourself with a needle? The sun continued walking forward slowly. His wrinkled leather jacket was stained with dried blood, no telling if it was his or someone else's. But the sharp gaze that shot out from his chiseled face was intimidating enough. Number 7. This was someone who had fought against sin for so long and still managed to escape. Hey, why so quiet? What do you think about my proposal? Staring into the sun's eyes, Xia Antong suddenly smiled, all fear vanishing. In the sun's eyes, the woman before him suddenly looked a bit more sinister, as if her danger level had just reached some kind of spiritual threshold. Sure, I agree. As she spoke, she even raised her right fist and said in a clearly theatrical tone, "The world belongs to Tiandahui. So, how about that? Good enough." Son. He was momentarily stunned, as if he hadn't processed what just happened. He couldn't believe his recruitment worked so easily. Doesn't that count as betraying sin? Betrayal. Xia Antong raised an eyebrow. No big deal. He actually wanted to join Tiandahui all along. When he shows up later, I'll bring him in too. Son? Why did it feel like he was being played? You. What? Is there some kind of ritual for joining Tiandahui or requirements? No, not really. Then are there any benefits? Like, do I get a newbie gift pack or something? Didn't prepare anything, but of course there are benefits. Like, Xia Antong interrupted again and said, if there's nothing, then never mind. For now, I'm temporarily a member of Tiandahui. You're probably the leader of Tiandahui, right? You should protect your team members. So first make sure I don't get attacked. I need to get something done. After speaking, her eyes became distant, focused on dozens of screens in front of her that no one else could see. Those screens represented all the players participating in this game. She could even see a player ranked over 200 currently being chased down relentlessly by the divine creation hunters. You could even call it a perilous situation. Looks like these things really did get stronger. They're hunting inward from the outer edge, and this number. Xia Antong's expression turned grim as she began writing answers on her game interface. Player, blank, has advanced the game decryption progress to 65%. The number of hunters will increase as prey decreases, and their combat power will also rise. The sun just stood there beside her, playing bodyguard, watching this woman blink and think about who knows what, and then, somehow, pushed the game's decryption progress forward. Wait, what was he here for again? Didn't seem like the right time to make a move. She'd already joined them. TCH, strangely, the sun felt like he was getting played for a fool. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Antong lifted her hand and stopped him, murmuring to herself instead. If these hunters' presence and combat power are really tied to player elimination, then that means Sin is actually helping them. And that citywide broadcast, after it played, everyone's hearts were in chaos. A lot of people stopped trying to hide their player identities. If everyone had stayed hidden, there's no way the hunters could have found everyone so easily. For the game to spiral downward this fast, well, it's basically all thanks to him. The more she thought about it, the more something felt off. If Sin himself wasn't a hunter, then what was he doing? Sabotaging? The moment that idea hit, she immediately thought, actually, yeah, that's totally possible. So at this point, she had to toss aside that weird guy and focus solely on the game, on figuring out its ultimate answer. What exactly does hunter mean? Suddenly, she felt like something clicked and started writing again. Player blank has advanced the game decryption progress to 80%. When the game's answer is decoded, a new mode will activate with major changes called Phase 2. Just a simple guess, not even directly tied to the game's final answer, yet it pushed the progress all the way to 80%. The sun stood about 10 meters away from Xia and Tong, visibly conflicted, fiddling with fire in his hand, and then jumped in shock as he saw the updated progress. WOC. 80% already? D*MN, you really don't play games like anyone else. But right now, Xia and Tong had no time to respond. She was in the final stage of decoding, delivering the last, crucial strike. Player blank has advanced the game decryption progress to 95%. Hunters are made up of deep creations and numerous people within the city. Some are players, others are ordinary civilians, but none of them are participating in this game. They remain in Tokyo as part of the game itself, performing assigned roles and hunting prey. Holy *T. Lady, you promised. You already joined Tiandahui. No takebacks. The son was getting worked up now, feeling like he'd recruited a genius by sheer luck. But then his expression turned fierce and savage again. But you'd better be telling the truth. If you're playing me. But right then, Xia Antong's face turned pale, her whole being overwhelmed by a crushing sense of failure and sorrow. Why only 95%? At that moment, a voice came from the other side of the street. You're still so impatient. I didn't expect you to crack it this fast. You gave me a lot of inspiration. Maybe. The answer was written on the surface all along. On the other side, a figure walked over from the opposite direction. Both the sun and Xia and Tong turned their heads at the same time, instantly looking toward that spot. That voice, Xia and Tong felt it was too familiar. Though she'd only seen him a few times, it felt like she'd been hearing it for years. A blue mask, a twisted-looking body, filthy on the outside, yet the mask still gave off an overwhelming and domineering presence. Sin. He came from the exact opposite direction of the sun. The two of them seemed to emerge from either side of the street, walking toward the center, towards Xia and Tong. Seeing this guy appear, the sun narrowed his eyes. His whole aura changed in an instant, creating a pressure so intense that even Xia and Tong, who was nearby, felt it. With a snort, he looked at Lu Su and said, You look like a mess. Took a pretty bad hit, huh? You okay? Looks like the guy who hit you wasn't easy to deal with. Lu Su was greed himself. How could he lose a war of words? He twitched his nose and said, Oh, that's so. You reek of blood too. Looks like the guy who beat you wasn't easy to deal with either. Sun. #. The veins on the sun's forehead popped. Everyone knew Sin had just fought a hunter, and the last one to fight the sun was obviously Sin himself. Xia and Tong looked at the two who were suddenly on edge. It felt like she was standing in a very dangerous spot, though oddly, she didn't feel trapped. Her mood was strangely low, so low it felt off. 95%. It just means it didn't hit 100. What's the big deal? I shouldn't be feeling this defeated. Slowly, she realized something was wrong. If she hadn't guessed fully, she could just keep trying, so why this overwhelming emotion? Could it be the side effects had started? Her heart jumped. It hadn't been that long since she took the injection. Were they already kicking in? If they came this early, she was in serious trouble. But her high rationality and analytical ability instantly helped her notice something else. This wasn't right. She was clearly still thinking. When the side effects hit her before, she couldn't control her thoughts at all. There was no doubt, no suspicion, nothing like that. But now, she had all of that. The despair, the negative thoughts, they felt forcibly imposed. Crap. Did I overdose? My current state must be a new variant of the side effects. Xia and Tong thought to herself. But in the very next second, Lusa silently lifted a book in his hand, already flipped to page 3, facing it towards Xia and Tong. Your mental state's still pretty stable. Impressive. Xia and Tong? Xia and Tong. #. She almost laughed out of sheer frustration. So this guy was messing around again. She quickly hopped back a few steps, trying to avoid the book's light, face grim. Can you stop doing these pointless things? As a former fan and now the lead analyst, she obviously knew what Sin's props were used for. Confessions of the Disillusioned. Anyone illuminated by it would become overwhelmed with negative emotions, and even the user would suffer backlash. But for someone like Lusu, as long as it was fun to watch, he didn't care about backlash. Pointless? This is totally useful. I've always thought you were way too impatient. Speedrunners always suck the fun out of a game. Cut the CR*P already. This time, it was the Sun who roared. Rolling his shoulders, all the muscles on his body tensed, and flames reignited all over him. We never finished that fight before. You two trying to pull something here? If we're throwing down, I'm game. At his feet, countless lines of flames started spreading. Some reached under Luce's feet and began to wrap upward. This was a move he hadn't used before. New beta. You call that earlier fight unresolved? On the greed mask, a taunting expression appeared. Even though both were badly hurt, everyone knew who won that last fight. 13. Xia and Tong quietly stepped aside, leaning against the wall to recover, then muttered softly. Those hunters from before, I saw them. My eyes can see them now. I've already found at least 13 more. Are you too sure you want to fight now? She looked a little pale, a sheen of sweat on her forehead, as if she'd just seen something terrifying. One-on-one against Sin had already gone that badly, and now she could see at least 13 more, maybe even stronger. Xia and Tong couldn't shake the feeling this game was starting to feel hopeless. You should have followed the rules. You always play your own way, but this time it looks like you went too far. Unintentionally, she said this to Sin. The game made it very clear players should hide, escape, and survive. She didn't understand why Sin had to make things so chaotic. Are you really sure about this? Did you already figure out the game's goal from the start? Before Lusa could answer, the Sun spoke. 13? So what? Burn 'em all. Blow 'em all up. What's the problem? This is how the game should be played. No matter how many there are, it won't stop me from throwing down with this punk. Though their words were full of tension, the Sun seemed to approve of this play style. Well then, I'll throw out a guess at the game's goal too. Player, Sun, has advanced the game decryption progress to 99%. Hunters are everyone except the prey. In the next moment, the game's progress jumped straight to 99%. It was a wild guess, but clearly, the Sun was bolder than Xia and Tong. Then, the final voice rang out. Player, Sin, has advanced the game decryption progress to 100%. The hunter is Tokyo. Game decryption mode has ended. In the next second, all of Tokyo went dark. It was already night, but now it got even darker, black. So F***King dark. Sun threw in a line that fit the mood perfectly. The night looked terrifyingly pitch black now. Anyone with a working brain could tell something was off. It was the kind of darkness where you couldn't even see your hand in front of your face. The stars and moon had vanished, as if a curtain had been drawn over everything. But Xia and Tong, who had the all-seeing eye, had eyes positioned at the edge of the city. She could clearly see that the area outside Tokyo was also completely covered in darkness, with no trace of its original form. Even trying to send the all-seeing eye out didn't work. It was like something was blocking it. Tokyo, it feels like it's been isolated. Xia and Tong spoke with hesitation, but right after that, a different take came from Sin's side. You might as well say, Tokyo's entered the game now. Lusa said. The blue mask flickered with shifting lights, forming various expressions. Xia and Tong suddenly noticed that Sin's mood seemed a bit unstable. So it really is like that. D***M it. F***K, it really is like that. Seeing him in a not-so-great state, Sun didn't know exactly what was going on, but he felt a burst of satisfaction and immediately mocked him. Huh, so you were just guessing blindly? Not much different from me. Shut up. My guess isn't the same as yours. Lusa snapped. Sun? What's the difference then? Unlike him, Xia and Tong was just looking at the strange Sin in a way no one could quite understand. Sun's earlier theory had surprised her, but that was all. It didn't shake her. After all, her own deductions were already based on the current situation. Given a 95% certainty, she too might have considered that something was seriously wrong with everyone in the city. Empty said yes. But what did Tokyo mean? Tokyo was the hunter? How could a city be the hunter? Was every street, every breath of air, every blade of grass and tree out to hunt down players? Tokyo, what do you mean? Sia Antong asked Lusu. Tokyo? The city we're in right now is Tokyo, the capital of that little island country. Sun jumped in before anyone else. Sia Antong was speechless, clearly. That's not what she was asking. This brute's IQ fluctuated wildly. She honestly couldn't tell what kind of person he was. Tokyo, didn't you notice from the very beginning that something's off about the people here? Lusa replied, holding his forehead with one hand. I did notice, but if that's the case, then what Sun said earlier should be basically a sure thing, right? Why does it have to be Tokyo? Lusa didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at her and said, the last game, I asked what the purpose of the Chosen's paradise was. Remember that? I remember. Sun, overhearing, looked confused and said, what the hell are you two talking about? They ignored him. Lusa continued. So, what do you think the purpose of Chosen's paradise is? Sia Antong? Of course I don't know. Exactly, and that's the answer. Whether it's not knowing, or the fact that it didn't give us an answer at the time, it all points to one thing. It definitely has a purpose. So, if special game modes have a purpose, and the chosen players are selected with a purpose, and if the game isn't just about playing but about achieving that purpose, then making Tokyo the hunter can be seen as Chosen's paradise, throwing down a challenge to the world. With the strength of your entire city, plus the help from the game itself, can you handle the current players? If not, then game, world. No issue, right? Slowly, it seemed like Sia Antong was starting to understand something. A chill ran down her spine. She had thought about something like this at the start of the game. But after being inside it for so long, she had gradually forgotten. Had the game's impact on reality really reached this level? I'm even starting to think that this game, Tokyo Battle Royale, might be the most powerful one yet. The level of Tokyo as a city, it's pretty much up there. At that moment, Sun chimed in as well. What a bunch of bulls, **T, conspiracies, provocations, whatever. But going by what you're saying, for this setup to work, the players would have to win. But it's pretty obvious the support is heavier on the hunter side. They've got the advantage. Sia Antong nodded and said, true. But that's exactly the point. That's how the game shows its power, how weak your real-world forces are in comparison to the players. Sun snapped back irritably. But what about military power and all that? Tokyo can't even use it right now. Right, but they've already given those divine-crafted hunters plenty. Those things have more precise effects on smaller battlefields. You can't just go throwing nukes around all the time. Sun. He was momentarily speechless. It kind of made sense. But then he caught something off. Wait, hold on. All this depends on players being able to win. Exactly. Lusa finally spoke again, nodding. That's why they put me in this game. What? Sun couldn't even process it. Because I'm here, the players are guaranteed to win. Sun? His expression froze. For 5 whole seconds, he didn't move a muscle, then he just burst out laughing. Ha ha. Are you seriously saying that just because you're in the game, that means the players are gonna win? Kid, you're 2F*** king full of yourself. Sia Antong was a bit speechless too. But compared to the last game's Lust, who was even more narcissistic, she was used to it. Then why not say, they brought me in to guarantee a win? Simple. Because I'm stronger than you. Lusa turned his head and said blandly. Besides, you didn't even have the confidence to win. Just now, in the middle of this game, you were already thinking about the possibility of players losing. You didn't think you'd definitely win, so why would Chosen's Paradise think so? Sun. He was momentarily dumbstruck, body stiffening. But, Sia Antong spoke up, are you sure that's why they put you in this game? Couldn't it just be a coincidence? No, Lusa shook his head. Why not? Because you're here. Her eyes froze for a moment, as if she didn't register what that sentence meant. But looking at the blue mask in front of her, she gradually started to understand. Right? Both of them knew. This was already the 3rd game they'd been matched in together. That kind of probability is hard to call a coincidence. It proved the game's matching mechanism was unlikely to be random. In other words, its player selection might be based on various unknown reasons, selectively determined. And as long as there was selection, then it made perfect sense to say, the game specifically puts the strongest players in one game to accomplish a certain goal. For a moment, Xia and Tong also fell silent. She temporarily ignored Sin's narcissistic statement from before. In her eyes, a bit of confidence from Sin was normal. Even just the power he had shown was already enough to leave people in despair, let alone the potential strength he hadn't yet revealed. She was arguably the person who understood how strong Sin truly was more than anyone. But now, next to them, Sun's forehead veins were popping. He was pissed. Heh, kid, you really know how to push my buttons. What's all this crap about not having confidence? Of course I think I can win. I was just talking hypothetically. I'm just not as ing full of myself as you. I think it's better if we settle this between us first, then deal with whatever little hunter Japan has to offer. Lu Su also chuckled. Seeing the flames rising on the other guy, the blue mask flickered with an odd expression. Why say settle this instead of just saying you'll kill me? You still don't have much confidence. Kinda disappointing. But it just so happens I was thinking the game was moving a bit too fast anyway. Seeing the two of them about to go at it, Xia and Tong was instantly thrown off. She quickly said, "Wait, you're seriously thinking of fighting right now? Didn't we already figure out what's going on in the game? Cut the crap." Sun snapped his head around, eyes blazing red, like they were literally on fire. "You said the game would enter Phase 2 after the decryption, but I don't see anything." The next second, the pitch-black night sky seemed to flicker. A giant, bell-like voice rang out above all of Tokyo. "Initialization complete. Game location has been finalized." That voice wasn't just for the players, it echoed across the entire city. In the black sky, massive blood-red letters appeared. No matter where you looked up from, you could clearly see the text. No one knew how huge it really was, but it gave off a strong sense of wrongness. Sun. He had a strong feeling this game was targeting him. Lu Su and Xia and Tong also looked up at the words above their heads. This kind of divine message made Xia and Tong feel a strange, uneasy stirring inside her. Almost subconsciously, she opened her live stream screen, wanting to see what the audience was saying. After all, this was a game that affected the real world. Plenty of people should be following what was happening in Tokyo. Hey, wait, why did the newsfeed go black? Same here. I was watching Tokyo's news and the game stream at the same time. It was cool having two perspectives. I just saw the news. Tokyo's gone, guys. Seeing all the barrage comments, Xia and Tong immediately spotted the key one and asked aloud. Tokyo's gone. What do you mean? Whoa. Blank-sama read the stream chat. That's rare. News reports say it. Tokyo no longer appears on the satellite map. Just a patch of darkness. No idea what's happening. No signals from inside Tokyo are reaching the outside. Phone lines and everything else are completely cut off. No clue why. Must be game-related. You're awesome, Queen. Alright, thanks. No need to keep watching. Across the dark sky, more blood-red words appeared again, echoing through the city. The game's secret has been guessed by the prey. Now, it's up to the hunters to choose whether to enter the next phase and join the game. Each one of you received a message before the game began. Now, please make your decision. Do you officially want to enter the game? National referendum begins. Now it was the citizens' turn to be shocked. Nobody was really sleeping tonight. In the streets, bars, and alleyways, people stared at each other, wide-eyed. You guys got a message too? You mean that game thing? You too. I thought it was something special just for me. Turns out everyone got it. Said there'd be benefits. Oh, I thought I was hallucinating or something. So then, should we agree? That last question, honestly, wasn't even necessary. There was no downside to agreeing. As an ordinary person, it might be worth seeing what happens. What if it works out? 5 minutes passed. The referendum approval rate, 97%. Referendum complete. Game enters Phase 2. Tokyo joins the game. All prey task, survival time halved, 12 hours. All hunters, use any means necessary to hunt down the prey and destroy the beacons on their bodies. All disguises on the prey have vanished. Stealth is now up to them. As the voice ended, Xia Onting's disguised appearance, her always present look, faded instantly, revealing her flowing long hair and helmet. Lu Su and Sun didn't have that issue. Neither of them had ever hidden themselves. Remaining escape time, 05:46:23. Tokyo Battle Royale. Game continues. As the game resumed, Every player's interface began rapidly updating with notifications of eliminations. The divine-crafted hunters went into full berserk mode. Following Tokyo's guidance, they charged at the players, beginning a massacre. Xia and Tong saw everything clearly through the all-seeing eye and quickly spoke. The Red Hunters may be tracking using the collective will of the civilians. They might have to choose from among different intentions. As she spoke, she was racking her brain trying to find a weakness, any weakness in these things, but then she suddenly froze. She swallowed and looked up. She raised her head and looked down both sides of the street. Those pitch-black streets. The buildings without lights. A city that seemed peaceful and calm. It felt like countless malicious eyes were hidden in the darkness, watching them. From this moment on, Tokyo is the enemy. Seems like a lot of things are heading this way. While watching the many scenes from her perspective and sensing the numerous gazes around her, Xia and Tong immediately spoke up. Seeing Sun and Sin both turn their eyes toward her, she continued. All the divine creations are commanded by the will of the people. They'll move toward whoever's getting the most attention. This is my theory, but it should be accurate. Right now, many of the red divine creations are moving in our direction. A lot of them. Even in her current state, sweat had started to bead on her forehead. Sin and Sun were receiving far too much attention and had the highest priority. In other words, most of the divine creations would soon converge here. This could be catastrophic. She looked at Sin and asked. Their strength might still be increasing. Based on your previous battles, if there are more than two, can you handle it? Actually, her best advice right now would be for everyone to scatter and flee, but she had a feeling these two wouldn't listen to her. 2. In this current state, it might be difficult. Lusa pressed down on his mask, as if suppressing something, and spoke. Then he looked up at Sun. So, what do you say, should we start now? Anytime. Sun turned back into the previous form of the fire giant, and a layer of flaming heavy armor appeared on his body. His right hand slowly lifted from his chest, and by the time it rose above his head, it had once again become a massive fireball. Xia Anton? She didn't quite get it. If the two of them started fighting now, she'd have to run fast. But in the next second, the fireball in Sun's hand suddenly turned and was thrown toward a nearby high-rise building. Explosive flames swept forth, instantly engulfing the entire structure. Cries rang out from within, but there were no actual injuries. A thick, black, tar-like liquid coated the building, slowly swallowing the fireball. Didn't I say before, your scent is very familiar to me? A hoarse voice came from the body of the fire giant. Sun's eyes were fixed on the darkness on the other side. Previously, his fireball had targeted Chioine, but he had thrown it at Lusu. But this time, everything was reversed. The black wall twisted, and Chioine slowly walked out from within. What a shame. I thought the two of you would fight to the death. Before this game began, everyone in Tokyo already knew Tokyo had been chosen. Each person received a different game prompt. Players had player tasks, civilians had civilian tasks. And Chioine, as the top-ranked player, was already the key manipulator in this game. This time, she couldn't be a player. She needed to become part of Tokyo. As long as she could wipe out all the players in this round, it would count as a perfect completion. With Graven. Home field advantage, game support, the whole city watching, she had never played such a luxurious game. She was confident she'd win. Likewise, she had learned about all the game's plans earliest, and knew that for the world, this round couldn't be lost. The timing, the setting, the people, and even the greater cause, she was unshakable, both in strength and in mindset. But she gave Xia and Tong a complicated look. Who would have thought? Just because she forgot to hide the ability to see through disguises, this woman had figured out so much. After you die, of course I'll deal with him. After replying, Sun instantly went full blast, starting to bombard Chioine from a distance. But Chioine wasn't that easy to handle. The entire street had already been flooded with black water. Her figure flickered like a ghost. No need to fight to the death. Just destroy your beacon and exit. Chioine wasn't in a hurry or forcing a clash. She only needed to keep these three tied down here and could even spare time to talk. It's just a game. You already made your guesses. For the sake of the greater world, you weren't supposed to win. Besides, you can't win now. You know that, right? She said this while looking at Xia and Tong. Xia and Tong. She could indeed see it clearly. Within 10 minutes, 10 divine creations would arrive at the battlefield. Judging by the standard of the one that had gravely wounded Sin before, the current situation was a guaranteed dead end. Why the hell are you talking so much? A pillar of fire shot skyward. Xiao didn't dodge in time this round, and was blasted back by the force of the explosion, turning into black water and reforming on the other side. But blood also seeped from the corner of her mouth. Ha, idiot. Still can't see the situation clearly. Wiping the blood from her lips, Xiao looked disdainfully at Sun. A muscle-brained simpleton, no wonder your combat rank is only 7th. Didn't you notice? Besides you, no one else thought it was time to strike. So, what if you beat me? In the current game, no one can withstand their collective assault. That was guaranteed from the start. Maybe you haven't witnessed it yet, right? Facing Xiao mockery, Sun didn't seem to care at all. The flickering flames formed a twisted face and turned towards Sin. Haha, kid, did you hear that? She says you already lost. Just a simple sleight of hand, the smiling face on the blue mask remained. I may not be able to withstand their group assault. But can't beat them is not equal to can't defeat them. Lusa shrugged. Ha 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 ha. Sun didn't know why, but seemed amused and burst out laughing. Interesting, kid. Do you believe it? I really could kill you. However, you also need to believe, at least in this game, there's no way you can beat me. The two exchanged a glance and both understood the other. They each still had cards left to play. And both were highly confident in their trump cards. All right then, I guess we'll cooperate reluctantly, Lusa said, then shook his head. Oh wait, I misspoke. I meant to say, use you one more time. Now go find a nice obvious spot, attract everyone's attention, and let those things all go kill you. Lusa sounded just like a commander, issuing orders. A sly grin formed on the blue mask. This was greed, played to perfection. Don't say no, you can't refuse. Because if you don't do it, this game's perfect completion won't be yours. Ha ha ha. Even though the perfect completion of this game was supposed to be mine anyway, you've got to try and fight for it too, right? The greed mask's expression was now so exaggerated it seemed to spill out from the mask itself, unrestrained and eerie. After speaking, he cracked himself up, pointing at Sun and laughing hard. Then he once again covered his face and muttered to himself in a low voice. Calm down, don't get too excited, don't have too much fun. Among the 4 people in this battlefield, he looked like a madman, taunting everyone and talking to himself. Xiao and Xia and Tong were both stunned at the scene. Xiao was confused. These two were already cooperating, yet still this hostile? Xia and Tong, on the other hand, felt uneasy. She didn't know whether Lusa's provocations might actually set Sun off. If the top 2 players started a civil war here, it was definitely game over for her. To be honest, she already felt it was over, but because Sin was still present, she chose to believe in a miracle just a little longer. Besides, Sin looked like he was getting more and more unhinged. Based on what she had seen before, Sin's personal strength often increased in inverse proportion to his rationality. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Just pick a spot and use a big move. I don't need to teach you how, right? Lucius seemed to have had enough fun with himself and waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. He was signaling Sun to go ahead. Right now, Sun's whole body temperature was sky-high. He had truly gone red-hot. The flames beneath his feet burned straight through the black water, turning the ground into lava. He really wanted to strike. But Lucius' suggestion was clearly a trap laid in the open. Both of them pursued strength, and both wanted a perfect completion. To achieve that, they had to take down the powerful hunters. Sin had already slain one. He himself also needed to handle more of those things. In the previous game decryption, he hadn't helped much. Most of it was blank talking, and Sin completed it in the end. If he now insisted on fighting Sin no matter what, then perfect completion would be impossible. He stood in place, energy around him boiling like he might explode, staring hard at Sin. Finally, he only said calmly, "Such a pity. In this game's team division, I'm forced to be on the same side as you. But luckily, I've got a feeling we'll get our fight eventually." Lucius shrugged, replying like he'd just heard a great joke. "Don't be so pessimistic. Look on the bright side. If you're bad enough, you might just die here." Sun. Hashtag. I now realized she was being ignored and immediately spoke up. "Don't bother thinking so much. None of you are getting out of here." But just as she spoke, A fire dragon spiraled in the sky like a demon from hell, charging at her in fury. Then Sun didn't say another word and transformed into a rocket, flying off toward the horizon. Just as he was about to leave Chio Ain's area of control, her eyes went cold. A black water snake lunged to swallow the dragon, and she raised her hand to stop him. New. But just as she handled the fire dragon, her heart skipped a beat, and a figure appeared before her eyes. Lu Su. After holding back for so long, the world's #1 finally made his move. Facing Sin, even Chio Ain didn't dare to be careless. She immediately lost focus. Then, a book smacked her right in the face. Instantly, tears poured down, not from pain, but sorrow. Confessions of the Disillusioned. A flood of emotions engulfed her in an instant. The massive black water array beneath her wavered violently. Sun didn't even struggle. He just dashed out of her control zone and vanished. Poor Chio Ain. She had just gotten used to Sun's explosive brute force style, but now she didn't expect the world's #1 to be this underhanded. What kind of move makes people cry uncontrollably? Black water surged. Chio Ain quickly melted into it and escaped. She didn't dare get too close to this world #1. When she reappeared again, Lusa stood in the distance, not chasing her, but mocking. And you said none of us could escape. The guy just flew off, and you're even more useless than him. Chio Ain was still calming herself down. She was crying like a weeping flower, her eyes red and streaming, pointing at Lu Su and shouting, "You, as the strongest in the world." Before she could finish, Lu Su pinched his throat and mimicked her, "As the strongest in the world. How can you use such a move?" "I've been super gentlemanly, okay? I've got even dirtier tricks, like one that gives you instant diarrhea from gastroenteritis. I didn't even use that on you." Hearing that, Chio Ain's lower body instinctively clenched up. Her brain short-circuited a little. She couldn't even cry anymore. Just kidding. If I had that skill, I'd have used it already. Maybe next time. He even waved his hand as he spoke. Right now, Lu Su wouldn't shut up, relentlessly and shamelessly attacking Chio Ain's mental state. He hadn't even made another move, but she was already struggling. But while he was tormenting her, behind him, Xia and Tong furrowed her brows. She realized Sin seemed to have become someone else. All that muttering and suppression from before was gone. He now moved with total ease and self-possession. Though he looked laid back and humorous, the danger radiating from him was rising exponentially. "Hi." Xia and Tong was stunned to see the blue mask suddenly flash into view in front of her and greet her. "You should be fine, right?" "What?" "Give me an earpiece." Xia and Tong was startled again. The tone of that sentence was completely different. It even sounded familiar to her. But she reacted quickly. No time to think, no hesitation. She handed him one of the teleportation earpieces they'd used to communicate during challenge mode. "Help me later. Send coordinates." After saying that, the blue mask turned around and looked up at the pitch-black night sky. He said nothing and didn't move, but she could feel it. The person before her was changing rapidly. It felt like someone else had entered the body, or rather, something sealed inside had just been released. Under the black night sky, the mask twisted and warped, as if fusing with his face. Sin's limbs appeared to be stiffening. A hoarse, ghostly voice echoed through the night air. "Hee, nice weather, huh?" Greed overload. The mask was no longer a mask. It had turned into liquid, constantly twisting as it fused with Luce's face. Before Xia and Tong and Chio Ain, an incredibly bizarre and maddening scene was unfolding. The mask had become his face. This is the meaning of overload. A mask worn too long becomes your face. His facial features were continuously changing, as if being reshaped manually. His cheekbones rose, and his chin gradually sharpened. His eyes were squinting with a smile, as if the grin had been permanently carved into his face. Nothing could shake the feeling that he was mocking the world. His nose curled upward, like the Joker in a deck of cards, sniffing the scent in the air. "Hee, the air here is great, filled with the smell of unrest. Ha 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 ha. What a wonderful place." The blue face suppressed a low laugh, the smile widening until his whole body trembled, and finally, he burst into loud laughter. Like the worst clown in a stage play who laughed at his own joke before amusing the audience, awkwardly, only entertaining himself. But at this moment, his audience didn't feel awkward. Did he just snap? What does this mean? Why did the mask fuse with his face? That's kind of terrifying. Why can't I laugh when I see him laugh? This is just creepy. Honestly, every time I see things from Sin's perspective, I treat him like the final boss. Honestly, he's looking more and more like it. Even the viewers, mere spectators, could tell something was seriously off, not to mention the two standing nearby. Just as Chioine and Xia and Tong were unsure how to react, Luce's laughter suddenly stopped. That abrupt end made it feel like the air had been sucked out of the room. He slowly looked up at Chioine in front of him. Why is it that people with a sense of humor are always so rare in this world? You guys are really no fun. People without a sense of humor. I'd charge them the highest price even if it's just business. Why aren't you laughing? He said, eyes locked onto Chioine. Under his gaze, she felt completely unsafe. He. Once again, Sin started laughing. This time, the laughter had a strange rhythm to it. A bizarre rhythm echoed inside both women's minds, as if a voice was laughing in their heads. In that instant, they felt their minds flood with madness, like something was laughing nonstop, making it impossible to think. Especially Xia and Tong, she felt it most intensely. She touched the corner of her lips and was shocked to find they were turning up into a smile. He. Another laugh rang out in the area. Chioine quickly reached for her face and found that her mouth was open in a laugh. The scene was utterly bizarre, her upper face full of vigilance, but her mouth involuntarily curved into a grin, letting out laughter. Chioine was horrified and instantly burst into a splash of water, reassembling herself on the other side, clutching her mouth. A pool of black water suddenly appeared at Luce's feet. Countless black arms reached out and clung tightly to his legs, then started tightening. But Sin didn't react at all. He let them hold him as he turned to look at Xia and Tong. Xia and Tong's brain was still under her control. She hadn't started laughing, but meeting Sin's gaze gave her the illusion of staring straight at death. Nigerian Irabi. Sin raised his hand slowly, lifting the earpiece in it. A flash of insight hit Xia and Tong. She quickly raised her own matching earpiece to show she was an ally. Oh. Greed looked at the earpiece in his hand and placed it against his ear. So you're one of us. I guess I can't kill you. Xia and Tong hesitated, then replied after some thought. He never said he wouldn't kill me, but he did ask me for that earpiece. Ha. Greed laughed out loud, pointing at Xia and Tong as he said, Smart girl. Too bad you're still too serious. But he is him, and I am me. Don't you think? You should pay me a little something to spare your life. Xia and Tong elegantly tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, her gesture refined, like another personality had taken over. She replied, I think I can point you to someone else. They might have more of what you're looking for, money to spare their lives. Even if you're not him, since he sent you out, what he said earlier must still matter. Sin didn't respond. He simply walked forward, the distance between them slowly closing. Xia and Tong instinctively wanted to step back, but she held her ground. Her feet felt rooted in place. Her instincts told her that if she took even one step back now, she'd lose the right to stand before this man. The blue mask, or rather, the face, moved closer. Their faces were nearly touching. Sin finally spoke with a grin. Ha. Impressive. Just teasing you. I am him and he is me. We're one and the same. Maybe just a tiny bit different. Of course I know you. Your name is... Oh, guess I'm not supposed to say. No worries. Happy to work with you. Let's continue later. With that, he turned his head to look at Chioine again. So, where's your payment for your life? Chioine's eyes almost popped out. Her earlier restraints on Sin had done nothing at all. He had just walked forward. With every step, countless black hands on the ground were torn off. Who knew how many he had ripped apart? Chioine was drenched in sweat. The binding she cast looked simple, but she had given it her all. And yet, it had no effect. She didn't know how to answer Sin's question. She didn't know how to talk to a lunatic. To her, the man before her was already insane. Sweat dripped into her eyes, stinging her corneas. She blinked instinctively. In that blink, when she opened her eyes again, she nearly screamed her soul out. A massive blue face was right in front of hers. I asked you, where's your payment for your life? This guy could teleport. With no time to think, a massive tentacle burst out of the black water, slicing through the air toward him. Sin didn't move at all, letting the monstrous thing lash him. A thunderous boom rang out. The tentacle exploded into a splash of water, but Sin's body didn't budge an inch. Oh, Xiao was instantly shocked. But then, her wrist ached. She looked down, her wrist was caught in his hand. Pupil quake. When did he get this close, and when did he get the upper hand? Everything was so disjointed that Xiao brain felt like it had missed something. If the world were a movie, then this moment looked like still images. She saw the enemy. The next second, he appeared right in front of her. Her wrist was grabbed by him. 3 images. The action linking those images, rushing over, reaching out, it was as if they never existed. Time itself had been sliced apart, showing her only the result, not the process. But her combat instincts knew what to do. Even without thinking, she reacted in the very next second. Her whole body turned into black water once again, and in the blink of an eye reappeared on the other side, reforming her body. She glanced over with caution, but froze again. Sin seemed to still be holding a hand. Blood dripped into the black water 1 drop at a time, not making a single ripple. The next second, searing pain shot up from her wrist. She looked down. Her right hand had been torn off just now. The kind of pain no body could endure suddenly surged up, forcing a scream out of her. What just happened? In her own domain, she was the water, and the water was her. As long as she switched forms in time, she should have avoided injury. Could someone in this world really move faster than thought itself? No time to think. Tears still stained her face. She clenched her teeth and stopped the bleeding, wrapping her wrist in black water. In the blink of an eye, a black water-made right hand formed at her wrist. But the stabbing pain and the psychological shock of losing a hand made Xiao feel like she'd fallen into hell. Is the gap between first and third really that wide? What kind of power does he even have? Why aren't you talking? His voice came again from afar. This time, Xiao learned her lesson. The moment the sound entered her ears, she was already prepared. By the time the last syllable landed, Sin had already finished his move, 1 sweeping palm strike. Xiao body was split in 2. But between her upper body and her legs, black water covered the break, no blood spilled. Her upper half floated through the air, eyes cold as she stared down at Sin beneath her. This time, she saw clearly. Black water surged up. Countless black lines exploded forth, wrapping around Luce's extended arm and tightening in reverse. Black ink vines entangle. Luce's arm twisted in a full 360 degrees, like it was ripped right off. A hand for a hand. But that was thinking too much. Luce's expression didn't change. He kept on laughing eerily. That seemingly torn-off arm spun in the air, his fingers like blades slashing across her face. Aro Thailand body. Luce's body no longer even resembled a human body. It was like he was assembled from building blocks. Twisted that badly, and he could still use it. Blood sprayed everywhere. Xiao retreated instantly. When she reappeared, her right eye was gushing blood. Black water surged up and sealed the wound, but that eye, she could no longer use. Just a few brief clashes, and in her own domain where she was supposed to be nearly immortal, Xiao was already this badly hurt. She stood at a distance, doubting everything. Her mind drifted back to what had been said before the game. There might be some variables in this game, but as long as everything's handled properly, you're guaranteed to win. Before, she thought the variable referred to blank, the one nobody really paid attention to, but now she was starting to understand. This world number 1 had 0 fluff. You couldn't even call him difficult, he was beyond that. Lusa wore a smile, about to speak again, when Xia Antong's voice came through his earpiece. Coming in, 10 o'clock direction. He looked up instinctively. A red streak of light was barreling in from that direction. The first divine creation had arrived. Lusa didn't bother with Xiao anymore. His whole body turned into black lightning and shot forward to meet the threat. Like 2 speeding trains, man and monster brushed past each other. Blood exploded into the air. Lusa's body was instantly punctured, a hole torn clean through, and his arm looked ripped off. But that limp arm gave a light flick to the creature's jaw. Its head spun like a top and dropped clean off. The divine creation wasn't dead yet. Like a headless fly, it crashed around the ruins. But the next second, its head was stomped into pieces. Then, eerie laughter echoed across the night sky. The divine creation thrashed like a mad thing as Lucis stood before it, hands moving in a blur. Dismembered completely. Its scattered limbs twitched on the ground, slowly dimming. Basically, a one-hit kill. Clutching his stomach, blood gushing from the hole in his abdomen, Sin still wore that unshakable smile. Ugh, that stings a little. So this is your payment for your life? Xiao Ein was dumbfounded. Staring at the dismantled divine creation on the ground, she suddenly felt less confident in this game. Not bad strength, sigh, but this body really is so fragile. Luca kept talking to himself, twisting his shoulder to snap the bone back in place, like assembling a toy. Then he looked at Xia and Tong. If this turns into a real siege, things might get tricky. Then I'm out. All right. Xia and Tong nodded, turned, and injected herself with another dose of drug, not hesitating at all. But before she even finished speaking, Sin had already turned into black smoke and vanished. Xiao Ein didn't even try to stop him this time. Southeast, Xia and Tong said briefly through her earpiece, then looked across at Xiao Ein. They abandoned you, Xiao Ein said, her expression a bit complicated. Everyone has their own battlefield. Calling it abandonment kinda underestimates you, don't you think? Xia and Tong tossed her hair. After that injection, she showed a bit of seductive charm, almost like she was enjoying herself. Sun and Sin had both gone off to their own battlegrounds. She knew she had her own task too. Apparently, the simplest one. Facing off against number 3, Xiao Ein raised her right hand made of black water and slowly covered her ruined eye. A sharp pain still throbbed faintly in both spots, reminding her to stay humble and composed. Looking at the blank space before her, she slowly spoke. Your ability, it's not combat-based, is it? You're not my match. Xia and Tong adjusted her helmet and replied gracefully. I know. Right now, it felt like there were 3 voices constantly arguing in her mind, clashing and struggling, making her feel on the verge of madness. One was a manic, chaotic laugh. One was a strange side effect, an odd voice that emerged after repeated drug use. And finally, there was her own rational voice. But on the outside, she didn't show any abnormal signs. She even looked a little excited. This was a gamble between the game and the world. Right in front of her was the world number 3, while world number 1 and 7 were battling a divine creation in the distance. Within visible range, everything was black water. Around her were all sorts of superpowers she wouldn't even have dared to imagine a few months ago. Struggles, schemes, death. All of this was just too interesting. And she was a key part of it all, staking her life at the gambling table, going against the world's top elites. Wasn't that a kind of blessing? It was like she had entered another state of mind. The laughter of Sin echoed in her head, so she laughed along. That voice in her head tempted her, should she join in? She said yes. A smile even unconsciously crept onto her face as she began to enjoy the crisis in front of her. She felt like she was starting to understand why Sin was always laughing. Xiao Ein? She watched the girl acknowledge she wasn't her match, yet smiled without a hint of nervousness. It was making her nervous instead. Xiao Ein glanced anxiously toward the distance, bit her lip, and said, If you crush your beacon, I can guarantee you'll survive till the end of this game. Please believe me. Xia and Tong smiled happily, covering her mouth and said, Of course I believe you. You don't seem like a warmonger at all. It's just that I feel, getting to fight you seems like an honor. I'd be glad to. Her eyes curved into charming crescents, and then she pulled a few sticks of incense from her backpack, completely unlike someone looking at an enemy. Hope you'll strike with killing intent and go all out. Xiao Ein looked into her opponent's eyes through the helmet and suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. She slowly lowered her head, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Oh, but soon, her gaze firmed up. With a wave of her hand, countless tentacles in the black water within a 1-kilometer radius began to stir simultaneously. She clasped her fists together in the traditional greeting of an ancient Huagua warrior and said to Xia and Tong, Please. Xia and Tong flicked her fingers, and the incense in her hand was instantly lit, burning rapidly. At the same moment, Xiao Ein realized that a large number of tentacles in the black water field she controlled turned to ash, withered and beyond her control. Please. Sigh, fighting you people really burns money. But I guess it's fine. If I die, then whatever. The two figures burst into action, darting across the Blackwater array, their movements interchanging like a martial arts duel in an ink wash painting. At the same time, Chio-Ein blocked off the visuals of the battle here, doing her best to create an enclosed space, avoiding the attention of nearby civilians. In other words, she was lowering the priority of being targeted, letting the divine creations go after the other players first. Especially those two, Sun and Sin. The sound of players being eliminated kept ringing out, but to her, at this moment, none of them were key figures. As long as the strongest aren't defeated, the game is never truly winnable. She had to quickly take care of this one in front of her. Boom! The sound of a fireball exploding suddenly rang out. In Tokyo's dark night, the explosion's light was blinding enough to hurt the eyes. If people insisted on looking, a red divine creation let out a wail and was blasted backward by the explosion, crashing to the ground like a burnt chicken. But it clearly hadn't taken any critical damage. It twisted its neck on the ground and charged forward again. Of course, what awaited it was another explosion, flinging it away again. F***K. So this thing's only got this much skill? That's it? What's all this talk about divine creation? Gimme a break. In the still night, a booming voice practically roared out. It was Sun. He still had that blatant, flamboyant attitude. Actually, he was even worse than before. A 2.5-meter-tall fire giant swaggered down the street, leaving scorched earth in his wake, like a dark overlord emerging from the night. He was practically announcing to all of Tokyo, "I'm a player. If you've got a problem, come at me." Along the way, he could clearly see people casting sneaky glances at him. Now that everyone knew the hunter was Tokyo, everyone here was his enemy. So of course, he didn't hold back. The moment someone looked at him, boom, fireline. He had already lost count of how many cars he'd blown up along the way. Now he was the only one strutting down the street. There wasn't another soul in sight. They had all gone into hiding, not daring to face him openly. Weren't you all supposed to be hunters? So why ain't anyone coming for me? His roars echoed through the city, but no one responded. Everyone wisely avoided provoking this lunatic. Maybe because he was too flashy, he finally attracted a divine-crafted hunter, so he started managing the distance, bombing from afar. To him, these things lacked intelligence and were easier to handle. Unlike Sin earlier, who insisted on going melee and nearly beat him to death. As long as he kept his distance and bombed away, he'd be fine. But even though he talked big after enough bombing, he started to realize something was off. This thing's body was way too tough. Sin killed one of these in hand-to-hand combat. TSK. Meathead. He might be bumbling around like a fool, but he was executing what Lusu had assigned him to do, make a big splash and draw as much attention as possible. He figured it wouldn't be long before a bunch of hunters showed up. But right now, he was feeling a bit anxious and a sense of crisis. Because a certain message had popped up on his player panel for the 4th time already. Hunter has been killed. Killer, Sin. F***K, what the hell are you doing? Using your ultimate move already? Sun probably had a grim expression right now, if he had a face, that is. Looks like Sin has started killing, and pretty quickly too. Judging from earlier performance, Sin's strength shouldn't be enough to quickly eliminate a divine creation. But at this speed, the guy must have popped his ultimate move. Tisk. Thinking of that made him feel a bit irritable. That chick must have been feeding you intel on positions, right? F***K, doesn't that make it a 2-on-1? Weren't we supposed to join Tiandahui? Why didn't anyone tell me? Sun cursed in frustration. Although he had been forced to accept Lusu's cooperation agreement, Sun wasn't here to cooperate. He was here for perfect completion. To kill more hunters. But now, Sin was clearly killing hunters faster than he was. While all the other players were figuring out how to survive, Sun's god-tier brain was worried there wouldn't be enough hunters left for him to kill. D***MN, I feel like I got played. After cursing, he remembered Sin had said from the start he just needed to use him for a bit. So technically, the guy didn't lie. He didn't know where the divine creations were and couldn't find them to kill. The only thing he could do was make a big enough scene so that all the civilians here paid attention to him. That way, the divine creations would come to him on their own. But to get the most people's attention, he might have to go all in. And if he did that, he wouldn't be able to move. He'd really be letting Sin use him to perfection. The more he thought about it, the more pissed off he got. F***K. He vented by punching out a fire dragon, blasting away the red divine creation that had charged him again. This time, maybe due to the impact or the heat, the thing couldn't get up right away. It lay struggling in the superheated rubble. Sun's expression turned gloomy. Actually, he could think of one more way. If it was all about getting points, well, wasn't the hunter Tokyo itself? Then what if he went on a civilian massacre here? Would that count too? That thought froze the red-skinned giant in place. But after a brief struggle, he didn't act on it. Sigh, forget it, that's not my style. I'm not about to turn into some F***ing animal. F***K, these cowardly B***stards. The fire giant cursed again, casually blowing up another car next to him. All his shouting and swearing was really just an excuse. If any dumb *SS dared to show up, he wouldn't mind killing them to boost his KDA. But the world always tailors itself to people. No one wanted to mess with someone clearly eager to kill. Free gold bars at the village. Someone come take a look at me. His roar echoed through the night. No one responded. Fine, I'll kill you first then. Flames gathered. The fireball between his hands first expanded, then shrank down, glowing red-black. Then he smashed it downward, mercilessly pummeling. To a divine creation, fireballs weren't as strong as Luce's fists. But they had one edge: unlimited supply. Sun's combat style was also annoyingly evasive. Ever since he took a beating from Lusu, he'd carved maintain distance deep into his brain. Die. Meanwhile, the streets were blazing with light. Like a parade of madness, headlights, subwoofers, even sirens were all blaring like crazy. The crowd? Total chaos. Laughter, mania, looting, arson, brawls. The madness and sense of dissonance were so strong it felt like a hallucination. In the middle of the road, two cops were wrestling each other. Beside them, two cars drove in endless circles, like they were trying to rear-end each other. Outside a store, some people were smashing the glass furiously, apparently trying to loot the place. Next to them, others were shouting, telling them the door was open. They didn't need to break the glass. Girls in middle school uniforms were clawing at each other, on the verge of becoming unbroadcastable. It was like everyone had ripped off their human skin, acting purely on primal instinct. Chaos had peaked. And up above, a red figure and a blue one tangled in aerial combat. This wild, frenzied scene, of course, was Luce's handiwork, Chaos Trigger. By now, he'd already killed 4 divine-crafted hunters. Plus constant use of Chaos Trigger. Wherever he passed, all of Tokyo's civilians went mad. It was like everyone suddenly believed this was all just a game. They went berserk, venting all the things they'd normally never dare to express. Naturally, this earned Luce the highest level of attention in all Tokyo. The divine-crafted hunters were all moving toward his location. Hihihaha. Why aren't you laughing? Without a face, is it just not fun anymore? Can't even laugh, huh? What can you say? Greed really was a chatterbox to the extreme. Even in a moment like this, Luce had to taunt a mindless, speechless thing like crazy. It's just how he was. And then, something new appeared on his player panel. Hunter has been killed. Killer, son. Oh? Finally got something to do, huh? A twisted grin spread across his blue-painted face as he looked off into the distance. Greed was Lusu. Lusu was greed. He was just insane now, most of his sanity gone. But at the core, he was still unified. He knew exactly what he was doing and what he was planning. You, not planning to make any big headlines yet? It's been a while now. Kinda boring. I used to think you had the best showman spirit. These weren't internal thoughts. He actually said them out loud. And after speaking, he looked at the divine creation in front of him and asked, "What do you think?" Divine creation? Of course it couldn't respond. Luce didn't expect it to. He just kept rambling. Hey, boring. Don't tell me that's all you've got. From a distance, a few red streaks of light were flying this way. Looks like he had attracted the most hunters after all. But the next second, a deafening roar echoed through the skies above Tokyo. So loud it made people wonder if a nuke had gone off. And visually, it really looked like it. In the distance, near Tokyo Tower, a massive red glow appeared. A gigantic fireball, so huge nearly everyone in Tokyo could see it. It really looked like a nuclear bomb. Luce's grin stretched all the way to his ears. My chess piece just went off. Whoa, that's one hell of a scene. Watching the scorching sun still expanding in the distance, Sun clearly realized there was no more time to waste. No matter who ended up with the perfect completion, he couldn't just sit back and lose. So, he went all in. At this moment, he finally unleashed the true meaning of this skill, for the first time ever, merciless scorching sun. Just a few minutes earlier, when he'd been chasing the divine creation all the way to that tilted Tokyo Tower, he started wondering why this round of the game was such a slog. Before, he had always steamrolled through. Whatever got in his way, he just blasted through it. But this time? Schemes, decryption puzzles, and even having to guess who'd get the perfect completion. It, why should I care that much? In an instant, it was like something clicked. Sun threw his head back and let out a long howl. He was done holding back. This game was a good one. Might as well test this skill he'd never tried before. Merciless scorching sun. The moment all his energy exploded outward, instantly, a scream followed. It was his own scream. His entire body ignited in flames. The fire didn't appear from nowhere, it erupted from within him, spreading from his insides outward. The screaming stopped quickly. His vocal cords and throat had burned up. Flames spewed from his gaping mouth, his ears and nose flickering with tongues of fire. Within a few breaths, his body was covered in cracks. Firelight leaked out from within, gleaming blindingly. Then his figure vanished, incinerated to ashes in a sea of merciless flames, replaced by a fireball. The fireball swelled violently. The nearby Tokyo Tower melted down completely, collapsing from its crooked shape into a heap of rubble. The fireball didn't seem to have a limit. It kept growing, quickly occupying the central plaza. Then it hovered there in midair. It was floating because the ground had melted away completely. If it were falling normally, it would have looked like it was about to burn through the earth. That enormous fireball became Tokyo's new landmark. At first glance, it looked like a nuclear bomb, drawing the eyes of nearly everyone. Flames constantly surged from the surface like dragon's breath. It truly resembled a miniature sun, hovering in the pitch-black night, casting a faint glow across the city. Haha, *T that hurts. From the Tokyo night sky came a rough curse, so loud it echoed through every street of the city. It was Sun's voice. Merciless scorching sun had burned his body to nothing, leaving only his consciousness behind, trapped inside that terrifying fireball. With till done. Normally, a move like this would be a desperate all-or-nothing gambit. Using it once would mean mutual destruction. But this was the game. As long as he got the perfect completion, regenerating his body wouldn't be an issue. If not, well, maybe advanced healing potion would come in handy. How's that for making some noise? I'm Sun. Bring it. His roaring challenge was like a blast of wind, sweeping through Tokyo's streets and into everyone's ears. This kind of provocation mattered. Now all eyes and blame were pointed at him. All the divine creations began to shift course. It was like they'd received a signal, redirecting their attacks to a new target. At that moment, it felt like the whole world was paying respect to Sun. Chio-Ein stared wide-eyed at the blazing sun in the distance, unable to stop herself from gasping. She could tell, these people were all monstrously powerful. How the hell were they supposed to deal with this sun guy? Could her black water even swallow something like that? What was this existence? There had been nothing about this kind of power in the earlier intel. How could this man's strength unfold in this way? How did a single game round end up pulling together this level of power? Was the world's overall combat power really this inflated now? Your expression's telling me you can't beat him, huh? From afar, Xia Ontong's voice floated over, teasing as she saw the shock on Chio-Ein's face. She'd just downed an advanced healing potion, mending her external injuries. Fighting someone like Chio-Ein, it was impossible not to get hurt. And the reason she didn't hold back on using a high-tier potion was simple. She wasn't about to overlook any wounds. A top-tier cautious and wealthy player. Chio-Ein had no words. Honestly, this Sun guy, she really didn't have much confidence in taking him down. And the one in front of her? The guy who only dodged and defended, he still hadn't been taken care of. She'd been paying attention to Blank's fights. This person moved like he had endless combat experience, his movements smooth and practiced. And with all kinds of items, plus that creepy, mind-reader-level understanding of her, he'd managed to hold his own all this time. Like a swallow weaving through countless webs. And somehow, she just didn't dare go all out on him. Every time she saw that slight smile on his face, she felt like she'd fall into some trap if she did. But in truth, that unease was all thanks to Xia Antong's strategy. Elsewhere, the divine creation tangled with Lu Si started trying to break free, clearly wanting to head towards Sun. Hey, what kind of player are you, huh? You're just gonna ditch me mid-fight. Lu Si's voice rang out at the same time. His limbs tensed as he hugged the thing tight. Their posture was bizarre, the enemy's sharp arm thrust into Lu Si's limbs, but his limbs were so twisted now they barely counted as human, more like a puppet's arms grabbing back. You die here with me. Don't go handing out free kills over there. Lu Si grinned, then suddenly flung his head back. His head turned into a sledgehammer and slammed forward. And just like that, with each brutal hammerhead but Lu Si smashed the enemy until it stopped moving, no life signs left. He stood up, twisting his half-ruined body, and looked toward the distant sun. Nice work. But you're kinda stealing my spotlight. Then, on the nearby streets, and even farther out, people on the paths Lu Si had walked earlier in the day started going mad. Chaos triggered, Lu Si detonated the seeds he'd planted earlier. Then he tossed the confessions of the disillusioned into the air, where it hovered and opened to the center page. A hazy gray mist began to spread, like a spiritual plague. In an instant, the nearby divine creations slammed on the brakes. It was as if they suddenly doubted their target. Some sprinted toward Sunday. Others turned back toward Lu Si. Back and forth, again and again, unable to make a decision until finally, they just stood there. Repeatedly shaking their heads, this was Lu Si's true intention. Ever since he heard Xia Antong say that this thing had no will of its own and attacked players based on the will and accusations of Tokyo's citizens, he felt like the loophole in that was just way too obvious. Maybe it was greed's influence, but he had a sharp instinct for this kind of thing. At the start, when players were still scattered everywhere, as long as civilians pointed them out, the hunters could be dispatched freely. And with so many players, hunters could just randomly go after any nearby accused player. But as the number of players dwindled and attention focused on top players, the system handling hunter priority would inevitably get stuck. Especially now, with two of the most obvious players never bothering to hide, the hunters didn't even know which one to deal with first. In extreme cases, you'd get them stuck in a loop, shaking their heads back and forth. This had been Lu Si's plan from the start. Since these things kept getting stronger, and there was no way to stop a group charge, then he simply wouldn't try. No need to fight head-on. He joined the game for benefits. Why take on that much risk? But as it stood now, Sun was clearly the more prominent threat. A sun in the night sky was impossible to ignore. On that massive fireball, fiery dragons were now spiraling out, circling around and attacking anything that came close. The only problem, he couldn't move anymore. He had become the biggest signal tower in all of Tokyo. Right now, if you look toward the tall building to the west, Xia Antong's voice came through Lu Si's earpiece. She was pushing her brain to the limit, juggling her fight with Chiao Ein while keeping tabs on the whole battlefield. But this time, there was no reply. On the other end, only manic laughter. Xia Antong. D*MN. Looks like this guy's beyond conversation right now. Seems like your command's not going so well. That's what terrifies those who try to control the board. Chiao Ein spoke up from the side. It's fine. Smaller the power, smaller the responsibility. Doesn't have much to do with me. I'm sure he knows his own condition. Chiao Ein? She felt like she couldn't wait any longer. Glancing at Sun in the distance, she figured she'd better head there first. She almost broke away immediately, but the moment she turned, a wave of death surged over her, forcing her to transform into black water. In an instant, a bullet tore through the head of her black water form. Everyone has their own battlefield. Don't get distracted. Chiao Ein turned back, her gaze slowly filling with murderous madness. Meanwhile, Lu Si, completely mentally unhinged, wasn't sticking to any script. He was acting on the base emotion of greed, ignoring what was close and instead amplifying his own influence. Sun's merciless scorching sun had already devoured several divine creations. Those red things charged right into the fireball and never came back out. Maybe they were setting up shop in there. After a while, the sound of hunter elimination would echo out. Lu Si's form turned into a wisp of black smoke, moving through the buildings with unimaginable speed. Even after overload, his speed looked absurd. It was so fast it actually damaged his ridiculously reinforced body. Elsewhere, floating above the Black Knight, the confessions of the disillusioned soared across the entire city. An unmounted Black Knight was the real deal, like a wild stallion spreading the book's shadow to every corner. Luce's mindset now was very simple: steal people. Or rather, steal attention. In Tokyo, madness was the easiest thing to tap into. People were already mad. The city had turned into a game. Everyone was partying under the influence of supernatural power. How could they not be insane? Beta. Under these conditions, Chaos Trigger felt like it was right at home. Madmen naturally look to where the madness begins. In just a short time, most divine creations went nuts. They just stood still, then started shaking their heads. It looked comical, but it was clearly painful for them. Wails echoed everywhere. Then Lucy began the slaughter. These enemies, already mentally scrambled and stripped of their instinctive combatability by Lucy, were just empty husks. And husks? They're just target practice. In this state, it was just the blue laughter slashing through, divine creations' heads spinning off their necks. Lucy even rammed into a few, just to rack up some pain points. Greed really was exhausting. Chioine had once said, "A team where everyone schemes against each other, a team where everyone works only for their own gain. How could that team possibly win?" But Sin and Sun had answered with action. As long as everyone was strong enough. Now, on a dimly lit street, Chioine's face turned increasingly grim. Across from her, Xia and Tong was gasping for breath, blood dripping silently from her fingertips. She looked a bit beat up. But Chioine was still stuck here. In this unnoticed corner, the two of them were like chess masters, watching every piece move across the board. Except Xia and Tong didn't see herself as a master. The real players had already jumped onto the board to fight. She was just there to mess with the opponent's plans. But Chioine, she was a true chess master. This isn't good. They really did break through. She looked up, frowning slightly. Your mood's off. What, can't even smile anymore? Amazing. So, you figured out I've still got cards left to play, huh? Xia and Tong? Honestly, she was just hitting burnout mode. The emo vibes were coming in fast. You know what it means to have home field advantage? For you all, this game only started a few hours ago. But for me, this game began 3 days ago. As her words dropped, Chioine's face turned pale. Her vitality looked like it dropped by more than half in an instant. She wobbled where she stood. At the same time, across all of Tokyo, from every corner, black water began to ripple. As if something inside was starting to force its way out. Between the spreading black water, one black humanoid figure after another emerged, like newborn babies. After standing still for a moment to adapt, they instantly began gliding through the city streets, strange figures suddenly appearing across Tokyo's alleys and avenues. But their movement wasn't really running, it was more like skimming across the surface of the water. Wherever they wanted to go, the black water spread straight in that direction. Wherever they passed, the black water swept out like ink from a brush, painting the ground of Tokyo in broad strokes. Wherever they passed, the black water splashed, beginning to directly affect the civilians, shifting their focus. After Lucy and the Sun made their moves, Chioine also began her own race to control the crowd. The three began using the attention of all Tokyo's citizens as their stake to control the divine-crafted hunters. The reason she could call herself a chess master was because at critical moments, she had the ability to control the situation and indirectly influence the judgment of the divine creations. But this kind of large-scale direct influence consumed an immense amount of stamina and mental energy. Sweat visibly began forming on Chioine's forehead. Along the way, a large number of people began to act under her influence, following commands. Some individuals in key positions even had black water pouring directly into their orifices. This was something she had no choice but to do. Chioine knew that doing this so publicly would stir major controversy across the country, but she didn't have time to worry about the social fallout. Additionally, every initial escort driver also had a black humanoid water figure appear out of nowhere in the front passenger seat. Very soon, the divine creations that had been toyed with by Sin and Sun to the brink of system failure began regaining some mobility. Some launched into a full-speed sprint, but their targets weren't Lucy and Sun, they were the remaining stragglers. She was aiming to eliminate as many of the others as possible first. She didn't care about the loss of these divine creations. After all, they didn't belong to her. And the fewer left, the stronger they would become. But this game had to be won decisively, no room for ambiguity. On the other side, Xia and Tong finally caught her breath and, scanning her many all-seeing eye feeds, saw what was unfolding in Tokyo. She knew that the 3 top dogs currently inside the Tokyo game had now gone all in. Although Chio-Ein before her didn't seem aggressively offensive, her ability to spread control over all of Tokyo still stunned Xia and Tong. She herself controlled the all-seeing eye and knew best, no matter how much Chio-Ein's brain and body were enhanced beyond her own, there was no way she was doing all this comfortably. Nigeria Nairo. So even though she was nearing the end of her peak state and waves of negative emotions surged in her mind, she still decided to do something. She pulled out the handgun that had previously injured Reno. In a flash, her wrist brace locked in place, and she pointed the gun at Chio-Ein. But the torrent of data flooding her brain now left her with little processing power. Even her gun-holding arm began to tremble. Bang! The muzzle flashed, the bullet plunged into the black water shield, but not a single ripple stirred. Chio-Ein gave her a pale glance, but didn't speak. Her entire body began to layer itself in wave after wave of black water protection. She had gone full defense mode. She no longer needed to take action herself. Now came her final trump card, taking control of the battlefield. As for the power, that she would leave to the divine creations. How long can you keep this up in your current state? Xia and Tong knew there wasn't much she could do anymore, so she put the gun away and focused her remaining mental strength on the all-seeing eye. No idea, Chio-Ein replied, slowly closing her eyes. But it's enough. That drug you injected into yourself, I noticed it too. The side effects are too obvious. That's why I never tried to acquire it. Looking back now, I guess I was careless. Never thought there'd be a day when I'd actually want to use it. Chio-Ein didn't know why, but she suddenly felt like talking and started speaking. Xia and Tong shifted into a more comfortable position, but she had no energy or desire to speak. Negative emotions weren't something you could just suppress with logic. She was silently mocking herself in her head. Anyone who dares use their real name like that, Chio's family background must be impressive. World number 3 wouldn't even bother with a drug that has such blatant side effects. And here I am, scheming and exhausting myself just to keep up with her. Good thing she's not someone who goes for outright slaughter. Someone like me, if I were up against Sun, I'd probably be dead in one exchange. Once the thoughts began, they wouldn't stop. Her reason kept telling her this wasn't the time to wallow, that even matching up with the world's elite was already an achievement. But the waves of frustration kept crashing down like a tide, drowning her reason. Hey! Chio-Ein suddenly spoke up, her voice a bit wary. She had been willing to talk earlier because she didn't have enough energy left for combat. She didn't want Xia and Tong launching a surprise attack. But mid-conversation, Xia and Tong suddenly lowered her head and stopped moving, her expression dark, as if she were about to unleash something big. So Chio quickly called out to check what was going on. Xia and Tong looked up. Seeing Chio's expression, she immediately knew what the other was thinking. She gave a sorrowful smile and sighed deeply. Honestly, you've been overly cautious. I'm actually just a piece of trash. You worrying so much has bought me this much time, I guess I've completed my task. Chio-Ein. She immediately tensed up even more. That look, if this were a Japanese anime, it kind of looked like a character going dark. Could she be dangerous now? Sin. Xia and Tong pressed her earpiece. Straight north from your current position is 12 o'clock. For a clock direction, 13 kilometers, 7 o'clock, 21 kilometers, 9 o'clock. She rattled off a list of nearby divine creations that were closing in and had regained mobility. Hurry up and kill them. With her last bit of strength, she shouted the command, then collapsed straight into the black water, no longer waiting for Sin's response, attempting to clear her mind. In the end, you'll have to choose one main target to focus fire on, right? Who are you going after? Chio-Ein saw that Xia and Tong didn't seem hostile anymore and replied, Of course it's that Sin. Knew it. What, are you worried about him? What? Worried? Me? Xia and Tong's mind didn't quite register it at first, then she gave a bitter laugh and said, What would I be worried about him for? Like it's my place to worry about him. You deciding to focus your main force on him, he might actually want to thank you for it. Xia Antong's last shred of reason told her. The side effects had definitely kicked in. A self-destructive impulse made her feel like giving up, so she just sat down in the other party's domain without any defenses, just resting like that. To delay the symptoms a bit, she started talking nonstop, trying to drown out the voices in her own head. But this sudden shift, from dangerous combat just moments ago to now giving up completely, happened to hit Qiao Ain's biggest mental weak point. This has to be a trap, right? Even though she wasn't in great shape either, she didn't dare make a move. Instead, she focused on monitoring Tokyo's current state through her info panel and casually asked, "You know him well?" "Know him." Xia Antong's eyes went momentarily blank. At this point, the whole world probably wants to know him. But no one actually does. All anyone can do is guess based on past data. From your perspective, it was always going to center around him anyway. The sun's condition makes him barely mobile. It's clearly not sustainable. Maybe give it a bit more time and he'll fall apart on his own. If you want to win, you'll have to gather all your strength and see if you can take him down. Qiao Ein had been thinking the same. She nodded, her expression growing complicated. In her sight, that woman in the helmet suddenly tilted her head back and lay down. Right in the middle of the black water field. Right on this wide-open battlefield. She actually just laid down. Qiao Ein. This woman's mind is too sinister. When she saw I wasn't taking the bait, she just kept showing more weaknesses. Xia Antong lay flat on the ground, staring up at the darkness overhead, trying her best not to cry. TCH, crying at a time like this would be way too embarrassing. When everything is revealed, all the conspiracies, strategies, decryptions, and competition, it all comes down to one decisive battle in the end. I really am just too weak. So much for omniscient, all-powerful, what a joke. Hearing her muttering from a distance, Qiao Ein was completely speechless. Why was this woman, who had tangled with her so fiercely, now calling herself useless over and over again? Then what did that make Qiao? Do all Huagua folks insult others in such roundabout ways? Staring at the nearby Xia Antong, Qiao Ein's expression turned complicated. Finally, she asked something that Xia Antong never could have expected. What's your cooperation model with Sin? Do you like him? Xia Antong? She instantly sat up from the black water, staring at Qiao Ein. Who do you say I like? What's going on in your head? We're not even in any kind of cooperation. He framed me from the very beginning. Then, her gaze gradually turned dazed. If anything, I should hate him. Thinking back to the 2 times they'd met, the gut punch of his words after the first game, and then the second time when he beat her. The only emotions he ever triggered in her were fear, tension, and wariness. When Xia Antong said she didn't like him, Qiao Ein quietly let out a breath of relief in her heart. She continued. But it's obvious your dynamic is different. Out of the 3 of you, it's clear you 2 are the ones on the same team. It's like you've known each other from the beginning. That whole perfect completion standoff between Sun and him, it's obvious you sided with him more than Sunday. Also, claiming you 2 aren't cooperating is a stretch. When you parted, you gave him an earpiece to share locations. Nobody gave a D*MN about Sun, Nupsilin. Xia Antong stared blankly, sitting in place, her brain going offline again. She was already emotionally unstable from wave after wave of feelings, now she was spiraling into an identity crisis. After finally escaping her boring family, entering high school, that one slightly strange boy had stood out to her. Now, after this Chosen's game started, even though she didn't know him, she found herself watching the world's strongest more than anyone. It even felt like her connection with Lu Su had faded. In that moment, she totally forgot about the fact that being in the game all the time made communication impossible, and that Lu Su was deliberately avoiding her. She started gaslighting herself. She tilted her head back and lay down again, slowly closing her eyes. So that guy was right about me, way back in the first game. Whatever. So tired. Can this black water just drown me or something? Qiao Ein had no idea what was up with her, but she knew what she had to do now end this battle. More than 90 players had been eliminated for various reasons. Even Reno's elimination announcement came through quickly, so Qiao Ein decided not to wait. If she waited any longer, her stamina wouldn't hold. All targets unified Sin. And at that moment, Lu Su was already slaughtering at full power and speed. After receiving Xia Antong's final intel, Lu Su, though almost devoid of reason, relied on greed's instinct and madness to know what to do. He kept expanding outward from his location. The hotspots Xia Antong had pointed out were ones he'd already locked down earlier. He was eliminating them at maximum efficiency. Maybe it was Xia Antong's words that worked. He didn't even have time to farm pain points. His priority was weakening enemy power as much as possible. Now, his kill count had already exceeded that of the far-off merciless scorching sun. And in his senses, many entities incapable of entering a state of madness were running around the city, spreading something. Under Chiao Ain's final command, all divine creations had locked onto one target. No more hesitation, they all turned their heads in one direction. And Lusa felt it. A twisted, terrifying grin split across his blue-painted face, and his laughter echoed across Tokyo's night sky. Pointing toward the distant sun, he burst out laughing. I knew it. Guess I've got great people skills, even that friend is willing to help me. I suppose this is payback for sparing their life? Our competition is over. The merciless scorching sun had transformed into flickered once, then erupted with a ring of fire that rippled in place. The entire plaza was swept in rolling waves of heat. On nearby buildings, the glass was covered in fine cracks and all kinds of combustible materials, like cloth, had begun to burn. It was like Sun's fury, furious that Chiao Ain, that Japanese chick, didn't leave this final duel opportunity to him. If he could still talk, he'd probably open all comms and curse nonstop in Tokyo for hours. In that case, Chiao Ain's attempt at control would probably be useless. But now, for some reason, he couldn't make a single sound. Clearly, he could still howl across all of Tokyo when he turned into a fireball earlier. Yet now, he could only rage helplessly. This powerful sun had one major limitation: he couldn't control his own movements. Thinking about it, that made sense. If this man-made scorching sun could move freely, then just based on combat power alone, he would definitely shake up the rankings. Ha 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 ha. From a distance, Lusa hovered in the air, watching Sun's performance with perfect clarity, laughing loudly without any of that so-called expert decorum. In fact, his final plan had always been based on one thing. He knew very well that at the crucial moment, Chiao Ain would help him. First, he was the strongest player, and though Sun was ridiculously powerful, the flames around him gave off a vibe like he couldn't sustain that peak state for long. So from the start, he knew Sun would end up being used by him. And even if Sun realized it, the outcome would be the same. Someone like that would never give up the chance for perfect completion. Just didn't expect your trump card to be so damn funny. At the moment, Lucy was sitting on the head of a divine creation, gripping that triangular head tightly with both arms and legs, swaying as he muttered to himself. If you could explode or something, that'd probably be pretty insane. Like this. Saying that, Lucy let go with one hand, fingers pressed together, and slowly raised it high into the air, then suddenly spread them open. Like lighting off fireworks. Divine creation? It had been trying to shake Lucy off its head for a long time and failed completely, like it was being attacked by a facehugger. It thrashed its limbs wildly, smashing toward its own head, but most of its attacks landed on itself. Some brushed against Lucy, spraying blood, but he didn't care at all. Sigh, guess it's confirmed, you've got no brains, huh? After mocking Sun for so long, the greed-driven Lucy seemed a bit tired and lowered his gaze to the divine creation beneath him. You've gotta aim for the vital spots. This level of skill is a joke, right? Maybe you don't get it, but yeah, your strength has definitely increased. If more of you guys die, will you evolve into something like that? After wobbling around on its head for a while, he finally twisted it clean off, another one down. Without missing a beat, he downed a healing potion and charged toward the next location. Even with all his buffs stacked, Lucy could feel it. Killing these things was starting to take effort again. Hey, got any more coordinates? Lucy tapped his earpiece twice and asked with a smile. But this time, there was no reply for a long while. Xia Antong lay in the black water like a corpse. She heard Sin's voice, but right now she just didn't feel like speaking. She wanted to say, "Now they'll come after you," but didn't have the strength to open her mouth. Forget it. He's probably fine. Over on Chiao Ain's side, she could clearly sense that the number of divine creations was rapidly decreasing. There had been so many at first, and now they were running low. AoE. But she didn't care much. These divine creations, due to their strange design, were basically traps in the early game. Say there were 10 of them. Kill one and the remaining 9 would have the combined power of all 10. The math wasn't exactly that simple or evenly distributed, but that was the concept. If you killed until only one remained, that one would possess the power of all the rest combined. The purpose of the divine creation hunters was never for players to kill them. The game's name was Battle Royale, not Brawl Royale. Of course, it had ridiculously broken mechanics. Cough, cough. Chio-Ein coughed violently, even spitting up blood. Her body slumped against the tree she had created. To control the civilians one last time and guide the divine creations, she had burned herself out. The safest move was to wait until all the players were dead, then attack the strongest player together. But she couldn't hold on. She figured she'd use what strength she had left to gang up on Sin. Drained, she sat down in the black water and started recovering her energy. At this moment, all the key figures in Tokyo were down. Only Lu Su was still carrying out his final slaughter in this insane city he'd shaped with his own hands. And in an unremarkable corner, a bald guy was sitting in a taxi, yelling like crazy at the Blackwater man in the front passenger seat. It's just the strongest player left now, right? Sin, right? Pass a message to Lady Chio. I know his weakness, I know it for sure. The Blackwater man was frozen in place, not moving an inch. Chio-Ein didn't have the energy left to control every one of her mental constructs. The bald guy was getting desperate. I swear I know. Can you pass the message or not? If not, just tell me where Lady Chio is and I'll go tell her myself. The Blackwater man was silent for a moment, then stiffly turned his head and pointed in a direction. The bald guy didn't think twice. He yanked the wheel hard, tires screeching as he sped off. His eyes were bloodshot. Thinking back to the humiliation he'd suffered at the start of the game, he was fired up. At the very beginning, Lu Su had stolen his locator device. He'd been too scared back then to resist. As a result, he was sidelined the whole game. Out of all Tokyo, only 100 people were chosen to be escorts. What a rare chance that was. All because of him. Strongest player, huh? You think you're better than me? I'll make you pay for that. And elsewhere, after over an hour of pursuit and intense fighting, Lu Su had just twisted off the head of the second-to-last divine creation. Ha, cough, cough. Ha, cough, cough, cough. When that massive head was twisted off, Lu Su almost instinctively wanted to burst into laughter, but he couldn't. Instead, he started coughing violently. He looked down at his blood-soaked clothes and cursed in frustration. TCH, F asterisk 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 ing useless. Total buzzkill. The manic grin on his blue-painted face faded a bit. After staggering forward a few steps, he collapsed onto the corpse of the divine creation next to him. Sigh, why is it that whenever we want to play a little, there are always so many damn restrictions? Muttering to himself, he downed another bottle of advanced healing potion. Honestly, out of all the games he'd played, this one had drained the most potions. The moment greed went into overload, he stopped being human, he became something more like a spirit. His mind was focused solely on madness and profit, on pain points, perfect completion, and how to use and manipulate others. Things like combat, physical condition, or the big picture. Who gives a sh**t? And since he couldn't feel pain to begin with, fighting really did feel like playing a game, controlling his own fists like a player with a controller handling a fighting character. In other words, he lacked any basic fear or respect for life. That was the true side effect of overload. It made it easy to play yourself to death. For greed, it meant greed could get him killed. That's where Lu Su was different. His nearly 20 years of life before this had etched a survival instinct deep into his soul. That's the only reason that even when he lost all reason now, he still remembered to pop pills. He couldn't die, not because he had to live, but because there was no reason for him to fall. The reckless slaughter earlier had already drained his life force. Just now, killing the second-to-last one had nearly pushed him to death's edge. That fight had even shaved a flat top off the business building nearby. If it weren't for greed overload being insane and powerful enough, this enemy would have been way beyond what any player should face. Now, maybe because he was close to death, Lu Su had regained a bit of rationality. On one hand, he could feel his body recovering fast. On the other, he tapped into the Bloodhound ability. The smell of blood was heavy. Chio-Ein's vitality was weak. Xia Ontong's wasn't, but her condition looked nearly dead too. Sun couldn't even be sensed anymore. On the other side, he could clearly feel a new strong presence forming, roughly twice as powerful as the thing he just dealt with. The last one, right? His tired voice sounded like a war-torn veteran, utterly worn out. Yeah, good times never last, huh? Only one left now. What a pity. Quickly, a twisted grin crawled back onto his face. Like trying to hype himself up, Lucy slapped his own face. Then he started laughing again, playing with the divine creation's severed head in his hands. Bro, he's actually insane, right? This doesn't feel like acting. He's way too into this role. I swear we could find Sin's real identity in every major psychiatric hospital. Don't be like this, Sin baby, mommy's scared. Even a psycho like this has mommy fans. Just now, viewers had been watching the gory, violent fights with bated breath. To them, it was like watching a Hollywood action blockbuster. Now that things had calmed down a bit, they finally caught their breath and started chatting again. Hey, Lucy wobbled to his feet, pointing in a direction like a drunk man. How about not coming any closer? I've got a better suggestion. Why don't you go play with that fireball over there? He must be feeling pretty lonely by now. Might even be cold. As he said that, he pointed towards Sun, indicating the merciless scorching sun in the distance. But the figure far away clearly didn't get what he was saying, or maybe they did and just didn't care. A piercing screech followed, announcing the birth of the final hunter. That red figure had already entered Luce's senses. Tokyo. A monster. Feels like I stumbled onto the wrong movie set. Any believers in the light out there? Someone wanna come save the day? Dinah. Suddenly, Luce shouted that last word at full volume, scaring the hell out of the live stream audience. Crazy people really don't care when they act crazy. I know where some of the others are too. There are still some fish that slipped the net. Wanna take care of them first. Standing still, Luce's overload healing plus the potions had made his body practically brand new. He didn't move. Instead, he just stood there and started rambling. He had a hunch his words were having an effect. The effect being, the other side wasn't listening at all. So, there's another bug now, huh? God, truly the sloppiest, lowest-level programmer in this world. Saying that, he actually tapped his earpiece. Even at a time like this, he thought to contact Xia Antong. He said just 4 words, castling move. Elsewhere, Xia Antong's eyes flickered slightly as she lay in the black water, her gaze full of darkness. Castling move? Castle over for what? You want me to deal with that last thing? You really think I'm cannon fodder, huh? Well, I guess that's fair. He probably always saw me as cannon fodder. But she didn't reply. She didn't know what to say. Her brain had already crashed. On the other side, Xiaoying was already on her feet, slowly walking toward her, eyes full of complex emotions. You're good. I admire you. Where did you hide the beacon? Take it out. Destroy it yourself. Xia Antong slightly raised her head and looked at Xiaoying walking toward her. She didn't speak. Her lips twitched just a little. To Xiaoying, that expression looked like she was ready to die. Don't be stupid. He's about to lose too. You've already lost. Don't force me to kill you. Xia Antong finally opened her mouth, her voice weak and soft. Are you really going to kill me? Xiaoying was now right in front of her, towering over the woman lying in the black water, her gaze slowly hardening. If you don't surrender on your own, I will. All right then. Castling move. In that instant, Xiaoying saw a flash. A twisted, blue-painted face appeared right in front of her, smiling as it greeted her. Hi. As that face appeared in front of her, the image reflected optically shot toward her brain at lightning speed, processed through countless neurons. In the very instant she became aware of it, she moved. No verbal probing was needed, no psychological confrontation required. Her severed right hand and ruined eye had etched it deep into her mind how she should respond when facing this person. The black water shield appeared out of thin air, instantly unfolding into a massive surface, her reaction speed almost simultaneous with Lucy's appearance. Xiaoying knew that if she waited until after Sin made a move to respond, she would already be too late. She had to assume the opponent would attack the moment she saw him, and only by reacting instantly could she hope to keep up with that kind of speed. And that assumption turned out to be correct. Boom. Like a puppet's rigid arm, It had already swung out, slamming heavily into the black water interface before her, letting out a deafening roar. The black water interface trembled and rapidly expanded, spreading the force out as much as possible. Yo, not bad. Quick reflexes. You're way better than Park Bu-sung. Lusa chuckled with a compliment that felt more like an insult, then clenched his right fist. Under the terrifying strain of muscle, his skin shriveled like tree bark. A violent cracking sound followed immediately, and the black water interface shattered and vanished into thin air. Xiao-Ein had already managed to react. The force of the impact sent her flying backward. She slid through the black water for who knows how long before she slowly raised her head. Looking at the man across from her, his clothes stained with blood, one hand covering his face, always seeming to suppress a smile, she felt a thin stream of blood trickle from the corner of her mouth. She was overwhelmed with relief, grateful she had always remained on high alert around Xia and Tong. Even when the other woman had looked completely drained, with no combat ability left, she had stayed wary, afraid that this venomous snake of a woman would strike a fatal blow. That vigilance, unwavering all this time. Though it had never actually succeeded, her battles had always been with thin air. This excessive caution had now saved her life. Lusa rolled his shoulder, looked up with a smile. But unexpectedly, just that slight movement made Xiao-Ein react like she'd been shocked, instantly raising the same kind of defensive interface as before and leaping back a great distance. A with grave new empty said Epsilon. Turns out, she didn't even know Luce's speed limit. This was the only way she could deal with it, any movement from him, and she'd respond like a startled bird. Otherwise, she feared she'd die right here. Her reaction amused Lusu. He stood there staring at her for a while, then suddenly burst into loud laughter, stretching and rotating his shoulders, arms, and other joints nonstop. He kept looking at her while hopping around randomly, like a puppet being manipulated, entertaining as hell. H. Hearing that grating laugh ringing in her ears, Xiao-Ein was so furious she almost spat blood. She layered up her defenses over and over until she finally calmed herself and began to speak to Lu Su. She could now more or less piece together what had just happened, why Sin had suddenly appeared before her. Her expression darkened, and she cursed. "You be *****. Lu Su? Huh? Why the strong words? How do you see through humanity's true nature at a glance? You actually switched places with her at a time like this? Something you decided on your own? Now you're making her face the strongest hunter." Oh. A confused look crossed the blue-painted face. If it were the normal Lu Su, he might have said, "What does that have to do with you?" But now, the smile on that blue-painted face just kept growing. "So what if I did?" Lu Su spread his hands. She knew exactly what was over there. "Why switch then? Looks like her last wish was for me to kill you. Guess whatever you were about to do made her really hate you." Xiao-Ein. She was momentarily at a loss for words, then quickly replied. "She and I are enemies. Of course we fight to the death. If I died at her hands earlier, I'd have no complaint. But you two were teammates, and now you've heartlessly thrown away your teammate's life. You don't care about your teammates at all, you just treat their lives like chess pieces." Lusa stared at her for a long time. She didn't seem to be acting, maybe she really didn't know how this divine creation worked. He couldn't help it. Clutching his face, he laughed like a maniac. Then, under her disgusted gaze, he finally spoke. "Yeah, and? What even is a teammate? You people, do you think you're worthy of being my teammates? Besides, she and the others are dead now. Isn't that perfect? I can complete the game perfectly on my own. Also, you want to win, right? Didn't you say it was all for the greater good of the world? How about a deal? If you can name a price that I find acceptable, I might throw the match. Lose the game on purpose." What Lusa said was peak *****starred behavior. Xiao-Ein was completely stunned. Could someone really be this shameless? What the ****LL was he even saying? Shaken by his lack of morals, Xiao-Ein gritted her teeth. "The strongest in the world, why is it someone like you? I will never make a deal with someone like you." Elsewhere, Xia Antong lay flat on the rooftop of a tall building. She turned her head and happened to see the divine creation's face right beside her. Maybe she was just too exhausted, or maybe she'd already accepted death, her expression barely changed. She even managed a greeting. "Hello." In the next second, the stench of blood flooded her entire airway. She looked up. A massive divine creation appeared in front of her, as if it had teleported. That terrifying visual impact froze her in place. Her pupils shrank. She didn't even have time to feel emo. Was this the final boss of the game? She truly couldn't imagine what kind of person would willingly try to fight this thing. How could anyone possibly deal with it? Just as well, she had no desire to resist anymore. She simply stared at the terrifying entity at close range. But the divine creation suddenly slammed on the brakes in front of her, shaking its head slightly in confusion, as if receiving some kind of signal. Then it looked into the distance, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared again, charging away. This was the final moment. After the headshake bug came the second bug, the target-locking bug. Xia and Tong, who had cheated death, blinked in a daze, looking in the direction the figure had disappeared. What just happened? Is it possible? I'm already dead, and I just don't know it yet? Using what was left of her consciousness, she checked her body, and found that there didn't seem to be any problems. She actually made it out unscathed? She really survived without a single injury? She couldn't wrap her head around it. She had already given up, overwhelmed by negative emotions. She hadn't even prepared an exit token. That switch had been pure suicide. No matter what, she figured she'd die. So why not make one last contribution to the player lineup? Her mind was a mess, too scrambled to think straight. But she still instinctively pressed on her earpiece. Hey, can you hear me? Lu Su was currently busy ravaging Qiao Ain's psyche and had no time to pay her any attention. Once he realized she was still alive, he just ignored it. He had other things to do. Getting no response, Xia and Tong tapped her earpiece in confusion, looking a bit adorably clueless. Just then, a howling gust of wind blasted toward her again. She shut her eyes, thinking, so turns out it doesn't take something that strong to kill me, just sending a weaker player is enough, huh? But the howling stopped, and a heavy metal voice rang in her ear. Get on. She looked up. A massive motorcycle was parked right beside her, its body covered in collision dents and scorch marks from explosions. It radiated full-on wasteland tough guy vibes. Xia and Tong paused slightly. Just because her mood was low didn't mean she'd gone stupid. She could tell this was Sin's motorcycle. Get on already, what, gone deaf? Xia and Tong gave a slight shake of her head. You go ahead. I probably can't help your master with anything right now. Wah, sh*t, the way you said that makes it sound like I'm any help. He's got a death wish, but I don't, alright? Come on, don't emo on me, buddy. We finally made it this far alive, don't you want to go watch the show? As soon as it finished speaking, the metallic stream yanked Xia and Tong up onto the bike and sped off. Oh right, bro, if you're feeling down, maybe don't read that book. With her mind still completely lost, Xia and Tong glanced to the side. Confessions of the Disillusioned. Oh? Won't make a deal with someone like me? Sounds like you've got a real issue with people like me, huh? Lu Su twisted his wrist with interest, then pointed at Qiao Ein and said, So, turns out you're not as righteous as you pretend to be. At the very least, you consider not cooperating with me more important than winning the game, with circumflexeni. Qiao Ein froze again. She felt like, ever since this started, she'd been under constant logical assault. No need to twist things with your nonsense. The Blackwater prison materialized instantly. Qiao Ein readied herself for battle as countless tendrils began to writhe. That's it? This probably won't work on me. Lu Su didn't move a muscle, letting her carry out her techniques freely. If you're still trying to hold back now, still playing it safe, then there's absolutely no way you'll win. Qiao Ein clenched her teeth. She didn't answer, but she admitted to herself Lu Su had a point. She had been too conservative far too often. In the next second, the endless tendrils and vortexes of the Blackwater array went wild, breaking free from Qiao Ein's control and launching independent attacks. Everything on the ground was swallowed by the Blackwater, then crushed and compressed. It was like a gateway to hell had been flung wide open. Qiao Ein's face bulged with veins as she stared at the street she had instantly pulverized, falling silent. Her ability, technically speaking, was terrifyingly evil, fallen black pool. Everything she had done before was within her own controlled range. But once she went all out, her ability turned into this. Thankfully, there weren't any people around. Otherwise, this would have been indiscriminate slaughter. She had once sworn she'd never let her power go beyond her control. Qiao Ein, just this once. For the sake of fighting this man, break your vow. Out of the corner of her eye, she already saw a red aura so terrifying it filled her with fear, speeding toward them, charging straight at Lusu. That could only mean one thing: Blink was probably already dead. Xiao Ein was silent. And within that silence, there was rage. Fine, let's say this is revenge for you. Lusu stood at the center of the berserk array, still wearing that same smile, unchanged since the start. He really wanted to laugh. This Xiao Ein, she falls for something every few minutes, and every time she thinks it's different. Top-tier comedy. At that moment, a taxi with the gas pedal floored came speeding toward them. Don't come. Stay out of the black water zone. Xiao Ein shouted instantly, but it was already too late. A tendril from the black water had already smashed the car clean in half. The black water man rolled out clutching the bald guy. The bald guy, still shaken, spotted Xiao Ein and Sin at the center of the black water. Immediately, he lit up with excitement. Ignoring the pain, he leapt up and yelled at Xiao Ein. Here. His beacon is here. On his chest, he nailed his beacon right into the flesh of his chest. I saw it clearly. I watched him do it right in front of me. Xiao Ein froze for a split second. Then a flash of surprise and joy passed through her eyes. Seriously? Something this good? At a time like this? Just then, the missile-like divine creation blasted its way into the scene, rushing straight into the black water array. Everything inside the black water, sensing the immense energy, went full throttle, launching a furious assault on the divine creation. Lusa burst into crazed laughter. This was it, this was the whole trick. Xiao Ein had just fallen for another setup, helping him deal with this thing, even if just a little. Of course, Xiao Ein's black water array had no chance of actually stopping it. The black water man twisted around to shield the bald guy. Xiao Ein closed her eyes, mentally scanned the exact chest position described, then formed a claw with her 5 fingers and aimed at the charging divine creation. Black water began to swarm the divine creation like mad. Lusa turned with a twisted grin, not dodging or resisting, facing the incoming spear like he was trying to make it easier to find the target. Rip. Dead center. The spear struck directly into the flesh-covered beacon embedded in his chest. With an attack like that, such a perfect stab, even if he didn't die, the beacon would definitely be shattered. Watching as the massive spear of the divine creation pierced straight into Sin's body, the bald guy wrapped in black water had his eyes light up. He really wanted to shout out in excitement, but at this moment, his body was no longer his own. Controlled by the black water, his body and mind were fully manipulated. It was exactly this kind of control that allowed Xiao Ein to pinpoint the exact location of the beacon on Sin's body. And it was precisely that spot that made sense to her. It was near the heart, and since Sin was such a B***starred, having used injections so many times, the beacon must have fused with his flesh. In other words, only a piercing injury could destroy it, and such an injury would likely be fatal. So even if Sin wasn't defending at all, he would still protect that vital point, making others think he was just guarding his heart. As her thoughts raced, Xiao Ein felt it all made perfect sense. She believed it right away, because it felt like exactly the kind of thing Sin would do. But now, looking at that horrifying penetrating wound, as if the heart had exploded, and at the divine creation whose movements landed perfectly on the beacon's location, she couldn't feel happy at all. Because it was too strange, that eerie backward glance, as if he deliberately offered his chest to the enemy. It left her deeply unsettled. Was Sin dead? Or rather, was Sin eliminated? She had no way of knowing because she wasn't a player. She had access to some hunter-related intel here, but not the player announcements. However, her stillness didn't mean her black water array was still. The frenzied black water pool began violently thrashing, furiously lashing out at everything inside the pool. Sharp black thorns coiled like strands of hair, tightening and attacking Lusu and the final divine creation. Lusu still didn't move. Even though the black water's attacks were now hurting him, he could clearly see they were affecting the divine creation too. In this final frenzy, Xiao Ein truly lived up to her third-place ranking. Her functionally focused black water displayed overwhelming strength. Amazingly, it managed to pin down the divine creation, who now outmatched Lusu in every stat, slamming it hard to the ground, unable to break free. That massive triangular head was placed perfectly in front of Lusu. Though he probably took a fair amount of damage himself, his immunity to pain meant he didn't care. If he wasn't dead, he was fine. As for the beacon? Lusa turned his head, catching a glimpse of the distant bald guy from the corner of his eye, revealing a chilling smile. The info wasn't complete, huh? No one understood what he meant. Then, like a puppet, his arm rose, fingers forming a drill shape, and he drove it hard into the divine creation's neck. In an instant, the divine creation let out a fierce roar, then began thrashing as if in agony. Massive amounts of black water burst apart, with black raindrops making it seem like a storm was falling over Tokyo's night sky. Yet Lusa's hand remained embedded in the opponent's neck, even as the bones all over his body crackled from the strain. At the same time, the black water pool became even more violent, madly attacking the divine creation, thunderous booms echoing down the streets. Chio-Ein's expression changed dramatically. Only now did she realize she'd been tricked. She had essentially been helping Sin fight the divine creation. But her bigger concern now was that this wasn't the only thing she'd been fooled about. Pale-faced, she tried to regain control of the black water pool while turning to look at the bald guy. "You're sure he put the beacon inside his body?" The bald guy had already lost all reason to the power of the fallen black pool, his face blank and dazed. Black water poured into his orifices, and the returning intel told Chio-Ein he hadn't lied. But clearly, the game wasn't over. Luce's blue-painted face bore a satisfied smile, just as he'd said. Yes, the information was transmitted, but not fully. He had indeed peeled back his own flesh and stuffed the beacon into his body in front of the guy, something the bald guy saw with his own eyes. But that wasn't the whole story. The bald guy had witnessed a lot but couldn't judge what he didn't understand, often ignoring it entirely. For example, after Luce put the beacon in his body, he had tossed a dice, which landed showing a 1. At the time, even Luce had let out a surprised "oh." But the bald guy didn't understand what he was doing, thought he was just going crazy. Under the threat of death, he didn't think much of it. And that unintelligible bit of information never got passed along, so everyone really believed the beacon was inside Luce's body. But the dice of fate had told him it wasn't a good choice. So during that first crash explosion, he took the opportunity to cut open his body, remove the beacon, and hand it to the Black Knight. Since then, the Black Knight had been racing all over Tokyo, never once stopping, and hadn't even met Lusu again. This greed mask had even fooled its own audience completely. At that moment, the Black Knight holding the beacon finally arrived at the scene, from a distance, accompanied by a sickly-looking woman. When they arrived, Xia and Tong was watching the battle reach its end. Lusa had ensured he wouldn't be eliminated or killed. After using Chio-Ein to restrict the divine creation, all that was left was to pick the perfect moment and shove his hand in. Even the toughest shell would crumble from within. His hand twisted inside the opponent's body, summoning a bomb. This spontaneous materialization was a second round of damage to the enemy. It was an epic tier bomb, the one he'd acquired after killing Park Bu-sung. Everyone knows, one-time use weapons often pack the most punch. Then, with another twist of his hand, Hell Roar appeared again and was jammed into the divine creation's body. Third gear. Full power output. The Black Knight, as if sharing a mental link, immediately raised a huge metal shield to block the blinding light and shockwave. The next second, light brighter than the sun, followed by a shockwave that lifted the entire surface of Tokyo, with a roar like that of a giant. Xia and Tong had just arrived and was stunned by the scene before her. The all-seeing eye was blown skyward by the massive blast, and she couldn't see clearly. This kind of self-destruction, even if he survives, the beacon must have. "It's with me," the Black Knight cut in. "It's done." Everything went smoothly. The outcome's decided. The outcome is decided. Hearing these words in her ear, Xia and Tong felt a bit dazed, as if she had heard the final ending of the game, and couldn't quite react. Only, this ending wasn't an official game announcement, but something the Black Knight said. "You have that much faith in him?" "What else can I say?" The Black Knight replied with a careless tone. "You think he's dead or something?" Xia and Tong was silent for a moment. Yeah, now that she thought about it, she hadn't even considered that Sin might fail. It was a strange feeling, like this guy escaping death at the last second was just natural. "The beacon is on you? When did you two make that plan?" "Hee, sorry, miss. Some things can be shared, some can't. He told me that the beacon must not be shown to anyone. That includes you." The Black Knight chuckled apologetically. Xia Antong blinked, a little confused by what that meant. What do you mean, not even you? Her mind couldn't process it at the moment, so she let it go. Once the game was truly completed perfectly, she'd go back and rewatch Sin's perspective to see how he'd pulled it all off. The all-seeing eye collectively turned. She no longer needed to monitor the entire city. With the replica shattered, her energy consumption had dropped significantly. Now, she just had to wait amid the cloudbursts, dust, and firelight, hoping for the final victory. Meanwhile, Xiao was also staring dead ahead at that cloud of mist, not daring to blink. She couldn't believe that in that kind of situation, Sin could still pull off such a reckless, desperate counterattack. She didn't even know how to evaluate it. In her heart, in terms of strength, she now truly accepted the world's strongest. She only hoped that Sin was already dead. As long as Sin went down, nothing else mattered. Even if it meant mutual destruction with the divine-crafted hunter, she could handle any remaining stragglers. But when the smoke slowly cleared, Xiao heart immediately sank. She clearly saw a blue-colored object swaying in the dust. Even though she couldn't see it clearly, it felt like a blue-painted face had emerged in front of her, like a nightmare. Still not dead. Why is this thing so hard to kill? Her heart skipped a beat, and she was about to raise her hand to control the black water pool. Bro, if you want to take a break, stay here and chill. I've got a book, hold it for me, will ya? Xia Antong instinctively held out Confessions of the Disillusioned, and the next moment, a gust of wind blew by. The Black Knight was already charging at Xiao. Beta. Xia Antong looked down at Confessions of the Disillusioned. She knew how powerful that thing was, so naturally she didn't plan on reading it. She found a rock and sat down quietly. Xiao was just about to let her fallen black pool go berserk, when she suddenly felt like a beast had locked eyes on her. She turned, and a black giant was already charging over. The Black Knight's attack style was the most primitive, and also the most unstoppable, a direct slam. Watching this be asterisk start of a thing charging straight at her, Xiao was instantly alarmed. She quickly began to control her black water array to block the Black Knight. Of course, the Black Knight hadn't expected to accomplish much. One charge forced Xiao to reposition, and with that, everything was settled. Lucis stumbled out, his entire right side gone like it had been chewed off by a prehistoric beast. But if one looked closely, they'd see with horror that the shredded flesh and shattered bones were regrowing at an insane speed. Before firing that shot, Lusu had taken a bottle of intermediate healing potion. After firing, he drank a bottle of advanced healing potion. As long as his mental core held, even if his body were crushed to dust, he wouldn't hesitate or worry. Just like that, he spread his arms, lips cracking into a grin, raising his arms to the sky. And behind him, the final divine creation collapsed with a thud. The chain of explosions inside it left it with no way to continue. Its mission had ended. For top-tier experts, a battle only takes a single moment. All special hunters have been eliminated. Final killer, Sin. Just as Xiao was about to continue fighting, a massive voice echoed across the sky. In the pitch-black night, blood-red letters appeared once again. Game over. Tokyo Battle Royale, perfectly completed. All remaining players may spend 30 minutes freely browsing or exit immediately. What the H*LL? Xiao shouted in shock at the final game ruling. The hunters were supposed to be all over Tokyo, and there was still time left. Why declare them the winners now? Had Tokyo's people all died? Lucid didn't move to attack. He just tilted his head slightly in her direction. That blue-painted face seemed to be shifting again toward the mask form, and the instant she saw it, Xiao body burst into black water, reforming elsewhere. Once bitten by a snake, fear of ropes for 10 years. She had to act fast, dodge, defend. The Black Knight, standing by, let out a cold laugh and said, "Heh, really? You're asking why?" Xiao. Face darkening, she didn't want to admit defeat. Her eyes shifted and landed on Xia Antong. In an instant, her eyes nearly popped out of her head, gasping. "You're still alive?" Then her gaze snapped towards Sin, and her look said it all, like her faith had been shattered. "You too? You planned this from the start?" As she finished, her last fighting will slowly faded, and she slumped softly against the black water tree beside her. Xia Antong. She'd always admired the opponent's wild imagination. Xiao eyes dimmed as she spoke in a low voice. It's meaningless now. I lost. This game, there's no real winner. Honestly, she'd seen that from the beginning. If the players won, it meant the game outweighed the world. Public opinion would lean entirely toward the game. But if Tokyo won, then they were all just chess pieces in a game, puppets dancing to the host's strings. Still, the latter caused slightly less damage. Why wouldn't there be a winner? Lusu slowly turned his head, grinning viciously as he looked at her. I'm the winner. You won, but the world lost, Chioine said. What the world loses has nothing to do with me. Lusu sneered. But then again, the game might not have truly won either. He raised his hand and pinched his face, which was slowly transforming into the mask. In a game like this, how could I possibly allow anyone to earn more than me? Chioine looked up blankly, listening to what Sin was saying, staring into his eyes. She seemed to be trying hard to see something from those eyes, but in the end, it was all in vain. She saw nothing. Those teasing eyes held the murkiest and muddiest abyss of the world, impossible to see through, and yet his actions always led, through unimaginable means, to outcomes in his favor. Chioine lowered her hand. The black water across the entire city was slowly calming down. She had no reason or desire to fight anymore. I'll be watching. Chioine spoke softly, then couldn't help glancing in Xia Antong's direction. Xia Antong was holding a book in her hand, swaying like a dying candle in the wind. She seemed dead already, just still standing there, her eyes completely lifeless. Chioine was about to say something but happened to see Sin stepping forward. At this moment, Sin looked even more disturbing. His entire face was shaking as if it were about to fall off. Sigh, seems like the good times are coming to an end. He staggered forward, holding his face with one hand to stop it from turning back into a mask. Reading? He stopped in front of Xia Antong, looked down at her dazed face, and asked. Xia Antong didn't know why this person suddenly spoke to her, but she didn't have the energy to ponder his deeper meaning. She just dumbly shook her head. Then, she handed the book in her hands to Lusu. Lusu opened the book and took out a beacon. It was the beacon he had previously hidden inside his body. Seeing this, Chioine was momentarily shocked, then suddenly understood. She didn't lose unjustly. The Black Knight had been running all over the field with the beacon, never engaging in prolonged trench warfare in any one spot. Earlier, when the Black Knight charged at Chioine, he had slipped the beacon into the book and handed it to Xia Antong. This avoided any risk of mishaps for himself. At the same time, since it was the confessions of the disillusioned, it guaranteed Xia Antong wouldn't open it. From beginning to end, this master and servant pair had been using manic and erratic methods to do the most cautious and precise things. This thing's useless now. He pinched the object between two fingers and handed it towards Xia Antong. Xia Antong was stunned. She didn't react in time. Was this something Sin was supposed to do? What did this mean? Were they really cooperating? Was this a reward? Or comfort? Instinctively, she reached out, but just as she was about to grab it, there was a sharp crack. The beacon was crushed to pieces in Luce's hand. Xia Antong? She was completely dumbfounded, staring at the scene in front of her, her mind going blank in an instant. Even the flood of negative emotions disappeared. A withering above knew. What was that? Remember. The blue mask slowly lifted his face and said with a smile, remember how you just felt. What did I feel? Xia Antong blurted out instinctively. Her mind had just been a total blank. But what she didn't expect was Sin to suddenly exclaim loudly, exactly. That's the feeling I'm talking about. You know what the most boring thing in the world is? It's that every single person in this world is so predictable, like a giant function. You input one thing, and it outputs another. Xia Antong narrowed her eyes, looking at the man in front of her directly for the first time. She didn't quite get what he meant, because as far as she was concerned, her ability was precisely to predict and analyze others. But suddenly she didn't feel like he was mocking her. It felt more like a metaphor, like he was trying to awaken something in her. Let me give you an example. Lucius smiled and raised one finger at Xia Antong. Then he turned and looked at Chioine. Hi there. Chioine gave a confused expression. Is your mom a prostitute? Chioine? After a brief moment of shock, it seemed like she was questioning whether the game's translator had glitched. Then she instantly flew into a rage and snapped back, what the hell are you saying? Your mom's the prostitute. See, that's the reaction. Lu Su ignored her and turned back to Xia and Tong. People are like they've got switches on their bodies. As long as you input the right thing, you'll always get a predictable reaction. Everyone is boxed into a framework. You think you're making your own choices, but you're not. Someone else is making you do it. So you'll find that people of higher rank don't necessarily need overwhelming power. High rank actually means absolute control. Even you can predict Qiuain and thus anticipate her actions, manipulating her to make choices that benefit you. So, what makes you think the game can't do that? Like injecting yourself with a syringe, suddenly feeling all confident and powerful, and then crashing afterward, unable to handle your own negative emotions. Xia and Tong. He really wanted to say, this is totally different, okay? That drug clearly adjusts physiological capabilities. Don't tell me this is different. You need to become aware of the switches inside you and change them, hide them. This game stabs you with a knife. You bleed, get angry, and fight back. But really, the game never meant to make you bleed. It just wanted you angry. You were being controlled. After saying that, he turned to Qiuain again. Just like this game, you're a controlled piece too. Tokyo's just another manipulated entity. Qiuain's face darkened a bit. She understood what he was saying, but felt she wasn't yet strong enough to face it. What about you? Aren't you being controlled too? The grinning face on the greed mask stayed fixed as he spoke. When you get cut, check if it's a fruit knife. If it is, then maybe, in front of that blade, I'm actually a watermelon? One sentence stunned everyone into silence, audience and Qiuain alike. No one could make sense of what he meant by that line in this moment. Xia and Tong didn't get it either, but she somehow grasped something. That feeling of total mental blankness struck again. The blue mask leaned down, that twisted grin now squarely filling her vision. The corner of his lips twitched and widened, like a slow-motion replay of a man shifting from joy to euphoria. Don't be so easy to predict. Try something unexpected. Something that doesn't make sense. Sometimes, don't rush to get angry. Pretend you're the watermelon first. Give the all-controlling creator a little shock. When things hurt the most, remember to smile. Staring at that mask, at the same moment, two voices echoed simultaneously in Xia Antong's mind. Hee ha 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 ha. Come on? Come. She knew one of them was the mental interference from Sin, and the other was an inexplicable voice that had only appeared in this game. The two voices were clashing violently, making her head throb like it was about to split open. But surprisingly, that overwhelming sense of despair that made her feel completely drained, even thinking death was fine, actually lessened quite a bit under such conditions. When it hurts the most, remember to smile. She hadn't fully understood Sin's earlier point, but now the corners of her mouth had started to lift, and she hadn't even noticed. Heh, until she actually laughed out loud. Startled, she covered her mouth. Though her heart was still full of helplessness and gloom, that involuntary laugh still appeared here so irrationally. Feeling her current state, she sensed that her mind seemed to be in a higher place, like an observer watching herself. Although sorrow was unavoidable, she now had some capacity for action. Not to the extreme of actively seeking death like before. At this moment, she neither suppressed the grief and pain inside her nor restrained the smile on her face. She let those completely opposite emotions intertwine freely. She looked up, wearing a slightly wicked smile, only to find no one in front of her. Sin, who had just stood there saying so much, was now gone, clearly having exited the game and entered settlement. He just helped me, didn't he? She looked up. Her gaze was sad, but her brows held a trace of a smile, silent and still. What an unfathomable existence. In short, she had no idea what Sin's goal was, nor the meaning behind his actions. Just like he'd said before, don't let yourself be predictable. In the distance, Qiuain stared intently, having watched the entire exchange between the two. Though she didn't understand much of it, she no longer dared to assume that was just a plain lunatic. There was another issue. The expression in her eyes was now quite complicated, hard to describe, even tinged with jealousy. Seeing that odd little smile from Xia and Tong as she looked up, her face instantly turned red, and she quickly looked away. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she quickly looked up again and hurried over to Xia and Tong. The sun had long exited. Of those still in the game, it seemed only Xia and Tong remained. Just as she was about to leave, Xiao managed to reach her. "Hi, I don't mean any harm." Xiao quickly raised both hands and even stepped back, keeping some distance, as if afraid the other might run away. Xiantong? One incomprehensible man had just left. Now this woman, who should have been easy to understand, suddenly became hard to read. Still, she didn't rush to enter game settlement. Instead, she stopped to see what this person wanted. Xiao organized her words briefly and said, "What happened in the game? We each had our own goals. I hold no personal grudge against you. Xia and Tong. We want to win, so of course others have to lose. In extreme situations, if we want to live, someone else has to die. The world has changed." "It's nothing." Xia and Tong responded coldly. She'd always felt this was perfectly normal. But hearing those words, Xiao felt a chill, her eyes dimmed slightly. Still, thinking of their earlier fight, she could understand. Then she gathered her courage and said to Xia and Tong, "Actually, there's an old saying in your country, it takes a fight to become friends. I really admire you. Could I have your contact info?" Xia and Tong, huh? Her brain was already a mess, and this just made it worse. Huh? What the H***L? This game's ending had to be some kind of Henry twist? Game over. Congratulations player, perfect completion. Achievement unlocked. Beginning body repair. Hearing the voice in his ear, Lusa knew he had left Tokyo and achieved his own perfect completion. Heh, looks like the sun worked for nothing this time. Lusa chuckled softly to himself. Then he noticed his voice had become much calmer. He raised a hand to touch his face and found the mask was gone. The more he thought about it, the more a chill ran down his spine. The feeling of overload was just too good, and that's exactly what made it dangerous. That sensation was intoxicating. It was pure mental adrenaline. Even if Lusa felt like he wasn't himself anymore, even if he couldn't control himself at all. Yes. He still wanted more. He wanted it to keep going, endlessly. Fortunately, this was a game, and every game ends. That's the only reason he could walk away from it. Otherwise, well, at least I got to experience it firsthand. From now on, he figured he had a clearer idea of what kind of mode his overload was. Choosing not to go straight into gluttony or wrath was indeed an exceptionally wise decision. Putting those thoughts aside for now, he spent 3,000 reward points to perfectly repair his legendary weapon, the Black Knight. Then he started checking his rewards. Total contestants this round, 4, 625, 713. Total finishers, 1, 512, 359. Perfect completion players, 3,009. Your completion rating, SSS tier, perfect completion. Current consecutive perfect clears, 6. Reward calculation in progress. This round's reward points, 7,000. Item rewards this round, Advanced Healing Potion *5, Exit Token *1, Legendary Weapon, Focus Beacon. Perfect completion reward, due to outstanding performance, awarded 1 slot in the 2-World Backpack. Special event triggered, killed in-game Punisher, defeated Final Hunter, achieved perfect completion while destroying core game mechanics. Triggered in-game medal under special conditions. Medal is now being upgraded. Lusa blinked. He didn't think he'd ever seen this type of settlement reward before. Wait, medals could be upgraded? Then he saw the System Exploiter in his medal slot begin to glow. System Exploiter, Epic Tier Badge. Grants partial immunity when facing attacks caused by system loopholes. Grants bonuses when using system loopholes offensively. Increased rewards for discovering loopholes. A very straightforward description. In fact, this time while wearing the greed mask, many of Lusa's actions, intentional or not, were aimed at triggering this thing. But in the end, he realized that there had never been any additional display at all. Fortunately, he now received a badge upgrade, directly making up for all his losses. Almost subconsciously, Lusa nodded with some satisfaction. Having just exited the overload state, he still hadn't fully shaken off that insatiable hunger like a python wanting to swallow an elephant. The Epic Tier badge gradually changed to a Legendary Tier color. From this point on, Lusa finally had his second Legendary Tier badge. System Exploiter, Epic, Rule Grinder, Legendary. Description: a madman who doesn't care about rules and tramples all restraints, grinding everything like a meat grinder. Function. While breaking any rules, you will not suffer instant death penalties. Example. Phrases like doing a will kill you will no longer apply to you, though death-inducing consequences might still occur. All instances of clearing a game by defying the rules will earn extra rewards. Lusu. Guess that counts as an upgrade. But it kind of feels like the functions got replaced instead of upgraded? Like something a stingy third-rate game dev would do. Lusu still had to insult the game a bit even after profiting, but that was about it. He didn't go too far. Instead, he turned to look at the new legendary tier weapon he had received this round. This game had very few rewards. The most valuable, the core item, was this: Focus Beacon. Legendary tier weapons have high potential. The key lies in how they are used. Description. All eyes on me, I've got an announcement. Lusu. For a moment, he actually felt a bit of dislike. Unique effect attracts everyone's gaze and attention. Note, depending on the user's willpower and mental strength, the effect radius ranges from 10 meters to 10,000 meters. During use, it consumes large amounts of mental strength and sanity. On OES. After reading it, Lusu didn't immediately know what it was for, starting to suspect the game's targeting against him was becoming obvious. What exactly is this supposed to do? Is this really what a legendary tier weapon should be like? Just look at Xia Antong's legendary tier weapon, All-Seeing Eye. And what did he get? All eyes on me? He wasn't sure how to judge it. Ever since he began contemplating the nature of the game, many things had started to feel terrifying upon closer thought. Sigh, I still hope there's more time. Even if you're just trying to toy with an ant, you wouldn't want the opponent to be too weak, right? In the empty space, only Luce's voice echoed in self-talk. No one answered, and there was no echo. He touched his head. He had never believed his mask had any real side effects, but this overload still left him a bit shaken. The danger of losing oneself is on par with losing one's life. Luckily, his baseline sanity ensured there was no mindless killing, and he didn't get himself killed. Of course, this was also related to the type of mask he chose. Right before I exited, I think I did something unnecessary. At that moment, Luce's rationality was battling the mask. Overload was ending, and reason had the upper hand. In that chaotic mental state, he ended up saying quite a lot to Xia Antong. Purely by his nature, he should have been don't hurt the other party, but avoid communication if possible. Click. On the other side, blank Xia Antong returned to her high-tech-filled room. Every time she exited the game, she felt like she was being dragged from a supernatural world back into boring reality. This made the emotional crash even worse, and the internal stress piled higher. Coupled with the feeling of becoming an ordinary person after exiting, it only made everything more painful. She wasn't physically hurt much, and even that was already treated with potions, but her psychological trauma was maxed out. After coming out, she could barely stand, collapsing onto a chair. A strong self-destructive impulse instinctively drove her toward the window. That overwhelming desire to escape this world made her think of death. This was the most severe it had ever been. But when she reached the window, she saw her own reflection. She saw the smile on her face. In that instant, she froze. Then, she gently touched the corner of her mouth. And surprisingly, she turned around and went straight back to her analysis station. She began reviewing the first-person perspective of Sin in this round. She had this nagging feeling that Sin did too much this time. And more importantly, he actually held the line at the scariest bottom edge of his mask's side effects. I'm going to find you. Elsewhere, in a room without any decoration, with exposed cement floors, several figures stirred within, the atmosphere stifling. This was a nuclear missile silo 200 meters underground, a relic of the Cold War, still designated as a top-level secure and fortified Tianqing star site. At the door stood a wooden plaque with 3 characters carved into it by blade. Elders Council. Inside the Elders Council, a projection screen hovered midair, seemingly cast from someone's eyes, displaying images with light and shadow. On screen, it was Luce's gameplay footage. Here, these people had watched Luce's gameplay more than once. But never like this, with such gravity, ignoring all other players, watching only Lusu, and so intently. Even now, they were still replaying it over and over again, scene by scene. Not bad. Finally, in the endless silence, someone spoke, their voice hoarse. They say the strongest on the surface isn't the real strongest. But this strongest is truly strong. Impressive. Once the words landed, the atmosphere sank back into silence. No one responded, as if there was a shared understanding among them. What a pity. At last, someone else spoke, voice like rusted metal, full of regret, even tinged with sadness. He's probably already been marked, hasn't he? After that sentence was spoken, the atmosphere among everyone grew even more oppressive and heavy. That sense of sorrow, even with everyone wearing black robes, was still vividly visible. All the figures remained hidden in the darkness, heads raised, staring uniformly at the blue-painted face on the screen. The vibe wasn't like they were watching a person's video. It was more like watching someone who had already passed away, watching footage from their life in mourning. The scene was incredibly eerie. Coupled with their attire and the surrounding environment, it gave off the illusion of a horror movie. Forget it, there's nothing worth saying. Finally, a voice spoke up, tinged with gritted teeth. No matter how strong he is, he's twisted. A person like that, dying is no big loss. Twisted. Someone immediately responded. What's right and what's twisted? After all these years, have we still not realized? Madness and bloodshed don't necessarily mean twisted. Is it because it's too much of a shame for someone like him to die young, so you're making excuses to make yourself feel better? Upon hearing that, the previous speaker fell silent, only letting out a long sigh before saying, "No matter what, he's as good as dead. Talking about this is meaningless." He just had to make himself stand out like that, like he was afraid no one would notice him. Suicidal. Maybe there'll be a miracle, one voice said. After all, he's already accomplished things that we couldn't. That voice lacked confidence from the beginning, and even now, no one dared to affirm the sentiment. Everyone just shook their heads, but there was one thing that was clear. He really had already accomplished many things no one before had achieved. It's just that, in the face of greater despair, those achievements still weren't enough. Someone said, "I'm really curious. How does he have this kind of power? Did he just start participating in the game recently?" It really is hard to understand. Everyone immediately chimed in. The speed of his power growth is just too illogical. And honestly, I don't think that's the scariest part. The scariest thing is, it's like there's an incomprehensible strength supporting him from within. His passion for the game, his obsession with power, it's terrifying. It's like from the very start of the game, he already put the pursuit of power above life and death. With that kind of will and desire, you really can't tell if it's the game toying with him, or if he's the one using the game. As the elder spoke, it was as if a flicker of hope had been rekindled. The mood lightened somewhat. "All right, whatever happens to him, we'll just have to leave it to fate," one elder said. "But now what do we do next? This game, we've been watching it together. The fact that it descended into the real world is clearly a signal. And this time, sin was used, and the players even won. Looks like we're about to face an unprecedented storm. That kid really is the eye of the storm." Another elder shook his head with a bitter smile and said, an unprecedented storm. Back when that game openly started descending upon the entire world, didn't the storm already begin?" Sigh. The mood among the group sank again. It was obvious they weren't optimistic about the current situation. "Actually, I think." A slightly jarring voice spoke up. All the other voices were elderly, but this one almost sounded like a child's. "Maybe we can look forward to sin a bit." Do you all remember what he said at the end? He said he wouldn't let the game take advantage of him. Everyone froze. In fact, they had all seen it and paid close attention to that line. But they really didn't know what to make of it. After all, what they were discussing were impacts and goals on a macro world consciousness scale. No matter how powerful Sin was, he was still just a player, a being confined by the game. How much impact could he really have on the world? For now, none of them held much hope. Elders. At the doorway, a man in a suit stood respectfully, head slightly bowed. Should any precautions be taken? Should the official organization go public? Go public, the elders said decisively. But remember, in this case, it's better to guide than to suppress. Absolutely no heavy-handed policies. Making impulsive decisions now is a death sentence. Understood. The man in the suit gave a slight bow. Then should we use all resources to search for this sin? No need. In a small underground room, without any layers of bureaucratic procedure, they directly decided on a matter of global scale. Under the dim lighting, the group slowly stepped out of the shadows. Their robes were uniform, black with gold trim. A similar meeting was happening elsewhere. In the Chio household, in a room that resembled an imperial palace, 4 or 5 large screens were set up. Each screen showed a different first-person gameplay feed from Chio-Ein, Xia, Antong, and Lu Su. But now, in the Chio family, the screen placed right in the center was showing Sin. Clearly, they were reviewing the game from multiple perspectives. HSS. The sound of sharp inhales filled the room. They knew how strong Chio-Ein was. But what they hadn't expected was that this powerhouse, bearing the future of the Chio family, had gone all out and ended up like this. Watching Sin's every move throughout the entire match, connecting the dots front to back, the group couldn't even force out stubborn comments. This lunatic was practically going berserk on everyone, no distinction between players or hunters. It was like he entered the game fully prepared to take down every last person. They had truly witnessed the madness of the world's #1. Incredible. Chio-Ji, Chio-Ein's younger brother, was so stunned his eyes were glued to the screen, but realizing his big sister was still nearby, he quickly shut his mouth. At that moment, every screen had its camera trained precisely on one focal point. There, Lu Su was facing Chio-Ein and said, "In a game like this, how could I possibly allow someone to earn more than me?" Anyone with the ability to see through to the essence of things was already analyzing this line. The members of the Chio family fell silent as they stared at that sentence, finding it hard to comment. Logically, such an obvious madman's ravings should have been dismissed, but given Sin's previous performance, they began to doubt themselves. What exactly is the source of his confidence? Did he do something extra behind the scenes? I'm sorry. Losing this game is my fault. After Chio-Ein finished reviewing the match, she couldn't help feeling ashamed. It wasn't that this game had no chance of victory. Her misjudgments and suppression-induced errors were a big part of the loss. Don't be upset, sis. He's that strong. It makes sense you couldn't beat him. Chio-Ji chimed in to comfort her. Chio-Ein. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt the urge to hit someone. Anyway, the player won. The world might start to change because of it. I couldn't beat him. Chio-Ein's voice was low. She wasn't in a good mood. It reminded others of the side effects Xia and Tong had experienced. Chio-Ji was clearly dissatisfied and spoke up. What? What does this have to do with the world? I still don't get it. Isn't it just that a game descended on the world, and the player won but the people in the real world didn't? Isn't that normal? It's all just part of the game's design. We're still within the game, and it's not like we send out huge armies or armed forces or anything. The others ignored him, a quiet atmosphere settling over them. Just as Chio-Ein was about to scold him, a hoarse, aged voice echoed in the palace-like room. That's because you don't understand this game. At the sound of the voice, the Chio family members were all startled. They bowed respectfully in the direction it came from. Ancestor. Chio-Ji really wanted to say, the game just started, how could you understand it? But he held back. The Chio ancestor continued. What I say today must not be spread. This game is connected to our world. You can think of it as not being a rigid system, but a living one that adapts and evolves. And its adjustments aren't random. They're tied to the players and the state of our world. Chio-Ji had a moment of clarity and said, "Oh, I get it. Deep neural networks, feedback-regulated parameters. What kind of algorithm is it using?" Smack. Chio-Ein gave him a hard slap on the head and scolded. Shut up in a situation like this. Chio-Ji. Ancestor. Ignoring the interruption, he continued. In any case, this was the first time the game entered the real world. An event this big will certainly shift directions based on the outcome. You think the number of chosen players is low because the game doesn't want everyone to join? Of course not. It's just that it couldn't, until now. But now it has a reason, or rather, authorization, to change. You can think of it like this. Winning this kind of game makes everyone long to join, and, because of that, the game's permissions will loosen. A huge number of people may become chosen ones. Maybe even everyone. RN. This is interaction. As the world changes, the game changes too. It's not random, it's constrained too. Haven't you noticed? Even the abilities each of you obtained are related to your original circumstances. If you buy a weapon that doesn't suit you, you can't use it to its full potential. Ein has studied our family's secret arts since childhood. Her talent is top tier, and her starting spiritual intuition was the highest. So her ability, Fallen Black Pool, is just an enhanced expression of that. All the top players now look closely. Their abilities and identities are all tied to who they were before. After saying this, the Chio ancestor sighed and started coughing violently, his body trembling. Ancestor, please stop these matters. Several confidants rushed forward to support his swaying figure. Chio Ain's eyes were filled with concern. This ancestor of theirs had always kept some secrets from the younger generation. Whether it was because he didn't want to or couldn't, they didn't know. Still, the family had always been open to these matters. After all, they had their own inherited secret arts. Chio-ji was learning all of this for the first time and stood there dumbfounded. Then he looked back up at the screen displaying Sin. His eyes began to grow distant. Pointing at Luce's face, now painted greed blue, he asked. Then, what's his deal? In his everyday life, what kind of state or ability does he have? A. Split personality, explosively strong, highly intelligent mental patient? As soon as Chio-ji said that, the entire Chio family fell silent, as if they were standing in a morgue. No one could respond, not even the Chio ancestor, who suddenly froze up. Ancestor. Yeah. If we follow that line of reasoning, that's exactly what he is. But clearly, none of it made sense. Should such a person even exist in this world? Sure, the world's a strange place, but to have all that rolled into one person felt utterly absurd. The Chio family was dumbfounded. One by one, they opened their mouths to speak, but then stopped, sinking into silence. Who the H*LL knows where this guy even came from? That question had been haunting the minds of global leaders countless times, and now it loomed over the heads of the entire Chio family. Then, that sentence he said. Chio-ji, realizing he'd just made things super awkward, quickly changed the subject. Just pretend it never happened, the Chio ancestor coughed out. Forget what he said. No need to prepare anything either. Whatever happens next, we can't predict it. I'll say it again, our Chio family will conserve our strength and wait and see. With that, the ancestor was helped out of the conference room by the clan members. Chio Ain stood alone on the rooftop, gazing out at bustling Tokyo. She knew that after this game, countless corners of the world and various factions were surely having similar conversations. But she couldn't shake the feeling of a strange, invisible pressure weighing on her heart. After such a dramatic upheaval from a single game, Tokyo was still Tokyo. But was it really still the same Tokyo? She couldn't help feeling as if the whole city was now shrouded beneath a veil of dark clouds. And yet when she looked up, the sky was perfectly clear. What's going on? Chio Ain tapped her forehead. Ever since she left the game, or rather, ever since she never entered it to begin with, she'd been feeling an overwhelming sense of unease. Back then, after saying goodbye to Blank on the street, she had gone home alone. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Her emotions were clearly unstable. There was this lingering fear. It felt awful. Even after returning to her family, with no one daring to truly blame her, she still felt like something was off. Many people, including her own brother, thought it was just because she'd never lost before, and the psychological blow of this loss was too much. They told her not to overthink it, to adjust her mindset. But she didn't think that was it. There's a saying in Huagua, victories and defeats are just part of a general's life. And the opponent was indeed strong. She had done her best. Regret and sadness were normal, but this lingering unease, this was not. It felt like a bad omen. But the game was over. What was she anxious about? Was she worried that her loss might trigger changes in the future of the world? She had watched the game replay several times, but she kept feeling like the source of her unease was really just that one sentence. That sentence Sin said to her at the very end. But it was just an open ploy. What could Sin actually do? Even the ancestor didn't know how such a thing could be changed or how to prepare for it, so what could he possibly do? No one's allowed to earn more than him? She had chewed over that sentence countless times, and the more she thought about it, the crazier it sounded. How full of himself must he be to say something like that? He must be insane, right? Right? The more Chio Ain thought about it, the more it felt like she was trying to convince herself. Her brows furrowed as she stood atop the highest rooftop, gazing down at the bustling traffic and the dazzling lights of Tokyo. The sun was setting. Night was about to fall again. Born into privilege, she had never known what a normal Tokyo felt like. This was the first time in her memory she was seriously looking at the cityscape of Tokyo. And yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Like the game had never actually ended. TCH, the game did happen right here. She fought to the death right here, of course that feeling was normal. TCH, did I really develop PTSD from losing? Xiao-Ein muttered to herself, brows tightly knit. She opened her game interface. This round was strange. It was completely blank. There wasn't even a scheduled time for the next game. It looked nothing like the usual format. Thinking of that, she suddenly remembered Blink. She's smart, she should be able to figure something out, right? But how could she possibly come help at a time like this, to go up against Sin? Xiao-Ein was filled with mixed emotions, and in the end, all she could do was sigh and turn around to leave. That turn of hers marked the shattering of Tokyo's final line of defense. Xiao-Ein had stood high above for far too long. The Tokyo she saw was the Tokyo of the powerful, the Tokyo of high society. She didn't understand the streets, the air, or the hearts hidden in every corner. In these matters, even Lu Su, visiting for the first time, understood more than she did. If Lu Su were here, he'd definitely smile and lift his head to sniff the air. Because the scent of unrest was growing stronger. A dog that's tasted blood is no longer just a dog. Everyone said the game's outcome had shaken hearts across the globe, but the most direct effect? That was Tokyo. Everyone in Tokyo had, just hours ago, played the role of hunter in an extraordinary game. They were all blooded dogs now. The psychological destruction of that event, and the collapse of man-made rules, was catastrophic. The unrest was still brewing. And Sin had done everything he could to spread madness throughout Tokyo. That was the scariest catalyst of all. Madness had already been planted in everyone's mind. After tasting it once, it never leaves. To Lu Su, he had merely exited the game. But to Tokyo, that game had already become a part of their daily life. So, the signs had already begun. Madness hid in every office door slammed shut, in every fist pounding a desk. It hid in every car speeding past red lights and parked wherever it pleased. But these sounds were too subtle, Xiao-Ein couldn't hear them. She didn't know for whom the funeral bell tolled. She didn't even hear it ring. Until an overworked office worker shoved his CEO's head into a hot pot. Until a road repair worker picked up his drill and jammed it into the screaming foreman's face. Until people began to march in the streets. Until government workers smashed their leaders' cars. Until even the leaders themselves began to lose it. Until even the police and other violent institutions began to turn on each other. Until night fell, flames engulfed Tokyo, and a bizarre, inexplicable riot erupted. No one knew why they were doing it. It was pure, uncontrollable madness. A drive to tear down the current order. At night, Xiao-Ein burst out of her room. Her pupils quaked as she looked at the city before her. Her lips trembled. She wanted to act, but there was nothing she could do. What could she do? Could anyone do anything about this scene? All she could do was watch Tokyo's order collapse and slip into chaos. She suddenly felt dizzy, as if something exploded inside her head. She'd always felt like Tokyo was under dark clouds. And now she saw, the dark cloud was Sin's blue-painted face, grinning wickedly down at the city below. Even laughing. Everything made sense now. This was the answer he gave. This was his response to the game's open ploy. The game descended into reality. The player won. Now everyone longed for the game, believed real life didn't matter. Look at Tokyo. Now everyone wished to be chosen, believed the game was the only right choice. Look at Tokyo. You want your game to create a false illusion, a paradise, and use it to forcefully control people's minds, gain greater authority, and achieve your goal? Arnu. Simple. Sin gave them a hell instead. Here it is. His crimson sacrifice. Cough, cough, cough. Once everything clicked into place, Xiao-Ein started coughing violently, as if she wanted to hack out her lungs. She felt an overwhelming wave of nausea, like she was going to throw up. She couldn't speak, felt dizzy. She had no idea how to handle this. Everyone here had lost their minds. Even those who were supposed to stop the madness were just as insane. And this was the capital. People from other regions were watching, but couldn't send anyone to take control. In other words, the place was now in a completely ungovernable, lawless state. The only ones who could still maintain their sanity were the players. That meant her, Xiao-Ein, and the Chio family. But now she had no idea how to calm this chaos. Before, she'd claimed to stand for the greater good, insisting that players should surrender, that they shouldn't win. Now Sin was standing for the greater good too, fighting against the game. Only this time, the sacrifice was Tokyo. Shio-Ain felt a terrible tightness in her chest, rising and falling with rapid heaving breaths. Sis, Chio-Ji ran out, speaking in a worried tone. What do we do? He had even less of a clue in this kind of situation. The entire family's burden basically rested on his sister. What did Ancestor say? Shio-Ain took a deep breath and asked. Ancestor's gone into seclusion. His health seems really bad. Shio-Ain understood then it was all on her now. She really wished someone could give her a suggestion, but she knew full well now wasn't the time for weakness. Taking a deep breath, she looked up. She kept feeling like there was a masked figure in the shadows, watching her. Shrink our industries. Do not oppose anyone in Tokyo. Ignore the economic losses. Mobilize all of Chio family's media outlets. Broadcast what's happening in Tokyo to the whole world. Huh? Chio-Ji was dumbfounded. Airing your dirty laundry? Should they really be the ones to do that? Do as I say. Shio-Ain's voice left no room for argument. And apply for international aid. After saying that, Shio-Ain let out a long sigh and began coughing violently again. Her actions had essentially completed the final piece of Sin's plan, spreading Tokyo's downfall across the world. Otherwise, this sacrifice would have been meaningless. Sis, is this really going to work? Won't the government deny it? Chio-Ji still wanted to say more, but Shio-Ain suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, her whole body weakening. Her vision blurred. She felt like people were gathering around her, their voices sounding distant and fuzzy. She desperately wanted to pass out, but of course, no one would let her. They helped her up instead. Letting out a long sigh, she finally understood why Sin had dared to so boldly claim himself the winner. Using Tokyo as a sacrifice, he had even calculated that after taking over, she wouldn't hide the news but announce it to the world. He had predicted it all, used everyone, then walked away with all the gains. She was just like Sun used to be. Still, there was some takeaway. When investigating Huagua's intel and infiltration, look into aristocratic families or hidden experts from official backgrounds to track Sin. If he could plan all this, it means he knows something about the essence and secrets of the game. So, he can't be an ordinary person. The Chio family members all nodded, listening closely to Chio-Ain's instructions and following them to the letter. The Chio family had seen the future clearly. This world's future power would absolutely be rooted in the game. That's why Chio-Ain, despite her youth, was already treated as the acting head of the family. Miss, the ancestor said, if the game is going to do something, it'll likely happen within 2 days of its end. Chio-Ain nodded to show she understood. The Chio family's influence was still top tier. In just a few hours, news of Tokyo's fall spread worldwide. Soon, the story hit peak global attention. Since the game started, nothing in the real world had ever topped it, never claimed the #1 spot in trending topics. No modern city, with established rules and deeply ingrained civilization, had ever regressed overnight into complete anarchy. Tokyo's current state was like a massive bomb dropped into global public discourse. The public's obsession with the game felt like it was doused with cold water, cooled instantly. Organizations across the world, both in the light and in the shadows, had never expected something like this. And as time passed, the news reached the Elders' Council. A sharply dressed man burst in, clutching the latest compiled report, and nearly everyone stood up. How could something like this happen? Tokyo, of all places. That city specifically. There's no way it's just coincidence. If changes to the game depend on real-world reactions. The first elder to catch on shuddered all over and snapped at someone. There's supposed to be a deadline for game changes. It should be about now. Bring up your panel and check. The person blinked, then did as told, pressing his finger to his brow. A black screen shot out from his eye socket. It was his game panel, something that only existed deep within consciousness, yet he managed to pull it out. And like perfect timing, a new notification appeared instantly. System maintenance complete. Next game start time, 23 hours 59 minutes and 56 seconds. That's it. Nothing else happened, just a restored start time countdown. They actually The elders murmured in shocked voices, one turning to the messenger at the door. Quick, check with the troops. Has the number of new chosen increased significantly? In Huagua's secret forces, an entire division was set aside as observation subjects. Their faith and loyalty metrics could be used to analyze if there were any changes in the game, based on how many among them were chosen. The messenger knew how urgent this was. He sprinted off and returned within 10 minutes, drenched in sweat. No obvious changes. In fact, none of them were newly chosen. The elders. Silence fell across the entire room, so still you could hear a pin drop in the Elder Council. Even the air seemed frozen. He really pulled it off. One elder finally murmured in disbelief. Guy's got some guts. Even they were still trying to digest their own shock. Heh. One elder gave a soft laugh, raising his eyes to the news screen showing Tokyo in flames. Yeah, ruthless enough too. Not bad at all. After saying that, the elder with the gruff voice let out a heartfelt sigh. Beside him, another elder commented. Oh? What, now you think it's not bad? Back then, you were the ones saying his intentions weren't right. Oomph. The man grunted in irritation. A knife is always a knife. Whether it kills or protects depends on how it's used. Honestly, I think with his personality, the place wouldn't have made a difference. But still, this time, he really nailed it. Thinking back now, I get the feeling it was when he kept using his powers nonstop to drive people mad, right? Just not sure if that was intentional. Someone immediately spoke up to refute. If he dared to say those things, it sure as hell wasn't a coincidence. The question is, when did he come up with the idea? He really doesn't seem like someone new to the game. But if he were around before, that doesn't seem likely either. Everyone nodded in silence. Then, the one who looked to be the most respected among them opened his mouth. Decisive. Ruthless. Obsessive and insane about power. He already has what it takes to be a top-tier powerhouse. I really hope he'd join us, become one of us. But someone like that, in my opinion, we shouldn't try to recruit him. We shouldn't waste resources looking for him. And we definitely shouldn't interfere. Everyone turned their heads, looking at him in surprise. The highest-ranking elder continued. Because we are the failures. We've failed before. And the lessons of failures usually don't mean much. Not repeating a failure doesn't mean you'll succeed either. Who even knows why we failed? If he has that kind of mindset and power, then let him walk his path. We'll walk ours. Whether he succeeds or not, at least, in him, I see the potential for a variable. Everyone was stunned. They'd never seen such high praise come from him. Even the gruff elder looked a bit shocked, and finally said hesitantly, but the guy clearly has a pretty extreme personality. If no one guides him with his power and character, he could just as easily bring disaster. Who's going to guide him? You. The most respected elder's voice suddenly turned furious, even a little deranged, like he was about to explode. All the elders took a step back, watching the center warily as if something terrifying had just appeared. But quickly, the elder calmed down again. Breathing heavily, he said, "What do you even mean by guidance? In this world now, who knows what's right and what's wrong? What's the standard? Even if one day he becomes a mass murderer, can you really say he's wrong? What standard? The consensus of human society over thousands of years has long stopped applying. Oh. Everyone should just find their own possible way forward." After he finished, silence fell over the Elder Council, and the discussion came to a halt. "Excuse me," the messenger said cautiously, "so, are we still going ahead with the public announcement of the organization?" "Proceed as planned." Across the globe, few people knew that Huagua had such a secret organization, or that the game and the world had once shared hidden ties. That day, everyone repeatedly watched Sin's feat in the Tokyo Battle Royale. They all understood this was a terrifying feat of turning the tide against all odds. And this man's decisiveness and ruthlessness sent chills down their spines. Since the moment Sin entered the game, he had never actively attacked civilians. He looked like a good guy. In contrast, Sun had gone on a chaotic rampage, destroying facilities, roads, and even accidentally killing some ordinary people. But those in power across the world could tell, within the game, the most ruthless player, without question, was Sin. His cold-bloodedness and viciousness were terrifying. This guy, he's something else. Huagua has produced another incredible figure. One brutal bastard. This guy alone is already a threat. Pretty bold, huh? Looks like he's throwing down with the game. Those who could understand the deeper implications were all discussing this man, Sin. As for ordinary people, they didn't think much of it. To them, it was just a game bug, and the next start time announcement got delayed by 2 days. Even Lusu himself didn't pay much attention. He just glanced at the Tokyo news and felt his goal was more or less achieved. That was enough. After all, he was already back at school. At school, classes had resumed after a long break, but not regular lessons. Instead, it was a special announcement session. Public institutions were rolling out a major news bulletin. Huagua's first publicly recognized player organization, Dragon Division. Dragon Division's official name was something like Special Bureau, or whatever. It was the same organization as Show-Off Guy's team, which Lusu had seen on his business card. He didn't know why the name had changed to Dragon Division. Maybe it was just to sound cooler or more edgy. Dragon Division would handle all domestic affairs related to the Chosen's Paradise game, and they laid out a set of loose regulations. Chosen players could voluntarily register. If they did, they could help each other out and access in-game info and strategy guides. If you didn't want to register, no one would force you, but committing crimes in the real world as a player would bring down the full force of the state, with severe punishment. The public could form their own groups too, but they had to register. Unregistered groups would be considered illegal. In short, a whole set of related rules was being rolled out. Lusa turned to glance back and saw Xia and Tong sitting dazedly on her seat, eyes unfocused, lost in thought. She kept thinking about one sentence. Something Sin had said, not the line that caught the attention of world leaders, but the line he said to her during Overload, one where both the voice and tone were drastically different from Sin's. It was like he had become a different person. So strange, in the time that passed, she hadn't stopped watching Sin's gameplay footage. From those clips, she finally saw, through Sin's perspective, how he carried out every single move in that game. To be honest, after shedding the crushing pressure of actually being in the game, that sense of shock and admiration really made her respect him. After watching from start to finish, she realized that behind every crazy move he made, there was always some plan or scheme. As someone who experienced it firsthand, seeing the game end without any unexpected reactions and not turning into a mess like Chio-Ein predicted, she knew Sin had won again. Sin had won. Again. She seemed to have gotten used to it all, to the point of feeling numb, even when he switched out the beacon in his body multiple times, and even guarded against her at the end. But what mattered most was that she understood Sin's power. When his mask fused with his face, his strength clearly leveled up. It was on a whole different tier compared to before. Considering how each of his personality traits and ways of handling things were tied to the mask, that kind of change could only be related to fusing with the mask. The mask was a metaphor, representing one's outward persona, but not necessarily one's true self. Fusing with his face obviously meant a deeper connection, possibly a stronger link to the sealed artifact. Or maybe it just went deeper. The deeper Sin fused with the mask, the more his rationality dropped. That was something Xia and Tong had already noticed long ago. So logically, that last sentence he said must have been something he forced himself to get out just as his rationality was slipping away. Which means, thinking from that angle, that unfamiliar tone of voice she heard might very well have been Sin's real voice. His real voice, something that had never shown up before. She used to think his voice might have been from one of the masks. She even suspected that greed might be his actual voice. That's some terrifying disguise. The kind of slip-up no normal person would notice. She cared about it this much because, somehow, it sounded a bit familiar. Even though she kept wondering if it was just her imagination, her emotions wouldn't let her drop it. Maybe it was exactly the weight of all those negative emotions that let her finally quiet down. "What are you thinking about?" A voice sounded in her ear, yanking her out of her daydream. She shivered a bit and said, "Oh, nothing. Just thinking about the game." The one who asked, of course, was Lusu. He'd noticed how off she was getting every time a game ended, and was starting to suspect the side effects were hitting her too hard. It's just a weapon, though. Shouldn't have side effects, right? He'd been spamming all kinds of Sequence V gear and came out fine. You do seem pretty invested in the game. Seeing that she still had some mental clarity, Lusa didn't press it further and just responded casually. Xia and Tong nodded. Her mood and energy were low now, and she wasn't in the mood to joke around with Lusa like before. Suddenly, something flickered through her mind, like her brain had just started working again. What did he just say? What was the tone and sound of his voice just now? Xia Antong's eyes suddenly went blank, then confused. Her forced calm expression couldn't quite hide the shock. She turned her head and looked at Lusu. AOB. You? What have you been up to lately? Lusu? Come on now, are we really so out of things to talk about that we're just pulling random stuff? Not much. Just playing the game and all that. There it is. Xia Antong's pupils trembled instantly. She wasn't even trying to talk, she was listening to Luce's voice. That strange sense of familiarity popped into her mind again. For a second, she couldn't even believe it. Must be an illusion. Maybe her obsession was just too strong, making her force a connection to something that wasn't there. Besides, lots of people have similar voices. Her mind was in total chaos. Without the all-seeing eye, she couldn't bring out any of her weapons, and that left her completely unsure. If she had the all-seeing eye, she could have analyzed the syllables, then reverse-engineered his physical vocal structure. But now, without the boost from the all-seeing eye, she had no solid way to confirm anything. Still, that familiar feeling kept gnawing at her, making her heartbeat quicken. She was even starting to forget all those heavy negative emotions because a totally absurd question was forming in her head. If Sin had been hiding so much from her that even his real voice had never appeared, then was it possible that the personality he showed on the surface was also completely different from what was behind the mask? Even to the point of being a total reversal. The more she thought about it, the more eerie it felt. Her whole state was even more spaced out than before. Lusa looked at her like her condition had just gotten worse. Then he saw her suddenly turn and ask, as if it were nothing. How's your game been lately? Same old, same old. Lusa frowned a bit. His instincts were telling him something was off with her. How about the difficulty? Run into anything super dangerous? Lately, with the strongest player going viral, more people are realizing this game can actually be life-threatening. Did you see the Tokyo news? A whole string of questions hit Lusu out of nowhere. He thought, weren't you just in an emo slump a second ago? Why were you suddenly all fired up again? And come to think of it, all these questions are kinda about me, huh? Not that dangerous, I guess. The risky games are still the minority, low probability. In the past, Xia and Tong wouldn't have thought anything of a reply like that. But now she noticed, this guy never gives a straight answer. Have you ever played? Hell game. That one's super rare, right? I've barely even paid attention to it. The more she thought, the more it didn't sit right. She felt like she was playing the part of that person who harbors explosive rage but stays calm on the surface and continued asking in a relaxed tone. Want to team up for the next game? I met this really strong high-level player. Maybe I can get him to join us too. Might be safer if we stick with him. Lusu. The high-level player you mentioned. You don't mean me, do you? You're inviting me to help me. Why does this feel more and more off the more I think about it? Also, what do you mean by safer? You sure it's safer following me in the game? That didn't seem to be your impression last time we were in one. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. On the surface, it just looked like she had found some top-tier player to help her climb the ranks and maybe lend him a hand too. So he said, a pro, huh? You've really got connections. I haven't met any powerful players myself. Xia and Tong. She didn't know why, but even though it wasn't confirmed yet, that line somehow had a faint whiff of arrogance to it. If we're teaming up, maybe not for now. In the game, players are sometimes allies and sometimes competitors. Doesn't feel like a profitable setup. Xia and Tong stared into Luce's eyes for a while, then nodded and said, all right. Even though she walked away with nothing, that uneasy feeling inside her only grew stronger. Because Luce's words seemed fine on the surface, but actually had major implications. The reason players in the same faction are both allies and competitors is usually because of endgame reward distribution. And that kind of competitive reward split is mainly tied to perfect completion. In other words, his offhand remark already revealed that his mindset was aligned with that of a top-tier player. She felt awful. If only she could use the all-seeing eye right now. Neither of them spoke, but Xia and Tong began glancing at Luce's hand from the corner of her eye. It was a pale and smooth hand looking, almost like it was brand new. Given his past and experiences, should he really have a hand that looked like it had never done a day's work? Or rather, did it look more like it had just grown in? She didn't have the all-seeing eye, so all she could do now was focus all her energy and brain power on memorizing every inch of his skin, texture, bones, and joints. Lu Su was getting creeped out from being stared at like that. He instinctively pulled his hand back, not wanting her to see it. A day passed quickly. The only official development in the past few days was the announcement of the Dragon Team's formation. But to those in the know, this organization had already been common knowledge for a while. Back in his dimly lit room, Lu Su prepared for the next game. To be honest, after 2 straight days of no game updates, he was starting to get nervous. He wondered if he had gone too far. If the game decided not to continue, that'd be rough. After all, he had a goal. Whether the game was using him or not, he still needed to use the game to gain power. And now, Xia and Tong was contacting him. In other words, Blink was contacting him. Through the game system, it was their first time talking since becoming in-game friends. Xia and Tong was very straightforward in her message. She wanted to team up in the next game. She was very clear, with your strength as Sin, there's no way you'd be worried I'd steal your perfect completion, right? It feels like there's something wrong with the game. We've been matched together several times now. Who knows what level of conspiracy is behind it? To avoid unnecessary trouble, I personally want to team up directly to minimize risk. At the very least, I won't be placed on the opposing faction. Her words were blunt. Lu Su read them and didn't see any real reason to refuse. So you really were trying to help me earlier today, huh? Also, he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but her words earlier in the day had felt like a test. So, adjusting his tone to match how Sin would normally speak, he calmly replied, "All right." And just like that, after the game started, Lu Su entered his first ever team game. A first-time exploration of a new feature. On Xia Antong's side, seeing that one simple "all right" from Sin left her momentarily unsure. TCH. Hugging her knees and curling up in her computer chair, her expression was filled with confusion. That was Sin's reply. Even though it was unbelievable that he'd agreed to team up, it actually kind of fit his "I don't care about any of this" personality. And maybe he was agreeing just to come beat her up. Thinking about how she actually took the initiative to ask Sin to team up, Xia and Tong felt like she had lost her mind. If this were the past, she would have been running away from Sin. Just because of a flash of insight today, she'd really gone all in. Maybe I'm overthinking it. These two people are on completely different levels. Xia and Tong mumbled to herself, unsure and uneasy, when suddenly a message from Chio Ein popped up on the game interface. "Want to team up?" Xia and Tong declined without hesitation. "Forget it. I'll just observe once I'm in the game. If I'm wrong then." "Lu Su, I really just asked for death for you. Please make all necessary preparations. Please choose, become a spectator or a player. Player. Esteemed strongest player, welcome to the game. This time, you've chosen team mode and will be playing alongside blank. Team mode is the same as normal mode. The only difference is that you and your teammate will be on the same faction. As for how you recognize and help each other, that will be up to you both to decide. The basic game prompt sounded more or less the same as always, with no major differences. Only this time, it included a prompt about being on the same faction. Looking at that line, Lu Su realized this team-up wasn't exactly what he thought it'd be. It didn't seem like the usual idea of teaming up to clear a game instance. It just guaranteed you'd be in the same game. If this counted as teaming up, then the game had basically already been matching them by default. Please prepare for the initial phase. Please check your backpack and items. Player Sin, please select. Do you wish to reuse a previously used Sin mask? Your options are: no, go random. Lu Su was decisive. After last time, he figured it was best not to pick the other masks casually. Player selection confirmed. Game initialization complete. Please prepare accordingly. Game difficulty, Hell mode. Loading game. Redemption of the kidney slicer. Then came that familiar wave of dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was a gray-white wall and a corner covered in moss. Lu Su gradually realized he seemed to be lying down. Looks like a top bunk. This kind of setup was pretty rare. Every time he entered a game, no matter what the rest was like, he was usually standing to hear the info, then transitioning into a scenario. But this time, why did he go straight into the scenario lying down? The posture felt oddly familiar. It even made him lift his leg slightly to check if it had been chopped off. Unfortunately, not this time. Welcome, player, to the game. Kidney Slicer's Redemption. Player task: lead the others in the prison to escape together. Note: there are 3 absolutes in the prison that cannot be defied. The prison guard, the warden, and the know-it-all. While inside the prison cell, players will be restricted. Only outside can you use your full abilities. For details, communicate amicably with your cellmates to gather new information. This game was being unusually straightforward this time, no flashy opening. It just threw everything at you inside the game, including the mission, giving off an oddly honest vibe. Maybe the last game's events had made the game system tone itself down a bit. Lusu scanned the mission roughly and immediately found it annoying. He had to escape together with everyone else in the prison. This was even worse than a cooperative mission. It was basically a deadweight carrying task. Thing annoying. A bunch of useless trash. Why not just drop dead already? Still here to drag me down, F everything. The thought popped into Luce's mind, and even he was startled. His mind went blank for a second. Even he was shocked by the bitterness and malice lacing that tone. Oh, right, he should have a new mask on, right? He raised his hand to touch his face. The cold touch reassured him a bit. After all, he'd entered the same game as Xia and Tong. If he hadn't brought a mask, that would have been ridiculous. Using the reflection from the broken tiles, he saw the color of the mask on his face. Pink. Envy Luca. Envy, this was the extremity of evil. It represented pure malice and uselessness, a bottomless pit of harm to both self and others. Each of the 7 deadly sins had its own traits, but what made envy special was that this emotion almost never brought any benefit to the person feeling it. It was purely offensive without defense, hurting others while also hurting yourself. If all the other sins could be somewhat excused, envy was the most senseless one. Sin mask form, envy mode, normal. Personality effect, envy, baseless malice. Ability, ultimate envy, face switch. Your mask can turn into any face, as long as you're familiar with it and remember its details. Memory boost. When I'm envious, I want to become anyone except myself. Side effect, from now on, all descriptions of good traits will no longer apply to you. All descriptions associated with evil will belong to you. You are humanity's beast. You may subconsciously become foul-mouthed, venomous, and passive-aggressive. Your own emotions will also sink into gloom and irritability. Only by spreading negativity to others will you feel any joy. Lusu. After reading the full description, Lusu was at a loss for words. This *T is straight-up beast mode. There wasn't a single redeeming feature to this mask. It was pure chaos, so bad that Lusu himself was left speechless. Wasn't the mask supposed to magnify one aspect of your personality? Did he really have such a beastly side buried in his humanity? What a garbage mask. It's way worse than the others. And its only function feels totally useless. No decent ability at all, and now you're playing Sichuan opera face changes? He mumbled under his breath, already slipping into character. The pink mask started to morph into a twisted and miserable expression, perfectly in sync with the mood. What AF ****ing garbage room. What deadmom architect built this? Even pigs wouldn't want to live here. Fing bunk beds too. How much did that brain-dead warden embezzle? Might as well Fing wipe out his whole family. Escape? Just die here already. He wasn't just thinking those things, he said them out loud, like he was venting the darkness in his heart. But he wasn't alone in this prison. The other inmates had been chatting earlier. Now, they all went completely silent, like they had no idea how to respond. Someone finally turned toward Luce's bunk. A raspy old voice said, "Kid, you sound real fed up with society." Hearing the voice pulled Lucu a bit out of his own world. Just now, he had been sinking with the mask. And, truth be told, after just a bit of verbal venom, that internal agitation had eased a little. The voice snapped him back. He tilted his head, poking it out from the bunk to get a better look. Scanning the prison cell, he realized, there were others here. Besides himself, there were 5 more people. They all looked male. Xia and Tong wasn't among them. Maybe she'd been placed in a different prison. Based on the game task, which required him to lead the others in escaping, those cellmates were most likely NPCs. The thought clicked quickly in his mind. The one who'd spoken was an older-looking inmate. The two locked eyes for a moment. The old guy might have been puzzled by the mask, so he asked, "What's up with the mask? You knew? When did you come in?" Lusa responded with a sweet and friendly smile. "You know why my great-grandfather lived to be 108? The old man was dumbfounded, not understanding the sudden change of topic, but he instinctively shook his head. Because he never stuck his nose into other people's business. Whether I wear a mask or not, what the hell does that have to do with you? Mind your own damn business, alright? Talking too much doesn't make you wise, it makes you annoying. Everyone? Old man? Forget the old man. Even everyone else in the cell was stunned. WTF. This young guy. No wonder he landed in prison. That mouth alone deserved a sentence. 5 pairs of eyes turned in sync to the cold, dingy top bunk. Their expressions were visibly shaken. Clearly, they had never seen a weirdo like this before. Lusu also knew. The game was officially beginning. He adjusted the pink mask on his face, flashed a cold and biting expression, then sat up from the bed, his legs swinging off the edge. "What are you looking at? Looking for your dad? I didn't donate sperm these past few years, alright? What the F***K do you mean donate sperm?" The aggression of Sin was now fully on display, and the people in this prison had all seen enough. They were stunned speechless, their faces turning grim. There's a saying, don't strike someone who's smiling. Usually, once someone ended up in a place like this, they should be keeping things relatively chill. Even if someone was a troublemaker, they shouldn't be openly aggressive. Everyone should at least keep up appearances before scheming behind each other's backs. They say, drink from the same golden cup, but never spare the blade. That would be the normal dynamic. But who the hell was this guy? Didn't know anyone, first meeting, and came in guns blazing. In just a few seconds, almost every inmate started building up hostility inside. Where the hell did this dumb *SS come from, walking in ready to make enemies out of everyone? Feisty, aren't you, kid? The old man somehow pulled out a cigarette, took a puff, and said. Then, narrowing his eyes slightly, he continued, but in a place like this, it's better to stay low-key. Do you even know where you are, daring to talk like that? What, is this your mom's grave? Or did I move into your ****ing urn? Lusu also sat up straighter, looking down at the old man, spitting venom as he spoke. He didn't know why, but there was a constant feeling of restlessness and irritation in his chest. Seeing the guy in front of him get pissed actually made him feel better. He even let out a cold sneer. The old man was fuming. From the mess of hair like overgrown weeds, a murky gaze filled with killing intent shot out. Just as he was about to say something, Lusu, of course, didn't give him the chance. And what do you mean by a young man? Which of your eyes sees me as young? Are your eyes planted under your *SS? Grandpa here is 182 years old, and you're calling me young? How old are you, you little ***starred? Maybe Luce's tone was just too outrageous, too confident, his presence was too overwhelming. It actually made some of the people around him lose confidence. Even the old guy started wondering, did I say something wrong? Was there something off about what I said? His eyes went blank for a second, and the other prisoners glanced at each other, unsure how to react. 182 years old? Wait a minute. From the other side, a scar-faced man with furrowed brows spoke up. Never mind whether someone can live that long, you literally just said your great-grandfather was 108, didn't you? You said it yourself. Yeah, so what? Lusa said, still boldly confident. My great-grandfather's 70 years younger than me. What, not possible? You brats are just ignorant. The prisoners. Forget them, even the live stream audience was dumbfounded. Can someone explain what the hell is wrong with Sin this time? What kind of mental state says **T like that? Is Blank in this game too? Yeah, Blank is in the same prison. These two are gaming together every day now, kinda ambiguous. Bet they already teamed up. Since the game had just started, the mood was still relatively relaxed. Lusu saw the prisoners looking at each other and kept the sarcasm rolling. What's with those faces? Look like your moms just died. My great-grandpa has seniority, I'm older, what? Is that unreasonable? If it helps, I can recognize you all as my honorary great-great-grandsons. Consider it a favor. Seeing he was still running his mouth, the prisoners finally realized. They'd been played. In an instant, all their expressions soured. On the other side, a skinny man spoke coldly. Kid, talking nonsense here is not a smart move. Oh, and you're smart? If you were so smart, why'd you get locked up here? Lusa replied. The skinny guy. Then, a chubby guy with a gut poking out spoke up. But aren't you locked up too? Did I ever say I was smart? Lusa turned his head and then even lifted his pink mask with pride. And besides, I just got here. Everyone. So, what the hell are you proud of? They exchanged looks and all reached the same conclusion. Today, they'd met a real mental case. They didn't even know when he'd arrived, but in this place, anything was possible. You lie in here, and you're just asking for a short life, said a yellow-haired guy, the kind who looked like a wannabe gangster. But you've kinda pissed me off. As he said that, he pulled a bar of soap from under his pillow, wrapped it in the pillowcase, and started swinging it like a mini flail. So I've decided I'm gonna teach you a lesson. With that, all 5 of Luce's cellmates had now spoken. The envy mask had managed, within just a few minutes, to successfully piss off every last one of them. 5 inmates, 1 cranky old man, 1 yellow-haired punk, 1 fat guy, 1 skinny guy, and 1 Scarface thug. Quite the lineup. Honestly, their best trait was that they made it easy for a charge captain to remember 5 useless dudes without needing names. It was like they knew they wouldn't get much screen time in this novel and decided to be helpful. Listening to what they were saying, Lusa had started to catch on. This place probably didn't allow lying, which was why his BS from earlier had been so easily accepted. And from the looks of it, lying might even have some consequences. As the yellow-haired guy finished talking, the others silently pulled out their own bars of soap, wrapping them in pillowcases. When swung, these makeshift weapons hurt like hell and didn't leave visible evidence. They looked like they'd done this before. Of course, Lusa wasn't fazed. He tried to summon his hell roar. But it didn't work. All the items in his backpack were locked. This was probably part of the restrictions mentioned earlier. Now, the 5 guys in the room had started to close in. Lusa laid down flat, deciding to just take the beating. Might as well rack up some pain points. But the next second, a violent rumbling shook the room, like an earthquake. The lights dimmed, and at the door stood a man built like AF******ing tower. What the hell are you doing? You filthy beasts from the House of Beasts, come on, tell me your sins again. I forgot. The 5 inmates who'd just been oozing bloodlust all froze the moment they saw him. They trembled from head to toe and instantly dropped into a crouch, hugging their heads, all facing the door. Only Lusa remained lying flat on the bed. Staring at the sudden change, he sat up again, looked around, and said impatiently, "What's going on? Why is everyone squatting? Group dump? What kind of activity is this? What are you yelling about?" Lusa looked up. The last sentence was directed at the prison guard by the door. The guard's blood-red eyes were staring right back at him. The 2 locked eyes in the air while the rest of the inmates crouched on the ground, hugging their heads, shivering in fear. Lusa laced his fingers together and swung his legs on the upper bunk, looking at the black tower below. Cling! Cling! The iron chain door of the prison started rattling, and the main gate slowly opened. Step, step. Leather shoes clicked rhythmically on the concrete floor, each step landing like a stomp on the hearts of the inmates. That intense pressure was like fear carved into their very souls. No one knew what horrors they'd been through. At the same time, they started glaring at each other in shock and resentment. The new foul-mouthed punk behind them clearly had something wrong with him. He still hadn't come down. Was he looking to die? The prison guard had already entered. He ignored the squatting crowd around him and stared straight at Lusu on the bed, opening his mouth. "Who are you?" "Yeah, exactly," Lusa nodded his chin at him. "Prison guard?" The guard was momentarily stunned, wondering if his brain had skipped something. Hadn't he just asked the question? Now it sounded like Lusu had flipped it back at him. After a brief silence, the guard replied, "I'm Bronk." "Who's Bronk?" Lusu asked again. "Bronk is me." "Then you sure talk a lot of sh**t. The inmates still crouched on the ground were all dumbfounded. They turned around in shock to stare at the guy wearing the pink mask, clearly courting death. Was he actually insane? In all their time here, they had never seen a prison guard chit-chat. They didn't even know the guy's name was Bronk. What the hell was this lunatic doing? Realizing he'd just been insulted, the guard froze, then stepped forward, a wave of pressure crashing in. "What did you just say?" "So, who are you? You ever heard of Guadi Gang?" Lusa replied. "Nope. Who's that?" The guard looked confused. Gua Gang is Yu Yumping's master. And who's Yu Yumping? Yu Yumping is Gua Gang's disciple. So, what does that have to do with you? Nothing. I'm just messing with an idiot. The taunt finally pushed the prison guard over the edge, his body swelled up, muscles bulging like rocks beneath his uniform. What now? You puffed yourself up like AF*** King Balloon. Lucy still didn't let up, but jumped down from the bed. At the same time, the prison guard stepped right up to him. He swung a punch straight at Luce's face, but Luce raised his arm to block. Two arms collided midair like iron hammers. From just one clash, Luce could tell this guy's physical combat strength wasn't below his own. No wonder he was said to be one of the 3 untouchables in the prison. But soon, Luce noticed something off. A wave of weakness swept over him. His right hand, which had been holding back the guard's arm, suddenly felt limp. His whole body felt drained, like his strength was being siphoned away. A moment later, the guard's punch slammed into his stomach. Thud! With a muffled sound, Luce's body folded like a flip phone and was sent flying backward. He crashed through several bunks along the way before slamming into the wall like a curled-up shrimp. Chosen of agony, pain points +3. A familiar system prompt rang in his ears. Behind the pink mask, Luce's face showed confusion. What the hell? That feeling wasn't wrong. There shouldn't be a huge power gap between him and this guy. So what was that dizziness that completely shut down his ability to fight back? He didn't feel any pain. Even embedded in the wall like a shrimp, he didn't think much of it. Was this another prison restriction? After the last game, the higher-ups and analysts from every major organization had been watching the gameplay footage of Sin. Seeing this brutal opening beatdown had many of them frowning. Was this how the strongest player operated so reckless? The game's requirements had been clear: don't provoke the prison guard. And yet here he was, picking a fight without hesitation. Fine, provoke him. But you got insta-killed. Meanwhile, the squatting inmates all let out mocking sneers, turning their heads toward the figure in the rubble. Knew it. These loudmouth newbies never. But just as they were gloating, their sneers froze mid-face. Clatter! With a burst of noise, shattered bedboards clattered to the ground as the guy who should have been dead stood up. The pink mask walked out of the smoke, casually yanking a broken iron bar from his thigh. Shoo! Blood sprayed out in a stream, nearly hitting the closest inmate's face. Cling! He flung the iron shard at the prison guard's head, making a sharp metallic ring. Didn't eat breakfast? Useless. Why the H**LL did I go limp when you hit me? You got some kind of nasty lower body disease you passed on to me. Seeing this guy take a punch and walk it off like nothing, the prison guard was stunned. Then Luce started spouting filth again, completely breaking the guard's composure. He started to step forward once more. Luce met him head-on. He had wanted to test exactly what kind of untouchable this game was warning about. But just 2 steps in, the prison guard suddenly halted. Whipping around, he shouted at the others. Time's up. Have you decided what your sin is? Everyone watching the show was dumbstruck. Like someone flipped a switch, they all started wailing, racing to confess, as if being late would cost them their lives. I shouldn't have beaten that woman's kid to death. But he hit me first, and she joined in too. It's not all my fault. We were just trying to teach that brat a lesson in school, pushing his head into water for 5 minutes tops. He only started bleeding 'cause he struggled, and oh yes. My son paid to marry that woman. He went to jail, and I just let her remarry someone else to recoup the money. What's wrong with that? She refused, so I starved her a few days. They all scrambled to yell over each other, a mess of voices wailing and screeching. Luce's head started to hurt just listening. But slowly, he began to understand why this place was called the House of Beasts. To put it simply, all of these people were criminals chosen to be players. But unlike the demon asylum, the beasts here were truly beasts. Every one of them had a criminal history that fully justified being locked up. The old man trafficked a daughter-in-law for his son, tried to resell her in a mountain village, and when she refused to be sold again, he tortured her to death. Yellow-haired Punk was a textbook case of school bullying. He bullied someone to death. Scarface was caught cheating with his mistress by her son, so he killed the kid. Fatty was a crooked cop. For his performance metrics, he framed and got many innocent people killed. Skinny Guy was running telecom scams, ruining countless families, leaving them penniless and with no place to bury their dead. In short, Each one was worse than the last. Their crimes were more than enough to warrant being executed by Ling Qi. After hearing their confessions, Lusa thought to himself, crap, maybe my earlier insults were way too soft? Just then, after everyone had spoken, the prison guard looked conflicted, sweeping his gaze over each person. The inmates met his eyes and instantly panicked, shouting, I didn't lie. I told the truth. I confessed everything. Yes, I'm guilty, but it's not just my guilt, okay? That man, woman, had a part too. I had no choice, I didn't want to kill him. Even if I'm guilty, I've changed. Don't punish me, I'm repenting. My sin isn't even the worst here. They all cried out loud, as if they'd been gravely wronged. Snot and tears flew everywhere, it made Lu Su frown just watching. Piecing things together, he was starting to understand what this game was about. First, it seemed like lying to the prison guard wasn't allowed, maybe he could detect lies. Second, the guard was extremely powerful, to the point where these inmates were clearly terrified and couldn't fight back. Third, Lu Su himself was limited in this prison, seemed like he couldn't win in a head-on fight. These beasts were all shouting about their crimes, trying to downplay how bad they were. Even when they deserved 1,000 deaths, they were still making excuses. That probably meant the one judged to have the worst sin would face a severe punishment. So the prison guard was here to play that role. Finished talking? A voice cut through the chaos, not the guards, but Lu Su's. As soon as the words dropped, all the noise stopped instantly. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Each inmate looked utterly shocked. They thought, this guy really had no off switch, was he hellbent on dying? There was literally nothing he wouldn't say. The prison guard was also stunned. He looked at Lu Su and nodded. Yeah, still you left. What's your sin? I am the sin, Lu Su replied. Huh? The guard tilted his head, puzzled. His brain seemed to crash for a second. It looked like, at least according to his judgment, Lu Su wasn't lying. But if he wasn't lying, then what the hell did I am the sin even mean? How was he supposed to assess the severity? Should he haul him off and carve out a kidney, or what? Are you F*** Kingslow? Can't understand human speech. Lu Su snapped. Fine, I'll rephrase. My sin is, I killed your mom. Then, looking up, Lu Su mimicked the tone of the earlier beasts and continued. That's my sin. But you can't fully blame me, right? Your mom had a part in it too, didn't she? If she had just died before I killed her, none of this would have happened. So how can that be my fault? Honestly, your mom should bear most of the responsibility, Ranob. Think about it, if she was already dead, I couldn't have killed her. The pink mask went full savage, trash talk at 100%, unleashing pure humiliation on the prison guard. The other 5 inmates had twisted expressions on their faces. It was hard to believe a human being could say stuff like that. They said real beasts don't even realize they're beasts. And while these guys kept making excuses, Lu Su's speech was so outrageous it blew past all limits. It was hard to imagine there was a person behind that pink mask. The guard's eyes bulged, pupils turning bloodshot, and his aura exploded. You're lying. Just as he was reaching his boiling point, Lu Su raised a hand and said, Wait, you can tell if I'm lying, right? What else? The guard's fury paused. He genuinely seemed to have never dealt with someone like this before. Your mom's dead. Prison guard? Was I lying? Prison guard. No. There, see. Lu Su, wearing the jealousy mask, started swaggering forward. Your mom's dead. So I couldn't have had a chance to kill her. Before he finished the sentence, Lu Su shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He threw his arms around the guard's legs and flipped him upward. A surge of brute strength exploded from his body, hurling the prison guard into the air. Lu Su was never weaker in strength. The issue was, the guard had some kind of power that sapped him. So, he had to strike first. Both men tumbled to the ground. The prison guard, stunned that anyone dared touch him, immediately retaliated. The wave of weakness hit Lu Su again. Then the two started rolling on the floor, making the already chaotic room even more of a disaster zone. Lu Su's strength was being suppressed, but that didn't matter. The pink mask wore a ferocious expression of envy. Why the H*LL was he being restrained while the other guy wasn't? I want your face. They crashed into a bunk bed, leaving everyone watching in stunned silence. Then, bang, they bounced apart and stood back up. The prison guard, eyes bloodshot, stood and roared in rage. You little sh*T, looks like you want to. Wait, What the hell? Suddenly, his voice shifted to one of shock. Across from him stood another tall figure, another prison guard, with blood-red eyes, staring back in astonishment. The two stared at each other in disbelief. The moment the jealousy mask activated, a strange sensation instantly enveloped Luce's entire body. It felt similar to when he used greed overload. The mask turned into a liquid and merged with his face. But this time, there was a slight difference. The jealousy mask didn't just merge, it completely sunk in. It was like it went directly into his body and started reconstructing him from the inside out. Not only did it perfectly alter his facial features, but even his body began to change to match the target. The only issue was his clothes, but luckily, his illusion cloak could freely change its appearance. And it was even higher quality. With this combo, no one would be able to tell the difference. This seemingly useless epic weapon finally proved its worth. Prison guard number 1 froze, his brain short-circuited as he stared in a daze. On the other side, prison guard number 2 wore a similar expression. His face twisted into a scowl as he stared at guard number 1. Kid, where the H*LL did you come from? You've got some tricks, huh? Looks like you're gunning for the express lane to hell. Not to be outdone, prison guard number 2 glared at his counterpart and said coldly, "You're good at flipping the script, huh? But you're right. Since you're asking for death, even if you turn into me, you're still asking for it." The rail guard let out a cold laugh, shaking his head and twisting his wrists. "All bark, no bite. If you're so eager to die, I don't mind giving you a hand. Impersonating me? That's a capital offense." Watching the tense exchange, the 5 beasts nearby were completely dumbfounded. They were used to being tortured every day, just trying to survive. Where had they ever seen something like this? So that freaky newcomer actually had this kind of ability. The prisoners shrank back like beaten quails, wanting to watch but too afraid to look directly. Their eyes darted between the two faces, unable to tell who was who. Even the spectators watching Luce's gameplay couldn't figure it out. "Wait, I missed it. When did he switch? My sin bro got a new power again." But they were puzzled. Even if that guy could transform into a guard, wasn't it just appearance? Based on earlier fights, didn't the guard overpower him easily? So if they fought again, wouldn't it be the same result? Just as they were wondering, the two lunged at each other like tanks, charging head-on. In the blink of an eye, they collided, fists crashing with a thunderous boom. Though it was just flesh on flesh, a shockwave seemed to burst out from the impact. They broke apart instantly, both stumbling back several steps. Seemed like it was a draw. Luce thought, as expected. His punch carried full strength, but when he was previously restrained, he'd instantly weaken and lose power. So all he needed was one clean hit and a quick retreat. Of course, Luce's face remained unreadable. He looked up in shock and said, After turning into me, you can even copy my strength?" The rail guard had just opened his mouth when Luce cut him off, leaving him with his breath caught in his chest. He scowled and said, "You're saying what I was going to say." Luce ignored him completely. His expression twisted with the same rage, and he stepped forward. "Oh right. Disguising yourself as me counts as lying too, doesn't it? So if I kill you now, it's completely justified." That line was a total gamble. Luce didn't actually know the guard's killing mechanism, but he was watching the prisoners out of the corner of his eye. Seeing their unchanged expressions, he knew he'd guessed right. Among them, Yellow Hair, who had a somewhat working brain, lit up at those words. Based on how he spoke, this guy felt more like the real one. Thinking he saw an opportunity, he quickly raised his hand and said, "Sir, I've got an idea. We've been around each other for a while, I know you well. We could each say something only you and I would know. That way, we can tell who's lying. Only the real one would know the answer, and we'll judge, a Nigerian Ira Thailand bot." He thought he came up with a genius plan and proudly offered it up. What he didn't expect were 2 pairs of vicious eyes snapping toward him. "You think it's your turn to talk?" Both of them said it almost in unison, their deadly aura making Yellow Hair's knees go weak. Luce looked darkly at the rail guard. "You've gotten to the point where you can predict how I talk too?" The rail guard kept getting his lines stolen, trembling with rage as he gripped the iron bars beside him, jaw clenched tight. "You're saying all my lines." He'd been lawless in here for so long, but this was the first time he'd ever been so wrongly accused. "Me? Wronged?" Luce didn't bother responding. He slowly walked up to Yellow Hair, looked down at him, and pointed at the other guard. You. Go take care of him. Huh? Yellow Hair's jaw dropped. Me? Lucy didn't waste a second. He slapped toward him. Yellow Hair dodged fast, but the wind pressure alone made his face tremble. Don't make me repeat myself. Yellow Hair's legs were shaking. He thought this guy might be the real one, but he wasn't sure. And even if he was, how could he possibly beat either one of them? Looking up, he saw the other guards staring at him coldly too. You. Beat that fake to death. Aren't you supposed to be the smart one? Come on, pick one. Somehow, the two of them were actually on the same page at this moment. Yellow Hair was totally lost. His legs were shaking so hard it looked like he peed himself. He started backing away in a panic. 5, 4, Lusu, now fully in character, began a countdown. Wait. No, Yellow Hair was completely terrified. Sigh, you just missed your last chance. With that, guard Lusa pulled a baton from behind his back. You think you're clever? Coming up with tricks? Didn't you notice, my baton, this guy couldn't copy that. Are you blind? Guard. The prison guard froze for a second, then quickly reached for his lower back. Empty. His baton was gone. Huh? His mind began replaying everything that just happened. Back when that guy was grappling with him, he turned into him, and even took his baton. You. The prison guard's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he looked up at Lusu, only to realize that the 5 prisoners were all staring at him. And not just glancing, they were giving him suspicious stares. He immediately turned red with rage. After years of running this place like a king, when had he ever been treated like this? Now he was being accused. And those dog-like losers even dared look at him like that. He nearly exploded with fury, but that imposter was still putting on a show. Lusu, holding the baton, wore a fierce look as he stared down the piss-soaked Yellow Hair and said, You missed your last chance. That little punk impersonating me, his power's only temporary. It should be gone by now. Prison guard. Are you talking about yourself? He muttered, but no one was listening. It felt like getting iced out. Yellow Hair trembled in front of Lusu and quickly stammered. And no, we didn't know. I swear, we didn't know. That little bastard deserves to die. Please go kill him. No worries. Since you don't want to do it, I'll take care of him myself soon. With that, Lusu raised the baton in his hand. A flash of survival instinct lit up in Yellow Hair's eyes, and he squirmed like a maggot before suddenly leaping to his feet. Wait. I'll do it. I've hated that guy for ages, let me take him out. He grabbed a bar of soap from the side and flung it like a meteor hammer straight at the prison guard. Bang! The soap exploded on the guard's head, shattering into chunks. He froze on the spot. His eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He was questioning reality. Huh? I just got hit? One of these lowlifes, who used to tremble and practically worship me, actually laid hands on me. What the hell? Did they grow a pair or something? But to Yellow Hair, that expression looked like hope. The Real prison guard had never shown that kind of face. This guy must have been exposed. You'd *MN dog. You fooled me, whatever. But to lie to the officer. Watch me. He charged forward, cursing the whole way like some lackey emboldened by his master. He kicked hard, aiming straight at the guy. That kick had some serious force behind it. Then came a shriek that didn't even sound human, cutting off his rant mid-sentence. Ahaha. The guard caught Yellow Hair's leg and twisted it upwards. His legs bent past 180 degrees, a force split. His eyes turned bloodshot, his voice hoarse and choked with unspeakable rage. Blind V** starred. But Yellow Hair didn't feel the guard's fury, he just kept screaming and turned back toward Lusu. Sir, his power isn't gone yet. Please punish him. He's using violence in prison. Right in front of you. Prison guard, #. Veins bulged on the guard's forehead. His hand clenched tighter than steel, and Yellow Hair's leg cracked like dry wood, making everyone's teeth ache. Sir. Yellow Hair still didn't get it. Then, right before his hopeful, pleading eyes, Luce's form slowly shrank. The pink mask reappeared, and he transformed back into his previous look. Viewers of the livestream were instantly blown away. Huh? Wait, what the *CK? That was the fake. No way. That disguise was insane. I just bet my friend it was the real one. I just want to drop a giant question mark. Yellow Hair? His eyes went blank. Looking at the vibrant, fully formed Lusu before him. Even the pain on his face was replaced by pure confusion. He turned around and saw a guard who looked like he was about to explode, with eyes that were absolutely terrifying. Yellow hair. Heh, he looked back at Lusu. Sir, so you can transform too. But why turn into him? There was a deranged, miserable grin on his face. He didn't actually believe what he said. He just didn't want to accept such a brutal truth. Or maybe he already had. The next second, loud bone-cracking sounds filled the air, followed by gut-wrenching screams. The screams were so intense that he couldn't even form words, just screeches of agony. He was pinned to the ground, all 4 limbs broken backwards. But it didn't stop there. Even after being broken, his limbs were twisted like ropes, his arms and legs tied into a knot behind his back. A literal knot made of limbs. During the entire process, the guard's bloodshot eyes never left Luce's pink mask. Yellow hair's eyes bulged. His jaw had been dislocated by his own screams. He didn't move an inch. The guard carried this human backpack by one limb, blood dripping steadily to the floor as he walked toward the door. The atmosphere was suffocating. The only sound in the cell was the steady drip of blood. And on that pink mask, a silent smile remained. "Why'd you do it?" the guard asked coldly, staring hard at that pink mask. "Because it makes me happy." For once, Jealousy's tone was lighter, less like a tortured soul, more playful. "What? Planning to try it on me too? If you'd said so earlier, I wouldn't have fought back." The guard walked out, dragging the human backpack with him. This time, he's the one who sinned the most. Next time, it'll be you. And with that, the guard left, dragging Yellow Hair, whose wide, dead eyes were still locked on Lusu. The cell door was left open. The other prisoners kept their distance, far away. At that moment, a loudspeaker rang out across the prison yard. "Daily yard time. All cells, organize your participants and sequence." The smile faded from Luce's pink mask, replaced by his usual cold disdain. He turned around and swept his gaze across the remaining prisoners. "Yard time, huh? I'm heading out. Anyone got a problem with that?" The remaining 4 prisoners fell silent, clearly angry but too afraid to speak. Who would have thought the newcomer had this kind of skill? Strange things often happened in this prison, so they weren't exactly surprised by Luce's sudden appearance, but it was their first time seeing someone who could actually go toe-to-toe with the prison guards. In this place, those 3 guards were like gods. No one dared mess with them. Outdoor time lasts 3 hours in total. Scarface spoke up quietly. "In our room, the time is split evenly. One goes out only after the other comes back." "You, are your ears deaf already?" The pink mask turned its head. Everyone instinctively took a step back, faces darkening as they said, "There are rules in this prison. You're not allowed to fight inside the cell." "Really?" A scornful smirk appeared on the pink mask. "So, who's going to punish me?" The group instantly went speechless. They were about to mention the guards, but this guy just fought one face-to-face and is still standing here fine as ever. Lusa didn't bother arguing with them over useless things. He simply stepped out. The mission was to escape prison with everyone. If they all died, wouldn't it be easier for him to get out alone? But he didn't plan to do it himself. That was the kind of dumb thing Wrath would do. Testing the game mechanics was Greed's style, not the style of Jealousy. Besides, he was a bit worried this might affect his perfect clearance rating. He had his own methods. These scum had fitting ways to die. He tried stepping out and found that once he left the cell, the restrictions lifted, and he could use items from his inventory again. The cell door shut automatically behind him, and Lusu instantly transformed into the image of a prison guard. DMVSS, brain like a rock, muscles just as average. Didn't even realize I could shapeshift. He casually threw in a curse at the guard on his way out. At that moment, the guards probably hadn't realized the mess this guy in the pink mask was about to unleash. As he stepped out of the cell, Lusa turned his head and saw a prisoner walking out from the next cell over. He immediately shouted in a commanding tone, "Back inside." The prisoner froze, just having stretched lazily, then immediately slumped and turned his head with a bewildered look at the guard. "Oh, okay. The authority of the guards was still quite effective. The prisoner instantly retreated into the cell. Just a moment ago, this god of plague had dragged someone who looked half dead past here. Now he was back already? Did he learn teleportation or something? Wait, something's off. Halfway back, the prisoner started to feel something wasn't right. Didn't they just say it was recreation time? Sir, the prisoner turned and asked hesitantly, "Didn't you just say it's rec time? Didn't you hear me?" A furious roar came, and the prisoner instantly shut up, nodding and backing off quickly. In this prison, it was best not to think about disobeying the guards. That was a hard rule for everyone here. "Wait, stop right there," Lusa called from behind. "Prisoner? What's with this guy today?" He turned around, forcing a smile uglier than crying, and said flatteringly, "Sir, what's wrong? I haven't done anything lately, and my sentence isn't even that serious." "Cut the crap. Just answer my question." The tall figure of the fake guard stepped forward and looked down at him. "Tell me, where's the know-it-all?" "Huh?" The prisoner was stunned. "Why ask me something like that?" But now was not the time to question anything. He could only point to a room in the distance and say, "In that room over there." "Why? Who usually goes to see him?" Lusu asked. At those words, the prisoner instantly panicked, imagining a whole drama in his head. The know-it-all was a gray area figure in the prison. If prisoners wanted secret info, contraband, or even plans to escape, they went to him. But for some reason, the guards and even the warden turned a blind eye to it. Now, suddenly, he was being asked about it? "Sir, I've never gone to him, I swear," the prisoner quickly said. "Lusu? Who asked you that?" Under Luce's menacing stare and intimidation, the prisoner nervously spilled the general situation. Basically, the know-it-all was someone who could make things happen inside. After understanding the situation, Luce's mind churned with schemes. He nodded, then grabbed the prisoner and tossed him back into his room. After what happened today, that guy probably wouldn't dare step out for days. Luce turned and headed to the know-it-all's room. If he was going to escape, if he was going to make moves, then of course he had to go see the key figure. He'd already tested out the guards. The warden could wait. Now it was time for the know-it-all. He reached the door and pushed it open. The wooden door led to a hallway, and at the end was a reinforced metal door. Luce walked up to it. As he walked, his body rapidly shrank and twisted, his face morphing into another person. It was the image of a woman, the only female form in this world he could reliably replicate. Xia Antong. His mask and face melded and reshaped into the form of a helmet-wearing woman. But the body transformation was a bit sloppy since Luce wasn't very familiar with her physique. He glanced down, and that delicate face curled into an obviously disgusted expression. "Height's about right. Put on the clothes and it's done. Can't really change the specifics anyway." "Close enough." "This chick's a pain. Why did she have to be born a woman? Should have switched genders from the start." Muttering nonstop, Xia Antong reached the metal door. She knocked gently. After a few seconds, the door slid open from both sides, revealing a classical-looking study inside, with a middle-aged man seated at the desk. "You're the know-it-all?" Lu Su, disguised as Xia Antong, stepped in and asked directly. The man looked up and saw a new face, and a woman at that. His eyes lit up instantly. "You new here? What's it to you? Mind your own business. When I ask, just answer. Don't act all curious. I've been here 10 years, so what?" As she spoke, Xia Antong strode forward and sat down boldly in front of the desk, even throwing one leg over the other. "Got anything to drink? I'm dying of thirst." "Know it all? Know it all. What the hell is this?" Luce's string of moves right after coming in left his brain in standby mode. He stared at the other person in total confusion. This girl looked all quiet and reserved on the outside, but what was with the bad attitude, like she had a bone to pick with society? Well, anyone who ended up in this place probably didn't have much love for society anyway. But this contrast was something else. His silence wasn't the real problem. Right now, Luce's livestream chat was absolutely exploding. "I knew it. No way Sin gets powers like this without wrecking Sister Blank's reputation. Blank's name has been dragged through the mud. My eyes are cursed. Hearing stuff like that from that face, my mind is collapsing. That's it. The rational and intelligent image I had of Blank is officially destroyed. The know-it-all could only stay quiet, staring at the dead fish eyes behind the helmet and that sneering mouth. He honestly had no idea what to say. Every time someone came in here, he was the one who led the conversation, who had psychological control. People like this one were really rare. "What are you looking at?" Xia Antong rested one hand on the desk, rolled her eyes, and glared at the know-it-all. "Heh, The know-it-all chuckled, squinting slightly. Do you know who I am? What, you forgot your own name. Want me to name you? You can even take my surname if you want. Lucy replied casually. Know-it-all. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly smiled, clearly finding the other person interesting. You're pretty funny. You want something to drink? Sure, no problem. But all I've got is tea. Just not sure if you can handle it. As he spoke, he brought out a steaming cup of something from who knows where and placed it in front of Xia and Tong. The liquid was blood red, so red it was almost black. It looked straight up ominous. And yet, he served it like it was no big deal. Called it tea even. Are Nigeria Nairobi Epsilon. If you. Before he could finish, Lucy grabbed the cup and downed it in one go. Gulp gulp gulp. Huh? The know-it-all felt his brain cramp up just watching the girl chug the entire cup. And the key thing was, she didn't even wait for it to cool down. How the hell did she manage to swallow that? Bang. After finishing, Xia and Tong slammed the cup down on the desk like some outlaw hero from the water margin. The know-it-all stared, stunned, and then gave her a big thumbs up. Good. A true heroine. You came here because you wanted something, right? Obviously. What, you think I came to check if you've kicked the bucket? Lucy shot him a sideways glance. TCH. This stupid helmet seriously blocks my vision. Why don't you take it off then? The know-it-all followed up smoothly. Oh wow, sheer brilliance. Genius level thinking. Do people often call you a genius? Lucy clapped mockingly. Know-it-all. Alright, let me get straight to it. Lucy cleared his throat. Old one, I heard you're pretty capable. The know-it-all almost choked. Old one? Are you serious? You don't actually think my name is Know-it-all, do you? I do have a real name, you know. Doesn't matter. Lucy waved it off. In this prison, you should be able to get a lot of stuff done, right? Just tell me what you want. The know-it-all got straight to the point. I want to escape. What? I want to escape. Lucy repeated loudly, like the guy just hadn't heard him. The know-it-all started coughing violently, waving his hands. Don't shout like that. I can hear you. After a moment, he calmed down a bit and said helplessly. What I meant was, normally, people here don't talk like that. No one just says, I want to escape. Usually, they ask for intel, tools, the best time to move, what to use. Xia and Tong curled her lips in disdain. All that's pointless. Escape means escape. Just be bold about it. Know-it-all. He had no idea what she was so proud about. What a shame. Pretty girl, young, but clearly brain damaged. So basically, you can sell me tools for breaking out, right? Right. The know-it-all laced his fingers together and smiled mysteriously. I do have some skills. You can make big requests, but you'll need to pay a price. What I have might just blow your mind. Xia and Tong instantly lit up, leaning forward a bit and asking, Really? Of course. I can even give you routes, strategies, so long as you can pay the price. I don't need routes or anything. Lucy waved his hand. Since you're being so generous, I won't hold back. Do you sell nukes? I sell. What now? The know-it-all's voice jumped like 8 octaves. He shot to his feet, clearly pissed. Nukes? The H*LL are you talking about? Lucy nodded seriously. Nukes. High-power escape weapon. Chain reaction by neutron collision with uranium. Based on Einstein's mass energy equivalence formula. ID*MN well know what a nuke is. The know-it-all lost it, glaring at Xia and Tong. What the hell are you talking about? You trying to provoke me? I'm telling you. Don't yell. Just means you don't have one. If you don't have it, stop talking nonsense. Lucy cut him off, giving him a disdainful once-over. If it's just small-scale weapons, he could get those himself. Forget it. You have other functions, right? What the hell does other functions mean? The know-it-all looked utterly fed up, his expression turning dark as he said coldly. What is it? Speak. I forgot something. I need to go back for a bit. I'll come find you later. I'll give you an earpiece then. Just hold on to it for me. Next time I come back, give it to me. The know-it-all had braced himself for another insane demand, but was surprised when he heard something relatively normal. But then he raised an eyebrow and asked, You have an earpiece? Where'd you even get that? What's it to you? Mind your own business. Can't even handle something this simple. Know-it-all. After 10 seconds of silence, he said, Fine. But what's the price you'll pay? Price? Coming here to get something, and you still want a price? Tisk, Lu Su, disguised as Xia and Tong, frowned impatiently. You're an NPC and still so greedy for money, what a pain. What did you say? Know-it-all stared at him. Don't you think you're being a bit disrespectful to me? You disrespected me first. Lu Su shot him a glare and slammed his hand down on the table with a loud bang. You want to talk about price with me? Huh. Price. Know-it-all? Do you have bipolar disorder or something? If there's something wrong with your brain, you should get it treated early. What? You think getting someone to do something for you doesn't cost anything? That's not what I meant, Lu Su shook his head dramatically. I mean, do I look like someone who's short on cash? Saying that is straight up insulting me. Let me tell you, from childhood until now, I've never seen anyone richer than me. Know-it-all was a little speechless. This guy's character setting had suddenly shifted into a rich braggart. But the key point was, what did that have to do with him? This guy's mental issues came in waves. Know-it-all couldn't even tell if the other was having an episode, and besides, what he wanted wasn't necessarily money. Still, he went along and asked, All right, you've got money. So how much are you planning to give me? Why would I give you anything? Are you begging or something? Know-it-all. He silently turned around and slapped himself on the forehead hard, cursing himself for not learning his lesson. How could he still think this lunatic would say anything reasonable? His chest rose and fell violently. Then his entire aura turned dark and aggressive, no weaker than the prison guard earlier. Suddenly, he felt like instead of doing business, using force seemed more appropriate. He turned to Xia and Tong, but just as he was about to speak, he got cut off again. I know you're anxious, but hold on a sec. As for the price, that's not a problem, but I don't trust you. I'm not sure you can actually pull it off. Know-it-all's face darkened further as he said grimly. My reputation in this prison, do you really need to question that? But I just asked you for a nuclear bomb, and you didn't have it. That's a totally different matter, damn it. Know-it-all was stunned. For some reason, facing this woman, he felt like he was losing his temper. So, what do you want? Give me a solution. I'm warning you, this isn't a place you can just come and go as you please. If you can't give me a proper explanation, I'll show you what happens when someone provokes me. Xia and Tong looked at him with a playful smirk. Watching him get worked up actually amused her, and she didn't bother hiding her mockery. See, you're getting all worked up again. Here's the deal. I don't trust you. You didn't fulfill my request earlier, so my condition is money and goods exchanged simultaneously. Sounds fair, right? When I come over later, I'll give you an earpiece. Keep it. Whatever terms or benefits you want, ask her. Oh wait, ask the version of me who shows up later. Know-it-all. As he listened to Luce's words, he actually felt a little relieved. Finally, this lunatic had said something that made sense. Even though the whole thing was bizarre and unclear, he really didn't want to argue with this psycho woman anymore. Besides, there was no need to ask a prisoner's purpose, especially one who is obviously mentally unwell. Looks pretty on the outside, but too bad she opens her mouth. Her sitting posture was awful too. Why the H*LL was she putting her feet up on the chair? Put your feet down. Lu Su ignored him. Know-it-all. Fine, we'll leave it at that. When are you coming back? Lu Su thought for a moment, his brows furrowing as he hesitated. Me? I'm just going to grab something. I should be back soon. Okay, sounds good. Know-it-all thought to himself, you don't even know your own schedule, huh? But he didn't say much more, just nodded and gestured toward the door. He was tired. But Lu Su was in a great mood. Seeing the other guy annoyed made him feel amazing. After stepping through the security door and watching the metal door close behind him, cutting off their view of each other, Lu Su's appearance shifted back to the tall prison guard's form. He pushed the door and walked out. NOE. When he said he'd return, he didn't mean himself. He meant the real Xia and Tong. Knowing her, her obsession with gathering intel made this perfectly predictable. Inside this prison, if she didn't know how to escape yet, she'd definitely try to gather info first, and Know-it-all would be her top choice. She would absolutely find a way to meet him. Perfect, this way, he could get the communication earpiece to her and make contact first. As for whether she gets scammed, that's not his problem. As he exited the doorway and made his way from that inconspicuous path back to the plaza, Lu Su, still in his prison guard disguise, grinned. because in the distance, a figure wearing a helmet had stepped out of another shadowy cell. Heh. Lusa turned and melted into the crowd. After thinking for a moment, he headed toward his next destination. Meanwhile, the real Xia Antong was cautiously glancing around, observing everything as she made her way toward Noatal's room. On the game livestream, the comment feed was strikingly uniform, full of messages like it's over and doomed. The real and fake Monkey King showdown is about to begin. Viewers watched as Blink, totally unaware, walked straight toward that door. Even Xia Antong herself was a bit surprised she'd made it this far so smoothly. She hadn't run into any issues at all. This game was oddly going well this time. She took a deep breath and knocked gently on the door. "Come in," a not-so-friendly voice replied. The door swung open, and several all-seeing eyes instantly flew in, scanning every corner of the room. Inside, Know-It-All sat with an unfriendly expression. When he saw Xia Antong enter, his face grew even darker. "Huh? You got here this fast. Come in and let's get this over with." As he spoke, he pointed toward the chair in front of him. "Xia Antong? TSK, what did that mean? What do you mean by you came so quickly? So he knew from the beginning that I was coming? No wonder he's called Know-It-All. Looks like he really does know everything around here." Unconsciously, Xia Antong raised the status of Know-It-All in her heart quite a bit and started to feel a bit of respect and wariness toward him. She just nodded slightly and said, "Yes, sorry to keep you waiting." Know-It-All was dumbfounded. Did he just speak in human language? He had clearly asked why she came back so quickly, so why did she respond with "sorry to keep you waiting"? How the H***L does this person's brain work? Whatever, she's clearly a lunatic, might as well get down to business. Xia Antong had already sat down in the chair, but due to her caution and nervousness, she only sat on the edge and didn't lean back at all. Seeing that posture, Know-It-All's eyelid twitched for no reason. He thought, why does she suddenly seem kind of normal this time? He curled his lip and pointed to a cup of tea on the table, saying, "Still want a drink?" Xia Antong looked at that terrifying-looking liquid and replied with a grim expression. Can I not drink it? Know-It-All? Are you nuts? Drink it or don't, up to you." As he spoke, Know-It-All took the tea off the table. "All right, I don't want to waste time talking nonsense. Since you're here so quickly, let's get straight to the point." "Okay." Xia Antong nodded and looked at him seriously. Looks like she's triggered the game plot, and it's time for the next step. At that moment, Know-It-All was also staring at her, waiting for her to speak or take out the earphones. The two of them just stared at each other, big eyes staring into small eyes, and neither said a word for a long time. Xia Antong. Know-It-All. It was like they were in a competition to see who had more patience. The scene was hilariously awkward. Xia Antong felt quite calm inside. She thought this might be his style, or maybe he was trying to test her with eye contact or read her somehow. So she opened her clear eyes wide and looked at him sincerely. Know-It-All? Seeing her innocent and earnest expression, he started to wonder if he was the one with the problem. "Wait, what do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Xia Antong didn't quite get it. "TCH, why are you here?" Xia Antong frowned slightly. Why was she here? She just wanted to talk with the person who knew the most to see if she could analyze anything useful. But since he already claimed to know she'd come, then she should go with his version of the story. "What do you think I came here for? Know-It-All? Huh." At this point, he really felt like his beautiful day went to sh**t the moment he met this woman. This person's brain had clearly been messed up from the start. He was already annoyed, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. But now, her attitude had done a complete 180 and suddenly became super respectful. He had no idea how to respond, just looked totally pained, and finally said helplessly, "The earphones." "What? What chicken?" The sudden word left Xia Antong confused. "The F***ing earphones." "What are you doing?" Xia Antong frowned deeply, trying to figure out what he meant. But thinking about how she used to interact with Sin, she realized that when it comes to weird people like this, it's better to just ask directly. "What earphones? Why would I give you any?" Know-It-All, huh? From today on, he figured his nickname couldn't be Know-It-All anymore. At the very least, there was one thing he definitely didn't understand, and that was this woman's brain. "What do you mean why?" How the F***K would I know? Know-it-all couldn't hold it in anymore. He was about to slam the table. Are you trying to back out? Bringing up all this useless nonsense. Hurry up and give me the earphones and the payment. You know what happens in this prison if you try to stiff me. Quit beating around the bush. See, Anton? You're saying, I give you the earphones, and then I have to pay you too? Yeah. Then, can I choose not to give you the earphones? Sia and Tong tested cautiously. No at all. His face started to twist visibly. He really didn't get it anymore. Then, what the F***K did you come here for? Huh? Are you out of your F***ing mind? Do you seriously think, compared to that idiot prison guard, I look easier to deal with? You said you were coming to give me earphones, and now you're here just to screw with me? You think I don't know how to spell the word death? As he spoke, he suddenly stood up, radiating an explosive aura. Sia and Tong instantly sensed something was wrong. There was too much information packed into that one sentence. Wait a second. Are you saying that earlier I told you I'd give you a pair of earphones? Don't tell me you've got amnesia. What, you a goldfish now? Forgot it all in a few minutes. Know-it-all growled through clenched teeth. A flash of realization hit Sia and Tong earphones. What other earphones could there be? It had to be the communication one. Sin. She was so stupid, thinking she could have an easy time in a game that Guy was involved in. How could that be possible? There's no way that Guy would ever behave. Earlier, I said I'd give you a pair of earphones to hold on to temporarily, and then when I come back next time, you return them to me. And then, I'm supposed to pay you? The moment she thought of Sin, the whole situation suddenly made sense. That guy had even turned into her? She didn't know what kind of new ability that was, but if it was him, then anything was possible. Right? Know-it-all's expression softened slightly, but he still felt like he was being played with. Then I think, this isn't reasonable. After saying that, she noticed his face darken, so she quickly added, Listen to me. Think about it, if I give you a pair of earphones and ask you to give them back next time, what's my intention? You're asking me? Know-it-all nearly laughed from the rage. Obviously, it's because I think it's too risky to keep it with me, it might get found, so I want you to help store it. The important part isn't giving it to you, but getting it back. RNOE. Getting it back is my goal. So I think I should only pay you when I get it back. Otherwise, if I pay you now and you lose my stuff, who am I supposed to go to? Right? Sia Antong's brain quickly caught up, and she was ready to kick the ball back to Sin and start haggling over the deal. I'm the one who has to pay. Know-it-all. After a few seconds of silence, though he really didn't want to admit it, he had to admit, well, it kind of made sense. TSK, wait, was he getting brainwashed? His brain spun for a while, and he felt annoyed and frustrated. He said irritably, But you just said, if I help you, you'd pay me. At this point, Know-it-all wasn't even thinking about what kind of reward he wanted anymore. He just had this strong feeling he was about to get stiffed. Really? Are you sure that's what I said? But I don't remember it that way. Sia and Tong saw the hesitation and immediately grew more confident, continuing to bluff. What I remember saying was, I'll pay you after I give it to you and get it back. After all, that's more reasonable, don't you think? Think about it again, carefully. Know-it-all pinched his brow and racked his brain. Did he really remember it wrong? TSK, maybe it was possible. He was already furious back then, probably too muddled to think straight. Is that how it was? That's it, he's been totally bamboozled. So indecisive? This is supposed to be one of the top 3 you shouldn't mess with? Seriously? So this is the combo move of Blank and Sin? They've evolved to torment NPCs together now. Seeing Know-it-all falling into confusion, the viewers were already cracking up. Sia and Tong seized the moment and quickly said, Of course that's how it was. Know-it-all wasn't having it and tried to push back. No, I don't think that's right. You said it wasn't safe with you, so leaving it with me meant I was taking the risk for you. So you should pay up front. Or at least pay half? Know-it-all was now completely lost in the logic maze. He was even starting to haggle. Pay half. Sia and Tong paused, then quickly said, But leaving it with you is a risk for me too. I guarantee there won't be any problem while it's with me, Know-it-all quickly added. Well, I guarantee that once I get it back, you'll get a generous reward. Sia and Tong responded. The two of them paused for a moment, and then Sia and Tong added, Also, I'll leave some collateral with you. Oh. Know-it-all's eyes lit up, finally some good news. What are you putting up as collateral? That headset, Xia and Tong said matter-of-factly. I leave it with you, it's collateral. If I don't pay, you don't give it back. Simple, right? Know-it-all heard that and thought, **T, that makes too much sense. The logic was airtight. He had no room to argue at all. He even felt awkward trying to respond. TSK. Why are you suddenly so coherent? Without thinking, Xia and Tong replied based on her knowledge of Sin. Maybe I was in a bad mood just now, hormones out of whack or something. Might have seemed a little rude, sorry. She didn't know which mask Sin was wearing this time, but in her memory, Sin's humanity was never particularly decent. Know-it-all looked completely stunned, staring at Xia and Tong for a long time before slowly saying, Wow, didn't expect you to actually say something human for once. Xia and Tong. She really wanted to know what Sin had done in here before she came in. After a bit more casual chatter, she handed over the headset and temporarily ended this encounter. As for how Sin would retrieve the headset, that wasn't her problem. After so many games together, she believed he'd figure something out. After she left the room, she realized she'd completely forgotten that she came here to gather information. But since Sin had taken the initiative to contact her, she'd just follow his lead now. Once outside, Xia and Tong quietly moved to the side, throwing out her all-seeing eyes, scattering them across the sky. She had originally intended to leave one in Know-it-all's room, but she realized that room might be under some kind of game restriction. The visuals were unusually blurry, she could barely get any useful data back. So she gave up on that and started scanning the prison's layout instead. After all, they were planning a prison break. Now, all that was left was to wait for Sin to reach out. But where was he now? She looked up at the gloomy sky, her eyes filled with unease. Is it really you? Is it you? Huh? F***CK. Elsewhere, Lucy was cursing loudly while strolling through the prison with a prison guard's face on. He had now wandered to what was supposedly the warden's location, but got stopped by a gatekeeper who asked him to register. So, he very politely started swearing. I'm here to see him, not you. Why the hell are you stopping me? Are you tired of living? The guard didn't dare mess with the prison officer, but still had to tough it out. It's just, sir, we've got rules. We just need to register real quick. Rules, my *SS. Open your dog eyes and look, do you even know who I am? Lusa barked arrogantly under the guise of the prison guard. I am the rules. The gatekeeper didn't dare say another word. Normally, the prison guards, the warden, and Know-it-all barely interacted. But no matter what, they were way above his pay grade. He didn't want to get squashed like a bug, so he had no choice but to step aside and let the guard through. What, did you leave your brain in your pelvis? Open the damn door properly. The guard. Sure, the guards were always cruel and violent, but today's level of mouthy aggression was on a whole new level. After several tedious procedures, Lucy was finally led to the warden's door. F***CK, this old bastard's such a pain. Just to see him, so much red tape. Lucy didn't bother keeping it down. He cursed right in front of the door. The gatekeeper shivered and quickly backed away, pretending he heard nothing. Lucy knocked, waited a bit, then pushed the door open after a click. Behind the door was a dimly lit office, with a shadowy figure seated at a desk. It was kind of spooky. What are you here for? The warden said in a raspy voice. Click. The lights turned on. Lucy didn't even say hello. He just flipped the switch. Warden? I prefer darker lighting. No problem. I prefer it bright. Deal with it, Lucy replied. From the outside, the warden looked like a gloomy little old man. Right now, he was staring at Lucy with a dangerous expression. His eyes weren't just venomous, they even showed a hint of shock. He truly hadn't expected that someone would dare barge into his room, not say a word to him, and just turn on the lights. How long had it been since someone dared act this boldly in front of him? He was so caught off guard that he momentarily forgot what he should say in a situation like this. And then, that prison guard just walked right over. Before he could even react, the guy was already standing beside him. Warden. He looked up in a daze at the big guy standing in front of him. Lucy was standing right next to him, scanning him up and down with a face full of disdain. Who knows what exactly he was looking down on? The other man was an exceptionally frail old geezer, looking almost like a dried-up corpse, no telling how long he'd been alive. You. Just as the warden was about to speak, Lucy cut him off. You should get more exercise, get some fresh air. This room's pitch dark like a tomb, feels like you've laid down in a grave before you've even died. You're getting up there in age too. No rush, but don't just hole up here every day. You smell like an old man. How about taking a shower? As he spoke, Lusu even reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Then he walked back to the other side, grabbed a chair, and sat down. The warden hadn't even gotten a single word in from start to finish. Honestly, the jealousy mask really did have a talent for pissing people off. The warden was already red with rage in just a few minutes. The wrinkles on his face, which already looked like tree bark, twisted into an even uglier expression as he finally said, This is how you talk to me? Lucy blinked. You mean I didn't used to talk like this? Then I guess I must have been too nice to you before. Warden? Did you eat gunpowder or something? Do you even realize I'm your superior? Superior, huh? What, you gonna give me a raise? A promotion? Fire me? Go ahead, fire me if you've got the guts. Lucy looked like he didn't give a D***MN, tossing both feet right up on the warden's desk. Fire me? Like I care. Fire you? No one leaves this place alive, and you know it. The warden's eye twitched furiously as he stared at those feet practically on his face. He couldn't hold back anymore and threatened him. You want to kill me? Lucy laid it all out. I've worked here for years with no insurance, no benefits, forget about year-end bonuses. Oh right, old man, when are you paying this month's salary, Nuess? Warden? His brain short-circuited. Was he dreaming? Did he not wake up properly this morning? Insurance and benefits. What the hell are you talking about? You couldn't really blame him for being confused. That kind of talk was completely out of place in this prison. It was like a gang of hardened criminals talking about paying social security contributions. Clearly someone's here to mess with him. Get your damn feet off my desk. The warden shouted, his voice sharp like nails on a chalkboard, piercing and grating. At the same time, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet, as if the killing intent had turned tangible. Lucy changed his posture, crossing one leg over the other, no longer putting his feet right in the warden's face. While doing so, he muttered, Chill. I'll put M down. No need to give yourself a heart attack. What do you want from me? The warden suppressed his murderous rage. Clearly this prison guard's status wasn't ordinary. Anyone else would have been dead by now. Wanted to talk to you about someone. Bit odd. Lucy didn't even look at him, casually picking at his fingernails, totally indifferent. That gesture triggered another coughing fit from the warden, who'd been on an emotional roller coaster since Lucy walked in, getting provoked nonstop. A new guy showed up in the prison today. You know about that? Oh. To Lucy's surprise, the warden actually looked shocked. Really? So what? Newbies show up all the time. Nothing to worry about. Don't worry about that stuff. Just follow procedure. Every day, fill the quotas, and keep up with the feeding. That's all. Feeding? Lucy made a mental note of that word, though he kept a blank face. Yeah, but this one's a little different. Bit of a nutcase. The warden raised his head slightly. He'd never heard the prison guard mention anyone like this before. I asked him what his crime was. He said he was the crime. Then he had the balls to attack me. What? The warden was stunned, forgetting his earlier rage. He attacked you? Did you kill him? To the warden's surprise, the prison guard shook his head. No. I already used today's quota. Just cleaned out someone from that room and sent M for feeding. That line was actually Lucy testing what feeding meant. But the warden didn't answer, just nodded darkly. So, where's the guy now? He's not bad. Could actually go a few rounds with me. Of course, I still took him down. But he cut me, got my blood, then said he'd remember my face and was gonna come after me. Looked pissed. I thought it was weird. If he was really that badass, why didn't he just keep attacking? So I figured I'd give you a heads up. And also, I tossed my baton under the bed during the fight. Feels kinda embarrassing to crawl and get it. Think you can issue me a new one? Lucy subtly led the warden in the wrong direction. He didn't directly say, I think someone turned into me. That would sound too suspicious, like he knew too much people would get suspicious. But if the real prison guard ever met the warden face to face, then this old man would definitely remember today's conversation. And then, bang, a loud slap on the desk snapped the warden out of his thoughts. I'm talking to you, can I get my damn baton reimbursed or not? I don't have one right now. He figured he might as well milk the situation a bit more. You wait a sec. We'll talk about the baton in a few days. You're serious? That guy actually fought you? And you didn't beat him to death? Don't start with rules and regulations. When you threw the first punch, you clearly weren't thinking about any damn rules. His strength, it was enough to hold out until you cooled down. The warden began analyzing with a headache, looking like he genuinely cared about the strength of this newcomer. But what he couldn't imagine was that the person standing in front of him was the very one he was so concerned about. And since Lucy wasn't a prison guard, of course he wouldn't talk like the warden expected. He just sneered and said, "How's that any of your business? Can you just do something useful for once? All these questions, what do they have to do with you? I'll take care of him when the time comes. You old fart, even if you knew, so what? You gonna handle him for me? Now get my damn baton reimbursed already." Warden. His skinny little body seemed to puff up in rage, the veins on his wrinkled forehead bulging like tree roots tangled across a leaf. "Have I been too nice to you lately, or what? Get the H*LL out." Out of nowhere, Luso sensed something dangerous from this guy, a sudden burst of energy that triggered his instinctive sense of crisis. After all those battles, he developed a beast-like intuition for spotting real experts. Luso didn't say another word. With a cold face, he slowly stood up and looked down at the warden from above. The warden froze for a second, then suddenly let out a chilling laugh and stood up slowly as well, his voice hoarse and cold. "Looks like you really have a death wish today." His tiny frame stood in front of the towering prison guard, completely disproportionate, but in terms of aura, he actually seemed stronger. The next second, the prison guard raised a hand, stuck out his pinky finger, and dug in his ear. "What? Did your *SS suddenly go numb, so you're standing up to stretch? Yeah, be careful or you'll get paralyzed." With that, Lusa turned and walked away without a shred of hesitation, heading straight for the door. Wait a minute." The warden nearly choked from rage, his chest tightening painfully as he yelled after him. "What do you mean? Where do you think you're going?" Lusa looked back with that same smug, shameless expression. "What? You got dementia or something? Didn't you just tell me to get lost?" "Well, here I am, getting lost. Problem? Warden. Then why the F***K did you stand up like that all fierce? I thought you were about to throw down. You really got something wrong in the head. Cough, cough, cough. Cough." Suddenly, he started coughing violently, like he was about to hack up a lung, bending over like a damn shrimp. All these years guarding this hellhole of a prison, nothing ever went wrong until today, thanks to this guy. Lusa stepped forward quickly, looking all concerned as he said, "Hey no, wait, quick, write a will or something, don't just die like that. Can you leave this prison to me if you kick it, you old B***starred, A with tilde Nigerian Ira Omicron Beta. Get the H*LL out. Unless you want to die too. Sure thing. But hey, don't die just yet. Out." Lusu very considerately turned back every few steps, like he was genuinely worried about the old man's health, and finally walked out the door. Inside the room, the warden coughed violently for a long time before catching his breath. It had been ages since he'd met a prison guard face to face. Who would have thought it'd end up like this? Since when did that guy become such a hothead? Or maybe, he was always this irritable? Yeah, maybe. Sigh. Trouble's brewing again. Another human strong enough to fight a prison guard has appeared. When was the last time a huge mess like this happened? Is this going to be the same all over again? No, it won't. After all the time we've spent feeding them. The frail old man sat at his desk, staring blankly, lost in thought. About 10 minutes later, a knock on the door snapped him out of it. The prison guard looked confused. What the hell was going on today? Why were so many people coming to see him? "Come in." A burly man pushed open the door. Another prison guard had arrived. The old man's face immediately soured, like he'd swallowed something nasty. Just when he'd finally calmed down, this annoying guy shows up again. "How's it going? Life treating you all right lately?" The prison guard's voice carried that wild, violent energy, but he was clearly trying to keep his temper in check, greeting the warden in a calm tone. "Like hell I'm all right after seeing you," the warden snapped. The prison guard stiffened, looking at the warden with a hint of confusion. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stayed silent for a few seconds before sitting down. Even the warden found it odd. How could this guy change so much in just a few minutes outside? The two sat in silence for a while before the prison guard finally asked, "Aren't you gonna ask why I came to see you? Warden? Just say what you gotta say." Prison guard. "Did you eat a bullet for breakfast today?" "Whatever. I came to tell you something. During today's cell checks, I ran into a weird lunatic, a new guy." "Warden?" The prison guard watched as the old man's face turned visibly confused, like he had no idea what was going on. "Wait, did time rewind? Or am I stuck in some kind of time loop?" The warden muttered, puzzled. Those words, he was sure he'd heard them just now. Was it a hallucination? Did he really have dementia already? What? Even the prison guard was a bit lost, frowning. "Nothing, go on. What happened?" The guard nodded and explained the whole situation with Lu Su, including the fight. When he looked up, he was shocked. The warden's face had twisted into an unexplainable mix of confusion and weirdness. He stared dead at the guard, saying nothing. "What is it?" "Nothing." Did you bring your baton?" "Yeah, got it on me." Outside the room, from a distance, a pair of eyes filled with pure malice and envy locked onto them. He had just seen it with his own eyes, the prison guard walking into the warden's room. That jealous face, usually expressionless, slowly curled into a grin. "Heh, not enough. You people live too comfortably in here, but it's so damn boring. Let's make this chaos even bigger." With that, he stepped out from the shadows. At that moment, the face he wore was the same as the one in his cell. That scarred face, taking on the appearance of Scarface, Lu Su still felt a bit off. He hadn't exactly made an effort to remember what this guy looked like. Just some minor character, a last-minute idea to make use of. But whatever, as long as it wasn't his own face and looked roughly convincing, that was enough. As long as this face could get Scarface killed, and he could achieve his own goals in the process, it'd all be worth it. So far, no one really knew he could change his face at will, at most. Probably just the prison guard, and soon, maybe the warden too. While there was still time, of course he was going to make the most of this opportunity. Wearing Scarface's mug, he headed straight for the area with the most people. It was a large courtyard with a bunch of workout equipment, where prisoners were gathered, the atmosphere somber. After all, this was a prison where torture and death could come at any moment. No one here could really stay mentally balanced. Well, except for Lu Su. His whole mindset was about torturing others anyway. And if he ended up getting tortured? Perfect chance to farm some pain points. He was in a completely closed logical loop at this point, pretty much bulletproof. A quick glance around, and he confirmed one thing: there were no women here. Which meant Xia and Tong wasn't here. Good. It gave him more freedom to move. Otherwise, it'd feel like someone was watching him all the time. He looked up at the sky. As for whether the know-it-all I would pose a problem, well, nothing he could do about that. Let it watch. He walked into the crowd, randomly grabbed someone and asked, "Hey, did you get fed today?" Other guy. He immediately yanked his hand away, face twisted in disgust as he cursed. "You sick in the head? Hope you get fed soon." Lu Su walked up to someone else and grabbed them too, asking, "You want to go get fed? What's it feel like?" F*** off. You got a death wish. Lu Su kept randomly picking people out of the crowd to harass. Every single one cursed at him, but he wasn't mad. Watching them lose their minds was actually pretty fun. Every few minutes, he found himself admiring that envious bastard. Gotta admit, when you drop all pretenses and act like a beast, life's kinda sweet. He kept asking the same question over and over, trying to figure out what feeding really meant. Just asking outright would give him away too quickly. But this insane, low-life persona? Easy to hide behind. Feeding. Definitely not a good thing. Based on the wording, it probably didn't mean the prisoners were feeding something. More likely, they were the ones being fed to something. These guys weren't feeders. They were the feed. But while he was busy interrogating people, someone had been watching him from a distance, quietly deep in thought. Just as Lu Su had become completely despised by everyone, the man stepped forward a few steps. "Bro, player." The man slipped up beside Lu Su and whispered. He had sharp instincts. He could tell Lu Su wasn't like the rest of these walking corpses. Lu Su glanced at him, clearly up to no good, giving him a slow scan from head to toe. The man felt super uncomfortable, like he was being sized up at a nightclub. Still, he pressed on. "Bro, I go by Cutter, that's my code name. You heard of me?" "What's yours?" Nice to meet you. You're a player too, right? Lusa looked at him and suddenly shouted. Player? What player? You like playing games? You can play games in prison. Cutter? Several people nearby turned to look thanks to Lusa's yelling. Cutter panicked and quickly lowered his voice. Why are you yelling? Hey, keep it down. Lusu yelled even louder. Why should I keep it down? What's the problem? Being a player is not shameful. I think it's great. I'm good at games. What do you like to play? Cutter couldn't even get a word in. He just wanted to crawl into a hole. He ran off immediately, disappearing into the crowd. *T. Got the wrong guy. He's not a player at all. What a damn lunatic. Why the hell is there a psycho in prison? Aren't they exempt from legal responsibility? Muttering curses in his head, Cutter sulked off to a corner to reevaluate his escape plan. A few minutes later, a familiar scarred face appeared in front of him and said something that twisted his soul. Hey bro, I'm a player too. Cutter. F*************. Whoa. What's with the name calling? You sure you're not the psycho here? Lusa patted him on the head. Cutter's chest heaved, emotions fraying, but he quickly calmed himself, had to stay focused on the bigger picture. After a moment, he said coldly, I've got a plan to escape. You in? I'm in. Wait, what? Cutter froze. That was it? Just like that? Looking at the guy's feral face and manic attitude, Cutter started to hesitate. I need to see what you're capable of. As for me, no problem. Watch closely. Lusa cut him off before he could finish and immediately started scanning the crowd for a target. Cutter stared blankly at him, feeling like his brain couldn't keep up. Was this guy even listening to him? While he stood there confused, Lusa had already walked up to a bald, tatted brute surrounded by a few others. Clearly, the guy in the center was the ringleader. They were hogging a section of gym equipment, lifting weights like clockwork. Lifting weights in prison? So disciplined. Lusa had to respect that. He walked right up and said to the boss, Hey, do you know me? Who the F*** are you? The brute squinted, sneering. Come on, let me get to know you. Sure thing. Lusa nodded obediently, then swung a full power slap straight across the guy's face. It looked brutal, but he'd actually held back just enough not to kill him. Smack. A crisp smack echoed loudly, and the tattooed thug's head suddenly started wobbling like a bobblehead. The cutter flinched from where he stood behind him. Huh. Wait. What the H***LL? Why did he just start hitting people? So low class. And what does that even have to do with showing off his strength? Lusu had actually held back with that slap, but the guy's head kept swaying for a bit before his face quickly puffed up with a red welt. Neither the thug nor his little gang of underlings knew what just happened. Sure, no one in this prison was a good guy, but you'd expect someone to at least have a reason before throwing hands. Did they even know each other? How's that? Lusa turned his head and called out to the cutter, as if asking for praise. Does that meet the standard? Whoosh! Everyone turned to glare at the cutter, faces full of hostility. The cutter. Hold up, I don't know him. I've got nothing to do with him. He denied it 3 times in a row, then immediately turned and shoved into the crowd, trying to disappear as fast as possible. Talk about bad luck, ran into a lunatic. No way he was getting dragged into some mess now. Time to bail. Seeing him leave like that, the group of gangsters snapped out of it. *T. That punk just hit someone, didn't he? He's F*******ing dead. In an instant, everyone jumped to their feet. The thug boss who got slapped was still a little dizzy as he stood up. But Lusu wasn't worried at all. He knew he was stronger, and he was steady as a rock. He reacted fast. The moment the boss got up, Lusu landed a solid kick and sent him flying, crashing into all the equipment. Then he turned and bolted, diving into the crowd. The boss's lackeys wanted to go after him, trying to look tough, but they paused when they heard gasping behind them. Me? Wait, help me up. They turned around and saw their boss lying on the ground, pinned under a bench press barbell, totally stuck. First he got slapped, then he got kicked into next week, no way he could stand up. The barbell was crushing his chest, and his face was turning purple. A bunch of his boys rushed over and clumsily helped him up. While the boss was still wheezing, Lusu had already dashed off and vanished. Find him. This prison ain't that big, he'll always be Blood Gang's enemy. The boss roared, trying to sound fierce, but he was gasping so bad he started coughing violently again. But it was too late. Lusu was already back at the cell door. The second he was out of everyone's sight, he went full speed. He was so fast he was practically a blur, sprinting all the way back. His body began to shift and warp, his facial structure changing, reforming into a pink mask. A creepy grin appeared on the pink mask. He adjusted himself and walked right into his cell. Next, move your A** already. Seeing the pink mask walk in, the others were shocked at first, then went silent. No one said a word. Truth be told, based on how they split the time, Lusu had already way overstayed his turn. They'd figured this annoying, sharp-tongued punk wouldn't come back. And yet, he actually left them some time? Lusu climbed straight onto his bunk without a word. The guy with the scar thought for a second, then walked toward the cell door. Lusu smirked to himself, just as he thought. He knew it. Back when he said he wanted to go out first, Scarface had been the one to jump up and object, probably because he was originally supposed to go first. That's exactly why Lusu chose to take his form. His time was limited. These people needed to die fast. Hold up. With more people now, your time's gonna be shorter. Keep track yourself. Just as Scarface was about to leave, the old man suddenly spoke. His tone was stiff, none of these guys were exactly buddy-buddy. Scarface paused, gave him a cold glare, said nothing, and walked out. Humph. As the door shut behind him, the others all let out a collective snort, clearly unhappy with him. Who gets to go out first depends on strength. Scarface had probably been one of the stronger ones among them. This guy's definitely going over his time, the old man muttered darkly. Among the original 5, he was always the last to go out. Now with the pink mask added in and yellow hair gone, the pink mask had hogged too much time. If Scarface didn't watch himself, the rest of them stayed quiet. No matter how they calculated it, it shouldn't affect them. So, they decided to mind their own business. Look on the bright side. Suddenly, Lusu's sharp, mocking voice cut in. Maybe he's just not coming back. Everyone. Their faces twisted. This pink-masked bastard rubbed them all the wrong way on instinct, but with the strength he'd shown earlier, no one dared to talk back. They'd all been in the cell for a long time, dodging the fate of being fed through every trick in the book. Now, they had no idea how to deal with this new guy. Best not to stir anything up. Besides, none of them took Lusu's comment seriously. After throwing out that jab, Lusu shut up. He had no intention of talking to corpses. These people were all going to die. And sure enough, as the minutes ticked by, Scarface never came back. Not even after yard time ended. Everyone stared grimly at the door. At first, they were pissed Lusu had eaten up all their time. The old man had even looked a little better at that point. But now, Scarface still hadn't returned. What the H*LL happened out there? After all the hiding they'd done in the cell, they lost 2 guys in one day? For a moment, everyone's eyes turned cold and fearful as they stared at the pink mask lying motionless on the bed. And soon, Lusu would find out why these guys were so desperate for yard time. And what kind of punishment this prison really had in store. Meal time. Come eat. The prison guard outside started shouting noisily. Judging by the time, it was mealtime. 5 meal trays were thrown in. The other 3 immediately grabbed one and began wolfing the food down like they were being forced to eat, not an ounce of enjoyment in sight. Lusu walked over and looked at the trays on the ground, feeling a bit surprised. The food's this good? Compared to what he had in the Devil's Asylum, it was night and day. That *T back there, Gluttony still ate it like it was a delicacy. But here, rice. A welded bowl of soup. A few slices of what looked like meat. Soybeans. Some greens. Though it was simple and not much to look at, the meal seemed pretty well balanced, everything the body needed was there. If Gluttony were here, he'd probably eat the whole prison down to the floor. Lusu stared at the food in a daze, then the mask's brows furrowed. He kicked the tray over with one sharp stomp. Prison guard? The guard, dressed entirely in black with no visible face, clearly hadn't expected anyone to do that. What? What are you looking at? Lusu acted like the villain making the first complaint. I don't want to eat. Do you know what the consequences are? Nope, Lusu replied casually. He really didn't know. You need to eat on time every day, then rest. You all have to lie in bed and make sure your body gets proper rest. Of course, there's time for exercise both in the morning and afternoon. This is all for your physical health. Lucio. He was a bit confused. This was a prison? Wasn't this just a straight-up livestock farm, except they were raising humans? There wasn't even a labor reform component. The biggest punishment here was the complete stripping of will. Eat, sleep, exercise. Forced eating, forced sleeping, forced exercise. The meals were exactly the same for decades, nutritionally balanced. Sleeping was mandatory. Resting was a must. Yard time was fixed. If you didn't follow the routine, chances were you'd be fed. He didn't know the details yet, but Lucio could already guess what that feeding was. After all, if this prison treated inmates like livestock, then feeding. And that yard time, it was the only moment these people had any real control over their minds. So, of course there were gangs, fights, workouts, and social interaction. ROE. They were trying to reclaim that feeling of being human, of being part of society. On the pink mask, the expression began to twist into something dark, oozing a sense of wickedness. A prison full of beasts, strange feeding rituals, and suffocating mental pressure. This place was kind of nice. Perfect. A classic powder keg of an environment. Just needed someone like him to light the fuse. After hearing everything the guard said, Lucio had pretty much figured things out. Only, up until now, he hadn't seriously thought about escaping. Cling. He kicked the food tray again with another loud bang, then turned and climbed into bed, ignoring the prison guard entirely. The guard was starting to get pissed. He'd just spent all that time basically giving a tutorial for a new inmate, and the guy just kicked the tray and walked off? No one in this prison was a good person, but someone this purely evil was still rare. And the rules, punishments he just explained, this guy didn't give a single TCH. Who knows where the head prison guard had gone? He didn't have any authority to punish him anyway, so all he could do was leave in silence, while the three inmates still eating exchanged glances. Why does that guy always get away with everything? Someone do something about him already. After eating, the three of them lay down on their beds and forced themselves to sleep and rest up. This place was just ridiculous. They had to focus on body maintenance every day, but could be beaten into a crumpled pile with broken bones at any time. Lucio just lay there without doing anything more. He wasn't scared, but he didn't want to start trouble just yet. He needed to rest. And he already had a plan for this afternoon's yard time. The long, boring rest period finally passed. Yard time again. The cell door opened once more. Lucio rolled off his bed without a word and headed straight out. No one dared to stop him. The remaining three glared but didn't say anything, just quietly watched Lucio leave. When he reached the door, Lucio turned and added, "Heh, all behaving now? Looks like a good beating really is the most efficient method. People like you only get it when you're slapped around, huh?" After that insult, he turned and walked off. He wasn't looking to argue or fight. Lucio didn't even have any killing intent at the moment. Just pure evil, pissing people off to death and walking away. No one could do a damn thing about him. In a better mood, he headed once again to the know-it-all's office. He hesitated a moment, then decided he could trust Xia and Tong. She definitely handed over the headphones. If that part's done, the rest will be easy to handle. No point overthinking. It had been a whole morning, plenty of time had passed. Once he entered the corridor, his body began to twist and morph again, shrinking, drying up. Slowly, he transformed into a skinny old man. The warden's exact appearance. When he'd met the warden, he'd deliberately gotten close to study his features and even touched him, checking his muscle condition. Knock, knock, knock. As the knocking sounded, the door opened. Lucio stepped inside, and the know-it-all froze on the spot. His eyes filled with shock. No matter who came to see him, this was the last person he expected. "Warden." He stood up, voice confused. "Why are you here?" Lucio snorted coldly, voice dripping with negativity. He shot the know-it-all a disdainful look, like a superior glaring at an underling. "You've been acting a little too shady lately." "Know-it-all? What the hell? Shady? I've always been shady." Seeing his confusion, Lucio continued. "Have I not told you that nothing in this prison escapes my eyes?" The know-it-all looked like he was severely constipated, completely baffled. When did you ever say that?" There wasn't the slightest hint of fear on know-it-all's face. He just raised an eyebrow, completely clueless about what illness this old man had suddenly caught. Besides, he really didn't remember the warden ever saying anything like that. Oh. Luce's face stayed dark and expressionless. Well, I've said it now. So now you know. Know it all. He could tell right away, the warden was here to pick a fight. Usually, they stayed in their own lanes and had no dealings with each other. So why was he suddenly showing up today of all times? Honestly, Know-It-All didn't even have a clear impression of the warden. You came to me today, what for exactly? He pulled out a chair, stood up, and casually poured himself a pot of tea, taking a small sip. What's this about nothing escaping your eyes? Did something happen recently? His voice was calm and firm. Unlike the guards, he wasn't technically under the warden's authority. I said you're not being honest. The warden, a.k.a. Lusu, narrowed his murky old eyes, a sinister glint flashing in the gray depths, oppressive and ominous. The prison's been restless lately. Or rather, starting today, something's gone wrong. Some interesting people have shown up. Some interesting things have happened. You aware of that? Know-It-All went silent for a few seconds, clearly deep in thought. Then he replied coldly. I'm not sure. Shouldn't you be asking the guards about that? I barely ever leave my room. Whatever happens in the prison should be your job to handle, no? Yeah, you don't go out. But people come to see you. Luce's voice grew darker. Want me to jog your memory? Maybe you met someone you shouldn't have. Know-It-All's face didn't change, as if those words hadn't hit home at all. But his fingers trembled ever so slightly, unconsciously. What do you mean, someone I shouldn't meet? Is there anyone in this prison I can't meet? As long as they want to come, I'll meet them. Know-It-All said calmly. Is that so? Then maybe you took something you shouldn't have. You still gonna try and lie to my face? As he spoke, Luce took a step forward, closing the distance with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Know-It-All's pupils finally contracted, his body tensing for a split second. He was shaken. Extremely shaken. Inside his own room, he thought he could do whatever he wanted. No one in this prison had the right or the means to stop him. Not even the warden. But now, something felt off. How did he know about this? You're spying on me? Know-It-All said coldly, refusing to back down. How? Luce didn't say a word. He simply extended his withered, gnarled hand, his transformed hand, and held it out. Give it. His tone was flat. Undeniable. Know-It-All froze at first. Then his face twisted into something ugly, real ugly. So the warden didn't know everything that had happened today. He couldn't figure it out. How the hell was this possible? More than that, he hadn't expected the warden to completely tear away the thin veil of civility between them. Heh. Know-It-All let out a furious laugh. You're pushing it. I've pulled plenty of bold *T in this prison, you think. Enough. Luce suddenly shouted, making Know-It-All flinch hard. He didn't even know how to respond for a second. Do you even know what you've done this time? Have you forgotten your duty here? Know-It-All? What did I do? What duty? In the past, we turned a blind eye to what you did. Helping with escapes, smuggling contraband, even supplying weapons to stir up riots. Of course, all of this was made up by Lucy on the spot. But honestly, it sounded pretty plausible. But none of that mattered. Because it was all just a game, it didn't change anything. But now? Something serious might be happening. Do you get it? Someone very dangerous has arrived at our prison. What did they give you? Lusu, disguised as the warden, nailed the performance. Especially those eyes, murky and yellowed, but sharp enough to pierce bone. Staring into them, Know-It-All started getting goosebumps. He'd been so confident just a moment ago. But now he felt like he might have seriously ed up. Yup. Just act righteous enough and the other side will start doubting themselves. The two stared at each other for a long time. Eventually, Know-It-All gave in. Something did happen. Someone weird came to me today and asked me to hold on to something. As for that woman, her appearance and personality were both pretty recognizable. What about her? I didn't think she was all that extraordinary. Luce's face turned darker, not faking it either. Under the jealousy mask's effect, his expression had never looked pleasant. Let me guess, what did she give you? Forget it, just tell me directly. Know-It-All thought for a moment, then flipped his hand and pulled out a pair of headphones. Lusu instantly recognized them. Xia and Tong didn't let him down. He reached for them immediately. Forceful seizure, no talk of payment or deals. Know-it-all flinched and pulled his arm back, hiding the headphones behind him. What are you doing? What are you doing? Luce's voice was even louder. Hand it over. Know-it-all? Says who? You know I have a reputation in this prison, I keep my word. It's just a pair of headphones, you. Luce immediately put on the pained, disappointed act. You ever wonder why she gave you one headphone instead of two? Know-it-all looked confused. Like, was that something he was supposed to think about? You definitely didn't think about it, did you? Have you forgotten your identity? Do you even know the kind of responsibility you carry? The mission on your shoulders? Have you forgotten your original purpose for coming here? Huh. Know-it-all was totally lost. What kind of bullsh*t are you talking about? I run a gray market in prison. What original purpose could I possibly have? AOES. Shallow. Your rise is tied to ours. If the prison falls, you think you'll be spared. When it comes to the greater good, what's a tiny sacrifice like this? Especially when you were the one in the wrong to begin with, do you even realize the mess you've made? You know how serious things are right now? This is a situation we've never seen before. Everything might hinge on this very headphone. And you still want to cling to it. Think of the bigger picture, young man. Know-it-all. Know-it-all was stunned by that barrage of moral punches, as if he'd been bathed in a halo of virtue. His face went blank, he almost felt like he was about to grow a conscience. After all, guys who end up in prison usually aren't getting this kind of education. Right now, Know-it-all's vulture-like face was frozen as he stared at the warden. When did he become like this? This guy, who's committed countless crimes, killed like it's nothing, and is universally recognized by the prison scum as a demon, was now suddenly radiating righteous golden light. And for Know-it-all, this situation wasn't something he knew how to deal with. It was his first time encountering something like this, and he didn't even know how to argue back. Not just him, even the familiar viewers in the audience were already starting to laugh. I can't take it anymore. Sin always solves problems in the weirdest ways. Can't believe I'm laughing at hell mode. Looks like this dude really needs a good rinse in the light of morality. Didn't expect my Sin baby to be this wise. Loving him even more now. Did you get it now? The warden, played by Luce, said with deep sorrow in his voice, as if advising a lost youth. Get what? Know-it-all looked completely confused. Obviously, it's time to hand over the headset and fix the mistake you made. As he spoke, Luce lowered his head, his expression darkening, his voice threatening. I don't want to fight you. After all, we've known each other for years. But we've got more important things to do, and your mistake can't change that. If you're still stubborn, then I might have to take action. Normally, if someone told Know-it-all they were gonna throw down, he wouldn't flinch. Even if it was a prison guard or the warden, he wouldn't be scared, he's no pushover. But now, this whole painfully emotional act made it feel like it'd be wrong to lash out. He even started wondering if he really had messed up. Wait, you. Know-it-all was starting to stammer. According to his own code, he'd never go back on a deal. But now, the other side made the stakes sound so huge that he hesitated. He wasn't even that closely tied to the prison anyway. But still, what are you waiting for? If you've forgotten everything from before and you're really planning to help that person, then let's do this now. Luce radiated killing intent, making it look terrifyingly real. Hey, HL no. How the FK did I suddenly become her helper? She hasn't even paid the rest, didn't even drop a deposit. Luce's logic leap left him completely lost, so he hurriedly tried to explain. Wait, so according to you, if I don't give you the thing today, I'm automatically on her team? And I'll doom the whole prison. Hard to say, Luce nodded seriously. F***K, I looked at this headset, alright? Know-it-all held out his hand, staring at the headset in disbelief. It's got some energy fluctuation, but nothing major. Might not even blast through a wall. Sure, there's a bit of formation magic in it, but that's all. Alpha section. Just this. Before he could finish, a withered hand darted in like lightning. Luce had already snatched the headset away. Know-it-all? Watching the item get stolen from his hand triggered something primal. His whole aura exploded and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Like he was about to go full beast mode. But what he saw was the warden's approving, relieved expression. Good. I knew you'd do the right thing. Admitting your mistake and making up for it, very good. The prison will remember your contribution. With that, he patted Know-it-all's shoulder meaningfully, turned around, and walked off without even a glance back. Know-it-all stood there, mind blank. By the time he came to, that little dried-up old man had already walked out and shut the door behind him. His face flushed red, like a boiled duck. He looked utterly miserable, but had no way to vent. He didn't know what to feel, just that it sucked, and he couldn't do a damn thing about it. It felt like if he hadn't given it up just now, he'd be guilty of some massive sin. Like, everything the other guy did was for the greater good, even for his own good. He had never seen tactics like this before. He exhaled so hard it felt like a hurricane whipped through the office. Know-it-all was on the edge of a breakdown. In times like this, he needed to fight, to push back. But he didn't get the chance. His bottom line had been broken, and for the first time, it actually hurt. He forcibly suppressed his emotions, chest heaving, then started pacing in frustration. What now? Just thinking about that sharp-tongued, venomous woman gave him a massive headache. He remembered what he'd told her about trust and how he'd never screw up, and it made him want to cough up blood. Thinking back, when she said she didn't trust him, doubted him. Well, turns out she had a point. Arg. He let out a furious roar and smashed the teacup on the table. If that woman showed up now and started asking questions, Know-it-all felt like his soul wouldn't survive it. Ugh, maybe I can fake it. Just an energy-based headset, it's not that big a deal. Frowning, Know-it-all began having dark thoughts. As the saying goes, once is never enough. The moment you cross a line, morals slide real fast. Just minutes ago, he was ready to throw down with the warden over principle. Now, not even 10 minutes later, he was already plotting to fake the goods. Click, better hurry up first. But how could Lusa possibly give him that chance? Did he really come here to take the headset just to stiff him on payment? What a joke. Of course he was gonna mooch it, but more importantly, if there's a chance to torment someone, why not take it? He came here to double-cross someone, and he was gonna be the baddest in the game. Timing it just right, Lusa turned back around and headed back. As he entered the corridor, he transformed back into Xia Antong. Unfortunately for Know-it-all, the one who showed up was the rougher, more uncivilized version of Xia Antong. And before coming, Lu Su already knew exactly how he was gonna mess with him. While Know-it-all was rummaging through everything, he heard another knock at the door. He wanted to pretend no one was home, but Lusa kept knocking louder and louder. Sounded like he was kicking the door now. Who the hell's this rude? Fuming, he opened the door, only to see Xia Antong's face. Guilt-ridden, Know-it-all deflated instantly. Oh, it's you. Makes sense. TCH. You guys really synced up well, huh? When Xia Antong walked in, Know-it-all was crouched on the ground, rummaging through a cabinet like he was desperately searching for something. The moment he saw her, his whole body stiffened, and he scrambled to shove everything back in like he was some kind of thief. Ahem ahem. He gave an awkward cough and quickly stood up. You're here? What's up? What do you think? Lusa shot him a sideways glance, completely unceremonious, yanked a chair open and sat right down. Like it was his own place, he casually started flipping through things on the table and said offhandedly, "Where's the tea? You being stingy now?" His eyes swept across the floor and landed on a pile of shattered teacup pieces. He continued, "Oh, trying to save a cup of tea so bad you just smashed the whole cup? Wow, you really are something. Were you born a tight-SS? Know-it-all." He stood there, mind spinning, but couldn't come up with a decent response. All he could do was sigh, resign himself, and walk over. They'd only met twice, but for some reason, he already found this woman kind of scary. She was just too aggressive. What? Didn't you say you don't drink tea? Know-it-all didn't know what to say, so he just tried to make small talk. When did I say that? You deaf or something? Know-it-all. What the hell? Did you lose your memory or got split personalities? And deaf ears? He felt like he could live 10,000 years and never come up with something like that to say. But regardless of whether this woman had a split personality or not, he was at least certain of one thing now: she seriously had no manners. TCH. This was gonna be a pain. Now what? Fine, I get it. You're a stingy piece of work. I don't need yours. Just give me my stuff back. As she spoke, Lusu extended her hand, cutting right to the chase. Hand it over. Where's my headset? Know-it-all. I have no clue, okay? F***K. Talk about bad timing. If he didn't know better, he'd think the warden was working with this woman. Barely 10 minutes had passed. Even with an hour, he might have had time to cover his tracks. But now… well, about that. What do you even want the headset for? What's it to you? I'm selling it to buy rubber bands so I can shoot out your windows. Luce's sharp tongue was firing on all cylinders. Hurry up, quit wasting my time. I'm getting sick of that old face of yours. If you weren't so damn hard on the eyes, I might even enjoy chatting a little longer, RN Betas. At this point, Lucy was basically just cursing him out. Under normal circumstances, Know-It-All would have had every right to blow up over the personal insults. But right now, he was kinda in the wrong, so it was hard to argue. He glared at Xia and Tong, face darkening as he took deep breaths, trying to swallow down the verbal abuse and respond as calmly as possible. Okay, look, last time, didn't we also set a delivery time? So maybe… Cut the crap. When did we ever say that? I told you straight up I'd come get it next time. Now hurry up and hand it over. Lucy didn't even let him finish. Why are you in such a rush? It's only been a few minutes. What's the point? I'm just curious. Too early? I think there's something wrong with your brain. Give it back now so I can have peace of mind. Lucy cut him off again, leaving no room to breathe. Know-It-All, who's got the messed up brain here, huh? His eyes darted as an idea popped into his head. He smirked and said, We agreed, didn't we? You give the money, I give the goods. I've got your stuff, of course. But where's my payment? Lucy thought, of course, that damn Xia and Tong must have ditched the payment part and pushed it on me. Classic her. Know-It-All suddenly got confident, his whole vibe relaxed. We never actually discussed specifics, right? You should know, what I ask for is what my reward is. It's not about what you want to give me. I never said I wanted money, money's useless in this prison. Are you prepared for any kind of payment? As he said that, Know-It-All pulled out another teacup, filled it up, and started sipping tea. Think I can't handle you? Compensation is easy, as long as he made it hard enough. She'd never cough it up. You've been acting all high and mighty, your turn's up. Sooner or later, you'll be begging me, and even then I won't help. The headset's already with the warden anyway. Know-It-All was already grinning at the thought. He took a sip of tea and looked smugly at the woman across from him. Their eyes locked. Lucy decided she was done playing games and went straight for it. You lost my headset, didn't you? Pfft. Know-It-All literally spit out a mouthful of tea and started coughing violently. He never expected her to come at him like that. Ahem, what are you talking about? Ha. Why would you say something like that? Don't talk nonsense. Of course I wouldn't. I can read minds. Lucy said it with a straight face. Know-It-All? Is this a joke? Who the hell says they can read minds? If you could, why the F***K would you waste time bickering with me all this while? I knew from the moment I walked in that you lost my headset. Lucy lied without blinking, expression cold. But how do you prove you can read minds? Know-It-All was stunned. You asking that means you lost it, doesn't it? Lucy shot him a glance. Know-It-All, you bluffing me? Nope. I really can read minds. If you don't believe me, ask Chio-Ein, said Lucy. Who the hell is Chio-Ein? She's some Japanese chick. Who the hell asked you that? Know-It-All was losing it. He felt like he'd lost a few years of his life, just in this short time. Taking another deep breath, his brain was a mess. Just as he was about to keep arguing, Lucy suddenly said, Let me guess. My headset, the warden took it, right? Know-It-All? You can really? He asked suspiciously, even shifting his chair back a bit. Mental privacy was the last frontier. No one could stand the thought of their thoughts being exposed. I know. Lucy nodded. And, honestly, I already expected it. I gave it to you to avoid getting caught by the warden. I didn't think. Lucy frowned like she was truly reading his mind. You'd hand it over just like that? What a dishonest little b***** starred. When Know-It-All heard the words, dishonest little b**** starred, he totally panicked. I'm not. But since he was clearly in the wrong, he couldn't defend himself. No matter how many excuses he had, the fact remained he tossed out something someone had entrusted to him. Any excuse was still a betrayal. And what disappoints me the most is that you tried all kinds of ways to dodge the issue instead of just telling me the truth. From the moment I walked in, I've been testing you. Unfortunately, you failed. Xia Antong's eyes behind the helmet were now looking at Know-It-All with the same contempt you'd reserve for trash. I really thought you were different from the rest of the people in this prison. You've lost the last shred of my trust. From the moment I came in, had you already decided that once things went south, you'd get mad and kill me? Know-it-all freaked out on the spot and quickly said, "No, I swear I didn't." Lusa looked back and glanced at the cabinet. "Then what were you doing over there earlier, digging around for stuff? Don't tell me you were trying to whip up a fake to fool me?" Huh. Know-it-all was dumbfounded. "You seriously can read minds?" Lusa stood up immediately. No, fine. I admit it, okay? The headset was taken by the warden. Know-it-all came clean. He could feel himself turning into exactly what she'd called him, a dishonest little B*****. But there's a reason, I swear. Back then Even Lusa didn't expect him to spill everything so easily, like he was trying to get a lighter sentence. Alright then, I've never seen something like this in this prison before. I guess I was wrong from the start. But wait, are you the one they said is super weird? The one who could bring some big catastrophe? Wanna tell me what's going on? Lucy was a little thrown, but kept up his act. He turned around to leave. No need. I don't want your compensation either. I've got nothing more to say to someone who breaks promises. Consider this my loss. I'm out. With that, he turned and headed for the door. No hesitation in his steps, he walked away fast, screaming in his head, "Hurry up and stop me already." Wait a second. Know-it-all stood up like he'd made some huge decision. Who are you calling a dishonest B*****? How about this? In exchange, tell me what's really going on. Satisfy my curiosity. I'll get your headset back for you. Even wearing the jealousy mask, Lucy was a little surprised. He hadn't expected this guy to actually have some backbone when it came to this. He'd come here purely to mess with him. Never thought it'd turn into something like this. Guess he really was the scumbag in this situation. You've all been fooled, Lucy said, opening with a total lie and keeping a straight face. Someone's been feeding you a gigantic *****ing lie. Know-it-all. Did I end up in the wrong story? What are you even talking about? What do you mean by a gigantic lie? What did he mean by a gigantic lie? Lucy obviously had no clue. He was totally making this up. Just like when he'd pretended to be the warden and talked about some huge disaster. That was BS too. Arno Thailand bot. But Know-it-all looked like he was taking it super seriously. A normal person might have felt bad seeing him like this and stopped lying, but jealousy? Nah, not a normal person. He felt zero guilt. Time to speak in riddles. This prison, the feeding, the purpose of this place, even all of you, everything is part of one massive conspiracy. This conspiracy includes every single person. What Lucy was saying was total bulls ***T. No real content at all, just pure bluffing. But for some reason, Know-it-all seemed to buy it. His brow furrowed, and his whole demeanor changed from earlier. Then, who are you? I'm here to end it all. Or die trying. That was the only thing Lucy said that was actually true. So, you can call me the Terminator. Know-it-all? What the hell kind of nonsense is this? He almost lost it again, but figured they were having a serious conversation now, so he forced his twitching face to calm down. Then, quietly said, "About this conspiracy, can you give me any details?" "Sorry." Lucy started walking forward, but realized he had to tilt his head up to look at the other guy. After all, he was still in Sia Antom's body. TCH, couldn't this woman be at least 180 centimeters tall? Still, his presence wasn't weak at all. As he walked toward Know-it-all, the guy actually took a step back. "I don't trust you. Just like I told you the first time. If you get it now, then you should know what to do next." After saying that, Lucy didn't stop. He turned and walked away. This time, he really left. If he didn't, he was gonna lose it. All this crap about a conspiracy, even the "if you understand" line, he didn't understand **T himself. Normal lies at least have some connection to the truth. Lucy? He had nothing. Just pure nonsense. No real goal either. Just banking on the other guy to fill in the blanks himself. And what the guy ends up imagining? Not his problem. Get the headset back from the warden? Good luck with that. The warden never had it in the first place. If those two end up fighting? Even better. Without realizing it, Lucy's footsteps got lighter as he walked away. After doing something rotten, jealousy always felt a little happier. Maybe I should keep going. Maybe go scam that other guy next? Lucy muttered to himself as he walked out of the room, and as soon as he stepped outside, he switched faces again. Now he looked like Know-it-all. And the real know-it-all was still inside the room, fingers interlocked, sitting there with a serious expression. His whole face seemed hidden in shadow. Luce's random VS had hit him like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. A conspiracy, huh? How many years has it been? No one knew what kind of insane idea he'd just come up with based on Luce's total nonsense. Elsewhere, in a corner outside the women's prison, Sia Antong's lips curved into a smile. She saw clearly Know-It-All had just walked out of that room. But she was sure that wasn't Know-It-All. "It's you, isn't it?" Sia Antong looked at the figure in the distance, the corners of her lips slowly curling up. Her all-knowing eye flew in much closer, carefully observing the other person's hands, but when she saw the shape of the palm, it was completely like that of a middle-aged man, just like Know-It-All's. Tisk, can this guy's transformation even change his body? Sia Antong immediately frowned. Even now, she still believed that the person in front of her was Sin in disguise, not the real Know-It-All. If she had to explain why, it was just a gut feeling. As for how he suddenly had the shape-shifting ability, well, doesn't he always suddenly have new powers? After all, he clears every level perfectly. Where the ability came from, whether it was the mask or something else, she still couldn't be sure. Troublesome. How am I supposed to tell? Muttering to herself, Sia Antong raised her hand, pressed her headset, and said, "Hey, can you hear me?" She got no response at all. Lusu hadn't even put on his headset. He was too busy having fun and totally forgot he was supposed to contact Sia Antong. But of course, Sia Antong had her own way around that, an idea she actually got from Sin last time. Her all-knowing eye could totally ram into him. Up in the sky, the all-knowing eye, hidden beneath a holographic illusion and practically blending into the air, began to dive downward. Lucy was strolling around aimlessly, like he was hoping to randomly run into that tall figure. But right then, he suddenly felt a jolt and instinctively raised his hand, grabbing something out of thin air. He didn't open his palm right away. Instead, he felt the texture and gave it a slight rub. Then, he simply pulled the headset out of his backpack and put it on. "Hey, can you hear me?" Sia Antong's voice came through. "You didn't even know if your own headset works?" Lucy replied instinctively, not even thinking. "Sia Antong. So mean. Jealous much. Mind your own business." His tone was still just as nasty. Sia Antong raised an eyebrow. "Weren't you the one who came looking for me? You figured I'd go to Know-It-All, and even got a headset ready. Didn't you say you wanted to team up?" Lucy shot back. "I also figured you'd try to get me a headset and fail." Sia Antong. She was kind of speechless now. From the way he talked, it was clear, trying to use dialogue to figure out if this guy was the real Lucy was totally useless. These masks exaggerated personalities way too much. There was no way to gauge the real person underneath. Their personalities got way too warped. So, she could only return her focus to the game for now and asked, "Got any plans?" "Plans?" Lucy sounded genuinely confused. "Isn't that your job? Then will you follow my lead?" "Probably not." They both fell silent. Sia Antong was at a loss for words, and even Lucy realized something felt off, so he added, "Breaking out of prison isn't urgent. I've got some interesting stuff going on here." "Interesting stuff?" Sia Antong actually laughed in disbelief. "You mean walking around being a jacka *** disguised as other people for fun? Also, when you turned into me, what the ***L did you do? Why is my bullet screen full of poor blank?" Lucy was instantly annoyed. He'd worked so hard on building that persona. How dare people pity her? "Those viewers don't know ***T. You should feel honored that I even turned into you. After this, old one's probably gonna treat you extra nice. Just don't blow your cover." Sia Antong. "In the mission, you're the one supposed to lead everyone out of the prison. What's your take? Just kill them all and leave. Simple." That one line stunned Sia Antong for several seconds, her brows furrowed hard. Did putting on a mask really make someone this heartless? "What?" Lucy continued, his tone chilling. "They're all scum anyway. You're not planning to stop me, are you? Think you've got what it takes?" "Not really. With what they've done, yeah, they deserve it." Sia Antong agreed. But then she added, "Still, I noticed a little problem." "Lucy? You noticed something I didn't?" Sia Antong ignored him and went on. "I talked to those people. Try to dig into their mental weak spots. And I noticed They all seem a little mentally unstable. Their words don't line up, timelines don't match, there are all sorts of logical errors. It's like their past experiences contradict each other. It's very off. But this place is a regular prison, not a mental hospital. Lucio used what little rationality he had left to suppress his more twisted urges and gave it some thought. That's really happening? You actually talked to them? Even Xia and Tong was surprised. She had assumed that this sin in the jealousy mask would mock her for wasting time. But instead, he gave a surprisingly reasonable response. This version of you, kinda throwing me off. Anyway, let's set that aside. I've got some other info. As she spoke, Xia and Tong shared what her all-knowing eye had seen, including the possible locations of other players, the general layout of the prison, and the areas the all-knowing eye couldn't even enter. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Their conversation didn't last long. Lu Su, in the form of know-it-all, was so intimidating that no one dared approach him. But on Xia Antong's end, even trying to talk required being extremely cautious. After hanging up, Lu Su made a simple turn and came face-to-face with someone he'd been looking for. The prison guard. As long as he met the guard in this identity, his plan to spark conflict on 3 fronts would be complete. But this one wouldn't be easy to fool. The guard knew him. At the moment, the guard was still injured, clearly had been in a fight recently. When he saw Know-It-All, his bloodshot eyes widened slightly. As far as he knew, Know-It-All basically never left his room. But before he could say a word, Lu Su took the initiative, his tone harsh and aggressive. There you are. Took me long enough to find you. Well? What the ***I do you want from me? As he spoke, Lu Su even planted his feet in a combat stance, 1 foot forward and 1 back, twisting his neck like he was about to throw down. Prison guard? When did I ever come looking for you? His hoarse voice barely contained his fury, eyes sharp with suspicion as he stared at the man pretending to be Know-It-All. Huh. Did you get a goldfish brain transplant? You can forget something like that. Pretending the thing that just happened didn't happen, huh? As he spoke, Know-It-All stepped forward slowly. The prison guard looked genuinely stunned, and for the first time, he spoke politely. Wait a second. Maybe there's some misunderstanding between us. Can we talk it out? Lu Su, disguised as Know-It-All, even pulled a perfectly puzzled expression. The acting was on point. They say you only truly take off the mask when you put one on, and Lu Su, pretending to be someone else, was totally unrestrained, completely free. Even Xia and Tong, watching through her all-knowing eye from afar, was left speechless. The movie king is online. These expressions are getting too realistic. Usually I just watch the mask, but now that it's a human face, the expressions are way too vivid. He should join the entertainment industry as a teacher. Isn't he a drama god? Weren't you just in my room with murder in your eyes, saying you had something to discuss? But when I asked what it was, you said the room was too small and something about me not behaving lately. Sounded like you were itching to throw hands, didn't it? I haven't fought in a long time. What, you think I'd be scared of you? Seeing the Know-It-All in front of him lose it, the prison guard instantly caught on. He sneered, then tried to keep his voice calm and gentle as he said, Friend, you might have been tricked. There's a newcomer in our prison who can turn into me. You probably ran into him. He's been impersonating me, stirring up hate, trying to pit us against each other. Bingo, you hit the nail on the head. Too bad that guy's standing right in front of you. Lu Su was already chuckling inside. Messing with this guy was delightful. But on the outside, he still looked unconvinced and replied, Since when do we have someone like that? Just today. I even fought him, the prison guard said with a snort, his face turning cold. A newcomer that could go toe-to-toe with you? Lu Su feigned surprise, then his expression darkened. Then, earlier, you also took something from me. It's really important. I told you, that wasn't me, the prison guard said seriously. But my thing's still missing. Lu Su insisted. No worries. When tomorrow comes, I'll go deal with that punk, the prison guard said, curling his lip. Lu Su gave him a once-over and said, You really sure you can handle it? Your current condition. He did that? That newcomer's that strong. Him? You're giving him way too much credit, the prison guard cursed, face contorted. This was from fighting the warden, that old B***starred. I went to report the new guy, and he starts mocking me, asking if I'd gotten soft. Then he just had to pick a fight. And the guy even went for the kill halfway through the beatdown, he just stops and walks away. The warden. Lusu acted like he had no idea, looking at the guard. What warden? He's still around. Prison guard? That old B*****. Maybe he's got other tasks or something we don't know about. I've actually gone to his office a few times recently, he's never there. Maybe you just happened to catch him. But forget that. My item, remind me tomorrow. With that, Lusa turned and walked away. He'd said enough, anything more would just create more holes in the story. The prison guard didn't suspect him, thanks to the initial bias. And the info he dropped was explosive enough that the guy's brain probably wouldn't catch up for a while. RNOE. Time to get out of there. When a man still has you in his heart and you walk away cleanly, you stay in his heart forever. Okay, maybe that line doesn't quite fit here. Lusa left, put as much distance as he could between himself and the prison guard. His performance earned a standing ovation from the viewers, and Xie and Tong got a first-hand look at his acting chops. But the prison guard stood rooted in place, the storm already brewing inside him. The warden. Know-it-all. And the riots that broke out among the inmates today. His mind was starting to unravel. Regret crept in. TSK, why didn't I realize it earlier? If that punk really can shapeshift, of course he could turn into other people. Why didn't I even consider that, and just let someone like that roam the prison free? Didn't even bother to regulate his outdoor privileges. Then, what about the warden I saw earlier? The prison guards suddenly realized there were things in this prison that brute strength and a baton couldn't fix. That helpless frustration, he hadn't felt it in a long time. After a moment of thought, he turned around decisively and headed for the warden's office. On the other side, Lucy was already grinning and pressed his headset. For the next stretch, maybe until tomorrow, this prison's management system might temporarily crash. If you've got anything planned, now's the time. It should be relatively safe. With that, he cut the call. Now wasn't the time for talking. Now was the time to mess with his adorable cellmates. Meanwhile, the prison guard had arrived at the warden's office. After hesitating for a while, he scowled and tried to go in, only to be stopped by a guard at the door. Said someone was inside. That pushed his irritation over the edge. He had no idea when this prison started running like this and decided to ditch protocol altogether. He shoved the guard aside and stormed toward the warden's office. Gave the door a quick knock, then immediately pushed it open without waiting. And froze on the spot. Inside, both Know-It-All and the warden were there, arguing over something. Know-It-All's face was dark. I think you should give me back my headset. As for how I'll handle it, I have my own judgment. Spare me the lectures. The warden looked totally confused, like he was staring at a lunatic. Are you still half asleep? Or are you just nuts? When did I ever take your headset? Who's lecturing you? At the door, the prison guard's pupils slowly widened. What are you doing here? Both men inside turned to look at him. And just like that, Luce's triple spark scheme finally ignited, planting the seed of chaos. The three untouchable titans of the prison, now face to face in a three-way confrontation. The three of them stood in a triangle, each occupying a different corner of the room, the tension between them thick and silent. Ever since the prison guard walked in, even the argument between Know-It-All and the warden had come to a halt, replaced by a strange, eerie atmosphere. What kind of place was this? A bizarre prison reeking of Lovecraftian vibes, hiding secrets that weren't meant for outsiders. The three of them normally avoided seeing each other, each managing their own turf, even going out of their way to steer clear of one another. Whenever there was anything to report, they'd usually just have their subordinates fill out forms or pass messages along. Now, with the top three figures in the prison gathered together, even though there wasn't anything specific going on, everyone felt a little uneasy. Especially under circumstances like these. In the end, it was the newly arrived prison guard who finally broke the silence. His bloodshot eyes locked tightly onto Know-It-All as he repeated his earlier question. Why are you here? Did you come straight over? Know-It-All frowned. The question confused him a bit, but he still replied. This is between me and him. He took my stuff. What's it to you? Can you wait a second? The prison guard squinted in puzzlement, tilting his head as he looked at Know-It-All. Shouldn't it be that I took your stuff? Know-It-All? Warden? Neither of them got it. Know-It-All let out a cold chuckle, eyeing the prison guard suspiciously. What are you saying? He gave it to you. When did you ever take my stuff? I didn't take anything from you. The prison guard shook his head again, and Know-It-All couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Did I not get enough sleep today, or is the universe just out of whack? Everyone I've run into today seems ing brain dead. You just said you took it, and now you're saying you didn't. You just here to screw around. Is this any of your business? If not, let the two of us settle this first. Know-It-All had been having a rough day. A top-tier figure in the prison, yet Lusu had turned him into a total punching bag. Naturally, his tone wasn't exactly polite. Prison guard. He narrowed his eyes, clearly not planning on leaving. In fact, he stepped forward. When we met just now, didn't you say I took your stuff? I already explained it to you. You showed up this fast? Or are you the fake one? The prison guard was the biggest of the three, standing in the doorway like a guardian deity, or more accurately, like a blocker preventing anyone from leaving. Our Nigerian Ira Thailand body. Based on his speech patterns and demeanor, he felt like the one in front of him might be the imposter. A pretty interesting guy showed up in our prison. You know about that? Of course I know. Didn't the warden come find me about it earlier? Said something about an interesting person. But what's it got to do with me? Know-It-All was pissed now and shouted back. Give me back that headset. How it's handled and judged is up to me. I'll say it one more time. I never took your headset, the warden interjected. That guy might be able to turn into other people, the prison guard continued. Between you and the one I saw earlier, one of you might be fake. Then why not say you're the fake one? This was the first time Know-It-All had heard about this, and he was still trying to wrap his head around it. Sensing he was falling into a self-proving trap, he quickly fired back. All three of them kept talking past one another, none giving an inch. Each stood tall and tense, none had the intention of sitting down. The prison guard stared hard at Know-It-All, his eyes full of suspicion. From his perspective, out of the two Know-It-Alls, one of them had to be fake, but at least one must be real. One said he took it, but he knew he didn't. The other said the warden took it. So who is telling the truth? If the one from earlier was real, then that pink mask must have shape-shifted into him and stolen something. If the one here was fake, then accusing the warden was just framing him, total bull. But that other guy, he had hinted at being suspicious of the warden too, saying he hadn't seen him in a while. What did that mean? If the previous one was real, then everything kind of checks out. Maybe the one in front of him is also legit. But if the earlier one was fake then, this warden is fake too? He had come back with some suspicion about the warden already, like why the guy suddenly attacked him and hit so hard. But then again, the reason for that suspicion was because he had believed that earlier guy. If they were both fake, then wasn't he just digging a hole for himself? The prison guard's whole aura was now extremely unstable. He had considered several possibilities, but none could fully convince him. The more he thought, the more he felt that neither of the two in front of him were trustworthy. His fists clenched tighter, veins bulging. He was itching to solve this with brute force, but there was no clear target. The warden's brows were also tightly furrowed. At first, he thought Know-It-All had been duped too, but now even he wasn't sure who was really fooled. And also, why did the prison guard return so suddenly? Something about him seemed different too. Know-It-All was in even worse shape. Looking back now, he couldn't tell how much of what he'd seen or experienced had been real or fake. That woman, is she really that cunning? Know-It-All couldn't help but mutter. Woman, the prison guard repeated in confusion. Wasn't that a man? I dragged him out of the men's cell block. He even fought me. A man? A new question mark popped up over Know-It-All's head. The three of them fell into silence again. Everyone had doubts, but the mutual distrust kept them from voicing any of it. Each one of them believed there was probably a fake among the other two. With such a top-level meeting, that cunning bastard would never miss the chance to make a move. But Lusu hadn't actually been scheming anything, he had just vented his inner mess onto everyone else, and then left. That guy really is a tough nut to crack. This prison's heading for chaos, the warden said heavily. Don't be so optimistic, Know-It-All sneered as he scanned the room. What do you mean that guy? Maybe, he's already here. Just like that, the night was destined to be sleepless for the three of them. None of them had the intention of sleeping, all harboring suspicion in their hearts, watching the other two with guarded eyes, each hiding their own agenda, yet forced to discuss things together. No one was being honest. This highest-level meeting in the prison had turned into a tangled mess. No one could have imagined, nor even bothered to check, that Lu Su was already lying comfortably in bed, sleeping peacefully. Having vented all his inner darkness during the day, he was now enjoying a very peaceful sleep. Even the pink mask on his face had a big smiling expression. Also worth mentioning, the skinny guy who usually shared his room hadn't come back tonight. So tonight, the people losing sleep over Lu Su weren't just those three, there were also the two remaining cellmates. They were tossing and turning in bed, unaware of anything anymore. But in this prison, they didn't have the right to insomnia. Rest was mandatory. Under the looming pressure of death, they had to force themselves to sleep. Maybe it was their suffering that allowed the jealousy mask to fall soundly asleep. The next day, the exact same food was delivered, like copy and paste, breakfast, lunch, and dinner didn't change at all. After eating like zombies, Lusa sat cross-legged on his bed, staring at the cell door. According to the deal, the prison guard was supposed to come kill him today. Thinking about it, he actually looked forward to it, hee. But after waiting a long time, even past the same time as yesterday, that tall figure still hadn't shown up. This guy isn't even motivated to kill. Lusa muttered with a mocking tone. The two prisoners trembled. By now, they were totally obedient, nothing like that first day. They didn't dare challenge Lusu at all. In the end, the prison guard didn't show up. Instead, it was time for the morning yard break. The two prisoners wisely stepped aside and let Lusa go out first. Lusa walked straight out. Just then, the headset in his ear crackled with static, and Xia Antong's voice came through. My all-knowing, I can now partially transmit sound. Lusa paused. So what? You want me to praise you? He was a bit puzzled. Normally, even if he cooperated with Xia Antong, they operated separately. Why was there so much contact this time? What he didn't know was for Xia Antong, clearing the game was secondary. The real goal was confirming identities. So, just listen for now. This is part of my independent operation. All right, got it. Surprisingly, Lusa didn't throw out a sarcastic remark this time. He just agreed, and then caught something out of the corner of his eye. Behind the narrow door of a nearby room stood a broad-shouldered figure. Lusu understood someone was watching him. He suddenly realized why the prison guard hadn't come today. After last night's discussion, the three top figures had decided to temporarily trust each other's identities, then hide in places where they could keep one another in view. Beta. They'd spend the following day observing whether the person the prison guard mentioned would appear and how. After all, with shapeshifting already in play, things like doppelgangers or puppets weren't out of the question. As long as they caught that person, the tension between them might ease. Lusa chuckled softly, then casually shifted into the appearance of one of the prisoners before slipping into the crowd. Against surveillance that was already disorganized and based on weak trust, this was way too easy. His body weaved through the crowd, changing appearance every time he passed through a dense cluster of people. In just a few moments, he had changed appearances over 10 times, completely confusing his observers. The prison guard wanted to make a move and dive into the crowd, but both Know-It-All and the warden stopped him. Meanwhile, Xia Antong was doing her own thing. During this time, she had identified at least 5 possible players in this game. But the one who most clearly looked like a high-level player with a real escape plan was that Cutter guy. He didn't seem to remember much himself, but based on appearances, he wasn't a weakling. He might have been chosen later in the game. The all-knowing eye swooped down quickly, stopping in front of Cutter, and began writing on the ground in front of him. Hello. Cutter froze, rubbed his eyes, then looked at the writing in shock. He stomped on it and looked around anxiously. He knew this wasn't a haunting, it had to be another player with special abilities reaching out. Good. He was no longer alone. Someone reliable had finally appeared. Way better than that lunatic from last time. What he didn't know was that lunatic was currently listening to everything he said through the headset, thanks to Xia Antong's live relay. By the time he focused again, the writing on the ground had already been wiped away by Xia Antong. What's your plan? I currently have the prison map. Due to space constraints, she wrote concisely, with no tone or embellishments. You can just speak, she added, as Cutter was about to write on the ground. Right, here it is. We dig a tunnel. Cutter replied decisively. Xia Antong? This game's name is Redemption of the Kidney Reaper. That's obviously a reference. We need to draw inspiration from the movie, even the simplest kind. As for the Kidney Reaper, that's probably the punishment, maybe something like forced organ removal. But that doesn't matter. What matters is, we just need to. Cutter laid out his whole plan seriously, since he needed cooperation, and needed the map the other side claimed to have. More importantly, there wasn't anything worth hiding. The key was execution and details. As long as it didn't leak widely, they'd be fine. What he didn't know was, his voice had already reached Luce's ears, word for word. Luce nodded repeatedly. Not a bad plan. Let me give him a hand, then. Xia and Tong instantly knew he was up to no good, but it was too late to stop him. Luce had already turned into Cutter. Standing in the crowd, he shouted, testing out the legendary weapon he had picked up last time. All eyes on me. I've got an announcement. His voice swept across the entire prison like a rule being enacted. Instantly, every single head turned to look at him. Even the prison guard and warden, even those who technically couldn't see him, were looking his way. Cutter also looked over curiously. And then he saw another him. Cutter? Cutter. After a brief moment of shock, he suddenly snapped back to his senses. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his own face. Nothing wrong with me, right? My brain's not fried, is it? After questioning himself briefly, he suddenly realized he'd been set up. That was a player. Only a player could copy his appearance like that. No one here would target him like this. Even if someone did, they definitely wouldn't need to use this kind of method. You. He whipped his head around, wanting to look back at the line of words on the ground, those words that Xia and Tong had carved out using the all-knowing eye. But they'd already vanished completely, like they'd never existed. What the hell does this mean? Was this all a setup? Cutter's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He stared blankly at everything in front of him, then mechanically turned his head back to look at the imposter. He didn't have much time. Lu Su had already begun his move. I have a plan. Lu Su, now in Cutter's form, had taken the stage. Cutter's unexpected appearance was just a bonus. Lu Su had almost forgotten about this player he'd once flirted with. He'd initially planned to plant a seed for later. Well, now Xia and Tong had gone and activated it directly. Though Lu Su wasn't standing in the center of the prison, he was dead center in the crowd. Everyone was looking at him, watching him raise one hand. A diamond-like radiance shimmered off him, mesmerizing everyone who looked. No one even realized they were being influenced or controlled. But those far away, those who couldn't even see Lu Su, were just straight up confused. They'd been minding their business, doing nothing, when suddenly some strange force yanked their heads in one direction. It shocked the hell out of them. Some had been working out, even facing away from Lu Su, and then boom, whiplash from a sudden head turn. A few nearly dislocated their necks. I have a plan. I'm going to break out of prison. Lu Su spread his arms wide, soaking in the spotlight as he dropped the bomb. Noatal's head was buzzing. He couldn't make heads or tails of who this guy was or what he was doing. Breaking out of prison? Are you *****ing serious? You're just gonna say it out loud like that. It wasn't just him, everyone else was dumbfounded too. In this prison, no one didn't want out, but a jailbreak? That kind of thing hadn't even been thought about in ages. Even if someone dared to dream it, no one dared to say it. We're going to copy a movie. It's called The Shawshank Redemption. Cutter was so pissed he wanted to curse out loud. This mother was just parroting the lines word for word. This guy was clearly coming for him. He stared furiously at the letters appearing on the ground, thinking he'd finally met someone reliable. Turns out this one's even weirder than yesterday's. RNO Thailand bot yes. Meanwhile, Xia and Tong had no idea that, once again, she'd taken the fall for Luce's antics. Cutter started trying to struggle, wanting to speak up in the crowd. I'm not him. I've been impersonated. He started whispering in his immediate vicinity, but quickly realized no one was even noticing him. People's gazes couldn't even land on him. He couldn't look at anyone either. It was hard just to turn his head to the side to speak. And he didn't dare shout. If he raised his voice, it'd turn into a fight. He had no clue what the other guy was planning and wasn't ready to get dragged into the mess. Besides, it looked like his whole plan had been exposed. We can get escape tools from Know-It-All that work inside the room and start digging a tunnel. As he said this, the warden and a guard twisted their heads unnaturally to glance at Know-It-All. We need to gather players from several rooms to dig together. We'll take the others with us, so we'll have enough manpower. We'll need someone to draw the attention of the prison's top fighters, so I plan to stir up chaos, get some people killed, start a riot. Who the H*LL told you to say it like that? In the back of the crowd, the real Cutter nearly jumped out of his skin. Even if the plan was going public, going head-to-head with the prison, but that last line should have never been said. Your plan is to trick people into dying, and you're just telling them straight up. Are you brain dead? What the hell are you saying? Cutter started spinning in circles. Never mind his plan getting blown wide open. This guy just dumped it all on him. So this is what makes Hell Mode so hard. Nobody ever said there'd be someone actively sabotaging you. Even if Xia and Tong thought the plan was half-baked, in Cutter's eyes, it had taken serious effort to come up with. And now it was utterly ruined. Boom. A massive blast suddenly rang out. Dust flew everywhere, and the crowd scattered. Right as Lu Su was about to keep talking, a door panel came flying straight at him. That force, it was basically a bomb. Lu Su shifted slightly, dodging it perfectly, but the splintered wood still sprayed across his body. Bang! The warden leapt out from around a corner, slowly walking toward Lu Su. You seem to be getting a little too full of yourself. Announcing a jailbreak in front of me? Inciting the others too. Looks like we've got more than one lunatic among this batch of newbies, plenty of suicidal idiots with no clue. The guards had been simmering since yesterday. They'd been itching to take someone down, but hadn't had the chance. Now, it didn't matter who this guy was, he was dead meat. The crowd quickly scattered, and the effect of Luce's legendary weapon was wearing off. People were able to shift their focus again. The real Cutter hurried to blend into the fleeing crowd. Whoever the hell was trying to screw him over, they could go have a nice chat with the warden. But Luce had no intention of changing back. Instead, he shouted at the sky again. All eyes on me. He wanted everyone in the prison to look. Watch him. Watch Cutter get tortured to death. That way, Xia and Tong and the real Cutter might finally become useful. And as for himself, he could go figure out what feeding really meant. Everyone's gaze shifted back. Even those who'd already turned to flee whipped their heads around again. A bunch of people fell flat on their faces from the sudden motion, eating a mouthful of dirt. Heh. Luce looked at the guard right in front of him. What's the rush? Hope you've got at least a little strength, like that other guy, the prison guard said coldly. As soon as he finished, he threw a punch straight at him. Luce met it with a punch of his own, not dodging in the slightest. Bang! Crack! A heavy thud followed by the crisp sound of a bone breaking. Lu Su, in Cutter's form, had his entire right arm flung backward. Looked like that blow had directly shattered his entire shoulder blade. The prison guard looked confused at first, then his face turned scornful. You're a lot weaker than I expected. True, Luce nodded seriously. You too. Of course, this wasn't Luce's real strength, it was intentional. He'd made up his mind. Aside from dealing with the other inmates, the key to escaping had to be tied to that feeding. His countless gaming experiences had taught him, if you haven't touched the core mechanic, you're not even close to a perfect clear. So, if everything's that complicated, why not just get himself fed? Seriously, you skipped lunch or something? He mocked as he looked at his mangled right arm and listened to the rising pain points in his ear. The prison guard exploded in fury. He had never seen someone this weak still run his mouth like that. You're ********ing asking for it. His fist turned into a palm in an instant, clamping down on Luce's fist. Then, like swinging a steel whip, he flung him hard. In that moment, the sounds of bones exploding rang out one after another like firecrackers. His entire right arm went limp like a noodle, every bit of bone crushed to fragments. Luce's whole body slumped, but hearing the 10-point spike in pain points, he actually chuckled and said, Nice. You're way more efficient than that woman back then. Prison guard? He glanced at Luce's arm, starting to doubt himself. Could someone really endure this kind of pain and injury? This guy was weak, no doubt, but also apparently tough as nails. What? Gassing out already? Need a break? Guess you're all bark and no bite. Luce's arm was now a useless noodle, and he had basically no combat power left, but his mouth was still going full throttle. The prison guard's eyes turned blood red. He reached forward, grabbed Luce's shoulder, and crushed it instantly. That bone-crunching sound, like smashing limestone, sent chills down everyone's spines and made their teeth ache. Oh, not bad, you've got some variety. The crowd went dead silent. If all eyes on me had been in effect before, Now no one could look away even if they wanted to. They'd never seen a tough guy like this. And everyone was already familiar with how brutal the prison guard could be. Watching this live torture unfold made them shiver with fear. But watching Lu Su remain unfazed, even hurling insults, they couldn't help feeling a mix of dread and admiration. In the crowd, the real Cutter lowered his head, overcome by some strange emotion. Seeing another him endure such torment made him feel deeply uncomfortable. And as a Huagua national, there was a buried admiration inside him, a kind of reverence for grand, epic sacrifice. Looking at that imposter, Cutter couldn't help but feel like he didn't deserve his own face. TCH. What the hell is happening? On the other side, Sia Antong had been watching with a smile at first, entertained by Sin's chaotic moves. But now, her smile had gradually faded, and her body stiffened a bit. Even after being in the game this long, she still found this level of inhumane torture disturbing. And this person was Sin. She'd once speculated that Sin might lack pain perception, or maybe had a psychological quirk that made him enjoy pain, but now. After all, the man's identity hadn't been confirmed yet. If he really was Lu Su. Her brows slowly furrowed as she looked at the body now twisted and broken beyond recognition. She couldn't help but stand up. TCH. You really gonna play it like this? In the middle of the field, Lu Su hadn't stopped running his mouth. He was still going all in, throwing insult after insult at the prison guard. What started as mocking had turned into outright verbal abuse. Put plainly, he was talking sh*t about the guy's mother. The guard was totally driven mad. But he was stubborn. He never tried to shut Lu Su up or crush his vocal cords. Maybe he wanted to hear him scream in pain. But that was never going to happen. Lu Su was having too much fun. The pain points were still climbing, so what's there to worry about? Right there, in front of everyone, his bones were almost all shattered. He looked like he was barely hanging on, clinging to life and consciousness. The crowd was dead silent. On the other side, Sia Antong's brows were knit tight. She was genuinely worried Sin might go too far and end up dead for real. Oh yes. See that? Came the prison guard's hoarse voice. That's what happens. I'm sure you all get it now. In this prison, you stay in line, serve your time, and know your place. That's what matters. Don't bring trouble on yourselves for no reason. With that, he grabbed Lu Su, who was no longer able to move, and lifted him up. Lu Su still had Cutter's face. The guard, having vented a little, now had a slightly calmer demeanor. No power, and you still spout tough talk. What now? Still planning to break out? Still thinking about a rebellion? About a riot? You never learn, do you? Lu Su's voice was broken and fragmented, but he still replied, still digging your own grave. All right then, let me say a few more words. I'm not alone. I don't care about pain or death because I can't die. I'm just a thought. A spirit. And if you don't believe me, just watch. Even if I die, another me will appear. That statement had a double meaning, but clearly, the prison guard only grasped one layer of it. He thought Lu Su meant others with the same suicidal resolve would show up. Then let them come die too. With that, he dragged the barely alive Lu Su toward feeding. But in the crowd, when the real Cutter heard what Lu Su had said, his entire body stiffened. What? What does that even mean? On the other side, Sia Antong let out a sigh. She now understood what she had to do. She guided the all-knowing eye once more toward Cutter. In front of him, it began to etch words. That one just now, he's one of us. Do you get it now? Sia Antong had launched her own brand of B******************************************, and he wasn't even sure what he was supposed to understand at this point, but might as well let the other person fill in the blanks themselves. What should I be understanding? Cutter looked a little lost as he spoke, his eyes empty, like his mind was somewhere else. Tisk. Sia Antong found this kind of troublesome. This guy clearly didn't know how to fill in the blanks on his own. Judging by his face, she'd have to give him a little push. So her brain kicked into high gear, quickly cobbling together a line of reasoning. This person, he's one of us. Do you remember what he said at the end? He was tortured to death in front of everyone, but he still said he was a spirit, that he would appear again. That was all to build momentum for you. When you show up again, you'll be a living legend. Now remember, not to show your face clearly. Cutter's face had already been hidden in his clothes. Ever since Lucis started speaking near the end, he had pulled his features inward and concealed them. I know. But me. Cutter's voice sounded timid and uncertain. He didn't really dare to think about this kind of thing. Breaking out of prison was supposed to be a team effort, and those two words sounded like they should involve stealth and secrecy. But from the look of things, that guy seemed to want him to charge in head-on. Huh? Could he really do that? Was that even normal? He'd never encountered this kind of thing in any game before. But this time it was hell mode. Maybe hell mode just worked differently. Still, something about it didn't feel right. His plan, his preparations, had all been hijacked and then made public. Now it felt like he owed something, like he had to follow the other guy's lead. Was that fair? Instinctively, he looked down at the floor in front of him, only for Xia Antong's next words to land. We're counting on you. After observing you for a few days, we believe you've got the potential to become the key to this game. We sacrificed a teammate just to help build you up. We hope you won't let us down. Cutter. He didn't know why, but he felt a massive pressure suddenly land on his shoulders. It almost made him buckle. Was this emotional manipulation or what? But that guy really did seem to be dead. All right then. Looks like your organization's got quite a few people in this game. Any follow-up plans? Plans? Of course there weren't any yet. Even though Xia and Tong instinctively believed Sin couldn't really die, this kind of thing still needed confirmation and coordination. Whether he was still alive was a critical variable. Wait for our message. No rush. She casually tossed out a stalling tactic, smoothing over everything again. Hey, can you still talk? She didn't expect much, but she still tried to contact Sin. Her all-knowing eye had clearly seen the prison guard dragging the nearly dead Sin toward a room she had never been able to probe before. The way that door opened was weird. The guard did something to it, then just slammed right into it. And then he was gone. Obviously, the all-knowing eye couldn't get in that way. There was no response from the other side, of course, since the headset had already been stuffed into the backpack. After all, no one could guarantee their headphones would stay on while getting every bone in their body broken. You'd have to be superhuman. Right now, Lu Su was using sheer logic to suppress the effects of the jealousy mask, stopping himself from blurting out anything that might provoke the guard. Omicron V. At this point, the key was to observe the feeding. That might be the prison's biggest secret. So he decided to keep playing dead. After lying quietly for a few minutes, the prison guard didn't say a word, just twisted and turned through a maze of hallways and headed to some unknown basement. Then, without a second thought, he casually tossed the nearly dismembered Lu Su aside. The moment he hit the floor, a green glow flared up. Lu Su felt his body being lifted again. From all directions, some less than 1 meter tall creatures came running over, holding him up. Take good care of him. Don't let him die so easily. Keep him alive a bit longer. How you do it is up to you. Then came the sound of leather shoes walking away, growing more distant. Lu Su figured the guard had left. Still hasn't learned. Leaving me alone again, just like yesterday. Right now, Lu Su's body could barely move, but since he wasn't feeling any pain, he could still try to activate any muscle that was technically usable. A bottle of high-grade potion rolled out of his backpack. Lu Su nudged it up with his chest, flipped it in the air, and bit the cap off. Since the guard had been waiting for his begging and screaming, his mouth had been left completely unharmed. With just one high-grade potion, his injuries began healing rapidly. Bones fused back together, muscles reconnected. His twisted limbs straightened with a snap and started wriggling and stretching involuntarily, like a puppet. That sensation of his limbs moving on their own, he'd only experienced once before, during greed overload. Now it didn't even feel new. During all this, the short little creatures kept carrying him forward. As they progressed, the light grew brighter and brighter, like stepping into an elven forest. Everything was bathed in green light. At the same time, a strange smell started assaulting his nose. The stench was so overwhelming that even Lu Su, who'd never felt pain, found himself nauseated. It wasn't a rotting smell, but something indescribable. Like every scent in existence had been mixed together and amplified. The sensation made Lu Su want to puke. And that was saying something, given his tolerance. Anyone else might have passed out already. The dim green light revealed a terrifying sight. Hanging on the surrounding walls were human-shaped things no longer recognizable as people, but still vaguely human. Tubes pierced their bodies everywhere. Some of them were even still alive. Their bones had all been crushed. Adult bodies had been forcefully crammed into containers barely holding 10 liters. Stretching on as far as the eye could see, these people dangled from the walls. Some even had flickers in their eyes, clearly still alive. All the tubes were connected to the walls. Who knows what was being pumped in or out? So this is the feeding, huh? In an instant, the body that had been constantly moving forward came to a sudden stop. In this cold and terrifying dungeon, a voice suddenly echoing out was just too spine-chilling. The creatures carrying Lusu froze mid-step, completely unsure of what to do next. They had never expected that someone sent here could still speak. Why'd you all stop? Oh, so you're not AS. I thought you didn't have brains. Seeing himself slowly coming back to life, Lusu couldn't help it anymore and started mocking the things that he couldn't even identify. Well, that's just Lusu. A normal person couldn't endure this kind of environment at all, let alone throw out taunts. Forget everything else, even the viewers in his live stream went silent. The chat was much slower than usual. Everyone was terrified. This wasn't some virtual image, this was real. These scenes went beyond what could be described as hell on earth. This was actual hell. For those who had watched Lusu's streams long enough, they were somewhat desensitized to hell mode. Even the prison earlier didn't seem like much. But now, seeing the scene, every single viewer fell silent. This was the true level of hell mode. This image screamed at everyone watching. If it were you in there, you could be one of the ones hanging on the wall. But Lusu didn't feel that. To him, it just seemed like he had effortlessly broken into the enemy's weakest lair, and he even felt like throwing in a few insults. Alright, you guys can go get some rest now. Forget it, you probably don't understand me anyway. No point wasting my breath. Let's skip the small talk and get straight to the point, yeah. With that, his barely recovered right hand suddenly darted downward. He grabbed hold of something round and smooth, probably a head. Sorry, I'll apologize first. That way you can't blame me later, right? With that, he casually squeezed and actually popped the thing. Liquid sprayed everywhere. Lusa gave a lazy toss and flung the thing aside. Then he suddenly leapt up. He could feel something strange beneath him. The creatures started squeaking like rats. Then, blades of light flashed and shot toward him from below. Midair, Lusu twisted and landed on his feet. His wounds weren't fully healed yet, but he was already jumping into the fight. Didn't matter to him. Either way, it was a fight. If it got bad, he could always drink another potion. So far, he hadn't seen anything in here that could actually threaten him. At least, not these little runts. In front of him were a bunch of goblin-like creatures. Entirely green, with semi-transparent skin, you could even see things moving inside. Their faces were monstrous, with fangs and claws. Barely a meter tall, they didn't look like anything remotely normal. Of course, since entering the game, his tolerance for weirdness had gone way up. And these things reminded him of the hunters from the previous game. Divine creations? That possible? Want to introduce yourselves before I kill you? Lusu casually tossed away the head he'd been holding and stared down the 5 goblins. The creatures waved their pointy weapons, making frantic gestures and yelling in some weird language. Then, 2 of them turned and bolted, while the other 3 came charging straight at him. Can't understand a word. TSK. Can't the game at least auto-translate your language too? Looks like you guys aren't just some random mobs, huh? At that moment, Lusu's abilities were usable again. He raised a hand and fired off a second-tier hell roar, instantly blasting the 2 goblins who tried to run. Reino Thailand body yes. He didn't know what they were saying, but judging by the vibe, they were clearly off to sound the alarm. He wasn't a combat junkie. Better to finish things off now. As for the 3 charging at him, it was even easier. Lusu didn't even bother using a weapon. With raw strength alone, he tore them apart with his bare hands. Green parts scattered across the ground, and the long hallway returned to silence. Looking around, he saw the vaguely human forms hanging on either side of the corridor. Some of their eyes had changed. They were still alive. But that was all they could do. No big movements, not even a tremble. They couldn't open their mouths. Their chests couldn't even rise and fall anymore. But now every single one of the tortured souls hanging on the walls was staring straight at him. And he hadn't even activated Focus Beacon. This was completely voluntary. In this kind of dungeon, Being stared down by these things that were neither human nor ghost was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. But Lu Su, from their eyes, saw pleading. A kind of desperate pleading born from soaking in hopelessness for who knows how long, finally seeing a sliver of hope. What? You want to die? Why should I help you? Wait a sec. I need to scope things out first. With the jealousy mask on, any feelings like pity were completely out of the question. Lu Su looked around, realizing there was something off about this place. The floor and walls were slightly curved. Looking farther ahead, though the view was blocked, it felt more like a pipe than a tunnel. Except this pipe was huge. And the material of the floor, hard to describe. Normally, with Lu Su's strength, stone floors would have cracked from impact. But here, no cracks. Instead, it deformed slightly like metal and was slowly returning to shape. Interesting. Thinking for a moment, he pressed down on his headset and started speaking. Hey, can you hear me? You're still alive? Xia Antong's voice came through quickly, a mix of surprise and urgency. What, you thought I'd be dead already? Lu Su replied, confused. TCH, disappointing you like this must really be a shame. Alright, guess you really are the kind of guy who can survive anything, Xia Antong joked. Enough small talk. What's going on? Did you see anything? What is this feeding thing? Hard to say. Lu Su looked around at the unrecognizable humans, then back at the pipe-like tunnel. Could be a divine creation. Why don't you come see for yourself? Isn't the headset with you? Want to trade places? Xia Antong. Xia Antong, a work of God. Do you even realize that my headset, once swapped, needs a long time to recharge before it can be used again? On the other end, Xia Antong spoke to Lu Su with some exasperation. Because of the riot today, the prison rules had been slightly adjusted. All inmates had already been ordered back to their cells by the prison guards and the warden. She was currently on her way back. So what? Doesn't bother me, Lu Su replied. Clearly it bothers me. Xia Antong snapped, annoyed. I'll test it out later and see if the headset still works once I'm back in my cell. So what's your plan now? Do you even know how to get out of there? Get out? Hearing that, Lu Su almost found it laughable. What a joke, get out. He hadn't even done anything yet. What's the rush? For now, I'm planning to look around. If it comes to it, I'll just smash everything. You do your thing. After that, Lu Su shook his head and hung up the call. At this point, he had already followed the underground tunnel to its end. His pace was brisk. Along the way, the number of people hanging on the walls was so shocking, he felt like there were more of them than the total inmate count in the whole prison. Each person was horribly disfigured, connected to all kinds of tubes, soaked in containers. Lu Su even saw a few empty containers near the back. Based on the original plan, he was probably supposed to be in one of them. Rolling his shoulder a bit, Lu Su's strength had mostly recovered, and his injuries appeared to be fully healed. The high-grade potion was truly top-tier. And here, he even saw that B*************** D with the blonde hair, the one he'd gotten killed yesterday. That guy was also floating in a tank now. His limbs were limp like a snake, his bones shattered just like Lu Su's had been. Lu Su slowly stepped forward, stood in front of him, and stared through the tube at the man who had been tortured into an unrecognizable mess. How's it feel? Enjoying life in there? Who the I could possibly enjoy this? The blonde-haired man's eyes flickered when he saw Lu Su. Clearly he recognized him. But in his current state, he obviously couldn't make any further movements. Obs. Lu Su's pink mask twisted and warped, slowly transforming into the man's own face, with a twisted, malicious grin. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Want me to pull you out for a little chat? Blondie. He didn't have the ability to speak, just stared at Lu Su with half-open, unblinking eyes. Lu Su frowned. Among all the masks, jealousy was the one most steeped in malice. So for someone like this guy, who had once shown him such hostility, Lu Su's malice should have been boiling over. But the man's eyes were wrong. Those eyes were filled with despair and calm, not hatred, not anger, not fear. It was like he had completely forgotten Lu Su was even his enemy. That gaze, in turn, unsettled Lu Su's own emotions, rare for the jealousy mask, which was usually the one disturbing others. TCH. He remembered what they'd said before about this blonde B******************* D school bullying, holding someone's head under boiling water and eventually killing them. But were those the eyes of someone truly evil? Heh, people about to die can really change that much? Too bad, I don't believe in put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. I believe when you put it down, someone else picks it up and puts it to your throat. As he spoke, he extended a finger and flicked the tank with a crisp ping that echoed down the underground corridor. Then, he stopped looking at the guy and turned his gaze to the end of the tunnel. It was a perfectly circular dead end, pitch black, with ripples glimmering on the surface. All the tubes connected to everyone's bodies ultimately extended into this spot. It was like walking through an underground passage, only to find a blocked-off path, and the blockage was this black, water-like substance in front of him. Lusu examined it closely and realized it wasn't black. It was an incredibly deep, dark green, the kind of color that looked like every shade of green layered over each other. A powerful sense of danger surged through him. Just looking at it triggered a response in his Godslayer badge. He had originally wanted to reach out and touch it to see what it was. But then he suddenly realized that wasn't his own thought. It felt more like something was tempting him, trying to lure him to touch it. Snapping out of it, he quickly pulled his hand back and decisively turned away. The diameter of this pipe was very wide. As he walked in the other direction, Lusu suddenly noticed a container that seemed different from the others. Everyone else here was submerged in their tanks, like preserved medical specimens. That had caused him to miss this one earlier. It was half open, like an aquarium. And inside were 3 brains. Although most of the people here were already mangled beyond recognition, some with legs folded up behind their heads, some reduced to just a torso, seeing just 3 brains was still pretty rare. Lusu instinctively knew this spot was different. The jealousy mask followed its own instincts too, pulling out Hell Roar and firing a shot. The bullet exploded with intense force, lighting up the greenlit tunnel in a burst of fire. But the fire didn't last long. When it faded, the 3 brains were still intact, perfectly preserved, as if protected by something. Interesting. Looking down, he saw strings of ancient-looking characters beneath them, like Oracle bone script, completely unreadable. The game didn't auto-translate them, which meant players weren't supposed to understand. But ever since earlier, the Godslayer badge had been flashing non-stop, and now, those lines of text began translating on their own. Lusu narrowed his eyes and waited for the translation to finish. He realized it was the rules of this prison. Things like what food was included, what time prisoners could go outside, meal times, and that every day, one person had to come here for feeding. Lusu suddenly found something strange. Even though much of it remained untranslated, what he could read was already suspicious. This says, at least 1 person per day for feeding? That meant there could be more than one, right? Then why did both the prison guards and the warden act like the default was exactly 1 person per day, no more, no less? That didn't add up. Just then, Xia Antong's voice came through his headset again. Hey, testing, can you hear me?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.